Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my channel, where I like to make audio narrations of various stories across the internet. In this series, we'll be focusing on a web novel called There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns, and in this video, we'll be doing chapters 1 to 3. As always, I hope that you enjoy. There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns, Chapter 1, Smashing Start. There was a name. It was hers, but it had been traded away. A second chance that she was promised by a small, pleased child. But he wasn't a child. Just what some sanity-chipping being decided what a child should look like to converse with her. A name for a chance. I'm being very fair, he promised. She knew it was a trick. Of course it is. That's the name of the game. The child had laughed with delight. She had felt the stars shiver as her noise. Now, maybe we'll talk again when you become interested. Now, I have to go and meet the others. Maybe you'll meet them one day. The thing said casually. Then she twisted, breaking into 1,000 shards and shattered into countless motes that sundered into the basic existence of the universe. Then she snapped together with little care and left the smallest, darkest room. She turned and stared up at a single tunnel that was quickly digging itself until it stopped and sunlight pierced her. She turned, trying to move, slightly moving forward with no real sensation. Then, with a moment of shock, she looked down. There was nothing there. Empty air with a body and legs where it should have been. She turned. A pulsing orange orb the size of an orange set encrusted into the single stalactite. The sunlight hitting the orb made the room glow with light. She moved closer and peered into the orb. The light showed a tiny shadow of amber like glass. It was a perfectly round object that pulsed with a tiny light. The feigning symbol could be seen. 4. She shuddered. 4? This thing was her. She was just a number to that thing. Not the first, definitely not the last. Well, at least she wasn't a tree or a frog. Hopeless optimism was better than screaming fear, which was what she told herself. The house may be on fire, but at least she was warm. Ugh. She was going to die here as some orb thing. Without a name? No. She needed a name, something to find herself and use to hold herself together with. She pulled something that seemed to float by as she stared at the orb. Delta. It was kinda 4-ish. It was better than Orby or Screaming Wailing Ghost Girl. Definitely better than victim number 4. So she, Delta, got to work on the next problem that she had to tackle. Mostly, why did the creepy demon-looking child thing think that she was going to be interesting as an orb? Delta looked around and she saw the walls were hard-packed dirt, loose stones and not a lot else. Charming. She was underground, a ghost, and bound to an orb. Delta tried to march right up the tunnel, but with a small pause saw a completely white wall where the sun was a moment ago. She took 10 steps back and envisioned some dense grass hills appeared. Delta took a step forward and the outside world vanished. 1 step back and it reappeared. Delta inhaled and then swallowed a light scream as she promptly turned around and floated back to the orb. So, she couldn't even leave here. She had to stay underground, stuck in some void state to hang about with some ominous globe of eerie light. She was either a vampire, a ghost, a goth in the making. Delta hoped for a goth. She could really use some anger right now to keep her from going insane. Well, it's just me and me. Delta asked aloud and the orb pulsed again, but went quiet. I can't leave. This is the only room and you're the center figure. Logic dictates that you are the key to my problems. Logic also dictates that I should have legs, but let's ignore that little factoid. Delta spoke to the orb with a serious tone in her voice. I can't move you. I can't bash my head on you. You're not exactly stimulating with this conversation. I must admit, I'm kinda lost on what the frick I'm supposed to do with you, Delta yelled. The orb remained smug in its silence. Fine. You know what, orb me? You're a jackass, a mongrel, a lowlife, a charlatan, a hoax, a poser, a bad move knockoff prop, Delta hissed. The orb pulsed, maybe in anger, but Delta pushed it, needing any form of contact. You, good me, are the worst orb that I have ever heard of, Delta sniffed. The orb was glowing fully now. Your father was a cow and your mother a goblin with warts and no teeth. Delta was cut off as the orb let loose with one final pulse, as if sighing with relief. The glow fled from the orb and swirled around the room. The comet of orange dust and light encircled one corner and took shape before Delta. It was small, hunched, and green. "Oh no," Delta whispered as the goblin sniffed the air before spotting the orb in its odd stone pedestal. "Job," it grunted. Delta could only crawl away, not making any noise, mind reverting to some tiny mouse state. She had nobody, but that thought only added to her panic instead of easing it. What if she couldn't feel anything anymore? Delta heaved as the goblin blinked. "Rooms?" it offered. Delta just stared at it where her hand should be. How would she hold sandwiches? How would she type on the internet? Wait, what if there was no internet? Delta howled and the goblin ran off, shrieking as the orb crackling with energy. "Me got door," it screamed with fear. Delta panted, feeling quite tired. She should just rest for a while. The orb seemed to agree and went dormant. Delta felt her head hit the floor and felt a twinge of pain. Good, that was still a thing. Goblin, until further notice, sighed with relief as the everlasting master of his new abode seemed to rest. He had been rather silly, suggesting he knew what the core, all hailed its greatness, should do now. Such arrogance on his part, the goblin watched the tunnel, not expecting any trouble. Surely the Great One would have traps ready. They must be so good that he couldn't spot any sign of them. Such a powerful master, so wise, so cunning. The goblin grinned and felt excited that he was one of the first. If he did well, perhaps he could receive a boss promotion. Oh, how much he desired such a lofty goal. "Me good boss," Goblin said with pride. That was when the entrance was breached by two more goblins. Runts, even a dungeon goblin like himself, could see it. They squawked and begged for protection. The goblin bared its teeth, not wanting such riffraff near his grand master and holy object. The goblins pleaded harder, and voices came not far off. Deep ones, angry ones, eager ones. Goblin frowned. As wonderful as Great Core was, being so fresh, it was not prepared for anything more than beasts. At least that is what the walls whispered to the goblin. His tie to the dungeon was saying that Delta, the Great One, was not ready for this. Snarling, he grabbed both of the goblins and threw them down the tunnel. If they hurried, they could make a bargain. A deal so soon was, well, he didn't know. Deals with the dungeon core were handled with care, poise, and elegant intelligence, and with great thought. Delta opened one bleary eye at the begging goblins, making weird, yelling noises. She knew, somehow, that they wanted something. "Sure, whatever. Let me sleep," she mumbled and curled back up into slumber. She did not see the glow that filled the two tiny goblins. Nor did she see them grow and rip out the old fur and muscles and bulge out new fangs. Delta dreamed and smiled as a great cake god blessed her with desserts. She drooled as bloodshed filled her dungeon that very same day that it was created. It was a record for this world, not that Delta would ever know. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 2. Take off. Delta counted again, but no matter how many times she shook her head to clear her vision, her one goblin had become 3, albeit with some odd changes. The 2 new goblins stood about half a foot taller than the one that she created. They also had some odd tusks coming out of the sides of their mouth. Master. Gob bowed to the flow. He had a name. Delta could sense it, and when she focused on him, she could feel the general vibe coming from him. Compared to her goblin, he was stronger, but not by much. Delta frowned. I can just sense how strong someone is. Or is it just goblins? I mean, goblins are a thing, so why not sensing power levels? Delta argued with herself. Hob, the brother, looked almost identical, but acted more bashful. Asked her. He mumbled, and Delta felt her unease grow. There was one other feeling she could feel coming off the 2 new goblins. The very Delta vibe. These goblins had a bit of her in them. Unlike her goblin, who needed a name that didn't end with ob, felt fully like the floor and the walls. Background. Safe. Francois, she asked, plucking another name out of the air. It was a hard-earned talent that had come from many monster-raising app games. The orb pulsed. Delta understood that herself, the ghost state, was more like a projection of her mind. The orb was her body, so to speak. Delta tried to ignore how fragile the orb was, and looked a lot more glowy than usual. Francois stumbled forward, bowing. Where did they come from? Delta tried to push the question as clearly as she could towards Francois. Delta didn't think that she could manage verbal communication in this state, but as her orb glowed, she saw Francois stiffen. The ghost girl watched a vague slight orange glow fade from the goblin's head. Some light seemed to simply slide off of the power, couldn't find a suitable enough area to fulfill its purpose. What was Delta's lack of experience, or the goblin's mind was just not able to convey her message? Francois idly kicked at the dirt around the floor, and looked a little nervous. "Saved from mans, wanted to serve, so send them down," Francois explained with a nervous hand wave. Hob and Gob nodded enthusiastically. Delta blinked. Mans? Humans. Where are they now? Delta wondered, wondering if any of them could help her. "Done dungeon food," Francois boasted, which made Delta pause. "You, Francois, what did you do?" Delta asked, a heavy feeling making her body freeze. Francois looked puzzled as she spoke. "Me and Gob smashed intruders. Save master," he reported as if sheepish to forget such a thing. "You killed them?" Delta translated hollowly. She moved up the tunnel, but saw nothing but a few bits of fabric just outside of the tunnel entrance. A bit floated in, and the dungeon ground it touched slightly glowed, and the fabric melted away. A tiny mote of light floated up into the X piece of cloth and blinked out. Delta felt a little tingle of flow through her mind and felt a little ill. "Man's smash crystal, or make it work like grunt grub," Francois tried to explain. Delta just looked at him, seeing with one eye through her orb. The double vision made her sick, so she closed both her eyes. When she opened them, she was back in the orb room. Her room. Francois's words finally pierced her numb mind. "Francois, what am I?" she asked quietly, and the goblin looked at his two new friends. "Dungeon core, mighty core, what we protect," he answered with pride. Hob and Gob danced as that the idea was wonderful. Delta looked around the room and then at her orb. She had made Francois. She had spawned a mob. Delta swallowed back down some unintelligible noise and tried to hold on to something that didn't end up with her screaming on the floor again. "What happens to the humans when you, win?" she asked slowly. Francois looked unsure for a moment. "Loser, feed dungeon master. All not dungeon becomes mana for more dungeon," he tried to explain. Hob and Gob listened as if learning from the master. Delta connected the dots. The extra glow in her orb and the lack of bodies. Delta avoided delving too deep into that thought and latched onto another. Groups of people meant more people. There was a good chance that at least one of the people that had died upstairs had someone waiting for them, and that meant that if they came looking. Delta looked at the orb. Then she remembered how she got here from the place with the demon child. She was broken, then sundered. It wasn't a journey, it was a warning. "Francois, how do I stop people from smashing me?" Delta demanded quickly, and ignored how the internet had ruined that word. "Damn run." "Traps, monsters, tricks," Francois howled in delight. Delta frowned. "How do I know what kind I can build? I know I can build gobs," she trailed off, not wanting to say goblins unless she auto-made another goblin. She didn't know the rules that made the Delta edgy about spouting random words. If mana came in, it should also completely leave her and drain her dry. She had no idea of what having no mana would do to her. "How do I make what I can make?" Delta asked with a hope, and Francois paused. "Just know," he shrugged. Delta wanted to argue, but the little goblin hadn't lied yet. She took a few calming breaths and closed her eyes. What did she know? What did Delta, the dungeon core, know what she could do? She needed a list, or some semblance of a wiki. Delta opened her eyes and tried not to gasp. Her normal human vision had fallen away to reveal a complete 360-degree view. It made her dizzy, but in her moment of confusion, she saw it. A glowing button there in the space, but at the back of her head would be. She fumbled for it and let it loose in the jingle as it faded. Did the demon bastard hide it there on purpose? Of course he did. As a mind, she shouldn't be acting like she had human limits in this form. A lesson and a reward. Delta hated that child. The space to one side of her view opened up. Construction, monsters, traps. There it was. This was her power and her only way to stop people from, using her. If Francois was correct, then people would see her as a rare treasure to be used or destroyed. Delta would accept neither, lest she ended up and back like the demon child's hands. She had to live. She had to survive. Delta hit the trap button. Maybe if she made her dungeon scary and dangerous, it might be left alone. It wasn't like people seriously risked their lives for some petty treasures or fights, right? Delta was silent for a moment and felt the sob rise up. Of course they would. They used to make all of their adventures do it in her games. If goblins were here, that meant that people who remove goblins were also a thing. Francois, do dragons exist? She asked quietly, and the goblin nodded, as if it was an odd question. Hob spoke up. Big hill, far away, big fire lizard. Heard man's talk about it with fear. He added, happy to contribute. Delta felt a little nugget of information settled into her stomach. If dragons existed, then so did unkillable system-abusing plot-protected heroes. Delta looked at her list. Current mana, 20 out of 20. Regen, 1 per day. Traps, low grade, pitfall, 5 mana. That was all she had. Delta had a little hole to stop dragon slayers. She banged open the monster menu. Monster. Goblins. Chosen beginner monster, 10 mana. Delta slid down the wall as the goblins panicked as the orb crackled with another scream. She numbly opened up the construct list. Construction. Corridor, 50 feet, 10 mana. Room, 10 long by 15 wide, 20 mana. Was she being handicapped? Was she being taunted by some unwinnable fate? Delta stood and the orb stopped crackling. The demon child had made a mistake. Delta used the thought to rise up off the wall and walked forward. He had put a girl that made a habit of taking terrible monster ranches, dying villages, space stations, and had rust on them, and ruined kingdoms that were built upon Cthulhu land, and leading to success. Delta knew one thing, and one thing only. When there were terms such as the cost and regeneration that said cost over time, there were ways to utterly break the system. Delta walked towards the entrance of a tunnel. Challenge accepted, you little dick, she shouted to the heavens and to the hells. Wherever that demon child was, she would find him and feed him Delta's dungeon floor. The meal was going to be wonderful. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 3, Mushroom Farming. The soil floor had a slight white tinge to it, the same feeling of the barrier that stopped Delta from going outside. It was clear sign that whatever power that granted her these dungeon-making skills, that also prevented her body trapped from the first step to 10 into her dungeon. That posed a problem. Francois, can you leave the dungeon? She asked the goblin in a core room. Fran, as she took to calling him, shook his head. I dungeon make, can't leave. He answered, then before Delta could ponder further, he pointed at Hob and Gob. Contracted, lose power, but Gobs can leave for a small while. He scratched at his large green nose. Delta turned her attention to the two brothers. Great. Guys, I need you to go fetch me something from outside. Plants, insects, anything that's got mana. Delta directed to both of the goblins and bowed, Hob falling over entirely before scrambling up and out the tunnel outside. They both visibly shrank and looked tired, but then ran off to their new task. Goblins weren't cute, but Delta liked their attitude. Sighing, she turned to the single long tunnel, where one could easily see her core. 3 problems jumped out of her. A man with a gun, or a bow and arrow, or, hell, even a fireball could snipe her from the entrance. 2, it was unprotected from any advancing melee fighters. And 3, she felt naked. Like standing near the window with no clothes on, she had no choice. Delta needed to protect herself from the space until she had more. She could stuff the tunnel filled with goblins, but something told her that that would only draw people faster. Walking down, Delta stopped midway and tried to puzzle how she was going to plan this. She had an awareness of the entire dungeon, where everything was as well as whom. It was a tiny, and for the first time, Delta felt a hint of shame at how basic her layout was. Was that a dungeon thing, or just herself latching onto anything to get her mind off her current predicament? She tried to close the tunnel leading to her core, cutting off any entrance to her core room, but there was a resounding error in her response. Such a thing was impossible. Delta grabbed her head as she squeezed her eyes shut to ensure the sudden headache. After a moment, it passed. That sucked, she said slowly as the pain ebbed away slowly. Lesson learned, there had to be a route to her core. This was some fundamental rule that Delta couldn't ignore. These rules were becoming annoying. Rule 1, entrance must be safe zone for some kind. Rule 2, the core must be reachable by all that enter. Delta snarled at the iron rules that basically meant that she couldn't just hide and build up a sizable power base. If someone came and they wiped out her goblins, she was frecked. No, she had options. And the idea had hit her. Where was her dungeon exactly? Fran, where are we? She asked suddenly, and Fran paused. Fran is new name. It asked, and Delta hummed in agreement. The dungeon rumbled a little, and above the goblin's head words appeared. Fran, rare goblin. Oh, Fran is name. He hollered and danced. Delta just gaped. What? But I already gave you a name before. She argued weakly, and Fran shook his head at the orb. Random name, not important. Fran is personal. It's mine. The goblin said with another dance. Delta peered at the title. Rare, huh? Like a mob that had 1 in 10 chance of appearing. It didn't seem to cost her any mana, so what was the drawback? So, 2 questions. What does it mean to be rare, and where exactly is my dungeon? Delta inquired politely. Fran paused mid-jig. Rare means special. Fran is first floor special. The goblin answered with a little pride in his voice. Then he scratched his head. Dungeon is near forest. Hobgob said so. He tried, and Delta mentally drew a tree symbol on her mental map. Forest was good, so mostly grass hills and forest somewhere nearby. That means plants, small animals, and maybe some big animals. If she just needed to get to die in her dungeon to gain the mana, she can move a lot quicker in getting her core somewhere safe. Then she could figure out what it was going to mean to exist as a dungeon core to lure people to their deaths. For one, Delta didn't want to simply be known as a murder hobo dungeon. She wanted a little more than that, a theme or something. The useless planning for her future was nice. It let Delta's mind wander as she stood in the middle of the tunnel and pushed with her power. The soil in front of her just broke apart and vanished as it moved further down the tunnel, big enough for 2 men to stand side by side. It went so far and then just stopped. Delta examined her map and wondered if she had carved a tunnel. Oh, she could. A little narrow near the curves, but it worked out as she spent at least 10 mana that she had on connecting her new tunnel to the core room. With a little effort she appeared in the main tunnel and, with a little tremble, closed the space between her core room and the entrance. It filled without a problem. It took no mana to remove her space and grow smaller. The sight was beautiful. Delta grinned, and a sudden tiredness was quickly making her eyes droop. Then Hob and Gob returned, with both of their hands full of mushrooms each. 4 mushrooms. They looked at each other and seemed puzzled by the lack of core room, but they suddenly bulged and grew back to their Delta forms. A tentative name. Naming things made her feel better. They rushed to the core room and dropped the mushrooms at Delta's earthly altar. Rooms, they cried. The mushrooms hit the grungeon floor, and they were quickly turned into those odd motes. They entered Delta's mind, and the taste followed them. Delta gagged. She wanted to throw up, but she had no mouth, so she just tried to cough up the taste. The frick was going on with those things? Most dangerous rooms. Nothing else want them. Hob bragged. Gob nodded in agreement and dropped 2 more on the ground for a small fur pouch that he had. No, Delta begged, but they were already being dissolved. The taste returned, and Delta felt herself die a little. And then she lay there, sobbing. A little mana bar in her menu shot up by 6, 1 for each mushroom. Then another bar appeared. Dungeon points, 36. Dungeon points? Delta stood with a groan. Please try to find something else, she begged, and the 2 goblins, Hob and Gob took off with a low bow, laughing with their success. Delta opened up the menu and frowned. "What do I do with dungeon points?" she asked, and there was no answer. She fiddled with the menu for a moment. With some close examination she found something that she hadn't seen before, a little plus symbol hidden near the bottom of the main menu. When she touched it, and winced as it appeared all over the menu. Dungeon points 36. Purchase monster, purchase trap, purchase construction, upgrade monster, upgrade trap, upgrade room. Delta blinked and clicked the first option, purchase monster. Monster purchase. Goblin, starter, common bat 5 DP, common spider 5 DP, mushroom spitter 30 DP, special requirement unlocked, absorbed a deadly poisonous mushroom. Had she unlocked the monster? Delta thought about it. She didn't see anything about humans like the ones that had come before. Maybe there was some hidden clause to unlock more rare monsters. If she devoured a rare stone, she could make golems. Make wolves if she killed some in her dungeon. This opened up a lot of options. Gob and Hob were amazing. They could farm her materials. Delta flicked through the other menus quickly. Construction purchase. Layer 20 DP, 1 per level. Next level locked. Boss room 40 DP, 1 per level. Trap purchase. Sticky floor panel 10 DP. Weak trapwire 5 DP. Falling rock weak 10 DP. Upgrade room and monster were grayed out for the moment. Delta could only assume that she didn't have the requirements to upgrade anything just yet. Her eyes lingered on the mushroom spitter. She had eaten the damn mushroom, and it did say that she earned a monster. That DP cost was pretty high, but at this point, if she was going to be forced to eat those damn disgusting mushrooms, she deserved this. She purchased the mushrooms, dropping her DP to 6. Delta switched menus and saw that her monsters now had 2 options. Goblin, 10 mana. Mushroom Spitter, 13 mana. Neat. Now she just had to get enough mana to summon a new monster. Hopefully, Hob and Gob would be successful in finding something. That wasn't those mushrooms. Gob ran and hollered as a pitchfork flew over his head, and the pig in his hand squealed in terror. Pink, flabby meat for the master. Hob ran with his palms full of mushrooms, the master's favorite. She had gasped and was speechless when they had given them to her. She'd love more. The master just wanted a side meat to go with them. But first the city mans were closing in, and the dungeon was coming near. Pigs for the master. Hob found another room and picked it up as he ran past. More rooms for the master. End of chapter. Chapter 4, The Piggy in the Middle. Delta didn't have to wait long for Hob and Gob. They announced themselves with a screech and an oink as they barreled into the dungeon. Delta's mouth dropped open as they carried a rather large pig into the tunnel, the animal squirming and squealing just as loudly as the goblins. "Mans!" Hob warned. Gob was screamed at the pig and bit him. Fran stood up with a sharp look and rushed towards the entrance. Turning the corner of the new tunnel, Gob threw the pig down, and Delta closed her eyes for the next part as soon as the mana flowed towards her. It was plump and calm. Delta enjoyed the feeling. This feeling was much better than... She gagged, and her sight shot open as Hob dropped the dreaded mushrooms all over the dungeon floor. Delta bent over and felt winded as the vile taste of mushrooms overwhelmed her senses. "Man!" Gob shouted again, and Delta tried to inhale as he watched her mana numbers grow, from the measly 6 all the way up to 20. The pig had just gave her with 15 mana in a single pop. The remaining mushroom pushed past the limit as she struggled to reach the number beyond her max. 25. Then it began to trickle down as the excess mana seemed to leak away. This was enough for her new monster, and she hurried. Delta stumbled to her feet on the first bend in the dungeon. She picked a spot close to the wall, and the 3 goblins made a warning noises at the person approaching the dungeon entrance. Delta focused. "Mushroom Spitter," she ordered as she saw the orb pulse once. Then from the ground a cap appeared. Then it grew rapidly until Delta was staring at a mushroom almost as big as a child and firmly anchored to the ground. Then the living fungus wiggled and the stalk split apart horizontally to reveal a big toothy maw filled with some vicious green liquid. She would later deny having squealed in fright in any way, shape, or form. It goggled at the dungeon, and it blinked as two beady eyes glowed. It seemed to send some mental, "I live to serve" feeling to her before it focused intently on the corner where the goblins seemed to roar. Delta ordered them all back, curious to see what her new mushroom could do. The grey flesh and dark cap made it blend well into the dungeon. It was then that Delta finally noticed that her dungeon was almost pitch black beyond the first turn. Didn't dungeons have eternal torches with the glow bugs? Did she need some UV or night vision? Mana vision? Mushy, she deemed him, wiggled as his goblin ran past, understanding them as dungeon, letting them past, albeit with a sense of annoyance to him. Dalton knew, just knew, and one of them had bumped into it, it would have chomped down with a vengeance. It didn't seem to really like anything other than its damp wall. "Blasted cobs, just get back here and give me back my pig," the man shouted, his voice more angry than afraid. He turned the corner and Delta blinked at the man held a small gun. Delta came closer, nervous, but the man didn't seem to sense her. The gun was a stone device held two hands, and had a small crystal plugged into the handle, and a wide muzzle, but the gun had an almost cartoonish iron sight. Delta goggled at it, trying to understand what she was looking at. The crystal glowed orange, and Delta tried to see inside, but the man moved through the air. As the man drew near to the close to the Mushy, did what Delta guessed was what Mushy would do in any circumstance. It lashed forward and took out a chunk out of the man's leg. Delta blanched at the sight of the man's wounds, but the man screamed and fired the device in his hands. The end erupted into a gout of fire that consumed Mushy. The fire mushroom screeched and then promptly melted. "Mushy!" Delta screamed, feeling a little awareness of the monster fade as it was killed. The man gasped and tried to pull himself up the wall, gun pointed down. Delta knew logically that the man had every right to defend himself and to get revenge for his pig. It was only fair. But Delta also felt that a farmer with a boomstick was unfair. Really unfricking fair. "Fran, hobgob!" Delta yelled, and the goblins rushed out. She closed her eyes, not enjoying the unfairness of the situation, on her side or on the man's. Mana flowed out, but Delta ignored it. This was not how she wanted things to go. This wasn't how she wanted things to go at all. To survive, she needed mana and DP. To get them, she needed time or resources. Delta either needed to kill or gather resources. Mushrooms came guilt-free. She could make the goblins understand. She didn't want to kill anyone who didn't. This wasn't fair. She shouldn't have to be making moral codes for monsters and trying to live with the result. "Goblins, don't steal from the mans again. Just bring me things from the forest. That doesn't belong to a man," she begged, and the goblins seemed to shuffle as they listened to the air. "Not one piggies," Hob said quietly. "No man's piggies," Delta agreed gently. Her mana had skyrocketed from 11 to 32 due to the farmer's demise. The gun on the ground was also dissolved quickly. This wasn't a normal world of farmers and knights. That thing reeked of technology. She created a new Mushy on the same spot, the thing shivering as it still upset the previous Mushy's death. Delta was sure that they were different mushroom monsters. They had different markings on their cap. The man had been worth 21 mana, more than her max total. Her new Mushy, the resulted dwindling back to 19. The gun finished being taken apart, the crystal as the last thing to go. Her mana shot up to 69 and Delta blinked as the little box appeared. Torches have been added to the construct menu due to fire element. Goblin campfire has been added to the construction menu due to fire element. Flame gout trap weak added to the construction menu due to fire element. Delta wanted to squirm and look, but the mana was already beginning to dip lower. She returned the main core room and fired another hallway tunnel to the north, the earth quickly giving way to space. Moved to the end, then she created a room. It crumbled into an almost perfect shape. But she was still 19 mana up. Delta moved back to her first bend and threw down a pitfall trap. It left her 14 over. After that moment's thought, she created another Mushy in her core room, bringing her total mana to 21. The last mana held on, and she blinked. Not sure why it wasn't fading. Opening the menu, she felt surprise rise up, as her max total was now 25. How did that happen? Delta knew that she had 20 exact when she had began to spend. She built a hallway like she did before, another mushy after the second bend and the entrance to the tunnel, and a room. Delta eyed the new room, the deepest part of the dungeon now. It felt like she was less crushed, as if her mind had more space to stretch itself, and the room added 5 more extra mana. That was interesting. A lovely little discovery. Delta closed her eyes and sent a small prayer to the farmer. His death was helping her, but she needed to ease the bubbling guilt rising up, even if they were charged into the cave after a pair of goblins that Darwin's ward were level of stupid. Thanks, she added lamely, not particularly religious, but still hoping it helped. She eyed the furthest room as the 2 goblins left for the forest. It would be better to have a core there than in the middle of the dungeon. Would you like to move your core? Cost 10 DP. Delta frowned for a moment and then clicked yes without a word. One day she would finish a monologue without having a handy notification solve her problems. She had paid the price, choking as she saw she had 82 DP. The core rumbled and flashed, the earth altar holding it breaking apart. The orb floated gently up the tunnel, and then into another groan of earth rose up and gripped the core tightly. Just like that, she had a new core room, with another room to defend her. Delta snorted. Soon she would be good enough to be called a tutorial dungeon. With some grumbling, she moved back to the old core room, and saw Mushy was still skulking in the shadows. Delta hummed. It would be a shame to have such a whole room dedicated to one Mushy when there was that layer thing that she could buy. Can I move the mushroom? She asked. The little box appeared. Moving stationary monsters costs 1 mana and takes 10 minutes. Would you like to move the mushroom spitter? It asked just as she guessed. Delta felt smart and crouched down to stare with some interest at the mushroom glowed as it slowly transported into the hallway by what looked like a magic plant pot, of all things. Delta began to flick through the menus after a minute. Magic was cool, but slowly fading mushrooms being carried down the hall was not as great as it seemed. The things that she could outright buy. Mana 20 out of 25, regen 1 per day. Construction, corridor 50 feet, 10 mana. Room 10 length, 15 wide, 20 mana. Torches, 1 mana per torch. Goblin fire pit, 5 mana. Monsters, goblin, chosen beginner monster, 10 mana. Mushroom spitter, 13 mana. Traps, low grade pitfall, 5 mana. And then there were the things that she still needed to purchase with not regenerating DP. Dungeon points 72. Construction purchase, layer, 20 DP, 1 per level. Next level, locked. Boss room, 40 DP, 1 per level. Monster purchase, common bat, 5 DP. Common spider, 5 DP. Trap purchases, sticky floor panel, 10 DP. Weak tripwire, 5 DP. Falling rock, weak, 10 DP. Flame gout trap, 8 DP. Delta saw the evolution menu was unlocked, but she decided to hold off on the temptation as the mushy was finally moved. She flicked through the menu and tapped layer, and the map opened up in front of her, and the only empty room flashed for confirmation. Shrugging, Delta tapped it, and the surrounding room shifted as the earth rose and the walls bulged slightly. Tiny, hay-filled alcoves formed in a single stone hut, small enough for a dog or a crawling goblin formed. Delta grinned as she saw the changes that she had wrought with a single push of a button. The lair seemed to be a resting spot for humanoid monsters. The alcove suggested a place to snooze between battles. Shrugging, Delta added a fire goblin pit, and a box appeared. Would you like to make the lair a goblin camp? Bonus healing to goblins. Delta hit confirmation, then the room changed to having an empty racks of meat. The alcoves were replaced with a small tribal huts, and a decent-sized fire roared to life in the center, lighting the room up as it crackled with a merry purpose. Fran appeared and began to praise her. Delta waved it off, feeling a blush coming to her ghostly face. Fran sat down, warming his hands by the fire. Delta smiled at his delighted face. She opened up the menu and browsed through the upgrade menu. Upgrade menu. Total DP 52, total mana 15. Construction. Upgrade entrance to the simple dungeon hall, 10 DP or 20 mana. Upgrade dungeon dirt walls into wood-reinforced dirt walls, 10 DP. Upgrade simple wooden torches into stone sconces, 10 DP. Traps. Upgrade pitfall into deep pitfall, 10-foot drop makes it harder to get out, 15 DP. Monsters, goblins evolve into Goblin Thug, 5 mana and 2 DP, or Goblin Archer, 5 mana and 2 DP, or Goblin Apprentice, 5 mana and 2 DP. Price per goblin. Mushroom Spitter, Greater Mushroom, 10 mana, or Myconid, 10 mana. Rare, Monster Evolution, Fran, Goblin, can evolve into boss due to Pigmount absorbed, unable to begin process due to lack of boss room. Delta turned slowly back to the humming Fran. Boss monster? Delta looked over the construction menu and saw the list did indeed allow for a boss room. She just didn't give it much thought. In hindsight, it was rather obvious. But why did Fran need a pig to become a boss? End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 5, The Human Touch. Boss rooms are trials. Delta paced as she waited for Hob and Gob to return with more of those wretched things. Mana was already an issue on a large spending. Delta couldn't afford just to turn down a free source of income, especially when it came with free DP. She just wished that they wouldn't find something else. Anything else. So, as she waited, Delta wandered the boss room. Having one meant that her core had a final layer of protection before someone reached her core. That was good. She'd need to evolve Fran into something else with a pig as backup in the form of something that she may not want protecting her core. The mushes were hard enough to look at without fleeing. Seeing one yawning or just hissing at the air made her ghostly flesh break out in goosebumps. It was also just the idea of having a boss room meant that Delta was cementing her purpose as a dungeon. Fight the weak mobs, find the loot, beat the boss, level up, and go home. The bread and butter of any good adventure, except Delta didn't have loot or some grand treasure chest at the end. I'm not subpar, I'm still developing, she assured herself, and Fran's ears flicked, as if hearing, but choosing not to comment, as he enjoyed the new goblin camp. The little guy did look more healthy in the glow of the fire. Delta summed up his life as a dungeon core. Make a dungeon, lure adventures, kill them, grow, lure more people. Delta felt like she could maybe, with some effort, cut it down to just lure and grow stage somehow. Far be it for Delta to stop an idiot wandering in here with nothing but a pot in his head and a butter knife. Delta felt bad about luring in the unaware or lost, not the terminally stupid. That was practically doing the species as a whole a favor after all. You don't feel sorry for people who set their head on fire and expect to be fine. No, Delta wanted to have people agree to the game of a Dungeon and Goblins, win and get the shinies, lose, and well, thanks for playing. It seemed too hopeful, but if Delta could just show those that came near her that her dungeon was dangerous and unprepared, she'd turn around and walk away, then she'd just feel better about the whole defending herself against humanity thing. Maybe I can, Delta muttered, and opened a menu to the construction upgrade section. Upgrade entrance into simple entrance hall, 10 DP or 20 mana. Delta thought about it. She could purchase both the boss room and the entrance hall, having 2 DP to spare, and potentially having a way more for her gobs to return. With more mushrooms, Delta swallowed back more gags and tried to focus. It seemed that making a boss monster had no actual price, that worried Delta. Nothing good was free in this little new life of hers, except for mushrooms, but they could go die in a fire. Once she got the boss room up and running, there did seem to be no extra steps needed for pushing Fran up to the next level of evolution, with a pick involved, somehow. Perhaps it was undoable, a one-time no-take-backies. Would Fran be her forever level 1 floor boss? Was that really a bad thing? Maybe down the line, when she had an uber wizards and 3-headed frost wolves, it would be, but for now, she had 2 fungi and 3 goblins between her and smashed to bits death. Necessity was the mother of bad choices. Delta purchased both rooms, and the boss room flashed red and refused to be purchased. Delta blinked and saw a map opening, her 2 rooms flashing red. Right, need a room. 2, make a boss room. 1 step at a time. A room cost 20 mana, and she had 15 going for her. Delta glared at the tiny single mana regen. One day, she would regen enough mana to spend as wasteful as she wanted. Oh, the gobs were back. Joy. She zoomed into the entrance and saw them carrying more mushrooms. But Gob had something in his other hand. He dropped it and it landed with a thud. Is that an apple? Gob, where did you get an apple? She asked the goblin and shook his hands free in defense. Tree, climbed with teeth, belonged to no man's. He promised. Delta watched it fade into a dungeon, consumed it. It tasted sweet, but Delta braced herself for the dropping of more mushrooms. Ugh. But the apple made her mind spin. The mushrooms gave her the mushies, and the fire crystal gave her some fire-related items. Gob, go bring me a few more branches and rocks, she requested. Delta thought about how her tunnels were just banished whatever soil was in the way, and she hadn't seen one rock or a root appear in any of them. It was just hard-packed soil. The apple finished fading into a menu popped up. Apple consumed, new menu unlocked. Item menu, healthy apple, 3 mana. Delta closed her eyes and then opened them again. Nope, she couldn't eat magic food out of freaking air. Why, was her first question, and that was a good one, she allowed. But why would she, a dungeon with no stomach or her monsters who didn't seem to need to eat, need an apple? It seemed a rather odd thing for her dungeon powers to have. Would she be able to plant them and in turn turn them into some kind of apple fiend? Exploding apple trees? Goblins throwing apples? Delta closed the box and put the thought to rest as Gob returned. He dropped 2 branches and some stones onto the ground. Delta watched with interest as the items vanished. Her mana was 22. The apple had given her 2 whole mana compared to 1 single from the mushroom. Was it because they were more healthy, or did the world hate the mushrooms as much as Delta did? Her mana shot to 32, the rocks about 2 mana each, and the larger branches giving her 3. Not that she needed to keep track of this. Gob would be going back for more soon. Delta rubbed her ghostly hands as she quickly made another hallway, shooting west from her core room and the new room to cap it off. That quickly brought her down to 2 mana. Her menu popped up as she finished. Wood functions are added to construction and trap menus. Stone functions are added to construction and trap menus. A quick flick through some of the changes. Her torches could be made into tiny lumps of stone on the wall instead of wood sticks now. No cost increased since it didn't seem to be very much better quality. However, as she peered at the purchase menu, she saw something very different. Trap purchases: sticky floor panel 10 DP, weak tripwire 5 DP, falling rock weak 10 DP 10 mana, flame gout 8 DP, stake trap 10 DP, covered sharpened sticks designed to ruin boots and hurt feet. Construction purchases: upgrade entrance to simple entrance hall 10 DP or 20 mana, upgrade dungeon dirt walls into wood reinforced dirt walls 10 DP. Upgrade dungeon walls into rough rock walls. Required reinforced dirt walls. Upgrade simple wooden torches into stone sconces. 10 DP or 10 mana. Simple wooden door 5 DP. Item purchases: moss 5 DP. Delta looked at the list and saw several options before that was DP cost only, and now had a mana cost as well, allowing her to choose to spend mana instead of precious DP. Did supplying materials ease the burden of creation? By choosing to gather resources instead of simply waiting for a mana to build, did she circumvent the one-time cost with a mere effort? Delta wanted to giggle at the absurdity. Fran made her feel like she wasn't the only dungeon around. Did other dungeons do this? Surely. Did they? Then, again, how many had access to contractor goblins and a forest? She hummed as Hob and Gob ran back out. Something other than mushrooms, she called, but wasn't sure that they heard. Ah, well, who knows, maybe they'd find burgers, or some soda. A girl turned to dungeon call, good hope. She quickly paid the fee to move her core to the new room, and felt a little tingle of excitement grow as the orb floated gently down to the new tunnel. From the 69 DP to 59, which left her with plenty to play with. As she waited for the core to fully move, Delta spent 10 DP at the entrance. It made her giddy, almost ecstatic to see the world shift at her command. Delta liked improving, she liked growing. She had to wonder how much that was built into her and how much was a human mind trying to understand the sheer impossibility of her current existence. The simple cave entrance was bulged and became more like a doorway. Arched and high, the tunnel immediately closest to it hollowed out on either side, making the space big enough for 5 people to stand comfortably. The ceiling domed up a little, making the space feel open and letting a bit of a breeze float down. The little chamber shuddered and 2 wooden beams formed on either side of the door, and then across the top. Delta's eyes glazed over as she saw from a distance. The outside of the new entrance had a single space above the hall. An impromptu Delta said to add something. Words. A warning. Delta shuddered as she focused on the words that she wanted to be carved into the wood. Well, here was a world. Dungeon Core Delta. On the outside, challenging the world, the tiny hole in the ground had 3 words carved into the wooden plank above the entrance. It simply claimed, one time, Here, be danger. Thanking the 2 gobs, she sent both of them back out. They seemed to enjoy gathering missions, so Delta left them to it. Besides, she was excited to do the next project. Before Delta left, she made 2 torches on either side of the little chamber, her last 2 mana gone. Like running water, the soil ran down and out before it hardened into a simple wooden sticks. Then, as if some deity spoke, the tips burst into a weak flame that lit the chamber up enough just to show how dark the tunnel ahead was. Delta likes them. If the warning and the creepy darkness didn't keep people out, then Mushy deserved some fun. Speaking of doing a great job, she praised the first Mushy wiggled. I had listened, and then, after a moment, hesitantly thanked her for the praise. It felt gruff and rather startled by having to actually talk to her. Okay, right, Delta said brightly, fleeing down the tunnel before she had to force more interaction with it. Delta wondered if she could ever make a cute monster. Not that she disliked mushies, or her gobs. She just wished that she could have something that didn't look like it was designed solely for ripping throats out of people. She came to an empty room and flexed her fingers. Delta was honestly more curious about anything about what would happen. Would a door appear? Would the intruders need to find some skeleton key to gain an entrance? Delta clicked purchase and watched her DP drain, and the room pulsed before it stilled. Delta blinked. Where's my boss room? She demanded, and the map opened to cheerfully show the room now had a skull symbol on it. That meant boss room. Apparently. So, this is what I get. Nothing happened, Delta skulked. She opened up the menu to see that Fran was able to evolve due to the empty boss room. Did any rare monsters have the ability to become a boss? Delta wondered what it took to make a rare monster in the first place. Hob and Gob were contracted, and she assumed that they were somehow voided of their power. What about mushies? If she tried to get over the mushies' gag reflexes and got onto the well with one of them, would that change anything? Shrugging, Delta hit the evolve button. Fran came zooming into the room, yelping as if he was pulled in by some invisible magnet. "Master, I serve!" he yelled as he landed in the middle of the room with a crash. Delta winced as he picked himself up. Then the room shuddered. It shook once, and then it didn't stop shaking. Fran looked around in amazement as the ground under his feet glowed. "Aye, boss?" he asked with a faint voice. He sniffed as the light traveled up his body. "I serve you until I dust," he promised, and then he was swallowed by the light and the room followed suit. Delta closed her eyes and the light grew brighter. Then there was a sound of oinking, and Delta blinked her eyes open. Her boring room was now far bigger than it should have been. As the dust settled and Delta could make out the details, she opened her map and saw that despite the fact that the room seemed to have grown about 3 times the previous size, the map claimed the actual space had not budged at all. "I broke space?" Delta choked. The bare soil ground and the walls had gone. The floor was rough, coarse dust or sand, mixing in with the soil underneath, but never truly spreading too far. Then the walls seemed to ripple and spread out of the room stretched. Only now did Delta see that all the corners had gone. There was some circular arena now. It even had a very rough seats for lost audiences or her gobs. On the far side, Delta saw a crack in the wall that stood out from the perfectly round room. "Fran?" she called, and she found the darkness came 2 red eyes. "Master, I serve you," came a much deeper voices than Fran's. The yoinking returned from the shadows of the new layer, and came a giant boar that slowly walked out as if nothing wanting to startle Delta. The long white tusks, the dark brown fur, the black hooves that all looked ready to inflict serious pain. But it was the red eyes that peered out from the single piece of rough armor that covered the pig that made Delta pause. Those eyes did not belong to a wild animal. On top, almost missable upon first glance, sat an armored figure. The slight gaps between the hands and wrists, body and neck showed a green skin. In one hand a giant crude metal spear, and the other a black leather reins to direct the pig. The goblin wore crude plate armor thick enough to actually protect from ranged arrows, and the most basic blunt weaponry, and the occasional sword swing. But Delta felt afraid for a moment as the pig would charge her. Then she remembered she was a ghost and started to breathe again. "Fran?" she asked, and the goblin raised its helmet to show a grinning face. It felt almost right, but not quite so. Delta tried again. "Sir Fran, the Pig Knight." Delta smiled as the name felt like a final deal of the whole matter, and torches burst into the light all around the room, like a roaring applause. "At your service, my lady." He and the pig bowed as one. Delta took it all back. Her monsters were adorable. She hid a smile as the pig bowed too low and Fran fell off, face-planting with a growl. The village of Durance moved on with his life. A man bargained with a baker, haggling the price of a wheat down to a tiny fire crystal at the back of the baker shop to supply the heat to the ovens. A woman handed the bucket to a pulley system that a water pump drew water into. The machine whirred and steam hissed out of the pump, cooled. A man argued with a woman as she demanded help. "He's been gone for almost half a day. His family is worried. Mr. Thorne never leaves his farm or his family for long, and he's not even done his cow milking yet." The woman huffed at the man's side. He ran his hand down his wrinkled jacket, the blue thing being passed from one generation of peacekeeper to another. In a town this size, only one was ever really needed. "I can take a look about it, Penny." But the man is an adult. If he went for a walk or found some peace finally, it's not our place to poke our noses in. I have got enough trouble with Edgar melting his potion room wall and seeing his neighbor bathing. The husband is furious. Mrs. Willings has gone and angered some pixies down the road, and now her house is infested. I don't think that we need to call the king down for a man who's been missing less than a day or so. Johnny and the boys hunted down some gobs down. Maybe one messed with his fence. You know Son keeps the fire pistol handy, Chris assured the woman. She soured her face and then reluctantly agreed. Her eyes lit up a moment later. Did Edgar really see Goddy naked? She whispered, and with delight as Chris, our only beekeeper, Endurance sighed. He sent a prayer above for anything to take the attention away from the nags and gossips. Delta choked. No. She slid down the wall into a tiny box in front of her cloak with pride. Due to the consumption of mass poison mushrooms, Level 1 has mushrooms freely added to the decorations and will now sprout on their own in the dungeon for free. Poison is reduced from the deadly to mildly toxic to avoid mana consumption. You can upgrade this later. Then before Delta's very eyes, little mushrooms poked out of the ground. They wiggled and then stilled, enjoying its new home. Then a new box appeared. Mushroom Grove Room unlocked. Cosmetic room with no bonuses. May build the room, regardless of max rooms per floor. Delta screamed. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 6, The Capped Limit. Boss rooms were amazing. Delta paced the hallway between her core and Fran's room. Not only did the new room push her max mana up to 30, it also increased her regen to 2 a day. It hadn't even been a full day since Delta had awoken. It had almost been... Delta didn't know. There was no time here besides moving wishes about took 10 minutes exactly, even if it was only a single meter away. Her only mana rose up from its own accord, and then she had a decent idea. Did dungeon calls expire? Did time affect her slower or as long as she was in a dungeon? Was she safe? Immortal from age? Delta felt a little cold at the idea of being trapped underground for the rest of time. At least she wasn't alone. She had her mushies and gobs and Fran. Everything a sane mind needed to last more than 24 hours. Speaking of, the goblins had returned, shooting a dirty look at the single mushroom growing on the ceiling. She would have the hob remove it. She zoomed to the entrance, flying past the snoozing Fran and his new pig, over to the goblin camp, where the mushrooms burned as it appeared too close to the fire. It made Delta feel better. Hob dropped more unspeakables, 2 branches and a rock. Gob seemed to have been more adventurous as he brought back a little bit of everything. He dropped some dark berries, small stones, and some weedy-looking plants. They all began to instantly melt into mana. It was a shame. Delta wouldn't mind actually keeping some of these things once in a while. She waited, and before long her menu appeared. Raspberries absorbed, healthberry unlocked. Clingy petals absorbed, decorative flowers unlocked. Sticky floor panel costs reduced by 1 DP. Delta hummed as she read this. The petals seemed to have an annoying habit of sticking to people's clothes. If Gob's furs were to be an indicator, did absorbing the sticky material reduce the burden of buying something? Sticky floor traps seemed pretty simple. An enemy stepped on it and got stuck. Delta paced as she thought about it. By taking more and more things that had a sticky component, she could cut her work in half. Still, only 1 DP was a little lacking in reductions. Delta had a feeling that DP cost was a one-time deal. Still, it wouldn't hurt to get a bit more. The berries were like the apple, the food that she could make. She was supposed to lure people in with them. The idea that food might be in her dungeon. Eyeing her 25 mana, she hesitated and then created another goblin. It formed with a swirl, growling as it formed into the tunnel. Hobgob looked unbothered by it, and the goblin also looked rather shocked by the sudden existence. Keep this tunnel safe and watch out for mushies. She added the goblins and lumbering off, going deeper. Delta thought about naming it, and then shrugged. There was going to be so many of these things eventually that it was going to be impossible to keep up with the demands of names. Having a goblin between the entrance and the boss room made the dungeon feel a little bit more professional, which left her with 15 mana to play with. She curiously made an apple to see what it would do. The red, glossy fruit appeared, but it seemed translucent as if not made solid yet. Delta moved it, and it reminded her of the trap placement. She had fun clipping it through walls where it buzzed in error. Hob moved over, not getting more orders, and moved directly through her apple placement. She had fun clipping it through the wall where it buzzed in error. Hob moved after not getting more orders and moved directly through her apple placement. Something happened and quickly vanished as he kept moving. Wait, Delta called and the gob froze. She pushed the apple into him and the whole new menu appeared. Delta blinked, caught completely off guard at this new, odder brother for the personal menu that hovered above for her. Item placement, equip to mob, use 1, binds to soul, drop, monster does not respawn. Use on monster, out of battle, able to use item. Drop, equip. Delta inhaled and looked at the apple in her ghostly hands. Could she make the monster loot drop? Or a soul drop? Delta frowned and let the goblin go without her brother to rest at the camp. They looked bushed and Delta felt a bit guilty for making them basically farm for her the whole day. She focused back onto the apple after making sure that both gobs were comfortable after a moment around the fire. Both of their grubby faces peered down at the hole at Fran's door. Respectful. It took 10 mana to summon a goblin, and it took 3 mana to summon an apple. If that goblin had an apple as a soul drop, that was 13 mana down. For what? Could she booby-trap the monsters, maybe? Put bombs on them in case they were murdered? Delta didn't think so and opened her menu to start flicking through the options. She came to the goblin summoning page and frowned. She held the apple in one hand and then touched the goblin page, not hitting confirm, just poking in the general area. A new box opened. Goblin, a weak demi-being, uses large numbers, quick reproduction cycles, and rare shaman magic to avoid being wiped out. Has many evolution paths around the world. That was handy. Did that work with all her little things? She tried the apple. Healthy apple, a sweet apple that is the barest of healing properties due to being soaked in mana. Delta reread it and silently apologized for mocking the apple where it could hear it. A potential healing apple. Every good tactician saw the use of the thing that kept the troops fighting. Looking through her menus, Delta spotted a tiny change that escaped her notice. On her purchase menus, for items, a tiny button existed next to both the apple and the berry. Delta tried touching the one next to the apple. Would you like to please set the apple to be summoned with a monster or container? Please select which monster from the summons menu, or please choose the chest on the map. Delta felt the blood rush as she discovered some new side of her power. She touched the goblin section and the two more options appeared. Equip as an item. Goblins may have one weapon, one armor, one consumable. Some cost +2 mana. Bind as a soul drop. Goblins will drop this item when it disperses on a chance. Some cost +1 mana. Delta fled back to her core room. She needed familiar ground to pace about. She barely saw her new goblin standing outside Brand's door, just staring. Odd thing. Quiz sipped on a sweet tea and drew a flask. He would prefer something stronger. Nibs had just got a casket of stumbling minotaur. Quiz sighed wistfully. That stuff had given him some memorable and not so easily remembered moments. Sweet dew would work for today. It gave his work a bit more of a mellow feel. Now, if he worked in a city that had more than 200 people, he'd be diligent and hard-working. But Durance was not those cities, and he gave up being serious after his first year. People took care of themselves here. Being a peacekeeper was the thing that the king required of all towns. Mobs never made anyone happy who had to clean up their messes. Sadly, the taxman still came to them. A fair amount of those rotund taxmen had a second job to make sure that all the king's laws were being followed, which meant that one day Quiz had found himself taken from his budding wizard studies and dumped into a PK office, a shack that had to be sword and shield symbol painted crudely on one side. No one else had wanted to give up their lives or their hobbies to be the person who had to deal with everyone else. Neither did Quiz, but he slept in the meeting and missed the chance to be pushed onto the deaf elder that lived down the street. Another sign that he needed to quit drinking. First, it was the bad polymorph spell, and now it was the peacekeeper nonsense. Quiz rounded the corner as a woman threatened an orange snake going around a tree. Quiz almost turned around, but the woman had her heat blade powered up, a model that was so out of date that Quiz couldn't hear the blade grumble, protesting as it actually worked. The heat blade was bothersome. The sword that channeled a fire crystal usually resulted in someone's house or livestock going up in smoke. No one wanted a repeat of the great goat fire of 4 summers ago. Quist waved one hand and the snake floated away into the grass on the other side of the woman's garden. One air spell, he used it mostly to sweep and float, but it worked just fine here. Oh, such a dove! The woman smiled as she thanked him, hiding her weapon as if Quiz would levitate her over the hedge next. Just keeping the peace, he said, with an almost automatic response these days. His voice sounded dulled as he longed for his bed. But he only did this job for 3 reasons. The free drinks at night, the lack of paperwork, and the third reason was he honestly was scared someone would burn his hut down if he didn't keep confiscating charged crystals, crossbows that had been enchanted, unstable homebrew potions, herbal mixes that should really not have been mixed. Then there were the more sane people that just hacked their own limbs off when they got a bit too drunk and fancied themselves knights of the Valrune kingdom. Quiz didn't know healing magics or healing potion mixtures or any herbal remedy for stupidity. But he did know that his old blue coat still inspired people to at least pretend to be rational. Quiz considered that to be a gamble on any given day. He just really wanted people to run out of magic supplies for the month so that he could sleep all day. Now that he thought about it, the air did seem crisper. Mana was a bother. If it was here, your life was mostly great. If it was gone, your life was mostly not great. Mana made things grow. It made people strong to illness and cold. Nothing like actual magic, but it helped. Quiz knew very fairy tales like the back in his nose. Not seen it himself, but definitely sure it was there. Mana made magic, magic made reality. Reality was something they all had to bloody deal with. Some hurrah for magic. Some old maids still believed living on mana-rich land blessed you and your brats. Quiz also knew that the dust of weapons that haven't seen the light since his own grandfathers went gob hunting never really went dry of power. So, now every June, Horn, Quilla, and Nib were blasting magic out of their asses like it was going out of style, which made his job harder, which meant he had to find out why, which meant he could not sleep. Chris hoped for whatever was making mana rise was having a good enough laugh at his expense. "Leave me alone," Delta cried as the mushroom invaded her core room. Hob picked it up and shoveled away. Delta thanked him before she went back to her menu. Decorations were, well, pure pretty things. Things to make her dungeon feel less like a randomly generated dungeon, with those super familiar textures and rendered hallways, and more like a unique place of mushrooms and weeds. She hadn't quite figured out how to turn it off, but she was eyeing that mushroom grove room. She sighed while she went over what she learned. Delta could work loot drops into her monsters. This was interesting in its applications. By binding, say an apple, to a goblin's blueprint, for a lack of a better word, she would summon goblins with apples equipped or bound as soul drops. Every single goblin would get an apple. However, it cost more for the goblin to equip it and use it against the adventurers than it would be for intruders to kill her monsters and farm them. The system was biased and Delta would burn it. Until the long way day, Delta saw that the goblin and the apple were 13 mana. A goblin with an apple with a soul drop was 11, and one with a quip was 12. It didn't mean much. 2 mana was not the end of the world, but this was a symbolic number. This was going to grow as she bound more important items to far stronger monsters. A dragon and an orb of immortality would be better combined than summoned separate, saving her a few billion mana. The system wasn't stupid, however. Delta could not remove the item once it was bound. There was no costs coming here. Delta could not spawn an apple goblin and take the apple away to save 2 mana. The system barred her and gave her the worst kidney punch for it. It was a well and good, but the overall question was brought back to why. Why did she reward people for killing her monsters? The obvious answer was, of course, to lure more. Good at killing, make me a buck collecting a dozen rusty swords, and here is a pit, Delta sighed. It made sense from her point of view. The core that used to be on the side of raiding dungeons. But now, as a person who really didn't want people to down here, because the idea of people finding her core sent such waves of dread flowing through her that it physically hurt. It baffled her. Yes, humans gave decent mana, but she already ruled out mindless murder. So was there any point in making her place look appealing to the stabby-happy heroes? The question ordered her, and it was the same one that rose when she couldn't seal off her core room. Why did she have to let humans have a fair chance at winning and getting rewards? What did she get out of it? Delta rose and paced, the mana and DP her lifeblood. It was all the sole purpose that she had mobs and traps, to farm those elements. Why? To grow and become more complex. Why? To become famous for not being beatable or to repel invaders. Why? To let her legend grow and let more challenges come. Why? Because what's the point of being a dungeon if there were no people? Delta slowed to a stop. Her dungeon suddenly seemed very quiet. It felt suffocating. The walls that made her feel safe now made her feel entombed. "Boss!" A voice called, deeper and more powerful than the rest. It took only a second, but Delta was in the boss room, and rounded room looked like a polished, but Delta wondered if it would slowly chip away once people flooded in. "Dungeon feels bad. Master, okay." Fran wondered, and Delta sighed. "Why do we want men's in the dungeon?" she asked, not sure what to expect from Fran. The pig sniffed and oinked in his sleep. Fran was busy jabbing it with his spear, but stopped. The goblin looked over. "For power, to grow in legend dungeon," he said with excitement, and Delta frowned. "But I don't want to kill them. The men's, I mean," she added, and Fran just nodded. Delta waited and Fran stared. "What do you mean, yes?" Delta squawked. Fran jumped and his pig squealed in fright. "Master just needs to delay. Stall men's till full and power, no?" he asked, confused, and Delta just stared. "Fran, are you saying that I get mana from things just being in my dungeon?" She repeated, and Fran nodded with enthusiasm. "Men's give good mana. Some dungeons have inns in middle to keep mana coming. Hob and Gob tell me stories. They heard from Chaman," he added. Delta sat down heavily. "I don't need to aim to kill. I just need to make them have an adventure. Do I need to loot block them long enough to leech out the mana from them? I don't have to be a murder hobo dungeon. Delta demanded with joy. He seemed to have a good idea where she was. The other mobs just looked up. Delta wanted to hug the little green deadly pig rider. She then noticed something about the room. "Fran, why is there no mushrooms in here?" She asked lightly, and Fran looked around and his pig snored lightly. "Bacon sees them and gets hungry," he shrugged. Delta loved bacon. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Innocence and Gobs. Gob picked up another room as they wandered the forest, a few more sticky flowers and a few branches in his arms. Master Delta needed more rooms. Her dungeon was becoming filled with them, and that had to mean that she loved them that much. Except in her special room, Gob understood, the Orby room that looked impressive. Maybe it could do with some paint or a sheep's skins on the wall, but Gob was not one to suggest silly things to the master. Gob dreamed of a giant mushroom holding the master's orb. Such roomness! Gob sighed, his tusks making a squat face look delighted. A branch broke and Gob turned, branch in hand, and he snarled at his brother, Hop coming running, with a large rock in hand. They paused as a little man stared at them. A long hair and puffy fur it wore made a man-child look like some lamb. Hob hesitated and then looked at Gob for guidance. "Man see us," he said, clearly unhappy about being snuck up on by the man-child. Hob grunted. "Smash?" He wondered, and then the man-child made a mewing sound and fell back as she tried to turn too fast. Normal Gob culture would dictate that if hungry, man-child was food. If full, it was toy. If this was no longer about Gob ways anymore. A new element existed for them. Delta ways. I don't want to kill people. Delta, the safe protector and the rescuer of him and his brother, did not want the man blood in her name. "No smash, let go. No time for games," Gob reminded, and quickly gathered up more forest bounty. Hob snorted and made a dismissive growl towards the lamb-child. It got up and ran for the break in the trees when the forest ended and the fields began. It stopped and looked back at Gob and gave it one last look before he ran off towards the dungeon. He heard another man calling. Where there was man-childs, there were plenty of mans. One on one, they made the Gobs look weak. To beat a man, a Gob must be clever, quick and ready to die, or at least bring lots of other Gobs. Gob grinned as he ran into the dungeon a few minutes later. To beat a man in a dungeon, a Gob only had to collect rooms. Delta pondered that she kept missing the changes in her menu due to short attention span. She hovered over the boss room, watching with pleasure as Bacon swallowed another mushroom. Her feelings towards these ignorant fungi was quite odd, but Delta just accepted it. Aside from the vile taste, the mushrooms gave her an ample target of focus her anger on, targets that she could actually affect. So, after focusing again, she looked at the new upgrade purchase that she had missed. Upgrade the core room to reflect the status of having a first floor boss, 20 DP. Upgrade the core room to reflect the status of consuming many mushrooms, 20 DP. Only one upgrade from floor 1 can affect the core room. The other option will be locked. Oh no. Whichever choice would Delta be forced to pick? What grand choice would she be forced to give up? Delta smashed the boss upgrade button with a furious scream. Death to the mushrooms, the vile little demons. Delta would only spare her mushies. Fran just shook his head at her voice. Delta felt her face go pink, and she quietly left the room as she had forgotten Fran, as well as her monsters could hear her. The crawl room was grinding and shifting as she approached. It didn't take long to settle into its new decor. A singular earth sphere that held her orb was now replaced with a pillar rising from the ground and another reaching down from the ceiling. The two pillars met at her core and sealed it into place. The orange light glowed slyly, looking like it had been unearthed by the stone platform around it. In the middle of the room had been erected around the pillar as if to worship the orb in some manner. Only 3 steps separated the platform from the soil. On either side of those steps was 2 medium statues of Fran atop of Bacon, holding their spears above the steps like a door arch. One had to cross under. The 2 statues, like mirrors, perfectly similar down to the Delta could see. The details weren't amazing, but it was good enough that Delta had no trouble making out Fran's eyes in the slits of his helmet. The pillars holding her orb had 6 sides on the side facing the stairs. The title, Sir Fran the Big Knight, was carved clearly. It still had left a lot of names on the other 6 sides, more if the top pillar could also be had names, and almost endless amount of names could share the same space on the side. Delta walked slowly around the room, feeling pride grow in her chest. Sure, she didn't know this would be the result, but Fran, the boss room, her new core room. Delta had earned it with the help of her monsters and her own general messing about. There wasn't much in the grand or any scheme of things, but to her this was important. This room symbolized one very important thing to her: progress. Delta slowed and sat down on her new stairs, trying to pretend like she was hugging her knees. Progress meant that she hadn't given up. Delta hadn't sat down and waited for someone to find her and end her. Delta hadn't cried, too scared to do anything, while Hob and Gob never got into contracts. She hadn't stopped trying to, even when the mushrooms made her feel ill. Maybe the room didn't mean progress. Perhaps adventurous. It would be the ultimate progression. The end. But to Delta, she stood and stretched out her arms as if refreshed by the room. It showed how brave she had been, how silly this all was in the end. That wasn't important to hold on to. Delta saw how easily she could lose herself. Delta, the Dungeon Core, had become Dungeon Core Delta. The same words, different girl. It was almost intoxicatingly wonderful to create and expand, but Delta looked at her orb and inhaled. Progress for progression's sake was pointless. This all had to mean something to her. Or she could go mad, or crazy, or turn into some machine that saw little kids barely into the teens walking bags of mana. Delta walked out of the room, determined to see what else she could do. Determined to ask why to each and everything that she built, mutated, grew, forged, unearthed, summoned, and designed. Because she would take a hammer to her own core before a kid was reduced to walking mana batteries in her eyes. Delta felt the mana roll and barely even choked up as Hob and Gob returned with more branches, berries, and mushrooms. She really needed a glass of water or something. Delta blinked and then an idea appeared. Water. But she had no buckets. Wait. She had wood and stone. Why doesn't she have a bucket design? Delta opened her menu, and her menu beat her to it. Wooden bucket has been added to the item menu as a quick design. 3 mana. Delta closed her eyes and counted to 10 and gave up at 5. Are you telling me I can make things if I know them? She tried to throttle the menu and it vanished with an alarming ding. Stone spoon, Delta yelled. Spoon being added to wooden clogs. Wooden clogs being added to wooden sword. Child's toy has been added. Chair. Wooden chair has been added. Stone goblin figurine. Stone goblin figurine. Delta twitched when she opened her eyes. She was laying on the ground. Something throbbed, and Delta assumed that it was the leaky remains of her brain after her menu seemed to have a nervous breakdown. Ow! She groaned, and Hob yelped as she spoke next to his snoozing form. Delta made a very subtle mental note not to rush the system that governed her existence, to the point that it was needed a glass of wine before its husband came home. Delta rose to her feet and saw her mana growing from 12 to 24. A decent amount. Delta grumbled as she moved down the tunnel. It was time to do something that she was somewhat dreading. This whole, discovering how things worked that she went was nice, but it left her suspicious of everything. So just before entering the lair, Delta flicked her hand to the side tunnel of the room, dug itself out of the dark space inside waiting to be used. Delta felt a little sick, but she spent some time on her large pool of 73 DP to fill the room. She filled it with mushrooms, a whole grove of them. Mushroom Grove has been built. Gut rot mushroom automatically added. Special features unlocked when inside this room. Due to Sir Fran, the grove gains honorary boar as an elite guardian. What? But the menu said that it was decorative, just something to look at. Delta frowned as another menu opened. Due to a variant of mushrooms heartily enjoyed by the core, potent mushrooms have elevated this room to a functional room. She could swear her eye twitched. The room began to smell of dampness, the walls looking like a runny as the soil became a mulch and moist. The small pond at the center was a bit rank. Then, one by one, as if summoned by some hellish devil, mushrooms sprouted out of the soil. All those gut-rid ones. Delta backed away from the room and seemed to stretch again, space promptly washing its hands of the room. The dampness gave away as a boar, smaller than bacon but mean-looking, prowled past. A few of the mushrooms tangled up in his matted fur. Delta flicked through the menus until she found a special menu for this room. Mushrooms, produce, develop. This wasn't the grandest of menus. She opened up the produce one. Gutroot mushrooms, 10 mana. Delta felt hatred burn in her stomach. It cost 10 mana to produce these frigging things, but she only got one in return when she bit the bullet and ate one. Delta closed the menu and paced as she angrily sniffed and snorted like the new boar in the room. After a moment, she opened the second option. Mushroom development. Develop edible mushrooms with better taste, 5 DP. Develop mushrooms with a weak hallucinogenic properties, 7 DP. Develop mushrooms that glows in the dark, 3 DP. Develop mushrooms with deadlier poison, 50 DP. Delta pursed her lips. More mushrooms, more mushrooms. She opened her mouth and then closed it at the thought of her mushy's feelings. If it could hear her. She had a feeling that it wouldn't be able to enjoy these nice-sounding edible mushrooms since she was the one making them. Or would she? Something chimed in her manner and rose by 2. Oh, a day had passed. Maybe her nap had taken some time away from her. That was concerning. Delta saw that she had 11 mana left. With a quick command, Hob and Gob went out with a new wooden bucket. She held her breath, but the object didn't seem to vanish as it left her dungeon. Yes! She jumped with excitement. Her first loot to leave the dungeon was a bucket. Delta stopped dancing and stared at where her feet should be. Legendary knights and wizards would come from afar to raid her loot, only to get a bucket for their trouble. Delta had a heavy mood settle over her as a mushroom poked through the soil. Delta, the dungeon of mushrooms and buckets, the stuff of legends. Maybe she could add a few mushrooms to the bucket, like a crappy gift basket. No, really. Delta insisted that all adventurers got a free mushroom, or more. Take them all. Delta begged someone. Well, if things got boring, she could mix in the apples and berries. She wasn't sure how valuable the apples were, but it had to be better than the gutroot mushrooms, right? Delta perked up and went off to see her new nameless goblin talking to Fran. Fran was making friends. Good on him. The guild followed her as she soon quickly started to develop some edible mushrooms. What's next? Gourmet mushrooms. Delta snorted and wondered what smuck wanted these rooms, which a quick check on the grove. Delta froze. She expected one mushroom to be forming. The ground in the middle of the room was growing between 7 and 10 mushrooms at once. No. Too many. She waved her hands with a shrill noise as she checked her DP. It still happily said 63 DP after her purchase of the grove and the development room. Did the room actually mean she could make or produce these little monsters in bulk? Then how many more gutroot rooms would she get for 10 mana? Oh, God. Delta felt sick at the thought of mushrooms on every surface of a dungeon. Delta splurged 5 more DP, and a shoddy-looking wooden door appeared, and she used it to seal her nightmares behind 5 planks of wood and a cracked metal door handle. Delta prayed that these tiny hinges would keep the demons back. The new goblin rounded the corner and blinked at the door. "Boss, name's Francois. Fran said I have old name," he said aloud, looking a little nervous. Delta looked at him. Delta felt her mind latch onto the idea as mushrooms inside continued to develop on the other side of the door. In her heart, she agreed to Francois, but in her cold, mushroom-hating, calculating mind, she called him a second name. Delta's homegrown food taster. "Francois," she sang, and the goblin showed a surprising intelligence as he ran away as fast as he could, but Delta just beamed. She was very ground that he walked on. She knew all the dead ends. If she could make someone else take over the mushroom-eating duty, she'd gladly been seen evil witch by her little gobs. "But, Mama, I saw them, the little green men with big teeth," the girl whined. Quis waited for his poached Sunburg eggs to be cooked by the barman. Nubs was a greasy man, but it wasn't a bad quality. He seemed to slide between people and move away from caring about people's problems like a man who was secretly trained by the river scale eels. Quis envied the skill of the girl's voice rose higher in the pub. People wolfed down gamey meat and a shimmering steamy fish. They were collecting those bad mushrooms and branches. They saw me. She said with another sigh, "Goblins eat little girls. No goblin saw you, or they would be in his belly." The mother chided. Harsh, but true. The girl had a fighter spirit in her, however, and refused to back down. They said that they had no time for games and ran off. She added, and Chris chewed that over, and his egg arrived. Cooked a little extra, just the way he liked it. What made goblins not eat a girl and not torment her? Orders. Orders meant a war chief in the making. Chris frowned. His old peacekeeper booklet had a quick page on signs to look out for when chiefs rose in power. People begin to go missing. Goblins act strangely. They become quieter. Chris chewed in his eggs. He chewed them with a scowl. This was beginning to sound like actual work. Chris Fire Smasher stood. He shrugged on his wizard name like an old coat. The name was made from the ancient ritual of picking two words out of a magical hat at the same time. He considered himself lucky after Boda, Lady Whipper, or Samuel Rainbow Dream. He dared not dwell on the rare person who got 3 names. Solomon, Leaky Darkness Hole, you were never forgotten. Chris admitted, but you were never mentioned in public. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 8. What wicked web we weave. Dalta watched Francois gulp down another cream-coloured mushroom. He looked to be rather enjoying it. The mushroom had taken a little over an hour to develop, but when it finished, a little kitchen timer in Dalta's head went off. It was cute, the noise, but Dalta suspected that she was being made fun of. It was also concerning for later, the noise in her head when multiple developments would be finishing. Alarming. Francois looked puzzled at her snickering. Shame quickly filling her after the pun spurred her own recheck of the menu. Crunchy mushroom, 3 mana. A slightly odd mushroom, while not at all that good, can provide some nutrition, leaves an aftertaste that lingers. These mushrooms were just pale and featureless, unlike Gutrot, which were evil. These mushrooms seemed to make her little goblin happy as he chewed. Delta made a face as Francois smacked his little face. Though that might be due to more of the simple-mindedness of the goblin mind than a refined palate. Leaving the goblin to eat the rest of her harvest, Delta went to ponder what her dungeon had and didn't have. Gob and Hob still hadn't returned with the water, and she hoped that they were all right. Sure, they were her only means of collecting resources and cheating the system, but Delta was more concerned about them just coming back. The brothers seemed, Delta shook her head, that there was no denying it. Hob and Gob were important to her in a way that if they decided to never leave the dungeon again, Delta would provide for them, regardless. She cared for the little guys. It wasn't something that she felt shame or annoyance over. The Gobs had asked for nothing and saved Delta from a very tedious start to her new life, providing something to look forward to each time that they left and returned to tell her stories and fetched quests. It was such a normal act that the greeting of a friend to talk that followed that she felt more than a little grateful towards them. Shaking her head for such thoughts, Delta decided to do what she did best to pass the time. Mess with the menu and hope for the best. With only 4 mana, there wasn't much that she could do. The mushroom grove had proven more than its weight in cost. Way to develop less poisonous mushrooms and maybe some more interesting strains. What other options did her less interesting purchases hide? Her fingers hovered over the spiders and bats. Delta held her finger down. Common spider. Simple black spider creates 5 spiders per summon. These little hand-sized creatures can add atmosphere and some free decorations to your dungeons. As a basic creature, they cannot evolve unless some unique element or being is absorbed by the dungeon. Common bat. A simple brown bat creates 2 bats per summoning. The average size of the bat hangs about your dungeon to give out atmosphere and freak out the most easily startled of adventurers. As the basic creatures, they cannot evolve unless some unique element or being is absorbed by the dungeon. Basic creatures was a new item. Delta felt like some cliché popular girl as she read them aloud. Such a basic spider, she said to herself and then snorted. Delta paced the hallway, nodding to Mushy as she passed. A basic creatures were classification between monster and decoration. Not really what you wanted to protect the core, or something to create a dungeon that might be able to use some excess mana to make their dungeon look more, spooky. It seemed that a little waste, but Delta had learned her lesson after the upteenth time since waking up, dismissing nothing. Everything was permitted. The lion made sense in her head, so Delta tried to imagine the use of these basic creatures. Could spiders make some webs to slow people down? Then the bats could scare people? So, just like what her menu said that they would do, Delta mumbled as she turned and walked back down the hall. The pacing was great. Pacing let her feel like she was some CEO of a Dungeon Inc. Mr. Cyclops, fetch me 10 a.m. readings. Dear Satan, Mr. Werewolf, have you seen these figures? Our goblins are doing a protest. They want 3 more mushrooms a month. Delta mimed, throwing papers in the air. Laughing to herself until she calmed down, Delta sighed and tried to imagine taking any of this seriously, to the point that she got upset over spiders and bats. Delta didn't have the time to be so asinine over the details. She'd get things done when she got them done. That was when Hob and Gob returned, carrying a bucket that sloshed and split as with the liquid on the ground. Delta raced towards them like a kid who had been waiting all day for someone to bring her presents for Christmas. Gob poured the water on the dungeon floor, and Hob dropped some shiny rocks and pebbles. The water soaked in and the soil dried instantly, and the water was turned into mana and DP. Common water absorbed, algae absorbed, pebbles absorbed. Water themes unlocked a menu. Delta grinned. You did awesome, guys. She praised, and her mana jumped from 4 to 26. That water was pretty good for the mana refill. The DP was now sitting at 85, and Delta was starting to feel like a hoarder. Hob and Gob, best gobs. Hob boasted, and Gob enthusiastically backing him up with nodding. Delta let them go and was about to turn with a small cheer before another menu popped up. Mushroom Grove will now develop all mushrooms at faster rate for 1 less DP across all options due to water element. Delta waved the menu away. Away, demon, away with you, she hissed, and flicked, and a new pop-up took its place. Goblins upgrade unlocked. All Tier 1 goblins can now be summoned with a bag of rocks to throw at the targets, 5 DP. Now that's what I like, Delta cheered and shrugged, purchasing the upgrade to spend it on something. She zoomed over to Hob and Gob to see that the bag appeared to the sides. It bulged with both the Gobs looking inside. Rocks? Gob asked, and Hob grinned. Rocks, he cheered, and he threw one at the bushy in the tunnel. Delta gasped as the mushroom snarled, more filled with green liquid. Both goblins ran screaming as bits of sick-looking spit hit the walls and splattered down. Well, Delta never accused them of being smart. It was pretty nice, however, that the basic goblin upgrade extended to her contracted monsters. She had a feeling that she was not truly catching on to the potential of the contracted monsters yet. Aside from being able to leave the dungeon, there had to be something else. Delta would have to keep waging a war with the menus to tease out its secrets. A quick look at her menu showed her a few things. Pond room, a room with a medium pond where fishing can take place, 10 DP. That was neat, except for strapping wooden fake shark fins onto her goblins. Delta had no fish for the people to fish for. Still, options never hurt until they trapped her in a spiraling trap of unable to choose what to purchase. But for now, she was rich in DP. Delta rubbed her hands as she saw the new tab unlocked in the menu. Research menu. Irrigation. Study how to use water more efficiently to reduce the costs of crops when requiring water. 10 DP. Basic wooden equipment. Being able to create weapons and basic armor of wood for loot drops and contracted monsters able to use weapons. 5 DP. Basic stone equipment. Being able to create weapons of basic armor of stone for loot drops or for contracted monsters to be able to use weapons. Research was a word that smart people messed about with, Delta knew. As a modest shut-in, that research meant that part of the game where you were able to take old, boring units or buildings and make them into somewhat still relevant pieces in the later game, or take early parts of the game and using it to stay alive. A grove might be able to produce more for less, for example. Delta pursed her lips. She thought came down to how she reduced the cost of a room. A whopping 20 mana was still a bank drainer at this point. Core improvement, mana generator. She asked aloud. Her menu didn't respond in any fashion. Yeah, figured that would be too easy. She agreed amiably. Delta didn't begrudge the system for not letting her take such an easy route. Delta had the tools to carve herself a way to sustain herself in her monsters. And it was just before her eyes in some fashion that Delta was in no rush to do something stupid when there was no direct danger yet. Instead, she decided to fill her dungeon with spiders. Delta would later regret this decision on many levels. Looking at her mental map, Delta decided that she needed to mix things up once she had more mana. A new tunnel and another room. For now, she created a room that connected to the first tunnel in the dungeon. It hollowed out, and Delta took a small walkabout, admiring the almost perfectionist level of soil removal. She then flexed her fingers. She purchased the spiders with 5 DP, and 5 of them things scuttled out of the hole in the middle of the room. The first thing that happened was that Delta vacated the room without a word. Perhaps it was a new life or a stolen slew of memories, the excitement of her new powers, but the fact that Delta did not like spiders seemed to have escaped her. She peered into the room, and the spiders sort of just moved around in interest in some of the new space. Maybe this wasn't so bad. They almost looked cute. One of them turned towards her, and Delta fled. 8 eyes of death and nightmare stared into the Corey's soul. Delta knew that she should have started with bats, but the idea had just gripped her. With a very big shout, she ordered the spiders to begin to nest. It was the worst thing that she had ever suggested since the phrase Mushroom Grove had left her mouth. One by one, the spiders began to web around the corners of the room and danced threateningly at each other as they fought for space, the silky white threads quickly growing as the spiders didn't catch any food. Delta tried to project a command to the spiders not to web in the middle of the room, leaving 2 parts of the walls bare of web. It was all part of her cunning plan. Delta felt pride rise up, but it was quickly sent running as the spider poked out of his room to see where the crackling was coming from. The eyes. Delta wilted and fled. One day, Delta would make a monster that didn't want to make her cry. Maybe something fluffy. Delta would regret that thought on all levels. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 9. Quissing the Dungeon. Well, it wasn't a war chief. Quiss eyed the hole set into the side of the large clearing. The sign tacked on top of the entrance was clear and intent. Quiss rolled his tongue along, digging out the egg from beneath his 2 teeth. Normally, a dungeon usually did its best to lure people in the byways of warmth, alluring entrances, woman's laughter, a flash of gold. Things that might have the average man enticed. Quiss had never quite heard of a dungeon telling people to piss off. Then again, that would be clever. Nothing made a man, a little drunk after a long day, angry like an inanimate object telling them to keep out. Seldom did men being told what to do by innocent objects in Quiss's questionable education that he found that the dungeon was unusually one thing: trouble. Well, it was being unfair. The riches of the hill grass around him, the blooming flowers hiding it just out of sight in the underbrush. It was screeching noises and animals trying to bed one another, usually in a dangerous fashion, and even the clear babbling noises of the nearby rivers sounded out. Dungeons were good for the land. It was akin to a blackout that sucked up the crappy mana and the object that leaked out a much better mana over time. Like a strict husband or wife that took in a lout of a man out of the gutter, bedded him, wed him, and cleaned up his act. Perhaps that was what Quiss's own personal perfect logical thoughts on marriage shining through again. But he dismissed that thought before he shot the happy singing bird not far off. Dungeons also had a high mortality rate. Quiss didn't even find it funny anymore. Idiots waited in lines for months for a turn in the slimy dungeon, and instead of training, they would sleep and gamble away the grandfather's rusty set of mithril armor that definitely would have saved their lives. Quiss honestly found the dungeon culture to be a bit of a mess. Valruan had a handful of things. A great city had been built around one once and then and promptly collapsed as they failed to take into account that such things as trade routes, seasonal changes, general meaning of what it would take to keep a city running, or for random chance loot drops and chests that may or may not kill you. Last he heard, the city had decided to downgrade to a heroic villa for adventurers to spend the day in a spa before heading off to strike mediocre riches or die from the slime that looked like a mundane slime but was actually a royal jenny. Common mistake, not one people, often made twice. His research into the deepest, darkest tombs and scrolls that had revealed the way to discern the way to tell the difference. The royal jelly had a tiny crown and oozed with elegance. Quist turned and, without much hurry, walked back to the village. He needed to call a town meeting that meant waking up Haldi. Quist's features soured to the point that he felt ill. Why did he have to wake Haldi? He sighed as he patted his navy jacket. Peacekeeper duties at their finest. He briefly entertained the idea of letting the dungeon be and ignore it until problems cropped up. But it sounded like it had already eaten one hunting party and a farmer, and maybe a pig. Those were problems. Quist rolled his tongue again, and his eyes on the forest at the far side. The thought came into his head despite his protests. The monsters in the forest would be drawn to this area. Goblins, unreasonably large spiders, lizard people who decided to kill other people, and angry bushes. Quist hoped that the bushes stayed in the forest. He'd rather not fight them again. His allergies acted up in the worst of times when he had to casting his spells. A fireball was not meant to defy the natural order like it did the last time when he sneezed mid-cast and burned a goblin into a duck. The room of webs was coming along nicely. Delta zipped in and zipped back out, doing the dance when she thought some web had pierced reality and touched her ghostly self. She rubbed her face, the area feeling itchy, and there was an oddly wavy line with one could traverse without getting a thick webs in the face, but even to her eyes, it took an aerial view to see it clearly. The adventurers could burn it all, but Delta had planned for that. In the middle of the room was something that she hoped would stall the idea of fire. Delta cackled as she suggested the idea of her powers, and it came back positive. The berry could indeed germinate into a berry bush, and it seemed with some additional mana cost, she could just pick up and skip the growth stage. The only off thing was that the bush came without berries. Healthy berry bush, a bush that can grow healthy berries over time. Cost 10 mana. Sure, it was costly, but in the midst of the entire white web, the shimmering shape of the green and royal red berries would entice the adventurers. Delta definitely was proud of her little challenge room. Her face was wide with a pleased look, especially since she wanted to make the spider room unavoidable as she messed the dungeon up. Hob and Gob went back out with a bucket, and Delta asked them to go back to the river and find her some fish. She would have made them some bags or a fishing pole, but she lacked some of the materials. Despite the fact that her spiders could make the web, her dungeon didn't register her to have ability to make a fishing rod. Or did video games lie to her? Delta perished the thought and hummed cheerfully down the tunnel as she waited for the delicious manna to return. Still, with nothing to do, she peeked in on the grove and got another development going. She randomly picked a glow in the dark ones and moved on. Wow, she still had 78 DP to spend. How fast was she supposed to be growing? Shrugging, Delta read through the menus, looking for something to catch her eye. Upgrade dungeon dirt walls into wood-reinforced dirt walls 10 DP. Delta looked around and then purchased it, with a small thrill running through her body. And then the dungeon shook. Oh, no. Stop making that noise, she begged as the entire floor shook harder, and the walls began to glow softly like a firework, flashed brightly, as Delta's non-physical eyes go blind. Flipping flops, she cursed, and she rubbed at them. The shaking stopped and Delta blinked blearily at the almost solid-looking dirt that her tunnels now had. Word that planks of wood were across some patches. Every so often the dirt was oddly angled and pieces of lumber had nailed to support beams, never straight and never fully hiding the dirt behind it. The tunnels were also a little roomier. Delta felt off like someone had just added an extra ear to the one side of her head. She tried to pace up at the space and made her confused. This was a little annoying. Her depth and spatial awareness were now shot to fudge. She paced and tried to ignore the extra foot and a half with the tunnels that I now had. Delta paced, trying to find her stride, forgetting to purchase anything else for a while. "Haldy," Quiz called into the deep darkness. The yawning abyss of the doorway before Quiz beckoned him closer, like a snake with a hypnotic rattle. Quiz refused to parley with the darkness, ignoring it like the ex-lover that had spilt wine on his favorite Mad Magician's Monthly and expected him to hurry up and get over it. Well, sadly for the darkness, Quiz's Fire Smasher held grudges like a pro mage, often with no reason and often lasting until the grave took him, and even then he would come back as a ghost just to spite them. It was just the small things. "Haldy," he yelled, and the air trembled as the being inside shifted. People on the street behind him grabbed the young or old and hurried away. Quiz yearned for one of them to take his hand and hurry away with him. No one did, and Quiz chalked that up to another reason to dislike people. The master of this terrible place approached the sunlight, and it seemed to move equally away from him. "Haldy?" Quiz repeated, and the figure moved closer. "Ah, Quiz, come for another sample," the old man offered with a smile. Quiz ignored the silver dish of various cheese and cocktail sticks, holding them together. The man was a little over eternity. His features ranged from ghastly to nightmarish. His average speed per word was just between glacial and time-stopping. "Haldy, I need to use the bell," Quiz said calmly, ignoring how one of the cheese samples was bubbling. Haldy nodded twice. Quiz was sure the seasons passed by the time that it took Haldy to finish the second nod. The smell of the building wafted out. It wasn't cheese. No, it would be normal for Haldy to be a cheesemaker. No. The smell that leaked out of Haldy's shop seemed like a forgotten space between the second and third layer of the abyss. Out of the 142 layers, the first 20 weren't so bad in terms of dying. So, people just felt mild discomfort when shopping here for cheese in this town. No one talked about it and its implications. No one really cared enough or had enough willpower to face Haldy in a conversation longer than 5 minutes. The one conversation that did last long had been the legendary, and the Archmage had died on the spot, his ghost fleeing for the hills. Haldy had been ruling with the cheese fist from the darkness by accident. He was actually just a very nice man, but Quiz wanted to cry. He was so boring. However, when most men were still presumably in the evolutionary stage of bacteria, Haldy had purchased the oldest church in town. He was the only church in the town with a bell. And the Durance law, the covenant of the pact, overruled by agreement between 3 wizards, was overturned by the barbershop quartet from the Dark Ages. Town meetings could only be forced by the ringing of the church bell, by standard practice still held today. So Haldy nodded and then opened his mouth. "I learned the most interesting about cheese last month. Did you know?" Haldy began, and the stairs at the far end looked blocked off by the cheese crates. They would need to be moved, but something had leaked over them, making them sticky to the touch. Warmed by a basilisk and then fondue can actually leak out of the sweet stick. Haldy went on, and Quiz grew weak. He must hurry before the cheesy abyss took him. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Hole in the Ground. Delta watched as Francois bought a bucket of mushrooms for bacon. Delta grumbled as she flicked through her menus, looking for some way to turn the damn fungi growth off. But she was the dungeon core, and she should have authority to do it. If she could just find out the right screen or option, Delta, having no other options, just kept feeding them to bacon to stop them occupying every little corner and wall. The only place that didn't seem to grow was the spider room, and Delta was not poking around in there to look for any reason why. Hob and Gob would be returning back soon with their bounty. Their last haul had some interesting results, namely that while Delta asked for fish, the goblins had brought back a crayfish. There was something fishy about that, but the goblins didn't seem to see the problem. As far as Delta knew, crayfish didn't live in a forest, ponds, or lakes. Or did they? Delta didn't even know where the nearest water source was. Maybe there was an ocean just over the river bend. To be honest, she knew that our crayfish could fit into a fortune cookie. Or maybe they did via magic now. Delta pondered the idea of crayfish just living wherever they damn well pleased in this world. Terrifying, but power to them. Having a few dissolved in her dungeon gave more than a pleasing result, along with more mana, rocks, and berries. Crayclaw has been unlocked in the monster purchase menu. Crayclaw 10 DP, a large arthropod monster that lives in the water. About the size of the average cat and its right oversized pincher it uses to remove fingers and to tear food apart. Requires water features present in a dungeon to summon. The new monster was always a potential goldmine. She could only get the ability to summon a Crayclaw, and not balls from the pig was a question that she kinda wanted to be answered. But Delta let it go when all that she had the theories and guesses. The water part made sense. Delta could even see how such requirements would not really be asking much. Did you get a crayfish? Great. Now don't be an idiot and scoop up some of the habitats as well. Delta did have a pond room so she could use it if she really wanted the monsters in her dungeon. With a shrug, she flexed her mighty pool of 25 mana. Delta felt that it was time to put her dungeon into working order, and hopefully all that it could take in a hallway and some rearrangements. Delta opened up her map and tried to drag the hallway about. Moving a hallway requires 5 DP. Moving a room requires 10 DP. Delta hummed and juggled the cost around to 87 DP. What if she just wanted to move everything back? No actual cost for shifting her dungeon back. The hallways looked wonky at the corners, however, as they stretched temporarily. Delta assumed that there was a trick and a way to break it over her knee, but she just shrugged and got to work on her new dungeon layout. One tunnel that connected to the spider room from the entrance, and then one tunnel that connected from the spider room to everything else. Then Delta shrugged and pushed everything back. The lone tunnel collapsed, and left only the way to progress into her dungeon was through the spider room. She quickly shifted the confused mushies into the new hallway with the usual cost. Thankfully, it had only been pushed to the erasure of the tunnel by the nature of the system. Her dungeon returned to normal proportions, and Delta waited for the new tunnel to begin to empty itself of soil. Planks of wood formed along the wall, and the dirt became hard-packed. Everything was going swimmingly. Delta felt like a proper dungeon core person, growing, and she even had a good reasons to challenge the weak world to get past the spiders and to stop them from meeting actual dangers. The tunnel stopped, and Delta's mental map began to scream in abject horror. A non-rectangular room appeared, tacked itself onto her map. Delta stumbled as if she fell to her knees, and the space filled the spot of a room. She felt the mana rise and fall in the room became a dungeon. It was some small cave with half of the room submerged in still clear water. Delta stumbled into it and stared at the space that she hadn't created but just claimed. The deep part of the water glowed, and Delta froze as she saw a very familiar white light near the bottom. Another entrance to her dungeon. Hesitating before slapping herself for being silly, Delta walked to the water and examined the small hole, and then seemed to vanish into complete darkness. Some underwater vein that fed off the river, or a sea maybe. Well, at least Delta didn't have to build another pond room for her fishies. Her mana was at 55 and her DP pinged at 132. Delta scrambled to spend the mana before it could slip between her fingers. Her mind didn't offer suggestions, so Delta exploded another tunnel and room into existence as her menu rang with a little jingle. Cave Pond has been discovered, 30 DP spent to claim this room. 45 mana and DP gained from converting elements. White shell absorbed, common whitetail fish absorbed, yellow belly cod absorbed, sand crab absorbed, common water tangles absorbed. Delta's eyes twitched as the bells from the soft, friendly metal band just kept coming and ringing in her head. Mushroom spells and underwater sea caves with too much going on. Delta just wanted to take a nice dungeon layout. Having only 25 mana left, in her mind racing, Delta just stared at the pond. If she could run into a harmless cave, what else waited for her under her very feet? The silly dungeon core dug too deep, she said in a only half-joking voice. Delta waved the thought away when she examined her new items. Oh, she had fishies. Delta had always wanted an aquarium, or at least that's what the missing piece of what she was before being Delta suggested. She opened the menu and found the relevant page. Room upgrade cave pond. Upgrade to spawn and respawn common whitetail fish, 10 DP. Upgrade to spawn and respawn yellow belly cod, 15 DP. Upgrade water to spawn and respawn crayfish, 13 DP. Upgrade water to be purer of freshness, 5 DP. Upgrade pond to spawn and respawn sand crabs, 7 DP. Delta beamed. This has potential. What good adventure cliché would she be if people couldn't fish? Another little jingle sounded out. Lumen mushrooms have finished developing. Cost 2 mana. Delta looked around her cave and decided, just this once, some mushrooms wouldn't be amiss. Delta giggled and ran her finger down the purchase menu, and the menu asked, almost concerned, if she really wanted to buy all the upgrades for this room. Fishing minigame is a go, she commanded, and the menu dinged once and seemed to fade back with shock as the pool room shook as the mana filled the air. A dungeon, the old lady Josie repeated with interest. Quist nodded, and the people gathered with the local library. There was no ancient law requiring that they did so. The library just had the most comfortable seats. Far out of town, a 15-minute walk at best, he explained. As people muttered, the mutterings wasn't anything actually important. People just made those noises because it was a proper thing to do in such meetings. Is it a dungeon like Castrum's? Or the dungeon like Wallop's? Asked the man who ran the pie shop. His pies were good as were his prices. His selection, however, was abysmal. Chicken or fish, and Quist never could really get the man to answer what kind of fish were in the pies. Customs Wallops requires a consent form and a proof of age. Quist reminded them, and a few share of people grinned impishly. People, focus. We don't have all day to act like school children. The actual school children will be released soon, and half of the people here will be on about to go home and feed their spawn, Quist said waspishly, and the people just stared at him. Now, I can confirm with the tracks outside the dungeon that some logical leaps that may be faulty to the court of law, that this dungeon may have already consumed 1 farmer, 3 men hunting goblins, and a pig. As always, we must refer to our most logical and wisest elders in these times to suggest how we proceed. Quist nodded at old lady Josie. The empty chair where Haldy should have been, and a man who was snoring. Haldy must have gotten stuck in his shop wrangling an ornery cheese. Quist had no idea how a level 5 lawman's locking spell had ended up on the man's door exactly as Quist had left the building, but Quist promised to look into the incident if Haldy tried to leave before the meeting was done. Can we tax it? Josie asked with narrowed eyes. People mumbled appropriately. Quist shook his head. Due to the growth of ancient laws, dungeons are non-taxable. A man with the narrow glasses threw in. Quist agreed and ignored how the man was too pale to be healthy. Poor Von hadn't had so much as a banker of durance, and he sort of sat around recounting some gold coins that came in and left each and every day. The snoring man snorted and blinked. Huh? What you want? He asked rudely, and then his eyes stopped again, but Quist managed to jostle the man's chair to make him stay awake. Dungeon, sell it to the Fair Play Company. Everyone does. He grumbled and went back to sleep. Elder Pick was not one for people, speaking, or effort, or generally doing anything. Quist aspired to follow this man's steps one day. As Haldy isn't present, Quist began, and people seemed to send a thankful prayer above at this bit of news. I will speak on his behalf. I feel that we should at least see what classification of dungeon that we have on our hands. I spotted goblins, but that doesn't tell us much. Before we even begin to think of letting the kingdom know about this, we should confirm what we can and then decide on what we should do with the information. Otherwise, we could be giving away a potential moneymaker, and if we had more money in this town, we could hire more peacekeepers, and I could stop worrying so much about this town. Quist smiled politely as people looked like they might agree. Old Lady Josie hummed. A town with a dungeon has been in fashion for the last 300 years. I would love to finally be on that trend. Tell my hellspawn sister she can shove that insect dungeon up her. So, as we all know, or should know, but I don't have much faith in this community education system. Dungeons come in many flavors. We don't have too much in the way of records and other countries' dungeons. How we class this dungeon is important. Monster types would be easy. Goblins only would be in this goblin dungeon. There is only about 15 of them in the world, so I hope that this dungeon has aspired to be a little better than them, Quiz said with a wistful sigh. What about the item drops? A younger man that reminded Quiz of a dog that has had its face smashed by the crush spell and then dropped off a cliff, added an insult. Another way to class them, yes. If all monster drops crystals and herbs or spellbooks, they could be classed as loot dungeons. We won't know until we go check, and unless the dungeon has some odd entry requirements, like Hulika's dungeon. Quiz trailed off, and the room went silent, a little quiet. Well, at least one way of knowing if the purity rings that they make their kids wear is working or not. A woman smirked, looking far too comfy in her fur-lined coat with a long knife attached to her leg. Really, don't you have a cute rabbit to go gut? Quiz asked stiffly, and the woman yawned, showing off a tight muscle in her arms and the collection of scars. Quiz, don't you have some child's birthday party to piss on with your sour mood? She fired back casually. Ruli was the closest thing to the town that had for a resident active monster hunter and jerk, and Ruli excelled in both with minimal effort. Quiz disliked her for many reasons. Shoving a fire crystal into his pants was one, scaring him mid-spell while casting was another. Ruli most likely disliked him for making all of her weapons flop like props in some play, setting her hair on fire and making her prey turn into ducks near the end of a hunt. Which is why they ended up hanging out together to drink and complain about everything together and annoy each other. It was the most stimulating thing Quiz could get out of this town most of the time. So, I'll skip the pussyfooting around. That you like to do. Want to go dungeon spelunking? Ruli asked, teeth like fangs. Quiz gave a large sigh, and old Lady Josie nodded in agreement. You two can go. Anyone else here just doesn't have the time to adventure. The woman smiled tightly. What? Would that ruin your afternoon of complaining about fences and walking the same 6 streets over and over, while we all pretend that we aren't all going to all snap one day and have a steak burning of the most annoying people in this town? Rudy asked innocently, and Quiz agreed, but watched silently as old Lady Josie stood. A little bit of power crept into the woman's form, and the wolfbane of Durance stood before them for a moment. A being that could cut them down and make the small talk at the same time. The legend was gone, and old Lady Josie just smiled. I have pies to bake, she said with a calm tone, and Ruli nodded. Pies? Important, she agreed, and lifted Quiz with one hand as she quickly exited the building. Come on, fire dancer, we're going on a quest, she said with wide eyes. Quiz just scowled at the wrong name and wondered how on earth Rudy kept annoying the town where most of the retired people shuffling about could break them with a finger. Haldi was nice, but he was also a wanted for 43 different provinces for his deeds as cheese alone. Just because no one was brave enough to follow him here didn't mean Quiz wanted to see what would happen when the man was mildly disgruntled. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 11, Fishing for Compliments. Fish was a basic creature. Delta watched flat on her back in the small bottom of the lake as fish swam above her, the lumen mushrooms growing softly on the ceiling like blurry stars. Delta really liked this room, spending 4 mana to populate the room with lumen mushrooms, while the once dark room now had a soft ambience that Delta wished that she could claim that she had planned. Able to see the dark shadows of the elegant fish, larger ones, and a few crayfish move about, seeing them mimicking normal crayfish habits, like taking fake snaps at each other, made Delta feel true peace for a brief moment. Her creatures did not need to eat. In a world where one did not starve, life became playful. Delta knew that there was some deep thing that she could say, but she decided that she was already deep into the pond as it was, at the bottom of it, in fact. Really, she should have been studying her menus to target her upgrades, plan the next purchase, aim for the next unlock, grind those numbers, and then what? Delta didn't care about any of those things at the moment. She was just wanted to enjoy the creation that she had brought about. Why rush off and make something else when she hadn't even seen enough of what she had done right here? The fish swam past Delta's, held out her hand near it. The fish, a little bit of resistance as it passed through. She couldn't touch her creations yet, but she liked to think that they would enjoy it if she could. As pure, logical thought, the pond would draw explorers to fish and stall in her dungeon. They would be fishing, and over a certain period of time, the pond would naturally fill its taken quarry. It would result in mana farming. As someone who wasn't a machine that crunched numbers and didn't see everything as a way to make her dungeon into some hyper-productive factory, Delta freely admitted she just really wanted a pond with fish in it. There was no real ulterior motive behind the act on Delta's side. She walked back to the beach. Part of her knew that she had to add a few more crawlers eventually, but decided to let the space exist peacefully for now. Besides, she had a whole new room to have fun with. Stuff cost mana, and Delta had an idea that she wanted to try. The plans came together like a crayon drawing in her head, but her powers did not protest. The room needed to change a little for it to work, however. "How do I lower the floor?" she muttered, hoping the question would be answered for her. Her prayers were answered as a menu appeared. Editing the room size will cost DP. Lowering the floor to a meter would be 1 DP. Basic room cannot exceed construction sizes by more than 5 meters in any direction until further upgrades are found. "Oh, thank you," Delta said, and the menu vanished without a word. Opening her map, she tapped on the room and held it. The menu appeared to focus on the room. Room customization. Size adjustment 1 meter, 1 DP. Add room feature, grove 1 of 1, pond 1 of 1, layer 1 of 1, boss room 1 of 1. Add room reset function for added traps of weak quality. 1 trap per room currently, 10 DP. Delta swallowed. That was a lot of numbers, and she reread it again to sort of got most of it. A special room could be inserted if they didn't exceed her limits of her room, could have a special trap that might reset per use instead of a time limit. Delta inhaled and shrugged. She would just have to do her 3 Ps later. Progress, purchase, and pace. She lowered the floor by 2 meters and then spoke aloud. Mud. Mud has been added to the construction menu. "I don't know. I kind of like the balls it has," Ruli commented as she read the warning above the door. Quiz sighed it slightly, sloping down the path into the slightly larger tunnel opening than he expected. "Well, don't speak too loudly. We don't know what will set off this dungeon. One wrong comment and we might be facing down a horde of who knows what," Quiz reminded, and Ruli pulled out her knife. "Quiz, I know how to keep my yap shut inside of a dungeon, unless we're already on dungeon ground and this entrance is a forked trap. I think that I'm safe. Once we're in, we use the 1 to 2 words max and use gestures as best we can. Every second we're inside, we learn about the dungeon, but it also learns from us. I don't want some monster learning that we're getting curious about it. I also don't want some innocent boulder core being scared because we're yelling about a dungeon cause and murdered villagers," Ruli said as she cleaned the blade, despite the fact that the blade was cleaner than some medical tools Quiz had seen in his time. "I forgot that you were part of a circus troupe of adventurers, the Bird Feathers, or some such," Quiz said distractedly, knowing full well the name of her ex-group. "The Hawk Claws," she said with a snap, making her dark face turn ugly with a snarl. Quiz didn't think about the attractiveness of Ruli's face or such. He just decided that she was uglier with a snarl. "Right, them. You're right, of course. We could be unlucky and strike one of the forbidden dungeons." Quiz grimaced, and Ruli actually recalled slightly. Forbidden dungeons were a special type of dungeons that Quiz had only seen twice in his journeys. Plague dungeons and abomination dungeons. "I forgot. Is undead still on or off the list?" Ruli asked lightly, and Quiz jumped at the chance to distract himself from thoughts that he was having, and also to feel smarter than Ruli at the same time. "No, they're legal again. The Dark Church of Eurethian petitioned and managed to remind the people that the Church of Light and the Gods can have unbiased dungeons, then so should they, since the Dark Churches does not force their believers onto the Angel Spirit Nature dungeons, and should be respected in the same manner," Quiz recalled. Undead were always an easy topic to play with. A plague dungeon used viruses and plagues as a main method of killing people. The problem was that it was not content to sit and wait for victims to usually ended up wiping out towns off the map in its haste to grow. All it took was one idiot to come out with the spores in his lungs, and then the kingdom was gone in a week. Abomination dungeons were broken. They started out just fine in some manner, and then either through someone taking the core or cracking in some manner, or the core losing control of its senses, the dungeon became a hole of amalgamations of monsters. The mana went in, but no mana came out. People who went in often came out gibbering madmen, or so broken that death was a mercy. If one was found, then one was eradicated, and the land under it was eradicated. The people who had interacted with it were treated as the most gentle manner possible before their brains just gave up. Quiz saw one being removed. The saint had called down the wrath of his god, like an angry fist from the heavens. The hole in the ground screamed and leaked the vilest things that he had ever seen. People had just been spliced with things and left partially unformed and mentally undone. People had just stopped being human. Seeing his pain exploded over his face as Rudy lowered her fist and face hard. "We don't know," she said softly, and her eyes softened a touch. Pity, and that brought Quiz back to reality faster than anything. "Really, did shaking me escape your boorish brain?" He grunted as he ignored the glint of relief in Rudy's eyes before she snorted and stalked down into the dungeon. "I shook your world once, never again." She cackled, and once Quiz narrowed his eyes. He had a perfect shot at her hair. One little fireball and she'd leave him alone for a week before trying to gut him in the street when enough of it grew back. Quiz followed her down into the dungeon, chanting the spell for butterflies, just in case the temptation grew too much. The room was almost finished. The mud had taken a little over 15 minutes to fill up to her liking, leaving her with 10. Hobgob should be back, but she wasn't worried. Delta had asked them to go a little further than normal to see what they could find. So, with the last 10 mana, she made around 10 wooden platforms in a spread-out pattern one would have to jump on to get from one side to the other. 4 of them were not big logs like the other 3, but small floating pieces of wood that if jumped on would instantly sink and send the jumper into the muddy pit. Dangerous? No. Challenging, humiliating, and potentially time-wasting? Yes. Delta was proud of her work, so proud that she was suddenly scared her hubris would be done something to strike out at her, as well as the menus closed down and the dungeon took on the feeling that she had never felt before. Life, that she had no insight into, had just walked into her dungeon. Delta was alerted to the fact that her monsters feel it too, but Delta could see it with just a "something is here" feeling, and then the feedback Delta got. She moved to the entrance and froze as a woman in furs and a dark skin and a wicked-looking knife entered, followed by a man in his 30s with a perpetual scowl. His long blue jacket, blonde hair, and beard made him look rugged. His eyes held a depth that made Delta feel shy about staring into them for too long. The woman looked more honest, and Delta liked her eyes, a dark, simmering red. Red eyes were cliched and often meant evil, but Delta had a feeling that this perhaps was more of a humans might have slept with something that they shouldn't have way back in the day situation, and odd-colored hair or eyes might be common here. Though, if one's hair color began to change when one was powering up, Delta was done. She'd sleep with the fishies until her DP hit the max and she'd open up a wormhole to get out. "Feeling?" the man asked and the woman grunted. "Norm, moving," she said, and she headed down the tunnel. She was going to the spider room. Delta flailed on the spot. People were in a dungeon. People. Walking, talking, smart, real, not goblins. Delta followed as they began to turn the corner, almost tripping over a gut-root room in her haste. "Mushrooms," the man said, and the woman paused. "Gut rot. Kill the man in a day if you eat them," she warned and kept moving. Delta froze. Kill a man? These freaking mushrooms are man-killers. Delta had been forced herself to eat the murderous mushrooms. "Slow webs," the woman pointed out, and the man snorted. Yes, I can see the huge swath of white web ahead, he replied, and the woman scowled in response. I'll push you into them. Don't tempt me, she warned, and moved closely into the maze. Her berry bush laid at the center, but Delta watched as they held their breath and the hunter woman took a look around. Excitement filled her. Could this first challenger traverse the sticky maze? Delta almost screamed as the woman just examined the web, not moving as her eyes flicked to the spiders that had fled. Top quality here, she muttered, and Delta's excitement turned to confusion as the knife in the woman's hand held a slight red edge. The woman cut down the web in front of her with a slight hiss, and it fell to the ground. Folding in on itself, the woman hacked away at the sides, holding it up. She took out a backpack and began to roll up the web into the small sticky bundle. Delta was numb. Rudy, really? The man asked in exasperation, and the woman began to cut down another section. 'Cause this stuff can make nets, good fabrics, makeshift bandages, and all kinds of magic stuff. The fact that you aren't wizarding a chunk of it for yourself is just sad, she accused. Delta felt faint as she just looked at her ruined maze. Her plans gone in the woman's satchel. The man eyed the bush at the center. Want some berries? He mocked, and Rudy snorted. Mana-rich berries are too sweet for me, she inclined. The man, Quiz, popped a few into his mouth. They could be deadly, Rudy said without much concern, and Quiz smiled. He patted an amulet on his cufflinks. A mage cart is always prepared, he said simply. Delta eyed them and saw two tiny glowing symbols, or was the symbol made of other symbols? The longer she looked, the more her head hurt. So mushrooms and webs. We could have a nature dungeon on our hands, Quiz said, and Rudy cut down more webs. Each cut was a blow to Delta's pride. Useful, rare game to hunt, and plenty of herbs that can bring a man back to death or worse, a hangover. Rudy agreed, and Delta felt a pink blush crawl up her neck. She didn't have rare herbs. She had... The hell in all of its layers is that? Rudy asked as one of her mushies flexed into the darkness. Rudy's eyes seemed to have no trouble spotting it. Delta was sure that it was cheating on some level, unless it was a mixed racial trait. Then Delta could only follow them with a drag to walk. Delta felt like she was failing all the dungeon tests so far. What do you see? Quiz wondered, and his body rested casually, with his belt where his holster rested. More fire guns. Just what are her mushies needed? It looks like a mandrake had a baby with a fungal creeper, Rudy said bluntly, and Quiz paused. Is it dangerous? He asked, and Rudy took aim with a knife. It glowed with the edge, but the glowing light of the blade only did one thing. It gave her mushi a target. It gargled and fired, and Rudy bent down, but Quiz didn't seem to share his knife vision, and got hit square in the chest, full of the splash of Mushi's best. He cursed and stumbled back as Rudy threw her knife in the unwavering hand. Her poor Mushy gagged as the hot blade buried itself in its mouth, and it went up in flames. Delta stared. It hurt to see it wrinkling and turning black. Delta could feel the pain wasn't anywhere near as bad as it should be. Her Mushy's feelings more overcooked than in pain. It still didn't make her happy. These people had come into her dungeon, tore down her maze, mocked her berries, and killed her Mushy. Delta was annoyed. She might even say that she was angry. But did that mean she was about to make a return trip for these people? Hell. No, Delta couldn't fault them. What did Delta expect was that she'd left a Mushy in the darkness of a hall. Petting, hugs, these people acted logically and with common sense. A mushroom monster with glowing green liquid looking ready to fight. Delta would have run, personally, but for the brave, the course of action was so right that Delta just felt sad at how her visitors must see her dungeon now. It was frustrating to be this powerless. Delta so used to the time being her foe, not with this inability to act. Delta turned and looked, making sure the Quiz was okay. Maybe she could make Hob give him an apple or something, provided that he also didn't shank him. Damn it! This stuff stings like a bitch, Quiz groaned as he stood, his shirt soaked to the skin with the red where the liquid touched it. Come on, I smell water ahead. Rudy grunted, and Quiz snorted at the image of Rudy sniffing in the air like a blood wolf. Sure, let's go bathe in dungeon water. I didn't need my legs anyway, Quiz said as a snark in his voice. Shut up. Gotta get this gunk cleared off. Rudy snapped and Quiz could only agree. Unknown substances in a dungeon was bad, almost as bad as finding some in your in-room. I don't know what it is about me and nature. First it was the damn bushes, and now it's the mushrooms that are out to get me too. Quiz grumbled and rudely led him to the next room. He stopped talking. He stopped complaining. Huh. This is beautiful, Rudy said casually as the expanse of water reflected the growing mushrooms like the glittering stars. The room was like a private paradise, hidden away from the cruelty of the world. The soft white sand, the errant crabs that scuttled away at their approach. Rudy slowed and peered down. Water's super clear, and I ain't seen nothing but the usual fish. If there's a monster down there, it's got camo and we're wrecked either way, she said cheerfully, and Quiz just glowered at her. He bent down to use the water and began to soak his clothes. What did the dungeon make of them? He had to be watching. Was it furious at the destructions of its monsters, annoyed at him for using this wonderful place to clean himself? Maybe it was neither, and the trap was about to be sprung on them, and the silent assassin monster in the water. You know, this place ain't bad. These glowing mushrooms don't grow around here. Never seen them, I mean. The water looks nice. Shame I don't have a pole, Rudy admitted. Quiz ignored her. He too was busy sipping the water. It's good, he whispered, and opened his sense of taste to the world, letting it be more than mere signals to his brain. Mana-rich water, not simply water created by mana. Quitch took a deep gulp and felt better. Rudy blinked and took a sip herself. Ha! Pretty refreshing. What gives? She directed a question at Quiz, and he tried to phrase it in the shortest way possible while not doing his education shame. The dungeon made the water good for your body's mana, like super weak mana potion. You could probably float in it for a few hours and feel amazing. This dungeon is pretty creative, or powerful, Quiz said aloud. He could respect fellow workmanship. Rudy nodded slowly. So webs, lots of mushrooms and water. Oh, and those goblins there might be around. I think nature feels good for now, but I think we can be specific that the old-timers need details, Rudy grinned. Quiz could only sigh as his skin irritation ebbed away. Sure, the town of Durance now has a mushroom forest dungeon, he proclaimed. It would make a nice catchy title if they ever wanted to advertise the place. Saying it aloud, he was sure that even the dungeon core might approve. Delta was screaming and trying to choke the man known as Quist with her bare hands. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 12. The Nature of Give and Take. Delta watched as the two people eyed the dungeon further in and talked quietly to themselves. Quist had snagged a few of her lumen mushrooms from her pond cave. Eager people will die first. We did 2 rooms. Let's not get greedy and run into something that we might not be prepared for, Rudy said finally, and Quiz rolled his tongue against his teeth. He finally nodded after a moment. You're the expert. Quiz and Rudy raised one eyebrow doubtfully. She crossed her arms and tapped her knife out of what seemed like a habit. Quiz Fire Smasher, the man who burned a dragon to death. Right, sure, let me be the expert. Rudy shrugged, and Quiz actually looked annoyed at the moment. You know full well that we don't discuss the past. Not mine, not yours, not anyone's. He warned, and Rudy scowled. Right, let's all pretend that we just don't do that, she said, and pushed past the blond man. Delta was unable to look away from the scene. Burn a dragon? Talking about the past? Delta felt like a minor background character compared to these two. Wasn't she the big new dragon Cory thing? Who were these two? Rudy and Quiz navigated back to the entrance, and Delta felt a twinge of panic. Who you in contact was vanishing. Delta was ready to send Francois after them, but they both stopped just before the entrance. Always feel like an idiot when doing this, Quiz said aloud, and Rudy glared at him. Don't disrespect tradition. Manners never hurt anyone but your ego, she replied, and both of them put an arm across their chest and bowed their heads a little. Thank you for the adventure, they both said. Rudy was louder and clear, and Quiz mumbled it. Delta felt warm. She didn't feel any mana rise or DP appear. This was entirely a human emotion. Relief. Didn't they just think that she was evil? Quiz wasn't cursing her existence. Rooney wasn't spitting at her. Dalton wanted to shake hands and bow back, or something. Dalton shivered, and from the depths of her dungeon a warm breeze floated up past Quiz and Rudy. Rudy beamed like she had just been proven right, and Quiz scowled harder. I think that felt like acceptance? Appreciation? Felt like I was right. Rudy mused, and Quiz waved her off. It was goblin gas, hot air, and superstition. He turned and walked out. Rudy rolled her eyes and then peered into the tunnel of Delta's dungeon. Ignore him. You're pretty decent for a new dungeon. Keep up the good work. Rudy saluted casually and followed Quist out through the white barrier. Delta stared at the space. Don't leave me, she whispered, but they didn't reappear. Delta must have spent some time just waiting, because Hob and Gob appeared some time later with 2 buckets filled with things. We return, master, Hob called and began to empty his bucket. Delta squished her feelings of human isolation down into a tiny hole and attempted to sound cheerful as she expected the items. Well, the Gobs had gone far, it seemed, even got some interesting new things. Lion tree acorn absorb, rabbit corpse absorb, corn swallow egg absorb, black brambles absorbed, old rope has been absorbed. Delta rubbed her hands with delight, watching her mana skyrocket. Having Quiz and Rule in her dungeon had been enough to push her mana up 30, and these items hit 50 easily. Her max mana, with the 2 new rooms on top of her base, was 55. Delta was slowly but surely surpassing her limits. Gob shook his bucket and a few tiny things fell to the ground. They wriggled and burst open. Tiny spiders the size of pennies scuttled about, and they seemed to all try to head towards the entrance. Hob growled and stomped one. Black forest spider hatchling absorbed. Upgrades to common spiders have been unlocked. Hob grumbled as his foot now covered in green slime. Gob tried to get another bucket that they moved quickly, hissing in harmony at the goblins. Delta blinked, surprised by the angry emotions of the spiders as they escaped. Where did you find them? She asked, and Hob looked puzzled. Damn webs. Thought they were berries, not eggs, he promised, and Delta stared at the exit where the hatchlings had scampered out. The babies were about the size of the spiders in her own old world. Delta just had to wonder how big the adults were, and how the heck 2 gobs were able to get the egg sacs away so easily. Were her 2 gobs that skilled, or just lucky? Feeling uneasy, she hurried to her now decreasing 65 mana and continued to shake a dungeon about, happy to see her menus had returned. She moved to her mushroom grove into a new place. If she was going to be known as a frigging mushroom forest, then people might as well see her grove. She placed it just after the mudroom and made it so that people would have to pass through it to reach the goblin camp. Then she spawned another room between the grove and the goblin camp, and as soon as she did, a menu popped up with a little message. A max of 5 rooms have been reached, excluding special rooms. Level 1 cannot hold any more core-related rooms. Delta felt a little sad. A room limit per floor. It had sensed something, and the first floor of the dungeon was the smallest and easiest in terms of difficulty. But what about the end-game dungeons? Their floors were massive. Delta was pretty sure that there was no endgame here, other than time passing, so she guessed that it was fair that all dungeons had some same rough floor space. Maybe some dungeons could bypass the limit, and Delta wondered if she could do the same. For now, she took out an uneasy feeling of escaping spiders and channeled it into something that she could have done a while ago. Upgrading. First was the case of the dead Mushi. It was ash, and there was no healing from that. It was going to be super annoying. Delta decided that if she had to personally respawn every trap and every monster each time that came through. No, there has to be a trick. She decided and flicked through her monster menu. Not finding a respawn option, she decided to try the construction rooms. She found some odd things, like she could move things in one room without much cost, or how she could attach a sound to a particular room. Delta had no idea how to make a sound that could be attachable, so she moved on. Finally, she found something at the Goblin Camp menu. The formerly layer of her floor. Layer. Remove Goblin Camp upgrade. Set monster respawn list. 5 monsters per level. 5 DP per monster added. Set monster respawn rank. Rare. 3 rare monsters for the first level. 10 DP per monster rank added. Monster respawn to contracted monsters. 100 DP per respawn. Delta thought her little eyes might have popped out of cost to bring back Hob and Gob. If one, or she cringed at the idea, both of them got killed, then Delta would be very poor, but very relieved at being able to summon them back. Delta just decided not to have them die if she could help it. Still, this mania was the very key, and she felt the sheepish that she didn't question why a layer was something that she should build from the very start. Boshroom, self-explanatory. Layer, a space that respawns her monsters to avoid her. The core, from micromanaging the whole process. Delta liked it. She liked it a lot. Considering she had 121 DP, Delta just wiggled her fingers and filled the slots. Francois and her single mushy would now respawn roughly around where they had died, she hoped. With 45 mana kicking, she created another mushy behind the mudroom and that way the pond room. She checked her menus and was pleasantly surprised as she checked the bats and spiders. They did have respawn features naturally. Her spiders would take an hour to fully reappear and don't seem to count as a total monster count. Delta guessed that it was because they weren't really monsters, just local wildlife imitations, so she could add bats if she wanted. Instead, she created another 2 goblins, bringing her mana down to 7. The pair appeared and looked almost exactly the same, but one had a little snaggle tooth. "Welcome to the dungeon," Delta greeted, and both goblins bowed their heads as Hob eyed them. His height was making him appear more dangerous than her new gobs. Delta decided that she would save the Crayclaws for another level. She wanted a fishing pond to be blood-free, a place of peace, her little paradise. Delta registered her new mushy and goblins to the lair and alerted to being unable to spawn any further monsters. Delta giggled as the goblins chased each other around the dungeon. It was good to have a noise in the dungeon that wasn't mushrooms bursting through the soil or spiders hissing at one another. Speaking of, Delta sat down and began to browse her menus, eager to see what upgrades she could mess around with now. I declared the new dungeon to be fit quality and not the forbidden type. I also stated this dungeon seems to be very cooperative and even bade us farewell. If legends are to believe, I further state that we, the town of Durance, may benefit from resources that the dungeon may create. Chris said, and Elder Pick, Rudy, grinned. Place was pretty cool, she added, her endless wisdom to Quiz's report. Pick eyed them, and I rolled back to go to sleep, and then he's staring through them, as if seeing something not quite of this world. Nature, huh? A little common, but that's not a bad thing. Mushrooms are interesting. Do you think that it'll develop in ways that suggest a plague? Gut rots aren't the most friendly of things, and we all know what happens if they catch fire, she said, and with a low grumble. Old lazy Josie frowned. Dungeon creations may not act the same. It doesn't matter until Seth is done examining them. As the head of the pesky pests and disastrous biology, he will have been able to tell us soon, she said, and Quiz wondered how wise it was to have a man in charge of both benign threats and life-ending threats. The pixie nest did not require infernal fire from the 67th layer of the abyss, but Seth very much used the stuff to do everything from cooking toast to murdering infectious shadow beasts. Seth was a very basic man with very little inclination towards learning the meaning of moderation. He'll most likely just suggest fire to be safe, Quiz pointed out, and Josie laughed. His cliff notes will be enough. I'll warn people to use magic lights or crystal lightning lamps. I do not want to cause another cut rod burning, she agreed. Pick slid his false teeth about. Quiz hardly noted that he was using his set made for meteor ore today, good against scales and ghosts. So, what do we tell the king? Rudy asked casually, and the room went quiet. We must report the dungeon, due to the way that it inherently increases the kingdom's wealth. It'll be a crime to do otherwise. However, as soon as we do, the Fair Play Company will come, the guilds will come, the merchants will come, and... Josie looked visibly pained for her next words. The teenagers with their backstories will come. She managed, and Pick's teeth fell from his mouth. Chris shuddered as Rudy grimaced. Chris eyed the report on the desk in front of Josie. One word on it would be an ash. Well, sadly, we can do nothing. The message will arrive when it arrives, Pick said after putting his teeth back in. Josie hummed. Due to our town being so small, we do not have any royal transport or messengers, only the peacekeeper, who just happens to be our only active mage capable of making the journey to the capital, and I cannot, in good mind, risk sending him away. Our monster hunter must guard the dungeon. Oh dear, I guess we'll have to wait for the next tax collection to pass the message on. Josie sighed as she sipped at a flask. Ruli was smiling, but spoke in a serious tone. Would our mage not be able to magic the letter to the capital? She wondered, and Pick smiled. Mail via magical means is outlawed, she informed her. Quiz blinked at him owlishly. When? He asked, outraged. Jose and Pick shared a look. Just now, they both agreed. Quiz stared at them. He cleared his throat, and he took in a very polite tone. What about receiving magical mail? He asked. His Mad Mage Monthly was coming soon. Also, the Wicked Witches, but they didn't need to know about that. Josie shrugged. Can't be blamed if someone sends you mail. I myself am waiting for Hunter's Digest and my calendar to support the cause of failing night education. I paid for it all, after all. Before the law took hold, of course. Josie nodded, and Ruli looked even more wicked as she agreed. Not because the calendar has the knights appearing increasingly scantily clad for the viewer each month. She asked, and Josie just gave them both a look and told the meeting was over. Quiz turned without a word, not wanting to wait for Pick's reveal of his monthly pleasures. Quiz, Pick called out, and Quiz mentally screamed. If this dungeon has any good materials, let me know. I need some new chompers soon, and I've pushed all of my good sets beyond their breaking point. Pick sighed. Quiz felt both relieved and concerned. Pick without protective gentures was a problem. Pick brushed religiously. Everyone knew that. No, the problem was that the man used to be known as Pick the Demon Eater. The name was pretty clear of what Pick used to do. Having his teeth exposed might be trouble, as Pick chewed on everything without thinking. Quiz himself had lost worst edition of the heat spells for cooking during his visit to Pick once. Yes, older Pick. Quiz bowed and his head, and he left before Josie dropped and fetched quest on her head, or worse, an escort request. Quiz would rather spontaneously combust before he ever did one of those again. Dalta smiled as she read over her menus. Item purchase, rabbit haunch, 7 DP. The brambles haven't unlocked a new trap by itself. It had said upgrade and was being unlocked by the tripwire trap. And brambles by themselves made for a good obstacle. Trap purchase, sticky floor panel, 9 DP. Weak tripwire, 5 DP, upgrade unlocked upon purchase. Falling rock, weak, 10 DP or 10 mana. Flame gout trap, 8 DP. Stake trap, 10 DP, covered in sharpened sticks designed to ruin boots and hurt feet. The acorn was interesting. It seemed to be added to the construction menu under a new option. Construction purchases. Moss 5 DP, brambles 5 DP, small wine sapling 15 DP. Delta was starting to get excited with things cost a little more than normal. Delta didn't know what or why a sapling cost so much, but she imagined that a tree overlooking a pond and didn't think twice before she bought it. With having purchased it, Delta felt a light bulb click in her head as she remembered that she could get more information on things before she purchased them. Thankfully that no one knew about this little snip-up. Delta held her finger over the menu. Small wine sapling, a rare plant that grows in the forests. Over time it may become a tree. It is notoriously hard to grow in controlled conditions. At its current stage it is known for the ability to turn into general antidotes from the poisonous creatures that live around it. Delta was impressed by what Hob and Gob had managed to find by sheer talent, skill, hard work, and maybe luck. The egg she didn't seem to unlock anything, but she shrugged. The Gobs had brought her more, and she maybe got something. Until then, she'd just get to make the egg. Corn, swallow egg. An egg of the corn swallow. This egg will never hatch due to being in the dungeon. However, the taste is pretty good. Delta tried to ignore how she had bacon, in a sense, eggs, mushrooms, apples, and fish. She was only a few meats short of a full breakfast. Delta tried to imagine how the poor souls would feel down on the line to beat her epic dungeon boss to get a hearty breakfast as a reward. Delta would love it, but she could see how people might get miffed. The rope was some research, perhaps into her traps, or maybe she could make them for an item for people. Delta looked at a research menu and felt like maybe it should start buying some. Research menu. Irrigation. Study how to use water more efficiently to reduce the costs of crops that require water. DP10. Basic wooden equipment. Be able to create wooden weapons or basic armor of wood for loot drops or contracted monsters able to use weapons. 5DP. Basic stone equipment. Be able to create weapons or basic armor of stone for loot drops or contracted monsters able to use weapons. 15DP. Understand the best methods to use rope and various features. 10DP. Delta shrugged and purchased them all. Her 81 DP dropped to 41, and Delta could have stockpiled the points and waited until she unlocked some uber-epic upgrade, but that just seemed pointless. Hob looked confused as Delta giggled to herself. Rope researched, purchased. All traps and construction using rope, and rope itself cost 1 less DP. Irrigation research purchased. Rooms that grow crops and crop monsters cost 2 less DP for their functions and upgrades. Basic wooden equipment now able to be made. Basic stone equipment now able to be made. Delta hummed, fingers wiggling as she grew curious. Wooden sword, she called aloud. Wooden sword added to the item menu. 2 mana. Delta purchased it and gestured to the space near Hob. She winced as it clonked the goblin on the head and rattled to the ground. Master? Hob groaned and blinked in a few times at the object. Sword for Hob, he whispered and picked it up. Delta blinked as the sword shrunk a little into the cob's hands. Her items can be perfect sizes. Delta smacked herself. Of course they did, otherwise random drops would become hellish. Did they lose the ability outside of her dungeon, or did all clothes resize themselves? Delta stared off into space and the mere idea. No, wrong size clothes. What heavens of a world! Gob returned and dumped more mushrooms and stones into her dungeon. He cheered and vanished again. Gob was a lot more energetic than Hob was. Her mana pinged to 12 and held. Delta wandered off, dazed. Hob charged into the boss room, showing off his new weapon as Delta walked through. Fran grinned within a few moments and had disarmed the Gob without much effort. Delta let them play as she looked at the last thing on her menu that blinked out at her. It wasn't a new option, it was actually one of her very first ones. Delta could have messed about with the newest upgrade. Common black spiders, upgrade web to be stronger and less flammable. Will still catch fire if now open flame, but takes more effort, 10 DP. Delta could have given the Room of Nightmares more power, but she decided that she needed to be a little more serious. She went to the mushies before her boss room, and she eyed the option. Mushroom Spitters, Greater Mushroom, 10 mana, or Myconoid, 10 mana. With some hesitation, Delta hit the button and the new menu appeared. Greater Mushroom or Myconid. Delta focused on the mushi before her and hit Greater Mushroom. The mana left her and the mushi went rigid before cracks appeared all over its body, and then a new body burst forth from the shattered shell from the former self. The Greater Mushroom was like a mushi, but also very different. Delta knew this description was useless, but didn't care much, as she was too busy screaming and writhing form before her. She fled to the end of the tunnel. She stared back at the monsters. A good 2 feet taller than her old mushi stared back. Mushi looked like a giant mushroom with beady eyes and a maw with acid inside. The Greater Mushroom was like that, but someone decided it wasn't scary enough and made the spongy skin dark red and the small beady eyes large and narrow glaring holes. The mouth now having actual teeth and the light green acid that was now bubbling dark green liquid that hissed in the open air. Oh, and it now had a thorny tentacles that it was using to feel about in the dark. Delta peeked around the corner and the mushi. No, it wasn't just a mushi. This was something else. This was a great mushi. Delta knew that she should have gone with the spiders. Or wait, would they have gotten more evil as well? Delta felt the conflicted and fled to the core room, screeching past the great mushi, who looked confused. In her core room she slid down the closed door and sighed. She opened her eyes and began to scream again. On her stone platform, on all 4 corners of the thing, were 4 giant stone mushrooms. Her menu opened up, and a little cherry ring, as if trying to surprise her. Due to the core's love of mushrooms, the Mushroom Grove, the development of 2 or more mushrooms, and earning the title Mushroom Forest Dungeon, to 5 or more people, and evolving one mushroom monster, you have gained a free mushroom statue decoration item for your core room. Delta got up and ran with a blood-curdling battle cry at the menu, which promptly ran away from her, the thing ringing in alarmed panic. The spiders moved into the forest, anew and fresh, and the only goal was to return to the queen. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Hook, Line, and Sinker. Delta edged closer to the great bushy. It danced back and forth as it was still unsure of its new shape and size. She was just going to touch it and walk away. Delta could do that much, just one little touch. Closer and closer, Delta neared the death plant. With her trembling fingers, Delta reached out. This was silly. She was the dungeon core. She shouldn't be afraid of over half the things that she made. The great bushy gargled its acid, and Delta turned and fled. Screw it, she'll grow a spine later. Grumbling as she walked down past the spider room, and praying to whomever was listening, purchased the spider upgrade. She peeked around the corner at the manor rose, and the spiders shivered, and the little white lines appeared around their parts, and that was it. Delta cheered and watched as the new web coming out of the spiders seemed to be more silvery than white. It was the little bead points that were the webs connected was pretty, like snowflakes caught in a web. Delta hoped that people would like the web if nothing else. The woman Rudy seemed very pleased that the normal web, so this should be good, right? Delta pondered what else she could do with the floating down the hall. For the first time in forever, her DP was only at a lowly 31. Heading into the grove, she peered around and then opened a menu. Grove upgrades. Have edible mushrooms grow in their own in the room, 5 DP. Have lumen mushrooms grow on their own in the room, 5 DP. It was a nice touch. She could just have some unknown number of mushrooms she created spawn on their own over time. Develop. Develop mushrooms with weak hallucinogenic properties, 6 DP. Develop mushrooms with a deadlier poison, 49 DP. Her previous purchases hadn't unlocked any more, and Delta would be damned before she would help the gut rot evolve past their annoying existence into true threat. The other mushroom felt interesting, in a I really shouldn't kind of way. Scrolling, Delta wondered what she would have to do to unlock better mushrooms that didn't make her want to scream. Just because she had a vendetta against the things didn't mean that she wanted people outside to miss out on the potential life changer. Delta wasn't that petty. Thinking, she looked around at the mulch and soil. Her finger hovered over the wine plant in 15 DP. That would leave her 16 DP, which was more than enough to evolve one of her goblins. Delta pondered the options. The plant could potentially give antidotes, and maybe, being near the poisonous mushrooms, it would produce better antidotes. Medicine was never a wrong choice when it came to non-harmful testing. Evolving one of her goblins? It would have to be one of the new pair that she had made, possibly Francois. Hob and Gob were rares and seemed to work on another system entirely. Delta, again sticking to her code, asked why she wanted to evolve the goblins. First, as friendly as she wanted to be, she couldn't put her safety in the hands of strangers. Having more powerful, if she needed it, was being sensible. Delta didn't know anything about the world. Who ruled it? What was the dungeon laws? How could Delta make sure that she wasn't invaded and used like some magical vending machine until she was insane? Evolve some firepower. She felt a little bit unsure about it, however. What if evolving a monster made her dungeon appear as dangerous? There was no answer. When there was no answer to be had, Delta did what she always did and decided to play it by ear. One step at a time. She placed the plant in a small clearing and partially hidden by the large mushrooms in the grove. The plant appeared from the ground, growing up in a speed-up fashion, until 3 healthy green leaves flopped out from the stem. It was a pretty normal plant, besides the odd yellow stem. Delta jumped as the ordinary boar of the grove walked past and sniffed at the new addition. The mushroom-loving pig dismissed it and walked off. It quickly blended in between the fungi and vanished from sight. Delta knew where it was, but it's still surprising to see how easily it disappeared from view. Delta opened the menu, but no option to have the plant respawn appeared. She frowned and she moved on. The mushroom grown must be fine-tuned to mushrooms only. She should have figured out a way to keep the plant respawning, as the 12 mana to summon it wasn't cheap. Delta was about to move over to Francois to begin his evolution. That was when all the menus vanished and that feeling returned. Delta spun, and what was the entrance a moment later? Her heart fluttered with an excitement as Rudy appeared whistling. Over one shoulder was a fishing rod. Her black hair looked tied up, and her full jacket seemed replaced by a simple shirt. In her other hand was a large burlap sack. "Hey, Dungeon, sorry to be back so soon and stuff. I hope you aren't busy. I came here to fish, and I brought this little gift for you, for being here, and not, adventuring," Rudy said loudly, and she dropped the sack down and left the dungeon for a moment. Delta stunned. Tribute? Rudy knew that her menus didn't work. The sack melted, and soon as Rudy was out of the dungeon. Bent fork has been absorbed. Leather book with a hole has been absorbed. Tiny wax candle has been absorbed. Soak red diary has been absorbed. Cracked arrow has been absorbed. This was, Delta coughed and tried not to feel confused as Rudy basically fed Delta her trash. It was super useful for Delta, and sure her menus were going to be amazing after this all. But still, this was a little rude. Rudy came back in. "So, I've loved that fork. Saved me from a not quite dire wolf. The leather book was good, but I lost the other one during a trek into the Demondo swamp, and was filled with these gators like you would not believe," Rudy said brightly, and started to walk down the tunnel. Delta followed, ogling the strange woman who was just talking to thin air as if Delta could understand her existence. The candle was the last of 100 or so. Saved my life in a cave spelunking accident. Diary is kinda sad for me. Lost a lot of good memories when that jerk Quist soaked me with rainwater. You can have it. Maybe you can read it. I hear that some dungeons can do that. The books are split out perfect copies and things into the book. Rudy kept talking and paused when she entered the spider room. "Damn, you work fast," Rudy called, and she eyed the new web forming in the room. "Thank you," Delta said, feeling horrible about her comments towards Rudy's tributes. Rudy didn't hear her, but she moved on. She readied her knife and then stopped as she saw the mushy hadn't returned. "Sorry about that. Hope that monster doesn't set you back too far," Rudy said with an easy smile. Delta wanted to hug the strange woman and never let her leave. Human contact. It was like water when Delta didn't know that she was thirsty. The lack of proper contact was driving her mad. Kinda curious. Mind if I go take a look down the hall?" Rudy asked the wall, despite Delta being behind her. "Sure, just watch out. There's a mud and you have nice hair." Delta waved in panic. Rudy took a stroll down, and that was when Delta saw that since her room had no doors, Rudy could just peek in and whistle. "Nice. I've got to make Quist do this." She grinned, and she pushed her fishing pole into the mud and looked surprised. "Huh," Rudy commented and turned back around. "Not to be rude, but you forgot that a rock or spikes or something," Rudy said with good nature. Delta felt the brush coming on. No dangers. She twiddled her fingers together and she mumbled. Rudy whistled as she headed back towards the pond. This one-sided conversation was driving her mad. Delta thought about it and rushed over to Hob as he was sitting at the camp. "Hob, I need your help," she called, and the goblin stood at attention, his sword at his side. "Orders, master?" he asked, and Delta directed him down the hall. If she couldn't speak directly to Rudy, then she would use the dime mouthpiece to do it. Hob looked at the mud room, and his face scrunched up, and he took the first jump. Left, then right, then left, and then forward. Delta groaned as Hob tumbled into the mud with a splat. He was always mixed up with the bit going out. Thankfully the wall had a little holes in it to climb on both sides. Hob crawled out and dragged the mud along the tunnel. Delta peered and saw Rudy setting up a little wooden stool, and she had the odd pack. No, don't attack or scream. Delta peered in and saw Rudy sitting on a little wooden stool, as if she had an odd backpack. No, do not attack or scream, Delta warned, and Hob looked like Delta had just cancelled Christmas, or Gobsmas. "Now repeat after me," began Delta. Rudy was in a mood. The meeting was over, Quist skulked off somewhere, and Rudy was fishing. A good way to end the day, in her opinion. It would take something spectacular to ruin her mood now. "Oi!" Something spectacular spoke from behind her. Ruli had already turned, knife in hand. The sight of a stinking mud-covered Gob with his hands up was not a sight that she was accustomed to. Gob screamed and attacked. There really wasn't much else to the basic ones. This one held its gaze and kept its hands up in surrender. "I come with words," it said, and Ruli raised an eyebrow in surprise, but her aim never faltered. "I am Delta, Dungeon Core," the Gob repeated carefully, and this time Ruli's aim did slip. "What did you say, Gob?" she asked, almost spitting out the question, and the little green fella snarled and almost rose to her bait. Mud spluttered as he moved, but he stopped, when he visibly flinched at something. "I am Gob, in service of Delta. Delta is Core," the Gob said, mouth working awkwardly around the big words. Ruli wanted to disagree on principle, but decided not to shank the Gob for another minute. What if it was right? The dungeon was communicating, and Ruli would be shooting the messenger, or stabbing it. "Master comes to you, dungeon. Master thanks you, forgives." The goblin became more confident, and sadly worse with his words. The mud-covered Gob looking proud as he completely butchered his words, and was nothing Ruli was comfortable with. "Thank you, Delta," she repeated, and the Gob nodded. "Master, have Q. Co." He's confused. He tried to interpret what the dungeon was telling him. "Questions?" Ruli said, holding her knife very tightly. The Gob nodded, and Ruli hesitated. This was not normal. Dungeons talking to people was recorded and known to happen. Those dungeons happened to be 50-plus floors behemoths, with cores the size of boulders and the intellect to match. Then again, Quiz and herself never checked to see the floors. Quiz sounded so sure that it was new, and if he had been wrong, and this entrance was some new power of the dungeon, and they were still sitting on a world of wonder. "Ask your questions, dungeon, but answer me this, so that I know this Gob isn't tricking me. What is 4 plus 4 minus 5? Ruli called after a moment, and the Gob blinked. "Tree," it answered smugly. Well, Ruli couldn't argue with that. "Dungeon Core Delta, I am pleased to meet you," Ruli said clearly and slowly. There was no telling what state of development the core was at. Ruli would just have to calm and honest. This was also meant that she could hold this over Quiz. Ruli knew the dungeon could hear her. It probably decided to reveal itself after Ruli's tribute and friendly talk. Some dungeons were like animals, sensing intentions and not caring for words. Some dungeons might only take people on word value, dismissing context, sarcasm, and humor. The core of Castrum was known to like a good joke. "Do mans lie dungeons?" The Gob soused, and Ruli blinked at the question. Did people like dungeons? Geez, talk about a hard question. Ruli decided to take the human way and focus on the trouble from the dungeon alone. "Yeah, almost always. Some dungeons can be bad, but we think you're good," Ruli said slowly, and wondered what Quiz would do if he was here. "Yes, well done. You can talk, now leave me alone to fish." Yeah, this was better left to Ruli's tender care. "What's bad?" The Gob itched at a large nose, and Ruli shrugged. "If you make things that make people sick, illnesses or viruses, or if you, well, it's hard to explain, but if you're going to go insane, you know what that is." Ruli asked and hoped that the Gob listened. "Act not right." The Gob translated. Ruli sighed with relief. It was honestly scary how fast this dungeon was understanding her, if it was new. Ruli thought back to the many dungeons that she had been in before, and knew that this wasn't like that. The dungeon had something none of those had. "Dungeon Core Delta," she began, and the Gob cleared its throat. "Master said you called Delta." He added sourly, as if to really hope that Ruli would say no, which definitely made Ruli agree. "Delta, how many levels do you have?" she asked, and then spoke quickly, and the Gob opened his mouth. "If you don't mind telling me." She smiled, and the Gob shrugged and held up one clawed finger. "Just 1 level. Delta, this dungeon core, outthinking course level times the size with 1 level. That was so far from any dungeon stats that she knew, and Ruli knew a lot about dungeons. This dungeon went from an odd to a little scary. Ruli felt sweat gather from her forehead, and she felt stupid. She had faced down beasts that would chew up everything in here like nothing. Ruli took a breath and then asked another question. "Do you know what the most dungeons don't talk until they have 20 or so floors?" She pushed the fact out there, and the Gob looked up at the ceiling as if waiting. Time stretched, and only the Goblin looked a little nervous before he sighed with relief and then spoke. No, master only know this dungeon. So the gob shrugged and Rudy nodded. That made sense. Delta most likely knew how special it was. Boy or girl or other, Rudy suddenly asked, deciding that she needed pronouns. It might not be too much for the core to fully grasp gender just yet, and that was girl. The gob said with a confused tone. Rudy blinked and then nodded. She decided that she would let Delta talk. Master asks if mans will lend her. The gob growled and questioned out, and Rudy was pretty sure that she had just told the core that people liked the dungeon in its uses. The goblin listened to more. If master made gobs, big gobs, it added, and Rudy clicked her mouth shut and then tried to translate that in her head. Goblins into big goblins, like thugs or shamans, like evolution. Rudy repeated the word out loud, and the goblin nodded enthusiastically, and Rudy just grinned. Sister, we're counting on it. Dungeons grow so that we kind of expect to see new monsters soon, but, to be honest, your dungeon isn't that hard. You need traps and stuff, Rudy said with a carefree voice, and the gob winced. It looked a little lost for words, but at the moment it repeated the core Delta's edict. Master not want kill, master not want death. The goblin whispered. Delta didn't want to kill. Delta didn't want death in her dungeon. Rudy inhaled, and for once in her life, she felt speechless. Rudy tried to think what the world would do if they learned of Delta, a pacifist dungeon, and she gripped her fishing rod so hard that she heard the wood creak. The Fairplay Company, the girls, the merchants, the teenagers, and the monsters. Delta would be devoured and turned into a quivering shell as if this world used her. Rudy dropped her fishing rod and looked at the gob. Delta, please, don't trust humans. This world, we humans enslave dungeons for profit. You will be gouged out and built around by people who see you as a wonderful place, as nothing but numbers and loot drops. You can't not kill. Rudy pleaded and the gob shuddered suddenly. Must be way. The gob almost sounded human for a moment. I don't know. I've never heard of a dungeon that cared about life enough to try. Rudy admitted, and the gob looked up. Master, make sad sounds. He called, and Rudy watched the goblin, looked at her, and ran away. Rudy felt like she had won over a quiz, and really didn't care much for it. This was worse than she thought. Way worse. Rudy felt that the piece of garbage that didn't even deserve to be eaten by the dungeon. Someone who's a jerk and could ignore hurting the dungeon's feelings long enough to help it. And she needed someone who didn't do anything important or have too much pride for her to bully them into doing it. Rudy needed quiz. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, only puns. Chapter 14. Conviction. Delta sat quietly as Quiz stalked about the pond room, and Rudy snapped questions at him. She hugged her knees, lacking any sort of physical limbs. It was mostly the sort of feeling, really. Delta's mood seemed to be summed up as somewhat not good. Rudy's words swam about in her head over and over, but Delta just waited as Quiz argued with Francois. Delta wasn't sure if she was so happy to have the people so close now. Rudy's message seemed pretty blunt, and what Delta would have to do. Not because she was a maniac, or because people would come for her, and if Rudy's tone had been any indication, Delta didn't want to be a murderer, not even by proxy. Delta also didn't want a life of pain and misery. The coin flipped endlessly in the air, one thing being the death of people, and the other being the death for Delta. It would spin for now, but Delta felt her mood darken as she knew that it wouldn't last forever. The only upside was that the mana was nearly full, and that was pretty interesting, and she wondered how fast her mana regen would be if her dungeon was full of people. She relayed this question to the two guests with Francois' help. It depends. A mage like myself or a decent hunter like Rudy would provide ample mana due to our natural stores. We both possessed a decent share. Mine is naturally higher, of course. An average farmer would give you about a fraction of that. It's natural evolution and competition between people and dungeons, you see. People become stronger over time to produce more mana. They grow bored of the weak dungeons and move on to stronger dungeons, where their strength is challenged, and the dungeon that needs more mana receives stronger sources of mana to draw upon. Quiz sniffed. Rudy rolled her eyes. Don't let nerds like Quiz fool you. We can't actually measure how much mana people have. Dungeons can be done with the guessing and time. People, in a general estimate, still, this mage can cast 20 fireballs compared to this guy that managed to cast 100. Can also give you a decent idea instead of wasting time calculating stars, ruins, souls, and the hubbub with the mana point count. Rudy sniggered as Quiz hesitated and then agreed. Mana points are a flux system of calculators. Quiz said quite dryly, and Delta was absorbed all of this with a great interest. Calculators? The goblin managed and Quiz's face became pained. Rudy snorted at the attempt, but Francois showed no signs of shame at his words. Calculators are, how do we say, obsessed with numbers. They can generally form most professions that fit into the realm of dungeon adventurers, but seem to see them with a lot of clerics, mages, and rangers. Quiz mumbled, and Rudy's eyes the goblin. Doesn't matter how good a weapon has served you. Doesn't matter how many times a shield got you through a dungeon. Doesn't matter if your spell stone was gift from your dear friend. Calcs toss it all away, and the slightest chance for more power. The shield that may be slightly better made for an enchanted sword that looks better. Calcs will talk crap and explain why it's logical, or just the same thing to do, to just dump good pieces of gear that can still serve you. It's greed, plain and simple. Rudy looked like she wanted to spit out, but held back out of respect. It's efficient, I cannot deny that, but it's callous too. I admit that I have some bad habits in common with them, but the nature of these people have become infamous to a degree that the name calculators is often the same sentence as pretty foul curse words. Quiz paused and looked down at Francois. Is that fine? It's drooling, he asked, not sounding all concerned as Francois' eyes were blank as he stared at Quiz. Rudy wiped her own mouth and yawned. Nah, you just drone on. Rudy snapped at Quiz. Delta giggled and blinked in surprise that her bad mood ebbed away slightly as the two talked. Francois heard her and danced slightly. Drone, drone! It cackled, and Quiz looked at her with just swallowed a lemon. Delta snorted and couldn't help the fits of giggles that kept coming. Rudy looked around and felt something. Quiz looked annoyed. This is going to take too long. I cannot honestly help a dungeon crawl sometime in this life if her translator is at the reading level of one of Holdy's cheeses. Actually, thinking about it, Holdy's cheeses might be better from what I've seen. Quiz retorted, exasperated. Francois sniffed, tasting the words as if he was not liking them very much. Well, as far as I know, there are no gob shamans here. Rudy stretched and Delta paused and opened a menu. Goblin evolve into a Goblin Thug, 5 mana and 2 DP. Or Goblin Archer, 5 mana and 2 DP. Or Goblin Apprentice, 5 mana and 2 DP per Goblin. Well, there was no Shaman, but there was Apprentice. What exactly was that? Goblin Apprentice, a goblin who has been educated in the basics of magic and is a little smarter than the average goblin. Tends to set things on fire if not careful. Delta wondered if that would help things on her end by upgrading the goblin. Francois took some time, but in the end he managed to convey Delta's wishes. Quiz and Rudy shared a look, but then they left the dungeon, but rather quiet. Delta's menus appeared the moment the last flutter of Quiz's coat left the entrance. Delta purchased the upgrade while focusing on Francois. Unlike the mushy, her goblin simply sat down heavy and closed his eyes, and then Delta waited. Her mushy had been almost instantaneously, but her goblin seemed to be taking some time. This raised a simple question. If her monsters evolved and adventurers came in, what would happen? Delta had a feeling the image of her monster mid-evolution and some creep killing the poor gob while it was defenseless. Delta was almost confident that she didn't possess a B button to spare her monster from such a fate. Delta moved over to the entrance and slowed as the barrier appeared. Instead of a white and cloudy, the barrier was orange. That was new. Abruptly, the orange faded to white, and Quiz and Rudy walked back in as if the orange barrier was not such a strange sight. Delta zoomed back to Francois and saw him climbing to his feet. The goblin looked different. The gnarled staff that he held in one hand looked like it was roughly carved out of a still, had small branches, stems and leaves on it. The loincloth and the rock bag were replaced by a small robe, almost like a wrinkled poncho. Delta stared at the tiny circlet made of fangs and shiny stones rustling as Francois moved his head. He opened his eyes with a glimmer, and her normal gob showed, but it felt more focused somehow. "Master," it greeted as if the feeling of her approach. His voice was less squeaky and slightly gruff. Quiz walked with Rudy trailing behind him. And now the gobs have magic, and if I didn't need a reason to dislike them more, Quiz said without a hint of shame. Francois snorted. Man had magic for a long time. not seem any better. Francois fired back and Rudy chuckled. Oh, look, it's Goblin Quiz. She guffawed, and Francois and Quiz snapped their heads to her. Their faces did actually have the same look. Go get eaten by a bear, Quiz replied eloquently. Delta moved and then nodded as she approved of her monster's appearance. You look good, Delta praised, and Francois bowed his head. Master is kind. I am happy to serve. His voice was lost its gruffness, and Delta felt happy as Francois' tone became warmer. Her goblin still liked her despite having cool magic. As everyone got comfortable, Delta reminded herself to check the menus but the monster summoning. She kept forgetting to check before, but Delta really needed to see if she could summon evolved forms of the monsters or not. It had saved time. Now let me see if I can make sense of why you're so against living, Quiz called as he sat down on the ground with a little regard to his trousers. Delta tried to ignore Francois' staff as it glowed with a red at the tip. Delta was too busy focusing on a little Quiz seemed to be worried about pissing her off her new magic-using goblin. If that goblin hit him with a fireball, Quiz would regret his cavalier attitude. Sure, it wouldn't kill him, but Quiz was partial to his hair. The goblin seemed to fume before it sulked. Goblins may evolve, but they seemed to keep the same spectrum of emotions pretty consistently. Master wishes not to be a killer, the goblin said. Quiz sent a little thanks to the core, Delta, for upping the number of vowels in the goblin knew. It was likely to make him cry or drown Rudy every time she smiled at his annoyance. I get that, but she must understand that the choice may not be easily made. Our village can store the news, but people will detect the new dungeon that is growing as fast as your master's, Quiz said, and lifted his fist full of sand and dropped it slowly. I do greatly respect her choice and understand her reasons. To be born and to decide not to want to just kill is a sign of a very intelligent woman, Quiz added as an afterthought. The goblin slowly nodded. Why must you tell? The question came when Quiz drew a crown in the sand. It's the law. Dungeons, if unreported, can grow beyond the town's mean to contain or control the things go bad. The kingdom of Val'ruun, the land on which this dungeon and our town is, passed an ancient law that dungeons must be recorded and made public. This was to prevent potential rebels or usurpers from harnessing the power of a dungeon to fuel their armies in secret. Quiz scratched his nose. History was a minor hobby of his. He liked reading about the stupid people and how they met their end. This type of throne takeover happened 3 times. The last prince was driven off in the dead of night by some ugly uncle or aunt stole the throne, and the 3rd child returned 10 years later with an army with twinked-out knights and mercenaries wielding +6 hate blades and chugging greater health potions all night. One queen wised down the line and made the law that all dungeons must be reported, and manor experts were employed as taxmen and sent around the kingdom to sniff out hidden dungeons, and, well, to collect taxes, of course. The discovery of the dungeon cult of Banyup was still talked about today. Master wants to know, what legal rights do dungeons have? The gob asked, and Rooney thought about it. Dungeon core destruction carries a life sentence. Unless the dungeon is forbidden, then it is his duty to destroy it. Building around a dungeon, other than structures as considered outposts, is illegal unless the mayor of the nearest town gives permission, unless there is no town within a mile. Rudy listed with her fingers. Quiz wasn't sure if Rudy was trying to be polite, so he decided to help her out. They don't have any, is what she's trying to say, without hurting your master's feelings. Dungeons are seen as golems or tech limbs, subservient, like dangerous monsters people keep around you to the rare properties or the status symbols. You have no privacy rights. You have no right to a court of law. You have no right to demand protection. You have no rights to holidays. You have... Listen, this world sees dungeons as factories for food, minerals, materials, monster harvesting, magic weapon developers, and so on. Quiz's tone had turned bitter. He didn't like telling a dungeon that seemed to be so very undungeony that it had made him feel guilty that he listed how, to humans, she was a beast. Livestock to be fed winter after winter for springtime returns. Delta made old thoughts Quiz had put to peace or didn't really want to think about bubble up, and he found himself growing annoyed. So, you see, you might as well get on the level with your brothers and sisters. Build some spikes, make your monsters dangerous, and accept that people are jerks, and they deserve it if they bother you. Quiz snapped and Rudy shot him a dangerous look. The pond was quiet. Quiz felt his usual indifference settled in as he got ready for the dungeon, getting angry and asking him to leave. He had done what Rudy had asked and told the dungeon what she needed to hear. Being the dungeon sucked, and Quiz couldn't imagine ever wanting to share their shoes. Murder machines or slaves, what a cruel fate. No, Master politely says that the giant load of troll dung. Quiz's indifference was not prepared for their flat disagreement. Delta, I hate to be a jerk twice in a minute, but you have to understand. Quiz began, but the goblin just cut him off. No, you will understand. My master says this. I will not kill. I will not be scared into killing. I will survive and keep myself. If you do not believe, my master says that it is fine, and thanks for your concern. Master will lay down and die if people come for her. She has a bathroom. She has scary things. Master also wants to say that she will stick to her goal. A no innocent kill run. The gob stumbled over the last part. Quiz was speechless. It was not just a goblin, it was the very air itself that seemed to pulse. Master will make rules, Master will warn, Master will give chances to run. Personally, I think Master is too kind. The goblin examined its staff with interest. He listened and then appeared to sigh. Master wants the dungeon to be a place of wonder and adventure, this dungeon of life and learning. The goblin seemed to listen for a while. Quiz followed his gaze to the section of wall. Nothing there, but who knows what the beings of the dungeon saw compared to the outside world. Well, if you want to try, I can help. Rudy shrugged, and Quiz shot her a disapproving look. How will she grow if she doesn't kill? Quiz reminded her that the goblin snorted. You think that dungeons are free, Master? No, little trinkets, goodwill. The goblin seemed to cackle. Rudy then raised an eyebrow. An entry fee? I don't think people will like that, Rudy said carefully, and the goblin looked at her and smiled. Quiz felt a little chill go down his spine at the look. Good, then men's will have to think carefully about being stupid, he hissed. He looked back at the wall and then nodded. Come, Master wishes to show you her domain. I shall guide you, and you give Master hints. The goblin moved forward, using its staff like a walking stick, like a novice manner. Come into my web, said the spider, Quiz muttered, and Rudy slapped him on the back. Don't be silly, Quiz, we already went past the spiders, she said cheerfully. Quiz disliked her. He disliked the goblin. He felt uneasy about Delta's decision, and why did he not like the look at Rudy's face as she walked slowly behind him as he approached some wet-smelling room? You know, I think you need something for your skin, Rudy said innocently, and Quiz gripped the sun crystal gun. Oh? He answered without much excitement. Yeah, ever heard of a mud bath? I hear they do wonders. Rudy almost whispered into his ear. Quiz hated everything as he saw the room ahead. He tried to move, but Rudy, while weaker in magic and intellect, was superior in physical department. He hit the mud with a splat, and he stood up while wiping the gunk from his eyes. Master said she has no towels. Go back to the pond, please. No mud in the tunnels ahead, the gob called, sounding as if he had learned this phrase by heart. Quiz felt the fireball spell from his lips, and with a force of will that changed at the last second. A confused duck appeared next to him, and then quacked furiously at him. It wasn't the first time Quiz had summoned this particular duck to avoid losing his temper. So what do you think about Delta's trap room? Rudy asked with a sugar-sweet voice above him. He almost threw the duck at her. The fireball spell came so naturally to him that he often miscast it to summon a duck spell to avoid removing any annoyances in his life. And when he finally made it to the grove passing another of the strange acid-spitting mushrooms on the way that did not attack but gave him an old stink-eye, he knew that he would not be the last. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 15, Delta Ducks. Delta waved at her visitors, as Rudy and Quiz left the dungeon. Delta got as close to the barrier as she could. Well, sad to see them go. Delta did feel better. Her menus popped up and she nodded with determination. Delta didn't have a clear goal right now, but she did have something to aim for. People would come for her, ones who simply wanted to experience the thrills of the new dungeon, and those who sought to ransack her for everything that she had. So Delta needed to make it so that she might get the most of people's visit while not letting them get very far, and hopefully not die either. Delta needed to build herself a stall deck and play her best cards the few first turns. She opened up her menu and eyed the notifications that had been waiting for her since Rudy's tributes. Delta liked Rudy. The tall, fierce woman had a talent for calming Delta, despite the fact that neither could talk to the other promptly. Quiz was funny. Watching him get annoyed at her grove and her mushies was funny. His reactions were the greater mushy. That had been slightly more alarming when Quiz looked ready to unleash fire from his hands, magic that she hadn't actually seen any before now. Delta was a little worried, but her dungeon-wide cease command meant that all of her monsters had left 2 humans alone. Handy, that. Watching Rudy lift up thorny tentacles and poke the monster and Delta's heart jump in her throat. Rudy just laughed at the hissing and forced snaps. The woman was treating her evil mushrooms like a cool bug that she just found. Quiz just stormed past, with a string of ducks following him like some sort of duck king. The boss room did have a door with a menacing pig motif and everything. Delta had just learned to ignore the floating through it, and the angry pig eyes on the metal door glowed red, and a line appeared down the middle, making the door split open vertically, as the 2 sides slid open from the wall with a rumble. Arena style, not too bad for a first level. Quist had said, and Rudy looked ready to drool, licking her lips, the size of bacon, as he appeared with Fran on his saddle. Delta was worried, but the Fran just looked sullen, and he wasn't allowed to fight the 2 guests. Are they a combined unit? Quiz had asked curiously, and Delta could only answer through her menu. Sir Francis Bacon was all that she could really say. They had both declined to enter the core room. A part of Delta was glad, but another part was confused. To enter the core room without a tribute or prayer is heavily frowned upon by the respected adventurers. Usually in a new dungeon, when you beat the boss, you wrap it up and find a teleporter, or just hoof it back. Entering the core room otherwise shows that you might have plans for the core. Quite a few bits of magic crap can be used on cores. I think most famous of the mana drain spell. Old mages that can't get their ones up anymore go in for a pinch from cores. Rudy said, annoyed, and Quist looked away. Dungeons do provide ample mana. A bill passed said that a core can only be drained every 3 days with the proper permission, he said quietly. Delta guessed that she should be happy that there was a 3-day limit and mages only needed to get some papers stamped. Delta shivered, thinking that some powerful mage or witch coming in and touching her core, making her mana that she had earned and needed, because the magic users didn't see Delta as anything but a battery. This would kinda suck, but it all had Rudy, Fran, Quiz, and her pond, and the Gob brothers. Delta kept them in mind as she looked at her menus. Common metal elements added to purchase and upgrade menus. Durable leather has been added to menus. Wax has been added to menus. Ink has been added to menus. Feathers have been added to menus. Delta had noticed something else as well, a few other things. Her mana had maxed out in Quiz and Rudy's visit, but it didn't exceed that limit at all. That was something new. Ambient mana leech only filled her up, not topped her past her max. Delta could accept that. Another thing that was the 2 monsters appeared in her summon list. Greater Mushroom, 25 mana. Goblin Apprentice, 18 mana. Delta could just outright buy her upgraded monsters, but the cost alone left Delta a little wide-eyed. It costs more to buy one second form than the summoning and upgrade cost of a brand new level 1. Delta guessed that would be fair. If the second form was cheap, it would make the first forms pointless to experiment with them purely due to the costs and numbers involved. Good thing Delta didn't use numbers as a way to live her life as much as she did with a gut feeling. With some stretching, she eyed the 52 DP and 55 mana. Delta was running on a full tank and she could not wait to get started on some of the tips Quiz and Rudy had given her. Quiz's advice was mostly just to upgrade her boss and hope for the best. He really did seem doubtful about Delta's life choices. Rudy was a bit more excited. She had never helped the dungeon improve its creativity, and Rudy doubted many people had. Already, that fact alone made Delta steam ahead with her plans with a big smile. With some references to her menus, Delta and Rudy quickly devised several ideas Delta could try. First up, Delta purchased a weak tripwire trap. Weak tripwire trap, a small thin piece of thread that is pulled tight to make a venturous trip, can be combined with others or linked with other traps. Delta knew that without wanting to create anything overly lethal, these things did seem useless to her right now, but Rudy had a really good idea. Delta moved into her spider room and set the trap. From one side of the room to the other, and a single tripwire near the floor appeared, only briefly disturbing the webs with a small movement. If people wanted to follow her webs, then they would have to be careful or they'd end up wearing it. Just in case, she commanded her spiders to run if the webs got torn down. With a little thinking, she shifted the room slightly on all the walls. It only cost 2 mana, but now all the walls had tiny little holes where the spiders could flee into, so that they didn't have to die if they couldn't outrun people. With a grin, she eyed the very little bush. Curious, she held her finger to it, not using her mana. Rent's berry bush. Upgrade berries to be better and give off a nice aroma, 2 DP. Upgrade bush to grow berries faster when berries are harvested, 4 DP. Upgrade bush to grow poisonous berries as well, 5 DP. Upgrade bush so common silver spinners may produce dyed web, red, 10 DP. Rent's bush will lose ability if removed from close vicinity of spiders. Delta did a little dance at the sheer options that one object had. Her berry bush could be useful. She tapped the simple aroma upgrade and watched as the red berries became a little bit darker in color. Delta sniffed, but sure enough, there was a slightly sweet smell in the air. Curious, she walked to the entrance and could just barely smell the berries. Delta's urge to make the ultimate bush of an S-rank berries in the very first room rose to a huge wave, but Delta managed to resist. She zoomed to the pond, and to be honest, neither Quist nor Rudy had any complaints about this little place, but Delta had seen a few things that gave her ideas on what to add, and what some of the nice touches. How to phrase this? Stone big enough to sit on. Delta called in the menu, took a few seconds. Stoned-shaped seats. Delta shook her head. No, like natural-looking rocks that you might sit on in the wild. She clarified, and the menu hummed for a second. Small boulders with slightly flat tops. Sure. A bit mouthy, so let's go with comfy rock seats, she suggested and watched as the blueprint formed. Comfy rock seats added to menu 4 mana. Delta clicked it, and a vague outline appeared in front of her, and Delta tried to imagine how best that it would look with these rocks. Delta made 2 slightly to the side, and 1 just at the water's edge for a fisherman. Rudy's stool made her realize people might like somewhere to sit and while they wait for something to bite. That was when she thought hit her. Delta quickly walked over to the water and clapped her hands. Gather up, she called to the lake became filled with all the life that gathered around Delta as best they could. Delta wanted to squeal, and she felt like a princess. Guys, people might throw hooks in. Not gonna lie, they kinda wanna eat you. But I like you all to sometimes bite and struggle against the bait. Their bait could feed me DP and mana, and that's important. Delta said with a stern voice. You should all respawn due to the room, so try to have fun? She said weakly, and she knew the idea was silly. Then again, Humushi had felt very little pain when it had burned up. Perhaps this was a good thing. The fish all flopped a few times, the crayfish danced as they all sunk beneath the water again. It was good. Now the people could fish and eat her fish raw? Delta paused. There was no wood in her dungeon unless people wanted to burn those gutrot mushrooms. Delta grimaced. They would get sick from the fumes. Not good. Campfire, she called. Wood kindling added to the menu 3 mana. Delta clicked, and a stack of 5 to 7 wood appeared, and they appeared to be the same length as the dungeon had used for wooden torches. She placed it between the 2 stones near the wall and tried to think. She didn't think that the smoke would be a problem as such, in a huge room with nothing in it that should catch fire. Delta nodded and decided that the room was about finished. Feeling interested, she held her finger over the new pile of wood. Basic wood kindling, a stack of tiny sticks that can be used for a tiny campfire. The dungeon must be truly kind to supply such a thing. Upgrade sticks to logs 4 DP. Upgrade distance the heat reaches 6 DP. Make all fish cooked upon it extra tasty 10 DP. merge kindling with the pond room so that it respawns when wood every 6 hours, 15 DP. There was much to be done, and Delta eyed her DP. What once felt so big was now shrinking rapidly. Hob and Gob, Delta prayed that they had hurried. She was having too much fun to be cut off due to the resources running dry. Next thing she knew, the menu would be offering her microtransactions with how sad she was feeling. Exchange 10,000 mana for 10 DP? Menu, do not infect my existence with, such filth, Delta warned in the menu before she rippled nervously. Then again, she didn't pay for her mana either, so who was suffering? Unless it's a good deal, she amended. Francois called at her attention, and Delta eyed the menu and purchased the respawn option quickly before she left. Delta appeared in the mudroom and peered about. Francois stood on the other side and pointed down into the mud. Delta looked down at the angry quacking of a duck that stared up at Francois with beady eyes. Quiz forgot his familiar, or one of them. Delta frowned. Quiz seemed to love ducks, because every time he got spooked, another one appeared. Delta couldn't blame him. Every time Delta got spooked, a monster appeared. Francois, scoop him up, Delta said with exasperation. The goblin grumbled and climbed down, his staff shooting sparks as the mood turned sour. The duck flapped and moved down the tunnel. It moved quickly down the passageway and nimbly moved into the mushroom grove, where the ball walked out at the quacking. The duck quacked at the ball, shuffled on the spot, hesitant to attack due to Delta's orders. "Ducky, get back here!" Delta cried as the duck ran past a dozen or so gut-rot mushrooms. The duck moved swiftly past the 2 goblins that she had left behind. Num and Billy stared at the duck waddled past with speed that Delta was struggling to keep up with. "No, Mr. Duck, that's the boss room," Delta warned, but the door was already opening. Delta hoped the bacon didn't roll over and crush the poor thing in its sleep. Quist threw the ducks into the nearest water source that he could find. Quist detested duck meat. He had it so often that he began to hate people that ate it. After the dungeon visit, Quist was feeling a little lost. His books didn't cover nice dungeons. His magazines and his collection of spatial combat books didn't record any stories similar to this. Sure, there were many novels about epic wizard warrior necromancer who ended up sleeping with a sexy dungeon avatar as many fairy helpers. Chris got bored after the 500th nigh identical one. Delta made him ponder. Pondering made him curious. His curiosity made him itchy to study, and his studying could not be done until his peacekeeper duties were done. Damn, Ruli could smack a few walls about and call it a night. Chris had to deal with people. "Oh, Chris, this is just terrible. I was doing some gardening and a terror root ate my tomatoes," Mrs. Dabbergast complained. Chris just prayed for strength. Terror roots require 2 cups of blood, a pinch of sulfur, and a bedtime stories a month before you reach enough power to leave their spots. "Do you have any of these sound familiar?" he asked tightly. Mrs. Dabbergast shook her head and looked innocent. "I just kept cutting myself and the gardening tools, and I used sulfur perfume. And, I love telling stories to the last hour of myself in the middle of my garden when no one can see me." She laughed, and Chris made another duck appear. This time, it was on purpose. "Very well, I'll be right back." He smiled tightly, not wanting to be rude to the mother of 3 children, local gossiper, maker of the best apple pies in the kingdom, and an ex-dark green witch of the Bloodthorn Forest who took part in the major battles during the Month of the Dead. "Such a dear." Miss Dabbergast smiled and pulled up a wrapped piece of pie. Chris's mood lifted at the sight of it. This would either grant him 3 extra years of life, or would really well with warm milk. Chris climbed into the garden and faced down the growing domestic plants that Mrs. Dabbergast. While Delta had those mushroom monsters, there was no doubt that they were bad. Mrs. Dabbergast's sticklethorns, ebon fangs, and dragon snaps, with actual little dragon heads, all waited for him to come near. Delta and Mrs. Dabbergast must never meet. Quist vowed this, but not out loud, as he didn't want to be held to it by his magic. He hated being held to things by his magic. Makes his stomach turn, it did. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Duck for Traps. The duck had found her core room. Delta watched as the bird eyed her core. There was a lot about this duck that Delta was a little worried. For one, it had almost zero reaction to Fran and Bacon, other than more angry quacking. So now Delta had no clue what the duck was going to do. Some ancient duck ritual to drain her of mana? Delta hoped not. She didn't need this duck to turn out to be some evil demon. The duck quacked once. Delta blinked at the menu. Summon duck number 3981 would like to form a contract. A max of 3 contracts can be formed until a new level is formed. Current contracts 2 out of 3. Delta eyed the yes button and the waiting duck. Quiz and Rudy hadn't spoken about the contracted monsters or what was okay to accept, but Quiz had summoned the duck himself. How could it be? Delta frowned. The contracted monsters seemed like godsends, but there didn't seem to be any downsides to them as far as Delta could puzzle out, except for the expensive resurrection cost, of course. Menu, what bad things could a contracted monsters bring? Delta asked aloud and the menu hummed into existence. Contracted monsters, by forming a contract with the dungeon, the monster gains power from the contract that the dungeon cannot control. Contracted monsters also can leave the dungeon and take a tiny portion of power with them. Contracted monsters need a huge amount of DP to respawn and do not have to follow orders. The dungeon core cannot force a monster to break a contract while it is alive. Costs a lot, doesn't need to listen to her, and Delta can't force it to leave until it gets beaten by adventurers. Yeah, Delta could see that could be a problem if she invited the wrong thing into a dungeon. Sure. Welcome to the dungeon. Delta hit the button that she saw, and the duck glowed and changed. Delta watched as the brownish feathers turned to a patch of black and shook itself once. Quack! The duck seemed happier. Delta watched as it waddled off and the menu dinged again. Dark Drake, a simple duck that has simple needs. Due to ambient magic power left of its feathers, this duck can now curse people to have a bad time if they annoy it. That raised a question of its own. What curse? What exactly made up a bad time? Delta didn't know and hoped no one would be stupid enough to try. Still, she now had a duck, and she knew exactly where it was heading. Not outside, sadly. Delta had a feeling this duck marched to the beat of its own drum. The pond seemed to fit the dark drake just fine, and Delta quickly hollowed out a little edge near the back of the pond so that the duck could nest there, or something. She wanted to improve the pond even more now that Delta inhaled and reminded herself that she had an empty room before the goblin camp. Delta just couldn't have been an empty space doing nothing. Floating back, she eyed the space and remembered what Quiz had said offhand. If they live beyond that door, it's a bit weird that they don't guard this one. That was true, and Delta felt giddy as she lowered the floor, but only about half of the room, and forming a slope to felt off. So she flattened the side where the people would enter, and Delta looked up at the entrance that was somewhere around 8 feet off the ground. Can I lower the entrance? She asked, and her handy menu responded. Lowering dungeon beyond this point entrance will require 15 mana. Do you wish to lower the dungeon? Entrance will not change location. Delta hesitated and then agreed. She stumbled as the dungeon shook, her mental map not changing, so much as her awareness felt like it had gained a new depth as her half of her dungeon lowered itself down and put everything beyond the room on a higher elevation. The tunnel connection sank down until it was now even with the ground on the lowest part of the room. Step 1 done. Delta nodded and turned to the top of the hill where the exit awaited the people who entered. Menu, give me the mana cost for a wooden goblin watchtowers. Delta requested, and she mentally winced at its cost. Wobbly wooden children's tower. A tower that is more suited for children playing than any real defense. The slightly sharpened stakes at the top might hurt a little. Need proper research and spending to have a real goblin defenses. 10 mana. Each tower did reach up to 7 feet, which might explain the cost, and when adding to the hill elevation, they were pretty good towers for her gobs. It wasn't complicated, and Delta could replace them in a pinch. Delta knew that it wouldn't take long for the people who just rush up the hill to do battle there, so she also needed a method to slow down the advancing party. Making sure her new friend Waddles, the Dark Drake, was fine, she hit yes on the menu to confirm the name was fine. Delta opened up her menu and considered her options. There was something that she could purchase to help the room be somewhat challenging. Sticky floor panel, a square panel that is about 3 by 3 feet. The magic in this trap makes those who step on it stick to the surface as if it was honey. Delta hummed and then purchased it. More traps for the dungeon. More annoyance for the adventurers. The actual mana cost was only per trap, which was good because Delta was running a bit low on 18 mana. Her menu buzzed, and Delta eyed the trap purchase menu with a surprise as the new trap appeared. Slide trap unlocked. Due to having stick, trap, and ink. Slide trap, a surface becoming slick with a substance that makes it those who step on it lose their footing and if on a hill, slide down. A dungeon may find it handy if rooms had hills. 10 DP. Menu, you beautiful piece of fudge. Delta grinned at the menu, did a little jingle before fading. Delta eyed the room and saw how she would place the 3 sticky traps along the hill, and the 3 slide traps above them. Not too close. Maybe a pitfall at the bottom if she managed to avoid the sticky trap. Yes, Delta could see how merely climbing the hill would be a problem for people and adding hob and gob with their new stone ammunition. Delta felt evil with a non-lethal room. Well, unless the rock took someone in the eye, then it would be somewhat dangerous, but Delta could only do so much with her limitations. It wasn't her fault if someone stared at a goblin throwing rocks and didn't bother to wear a helmet. There was no guilt at all. Since she had no guilt about something that may happen, Delta quickly asked the menu about eye patches as rewards for beating the room or something similar. Add a second floor to the dungeon, 200 DP. This had been a thing that had tried not to look at too hard, and when she had finished the boss room, it was an option that she wasn't willing to consider until her first floor had some beef to it. Even then, the idea hadn't been solid until Rudy and Quiss's visit. What would she do with the second floor? Delta at the time could only imagine more death and blood, but now, thinking of all the space where she could challenge people, invite people to harvest nice materials, or just relax in some safe room as they fished, napped, bet on the chicken races, or something. The problem was that Delta became more competent at her menu ability the more things that she found that she wanted to mess around with on the first floor that required DP. Delta felt a familiar annoyance at the time and resource management. Delta loved it, but she was impatient. Back in the good old days, she would cheat in money just so that she could build. Then, when trophies became a thing, and achievements, that dictated that she needed to play fair. Delta knuckled down and got to work. Another floor, even with the bare bones, offered more space for people to explore. More things for people to spend time on. Sure, that didn't get DP from people just wandering about, but if they dropped items, or if they made tributes on top of her goblins collecting things, then she would have ample time to collect things and build up her DP. What she needed now was, well, the one thing that she was dreading: adventurers. Delta could be the innocent, pure dungeon that all she wanted, but without some of the traffic, Delta was stuck eating mushrooms and rocks. Until she got more mana, she decided not to buy the traps for her fort room. Instead, Delta wanted to get something done and cement her opinion on this whole dungeon is a murder house thing. So she moved her entrance and stared at the 2 walls that only had torches flickering on them. Menu, I want to make a signpost and put it on the wall. Delta requested and the menu appeared. Shoddy signpost added to the menu. 2 mana for 10 words. Delta felt like there was a bargain to purchase 2. 1 for each one. Would you like to add text to the signpost? Delta smiled and hit yes. She only needed 10 or so. For the time to come, all those who had entered the dungeon entrance of the Mushies and Pacifism would encounter these 2 signs. The quality of material would change over time, but the words mostly remained the same. The ones left the board read as followed: those who enter, please say forfeit to leave the dungeon alive. This was perhaps the most controversial thing a dungeon had ever allowed. A death was a gift to the dungeon. For one to allow such a sweet power to slip away, their soul must truly be pure or hiding a dark and dangerous agenda. People would discuss this matter for years. The second board was shorter than below, and it had a simple box. Please leave donations so that I may grow and become helpful. This was the dungeon's answer to sparing life. To enter this dungeon, one may part with the spluff in one's pockets and the holy objects of destiny. All was welcome. Those who stole from this box would be remembered, often hunted down by the unofficial guardian. Maybe the most famous thing about the signboards was, despite how often one scoffed at them, the earnest tone never faded. But first, before any of that became important, there were spiders. There was lots of spiders. End of chapter. There is no epic loot here, holy puns. Chapter 17, Along Came a Spider. Waddles quacked a few times as Delta spoke aloud. He was rather a chill bird once he got left alone to swim and not say being summoned into a pit of mud by an annoyed wizard. Delta guessed that was only fair. So, I don't know, what should I do next? I mean, I definitely need to aim for a second floor. Delta mused and Waddles seemed to agree. Francois cleared his throat. Second floor would be good. More space to build and more protection, he nodded, and Delta agreed, trying not to blush as she had perfectly good talking partner right there. Delta stood, blowing out a sigh at her 16 manner. She could do a few things like place traps over a tower and a trap. Walking around her dungeon, she saw that the entrance hadn't budged from the spot that it had been in before. But she saw the ground go down, and the door went. Did the second floor half go up or did it first floor half go down? Her menu said she definitely moved the first part down. Delta just let it go and chalked it up to a funky dungeon space again. Hob and Gob came running into the entrance, and Delta was a little sad that they didn't stop to see her signs. It came clear why as a spider about the size of a donkey came rushing in after them. Holy fur! Delta cut herself off as the goblins began to grow again, power returning to them. Hob waved his sword, dropping his bucket of goods. Delta was only barely aware of a mana hitting 29 due to the approaching nightmare with 8 legs. The spider made Delta's spiders look like little puppies. The drooling large fangs of black void-filled eyes. Delta didn't even know why she noticed her mana grow. Wait. Delta eyed the bucket and the fading goods. There was something in a dungeon. Why was her... Delta could still open a menu. Oh my gosh. Delta whispered as Hob took a swipe with his sword again and Gob took out an eye with one of his stones. HP bar? Delta waved her hands, her mind was going blank. Her friends were about to be eaten by a big evil spider, and it didn't even have a white line around its butt, which made Delta's spiders cooler. Nothing happened, so Delta gave on forcing her video game mechanics to appear for now and tried to think of what she could do. She couldn't do much besides give Hob and Gob stone weapons, and she wasn't sure how much mana she would need to upgrade them both and give them proper weapons. Run! Just run towards the camp, Delta ordered, and the Gobs hesitated and then took off, the spider hissing like a coarse brush hitting a brick wall. Delta moved with them and almost froze as the spider tumbled, all 8 legs, over a tripwire, becoming covered in the silver web as it crashed into the far wall. She couldn't believe that worked. What happened? Delta shouted and Gob just yelled back as he turned the corner. Waiting for us, he panted. Well, that wasn't good. Delta opened her menu and the map and saw that the spider didn't spontaneously combust, drop dead, piss off Waddles, and drown, or have some new world allergic reaction to the mud than her first option would be. She smashed the confirm button on her purchase. The spider ignored the grotto and moved fast down the wall, the hairs on its body refusing to stick to the silver web for long. Her Gobs crossed the mudroom faster than they had done in any of the previous attempts. They slowed at the sight before them. Delta nearly did too. There was a splat and a sound like a demon being born. Delta urged her goblins onwards and stared at her purchase. The spider managed to pull itself up and over the far side after a minute. It froze and Delta just nodded. Run away, she whispered, trying to mentally will the thing to get a hint, and the spider hesitated, then launched forward. Delta watched as a newly evolved Mushy swung its arch arms and fists down and utterly crushed the front half of the spider's body. The myconid was the second evolutionary path of the mushroom spitter. It lost its acid and its ability to strike from the shadows and a lot of reaction time if caught unaware. In return, it grew short, strong legs and a rather beefy arms, and they were effective beyond Delta's expectations. Standing somewhere just short of 6 foot tall, the large mushroom had a round, soft-looking belly and no longer had a mouth. Instead, the beady eyes became soft and curious as it lifted its hands and tried to shake off the green goo off with it quickly melting away. Oh, it also seemed that in return for physical power, the Mushy lost its hatred for everything and became somewhat fascinated by its instead, evidenced by the way that it was poking Gob curiously. Delta was trying to take this all in, her mind supplying little things to keep her mind from the screaming. Perhaps the fact that she had been invaded by the thing did not want to talk. Maybe because it showed how powerless Delta could feel until they hit her mudroom. Or maybe it was, despite all of Delta's big talk, violent still was the end result. Maybe it was because she hadn't seen anything bigger than a bird die before her eyes. She had refused to look at a farmer's death, but she had made this choice, and now she had to deal with it. All of this sounded very logical and understandable, and it was very neat. Delta hiccuped, and her dungeon ate the gill. "Monsters aren't mans," Francois said as he exited the grove, shooing the guardian boar who was trying to nibble at his robes. "Monsters contain hatred. It becomes the will of the gobs. With Spider, I becomes hungry. Hatred makes monsters different from animals. Aminals fight or run. Monsters can do those too. But they think they remember. Monsters can eat mana as well. Monster is powerful and draws them, as well as boneheads." Francois snapped and smacked both Hob and Gob with his staff. Delta just looked at the spot where the spider was. "Do all monsters hate?" Delta had asked as her newly named Mr. Mushy picked Francois up and put him on his cap hat. Francois' face soured. "Not all, but normal monsters evolved or grow. The less hate holds sway. I not know if monsters can free themselves or just live like it. When monsters grow big enough, then the hate is a choice." Francois swatted at Mr. Mushy's attempt to pet him, and it looked odd that the mushroom couldn't see where the goblin was exactly. "What about my dungeon monsters?" Delta needed to know, and Francois just grinned. "When I was born, I feel need to protect, not hate," he said casually, and steered the Mr. Mushy onwards to the grove. Delta felt relief at that, and then, unsure if she was truly wanted to know, asked Francois one more question. "Can you befriend monsters?" She wanted to know. Her question was delightfully cliché, and Delta felt no shame in it. Francois just shrugged. "If Master wants it, she will find a way. I am confident in your power." He complimented. Delta felt a little touched at the comment and moved to keep up. Compared to all her terrible mushroom experiences so far, Mr. Mushy was adorable. If all of her mushrooms could just be so cute as the myconid, then Delta would be a lot happier. Looking at him, she watched as the boar squealed and fled from the stomping Odd and the cheerful mushroom man. He looked like a fun guy. Delta snorted and giggled, which made Hob and Gob look confused. Francois was too busy trying to avoid the mushroom, then hit it in the face with the impromptu steed ran out of control. Delta turned and looked towards her entrance. This wouldn't be the last time that she would have to kill. Delta just had to accept that life wasn't going to bend to let her avoid the messy parts of being a dungeon. Hatred would drive monsters to seek her out, if Francois was right. Delta just nodded with determination. As long as she got no enjoyment for it and didn't lure them in, then Delta wouldn't cry for the monsters that died. Delta looked at the tunnel where the last of the spider faded, tiny green splotches of blood. She clasped her hands together, a little prayer in her head. Maybe now the spider didn't feel the hatred, and that was one tiny comfort Delta could take from this. Black Forest Spider absorbed. Cost for Deadly Mushroom reduced by 5 DP. Common Silver Spinner Spider upgrade cost reduced by 2 DP. Mild Poison added to research 12 DP. Delta nodded. "Thank you for your donations." She nodded and moved on with a purpose. First was the tripwire. With 29 mana and 58 DP, she could begin making progress in her heal room. She owed it to the spider to make the most of the points. Delta paused, and her spiders were making angry noises as they collected the torn webs and discarded it. "Oh, sorry," Delta chuckled nervously. She directed them to throw it into the tunnel entrance and leave it there for the next person to enter to pick up. "Don't worry, I'll get this dungeon in tip-top shape and make sure that you guys get improved as well. After all," Delta said as she moved through the web as she spent the point to add a few wooden supports to the center of the room to give the spiders more places to attach webbing. It gave her berry bush a nice special feeling too. "We dungeon folk have to stick together," she offered, and her spider shuddered and played dead. Delta crossed her arms. "I think I'm hilarious," she muttered. So, this is why outgoing mail is banned for the next few days to weeks. Chris called out to the town square. Well, it was more of an oblong rectangle that had an errant triangular tumor hanging off of it. "But I need to respond to my girlfriend," a whiny man complained. Chris wasn't going to say it, but he didn't need to. Rudy was here. "Your girlfriend that lives in Tarunda?" "Yes, come on, Collard. No one buys it." Rudy said, her eyes closed as she tried to snooze on her chair. She was the only other person on the little podium that had once been summoned to debate one of the greater demons into selling his legal rights to take the souls of their cattle. In return, he got a lot of cheese. Quiz could appreciate the craftsmanship of the little desk before him and was why everyone seemed to be unable to ignore him as long as he looked ready to rant. Anyway, we decided to keeping the dungeon a secret from the town people was wrong, and we didn't want to clean that junk out of our houses if you die. So, the dungeon is there. Don't go into it without permission, or without letting everyone know, so that we can all take bets. As the King's law states, you must either be over the age of 16, have a demon bound inside your soul, wield a sword that no one else can use, be mute and heralded as the hero of this timeline, have a magical birthmark tied to some prophecy, or have a parental permission to enter the dungeon. Quiz reminded. Quite a few of the teenagers and younger kids grumbled at this. The two blonde kids that were mute that had been hailed as heroes in some fashion in the crowd shrugged. Quiz knew one wanted to be a vet, and the other was too lazy to go anywhere. Smart boys, in his opinion. What's the dungeon like? One excited girl asked, and her little pigtails bounced as she jumped on the spot. Nice, has a few spiders and goblins, so don't go wandering in. Rudy answered for him. Quiz knew the kids loved announcements like these. It got out from the school. The only teacher in town who managed 6 different classes of students in a single day stood to the side, smiling politely. Mr. Jones was a nice man, and if Quiz ever felt like he needed to die slowly and painfully by having spawn, he wouldn't mind if Mr. Jones teaching them. He baked cookies, listened to students, and never had a student fail since he took over in the last 5 years. It was the only hope of this community had any reaching a standard of education. Quiz also knew that the man was hearty. He confiscated a black wand from the student yesterday. In a town like this, magical weapons were a dime a dozen, and outside of this town, they would all sell for a small kingdom's annual income. Thankfully, Mr. Jones dispatched the skeleton army that the brat had raised before history class was over, and had a stern talk with his mother of the student, the Black Bog Witch, who was now the town's glass and metal craft shop owner. The woman could make cauldrons like no one's business. How she managed to make them in clay, she kept to herself. Mr. Jones was all right in Quiz's book. The fact that he was a knowledge demon from the 142nd layer of the abyss didn't make the clean shirt and nice tie any less attractive. Many women and men had often fought with their spouse about who would get a go at the parent-teaching meetings to stare at his straight teeth and lovely hair. Quiz cleared his throat, and the silence had stretched on. So, please don't die, or I'll have to do paperwork. He ended the meeting with a little gavel bang, and then ended the podium's magic, and walked away. I liked it, Rudy said as she caught up. Holding up one hand, she read off an imaginary headline. Don't die, idiots, local peacekeeper cautions, she announced. Quiz had his small smile as they both entered the local pub. Nibs nodded and poured the usual. It was good to relax, and Quiz knew that he'd better enjoy it. Delta would be cooking something up that appeared innocent, but in reality would make Quiz feel old soon enough. At least in his melody mead he tasted good, and he burped a little, and birdsong came out. He snorted as some heavy berserker metal flowed from Rudy's mouth. In the night that followed, neither Quiz or Delta could predict the danger that would come. This was not the hungry spiders that moved closer, but also one of the most dangerous types of creatures in the kingdom. Teenagers. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 18, I am Dio. Delta hummed as she added a second sticky trap to the night to the fort room. After the spider attack, she felt hesitant to send her goblins out together until she could properly equip them. Delta didn't feel like it was the end of the world. Maybe she could ask Rudy to collect trash, or if Quiz had any junk that he wanted to get rid of. Working with people, the idea was absolutely wonderful. Delta hoped that both of them had many friends that they could invite to her dungeon. Rudy might. Actually, she had boasted about being the rudest woman in town. But maybe Quiz. Delta cut off the thought before it could even sprout, and instead of hoped that Quiz would keep on visiting. He was nice and handsome, but his attitude was like a cactus with an antisocial behavioral problems. Kind of a prick, but not suited and unprepared. Still, Delta didn't give up hope. She'd take precautions, fought up during the night, and wait for the relative safety of daylight before sending Hob and Gob back out to collect more. Contracted monsters were useful and somewhat odd. Waddles was gone. Delta could only guess that he had gone through the water tunnel to somewhere. Delta really needed to see what was down there one day, and she just needed an aquatic monster that could speak. Merfolk, were they a thing? Usually dragons and merfolk came as a package, Delta hoped. She wouldn't even mind if they were more creepy kind. Under the pond, Delta sung as she made her way to Mr. Mushy was okay. The giant bipedal fungi was having a fun petting the Grove Guardian and the boars to spare. Delta sneaked away before the boar could complain. With only 19 mana and 58 DP, Delta needed to pass the time until morning came. Moving back to the spider room, she opened up the menu of the room and she hummed as she saw the message. The room is inhabited by spiders only. The room is used for the purposes of webs. This room is near the front of the menu finds it's weird that it is so peaceful. Would you like to upgrade this room to spider room? All things inside the room will become bound and cannot be moved outside of the room. Cost 10 DP. Delta wanted to cackle. She tried and sounded like she was just about having a good time. She hit yes and the room flashed and nothing truly changed. She opened the menu again. Spider room. Upgrade total number of spiders that can be in the room, 5 DP. Restore trap after dungeon is empty, 8 DP. Make spiders more durable and less likely to die, 10 DP. Make a great amount of berries with each spider that dies, 5 DP. Delta really had to appreciate the sheer detail that her powers could go to. The ability to punish people who murdered her spiders was nice. Having the trap to able to fix itself was also nice. Delta wondered if that would always have been the choice if her nature, to the point of view, made such an option come into existence. Delta hoped so. It meant that if she could keep trying to be herself, her powers would help her. It would be nice. Not everyone was a comic book hero who could struggle with their awesome demon power every chapter. Delta kinda liked her menu. It had spunk. She purchased the trap replacement and berry punishment options, reducing her total DP to 35. The tripwire made the twang noise as she pulled it again. Delta cheered as her first homemade room became even better. I should hope that many first-timers have a great trip into my dungeon. Delta bent over and snorted hard as she tried not to laugh. Her cheeks hurt and her lungs protested, but Delta managed to avoid her spiders roll away in disgust. Delta wondered if the puns were some form of sanity-protecting coping mechanism, and decided that if they were, it was the only right that she kept on enjoying them. Master, Fran called from Delta and was the boss room for an instant. Fran was kneeling and looking nervous. Bacon the pig was also bowing. Master, I heard from Francois. You do not intend for me to do my job? Fran asked with concern, and Delta just stared at him with confusion. Job? She echoed, and Fran gripped his spear tightened. I must defeat invaders. I make those who seek you die. He stated, and Delta felt like lost, and the tone became upset. Delta got on the floor on the ground with him. Fran, of course you will. I just don't want you killing those who surrender or flee. She consoled, and Fran didn't meet her look. That makes mans will speak of my tactic will become known. I will be exploited. He responded and sounded angry. Delta could see how that would be an issue. But I don't want to kill people who simply want to explore. She added her own feelings and Fran squirmed. He looked at his metal spear. A boss must protect core. I must protect you, he said quietly, and Delta was quiet for a few seconds. Then protect my will. I need you to let those who surrender in earnest go. Those who challenge your strength should be offered to the ability to grow and become stronger. I want them to become stronger. Fran, defeat is not a failure in this case. Pushing those cannot handle the lower floors back is your duty. Delta explained, and Fran was quiet. Those that spit upon your mercy. Master, those who would abuse your greatness. He pondered, and Delta hesitated for only a few seconds. Those who surrender and then attack, or those who refuse to back down. I have done what I can. Treat them as scum or respectful warriors as you see fit. I cannot protect them from their own hearts or desires, Delta said, feeling the words a little odd and not really something that she would normally say. Delta frowned and tried to think of why she had said them. Nothing answered, and she let it go as a slip of the tongue, or maybe the dungeon part that she had merged with speaking out. Spare honorable and unprepared, punish liars and fools. Tran translated, and Delta could only smile weakly. If you kill someone mid-battle, I'll make sure to warn people, and nobody can sue us. She waved her hands, and Fran looked confused. I will stab this Sioux. I will defeat you, master, Fran promised, and Bacon snorted with determination. Her manner and DP shut up, and Delta blinked. Looking around, she saw Waddles had returned, spitting some red weeds onto the shore. Yes, excellent. Defeat the Sioux. First name, Mary. Be right back, Delta said apologetically, and rushed off to the pond room. Her menu rang out. Bloodweed absorbed. Bloodweed? Waddles, what had he found? Delta appeared in the duck, closed his eyes, and he looked done for the day and nestled back into his little alcove. Delta opened her menu and her eyes bugged out, her mind going blank. Mana 67, DP 83. Delta could feel the mana flow through her. Waddles, what was that? She demanded, but the duck kept snoozing. In a panic, she had no idea what to do with all of the sudden excess mana. This bloodweed had given her 48 mana. This was the biggest boost that she had ever gotten, except for maybe the fire crystal. She moved quickly in the goblin camp and picked one of the two normal goblin monsters, Num or Billy. How they acquired those names was not something Delta had a clue about. Hob and Gob seemed pleased by them, however. Picking up Billy, she spent 5 mana to give him an evolution. She slammed her finger down and hit the one in the middle. Goblin Archer, 5 mana or 2 DP. Billy glowed, and when the light slowly died down, he was wearing a little odd green hat and a tunic that he had rather rough-looking bow in his hands. His arrows were all different sizes, and he had rude words carved on the shafts. The feathers looked suspiciously like chicken feathers. That still left her with 8 mana over the limit, so she hit Num with the other evolution. Goblin Thug, 5 mana and 2 DP. Num became a lot bigger and more muscle-bound, and his loincloth turned into a thick fur pelt, which stretched over one shoulder like a Tarzan leotard. In his hands was a 2-handed wooden club, with some creature's serrated teeth on the edges. She spent the last mana of summoning a random healthy apple, sighing with relief over not wasting any mana. Delta watched as Num swung his club in the air, and Billy picked his nose with the back end of one of his arrows in the quiver and promptly sneezed due to the feathers. Mana well spent. Delta opened a menu and looked at the item that had done this. Bloodweed, a rare underwater plant that can be applied to wounds to hasten healing, stronger if wound is fresh. Delta frowned as she hadn't got any upgrades from the gift from Waddles. Menu, why didn't I get something from this? Delta asked, trying not to sound ungrateful. A window opened up to her left. Ingredient is beyond anything that the dungeon has eaten before. It'll take a few digestions to gain proper rewards. Delta nodded as it faded, like some games that required repeated collections before the things became available. Unlocking super awesome weapons with only getting one of each material was a bit weak, like collecting enough things in the metal slime spear or breeding a gold amount of the best sword. It took effort, and Delta accepted that if she wanted to get good things, she needed to put in the effort. Sadly, the effort wasn't exactly up to her, but to Waddles, and Waddles looked ready to call it a night. But Delta could complain about how she couldn't control contractor monsters and be ungrateful for the effort Waddles had been done in for her so far. She could spend a few mana and DP points with glee. Choices, choices. Well, Delta had never been one to duck out at fun times. Delta snorted and had to take a few seconds to collect herself before she moved off to the mudroom. Make the room into a mudroom. All elements will be bound to this room and cannot be removed out unless destroyed 10 DP. Delta almost couldn't hold back her excitement as she hit the confirm. The room flashed and Delta opened up the menu. Mudroom. Make the logs appear from the wall and knock down hesitant jumpers 10 DP. Make the mud reappear if removed 5 DP. Randomize position of logs every 3 days 10 DP. Make traps in this room freeze for whomever the core wishes, 12 DP. Delta shivered at the cruelty of the menu and loved it deep down. She purchased the wall logs and trap freezing options, leaving her with 57 DP. Thinking of the second floor, Delta hesitated, and then thinking of Bloodweed, Ruli Quiz and her goblins purchased the rest. It was wait. She was already used to that one. Delta fumed for a menu, emptied out the upgrades for a second. Delta struggled for a second. Like a circle, saving points is pointless? Delta tried, and then sighed. It was the same punchline, and she only watched the holes appear in the walls from when the wooden logs would appear with a fading interest. Nothing could make her feel better about a repeated pun. Nothing. People entered her dungeon. 3 people. Delta threw her puns away and smothered down her invisible dress. Guests have arrived and she wasn't ready. Delta hoped that they were friendly, hoped they were nice, hoped they were clever. IDO shall conquer this dungeon in one run, the young man screamed, and Delta felt her soul freeze as if karma laughed at her. The boy was a fiery red hair and ginger stubble. Why am I here? The girl to his left sighed, her pointy hat so comically large. Delta couldn't see her features very well. Her blue cloak and slightly magical wooden spoon glowed with the entrance hall. Dio, as he had said, laughed as if this was hilarious. Don't be shy, Poppy. IDO will need your black magic to win this dungeon. The boy's voice was loud and Delta winced. He seemed unable to tone his back, an eardrum bursting. The boy was left sniffed in annoyance. And me? I don't even like you. He snapped and Dio just smiled and the kid looked ready to write bad poetry. Friend Amonster, I need your white magic to heal me. Dio spoke and the boy grimaced. I'm actually a first-level necro, the began, but Dio just laughed. Life magic works both ways. I, Dio, will be your warrior, he promised, and the girl Poppy sighed. Yay, she muttered and held some necklace in her hands, with an odd symbol on it. The other boy sniffed again. Are you going to remind him that you are not a black mage, but just have a bad reaction to sunlight? He demanded, and the girl sighed. Nah, I can cast some magic. Mostly blue and purple. She sounded so done with this already. Delta was stunned. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the group. The red-haired boy, Dio, held up a broken brittle blade into the sky, and it went ting. A chip fell off the tip of the blade and hit the ceiling, and Dio looked like he didn't even notice. Delta would only stare at her first actual adventures. This was bound to be interesting and really embarrassing. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Dio and Friends. Chris was just finishing his last patrol in the town of Durance. So far, he had argued with one night demon, sent a hag home, and made Mr. Coppergold pay a fine for illegal mining in another man's yard. Chris scowled as Von, the banker, stalked into the dark of night. It was his nature, so Chris let him off with a single glare, but Von wasn't affected. Being a 400-year-old vampire, the banker had more than enough trouble just keeping up with the new currency of copper and graves, copper pieces, and that had more value than gold due to the government mandate. That was cruel, but soon the economy would move on to pure mana-based currency, where people only had to handle paperwork to claim that they owned. One grumbled about it, but the man had a habit of accepting blood money to look the other way with small matters, or just blood really. Quis once bribed him to remove the weekly wicked warlocks from the public list of purchases. His enjoyment was his own. A peacekeeper had to be open and honest, which made them rather easy to remove from the community found them lacking. In this town, simply being dismissed was beyond a career crippling. One old bored woman could make a couple of elder mages dance to her song and crumpets, and it would make Quis's goal of burning the world tree harder than needed. If one asked, Quis did not intend for the tree to die, but only to remind it that it could be. And Quis definitely did not have a backstory that involved such a tree, nor did he invest anything and everything into such a goal. World trees made mana more abundant, which made burning one rather odd goal for a mage. Quis sniffed and shot a look at the barrel goblin that switched hiding places as people slept. Barrel goblins were protected under legal law that stopped more harmless pests from being slaughtered wholesale. These particular pests would hide in chests or barrels and scared those who opened them. They were usually more mischievous than harmful, though the occasional cold codger in the kingdom did die of a heart attack, but that was rare. Like a wool tree, Quiz could burn them as he spotted them, but only the kind word of the law prevented him so. Rudy got a kick out of them as well, which didn't affect his actions one bit, but he did let them live for no other reason whatsoever. Quiz turned on the spot as Fig walked out of his home. His true name was Racustemina Fig Mortis, but no one liked saying Rack or Mortis, and the man was only half something. It was a fancy way of saying no one had any clue what his human parent fell in love with an outside niche community. No one really wanted to know. Fig had 3 arms and 4 eyes, and his height towered at 8 foot, with a wicked energy leaking off of him. Fig was nice, and he ran the local Thabspade charity. Thabspade had been invented when Fig had insisted that no one argued when one of his 4 eyes turned black and people fell flat. It was some day between Tuesday and Thursday. Quiz didn't want to meet him due to his need to have long lectures on Quiz's alcoholism and his own piety. It was annoying, and Quiz wasn't sure that a fireball would have any effect on the half-human, half-thing. He was a nag and rather unlikable one at that. There was a calming cruelty that ebbed with those facts. Quiz turned down the street he'd rather avoid and ran into someone else entirely. The man held up tiny random chests that could hold anything between some copper or a lost Bible of Yagmishkakon. 5 copper for 1 chest, 3 gold, you get 10. The blind Edgar Adams offered, and Quiz stormed past him before he got his remaining joy in life locked behind some paywall. He moved past the smoking woman. Quiz, you have a she began, and Quiz ignored her with a growl on his face. I know, tell me how to avoid people, and I'll pay you, he snapped, and the woman glowered. You may live in interesting times, she spat, and Quiz turned to her with a full, dark, abysmal glare. The woman ran away into the darkness, and Quiz looked around to the rest of the soothsayer alley. Anyone else have any illuminating commentary? He asked quietly, and one man held up a hand. My hamster's knee bones are telling me that you're about to become a very important character, the old man ranted, and Quiz felt a fire rising up in his throat. He calmed it down and exhaled. The village burning days were behind him. His village burning days were behind him. I think that you and Rudy Drakensbane should have good chemistry. The love which proclaimed, and Quiz pulled out his book of finds, and the street magically became very empty. I'm a peacekeeper, not the local cleric priest, who gains power listening to your cretins. I'm Quiz Fire Smasher, and I will not be slandered by being shipped up with some vulgar woman. He called out to now silent row of buildings. No one answered, and Quiz considered his job done for the night, lest no more children would be proclaimed as heroes on his watch. Then again, if he had some confused children with him, people would mostly leave him alone as they focused on the fresh meat. The girl with the wonky scar of a star in her chin, goldmine to these people. Quiz moved past the street and was only thankful that the merchants that screamed all day slept, and he didn't need a +11 staff of draconic summoning. He'd had enough of dragons to last him for the next 10 years. The Gem of Shadows? Sure, he'd love to be ignored by people. Shame most people that lived here couldn't be fooled by anything short of a heroic illusion, and then some. Quiz walked to his hut, where someone had left a bunch of horseshoes on his doorstep. They looked to be fresh off a centaur's berserker, and Quiz gathered them up. He had no idea who kept leaving him good luck charms, but he was hardly about to turn down free stuff. Ruli would sooner leave him a centaur manure than she certainly wasn't her. The gifts confused him, but he peered out of his window and saw no one. Maybe it was a joke? Quiz didn't get jokes. He just often failed to get other people's sense of humours unless he was so drunk that rocks on the side of the road looked amusing. He turned off the glow lamp and went to bed, praying that some new fool would apply to the peacekeepers tomorrow. If Delta and the dungeon had got anything right, it was that having minions to do your work for you was amazing. Outside of the peacekeeper's hut, a dark figure moved away from the hiding spot that they had been sitting for the last 4 hours. The way Quiz had picked up those gifts. It was scandalous, and a person felt too shy to even think about the event. Maybe tomorrow they would leave an alder tree and fruits. Yes, Quiz would like them. I challenge you, Dio shouted at the spiders, and they simply moved around his feet. Dio jumped back and pointed his broken blade at the spiders. I challenge you, he repeated. And he had been going on for 10 minutes, and Delta was too shocked to do anything other than stand there in stunned disbelief. The two others had stayed in the tunnel discussing homework. I'm going to do my paper on the futility of life and why death always wins, the guy said, pushing up his glasses, so they shined off the torch perfectly, and he seemed aware of where all the light sources were at any given moment. The girl nodded. Mine is on darkness, she muttered, and Dio watched the spiders fled away from his voice into the walls. Ha ha! I won! He called, moving forward, tripping over a tripwire and rolling into the webs and wall. Why am I here? Ammonster asked himself, and the girl shrugged. He overpowered you, and your spells suck, she said bluntly. Ammonster glared, but he shivered as Dio walked back to them, his rusty armor and broken blade covered in a web. And on a rap! He shouted through the web, and Poppy clapped slowly. Yay! She cheered with an energy of the dead. Ammonster eyed the room with a sudden deep understanding. These spiders may be poisonous, and the webs may slow us down if we hit the tripwires. He pointed out that Delta was pretty sure her spiders weren't poisonous. They did have a white line around their butts. Awesome. Spiders drain fluids from their prey, and the life drains from me. Poppy said to Dio, gave her a thumbs up. Agus fuels, he complimented, and Poppy removed the web from his face. Nah. Now you need to stop talking and keep going, she ordered with a lack of emotion, and Dio turned on the spot. I will beat this dungeon, he yelled, and rushed out of the room. Ammonster sighed with relief and picked up the web with one hand. This stuff looks to be good stuff. Peacekeeper Quest did mention spiders, but this is beyond normal. He inspected and Delta felt shy as he inspected her work. Poppy just shuffled after Dio's distant screams. One of courage, not fear. Come on, take some berries. They smell nice. Poppy sighed and shoved some into her mouth as she passed. Maybe we can use these for some durable armor, or perhaps they can form a unique potion to resist the sticky traps, or maybe we can turn into spiders and blend them into the local biosphere. I'd like to make a spider skeleton, but this will do. He shoved some of the web into his pocket, and Delta guessed that was nice. At least one of them liked a web. She shook off her shock, and for now, and moved on down the tunnel, and saw that Dio was in the pond room. Face me, demon of the water, he called, and the Waddles eyed him his guests. Poppy walked in and then paused. Yeah, maybe don't bother the duck yet, she began, but Dio jumped into the water and then seemed to sink. Can he swim? Ammonster asked, and Poppy sighed. Delta hoped so, because she didn't think what to do if someone had tried to swim and couldn't swim. He said that the main characters can't swim and never learned. Hold on. She looked more annoyed than concerned about the screaming Dio. She held out one hand in an odd way and closed her eyes. Water suction, octopod style, Poppy mumbled, and she inhaled, sucking in the pond water towards her mouth, where it turned into a whirlwind. The water was dragged onto the land and hauled into Dio with it. Delta blinked at the odd wording of that magic that had happened. Octopod style, that just screamed monster magic. I challenge you to a water duel, the young man finished saying as he hacked up the water. Poppy sighed and lowered her hood in annoyance. Amster turned to the left. Spiders, ducks. This dungeon is lame, he complained, and Delta froze. Lame. Her dungeon was lame. Delta felt the word clunk around in her head like a heavy lead ball. Lame. A monster, are you blind? This duck is truly rare, dark drake, a monster of myth. This dungeon is amazing. Dio yelled at his friend. Delta watched him with wide eyes. He knew what Waddles was. Dio thought that she was amazing. Yeah, dungeon sounded like trouble, but this one is nice. Poppy yawned and moved out of the pond room as Dio turned and bowed to Waddles. I respectfully bow out of this duel, fair duck. He laughed and ran after his companions. Delta felt touched by his words until she remembered what room was next. Oh no, that was exactly what she had planned for. Delta rushed out of the room as Waddles eyed Dio. It closed his eyes and nodded. Dio didn't see how it glowed with a soft light, and he saw that the coat of the rude one had narrowed his duck eyes. Ammonster never saw how he glowed with a dark light. Dio wasn't an adventurer. He hadn't completed any dungeons before, but with the dungeon just appearing outside of town, he knew that it was his chance to finally become one. Dio had always wanted to explore a dungeon, and exploring one that no one else had done would be the best thing ever. So far, there had been spiders and ducks. That was so cool. Not many dungeons had those combos. Dio felt lucky that his town had gotten a cool dungeon. "Allies, I see mud ahead," Dio spoke, and he turned to look at his friends with a big smile. Poppy's lips moved, but it was hard to see that they were a hood. "Bother, platforms, jump." He was sure she said. Dio looked at Ammonster. "Lish, jump, one from another, boring, duck." He might have said, and Dio shook his head. "The duck was powerful, and this will be fun," he said calmly. Being completely deaf didn't numb the excitement that Dio had towards exploring. His mother was a bard, and his father was a classic warrior who had used special battle shouts. He had no idea why Ammonster was dragging his feet. This was once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He leapt onto one of the wooden circles, and then he stumbled and fell onto the one to the left. It howled as the one he aimed for had tripped slightly. He grinned and praised the quest gods for their gift of good luck. He also had a small prayer to the dark drake. One could never be too careful. He turned to see Ammonster scoff in his aim for the wooden platform furthest away from him, and he flipped completely and amazingly. Healer ended up in the mud with a rather impressive splash that hit the ceiling. The man looked to be yelling in excitement and waved his arms to invite Poppy. She looked about shy away, and Dio jumped down to yell. "I shall join you," he yelled, and Ammonster's face didn't look pleased. Dio picked him up and hauled both of them out of the pit, as mud stuck to them both. Putting him down, Dio looked at Ammonster and was speaking. "You, Mud, wear and drop my Poppy is over gap," he explained, and Dio nodded. He turned to Poppy, inflating like a balloon, and just floated over. "Nyah, balloon-style frog," she said, and she landed. Dio grinned. "Frogs are cool, which makes you cool," he said with a soft tone, and Poppy paused and then looked away as if embarrassed, which couldn't be, as the black mages were too cold and aloof to feel such things. Dio walked on and loved how the mud made his homemade armor look professional. He turned the corner and saw a huge room filled with mushrooms. This dungeon was so cool. These mushrooms grew in big, and Dio wondered if he could duel any of them. Ammonster managed to some kind of obscure cleric detect spell and touched a random mushroom, which in turn revealed to actually be a boar. The mushroom covered in the boar turned and began to chase Ammonster. "I help, do got this," the healer shouted with confidence, and his face half turned. Dio almost couldn't see what he was saying, but guessed Ammonster had the boar and handle with his great white magic. Poppy worked after him with her hood down low. Dio felt lost as he had nothing to do. Panicking, he turned and saw movement. A walking mushroom man. Dio danced on the spot and walked up to the jolly thing that was softly walking after Ammonster and the boar with interest. "Hello! I would like to duel you," Dio called out, and the mushroom man paused and then slowly looked at Dio. It waved and Dio waved back. It waved and Dio waved back. It waved and Dio waved back. The mushroom seemed to hear something in it, and it pulled its arm back. Not to the fullest extent that Dio noticed. It aimed a punch right at him. Dio almost squealed and dropped his sword, then hesitated. A fist fight. It wasn't heroic, and his skills were... Dio swallowed as he complained and ducked another punch. His foe demanded his best, and Dio, the mighty hero, would not back down. He shot forward and aimed a fist. Delta could only stare at the perfect hole through her mushroom grove, where a good chunk of her grove had been simply erased by the sound of the young man's attack. Delta was shocked. She gently directed Mr. Mushy to bow and sit down. Dio, the oh-my-god-he's-a-monster adventurer, bowed back and picked up his sword, which he swung with a novice effort. Even her goblins would swing their clubs better. Delta felt scared of these children, wondering what kind of village that they came from that they have that level of power. Her dungeon vibrated, and Delta could only watch as the 3 large spiders rushed in. "No! Run! These kids are the real monsters," Delta warned in vain. The spiders came, and Delta prayed for them. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 20, A Bory End. Dalton watched as 3 more spiders rushed into the tunnel. They scrambled over each other as they burst into the web room. Since Dio and his friends hadn't left yet, her tripwire hadn't been able to reset, which was a shame because the speeds at the large spiders were going, it wouldn't take them long to reach the grove where the teens were milling around, as Ammonster managed to lose the ball in a sharp turn and refused to get off of the very tall mushroom that grew on the one side of the room. The ball prowled around the mushroom, snorting. Poppy pulled down her hood and Dalta couldn't tell if she was laughing or just mumbling loudly. The girl didn't actually do anything to help Ammonster. And as long as there were people in her dungeon, Dalta couldn't use her menus. While Dio had proven to be enthusiastic in his fighting, Dalta had no idea if Poppy and Ammonster were powerful. The spiders crossed the mudroom, 2 of them hitting the mud hard and the final one hitting the right path. Mr. Mushy bore guard the room, she called, and Dalta watched as Mr. Mushy put Dio back down on the ground from where the Dio had been sitting on the large cap to watch Ammonster struggle to cheer him on. Dio had seemed to enjoy his peaceful her monster acted after their duel. Their boar snorted and ran off onto the thicket of the mushrooms, blending in. Francois, get them out of there, Dalta called as a magic goblin rushed down the hall. Dalta had a feeling that they could handle themselves. It just didn't sit well with her stomach to let people who looked a lot younger than she felt comfortable with and face danger that she wouldn't be able to slow down or maybe even stop. They had come to adventure, not to deal with the consequences of Dalta's harvesting missions. Dio might be able to kill them, Poppy and Ammonster too, but it didn't make it right. Dalta would rather ask first than assume. If one of those spiders got lucky and bit, or something equally as bad, then Dalta would have to see someone's child die. A young life snuffed out. Dalta gripped her hands into fists as the spiders burst into the far end of the room, the large arachnids scattering as Misty Mushy swung his fists. "Mans, come!" Francois called to the room, and all 3 of the teens turned to the noise. "Poppy, it's a gob," Ammonster warned, and Dio rushed forward, hesitating as he stared intently at the large fang-filled mouth of Francois. "Hail, Poppy! What is it saying?" Dio shouted, and Poppy's hands were glowing softly. "Hands! Master, call wants you to run. Come!" Francois said in a huff, and he ran back down the tunnel. "It wants us to follow. It said the dungeon said so," Poppy said with a sigh as the spider flew overhead and vanished into a patch of rutcot. Dalta wondered if Dio had the trouble listening to things or he was just too excited to understand. "It's a trap," Ammonster said in refusal, and Dio looked down the tunnel. Dalta tried to shoo them mentally as her boar tried to tackle the 2 spiders ahead of them, and caught one in the side with its tusk. It turned, and Dalta winced as it buried its fangs into the boar's face. Her boar squealed, and they both crashed into a mushroom. "Yeah, those spiders are fighting the dungeon monsters. Something isn't right," Poppy said, and walked down the tunnel. "We have to go this way, goblin or not." She shrugged and vanished. Dio pointed down the hall with his swords. "Onwards to glory!" He was cut off by a 3rd spider that had been missing for the last few seconds, burst out, fangs leaking a clear liquid at the exposed neck of Dio. Dalta screamed, but the insect glowed with a dark purple color and dropped onto the ground as it twitched. The purple energy flowed to Ammonster's outstretched hand. "I hate this place." Ammonster waved his hands and looked over the grove, and after hesitating for a moment, sent the purple energy at Dalta's stumbling boar. The puncture wounds on its face healed over, and Dalta watched with amazement as her boar looked a lot better. Nothing makes sense. Why are monsters killing monsters? And why is this place so weird? Where is Poppy? He demanded louder as Mr. Mushy calmly grabbed the spider, biting his face with one hand. He eyed it, and Dalta waved her hands. Hug it, she yelled, and Mr. Mushy made a pleased noise and began to hug the spider, who flailed. Dalton knew this would normally be an odd thing to request, but she had a feeling that Mr. Mushy didn't quite understand how to control his... The spider popped like a hairy balloon, and Dalta covered her mouth in shock as Mr. Mushy looked confused at his now empty hands. Her ball was charging his spider again, and his face was covered in a web that made him stumble. He tripped over a rock, and the spider jumped onto the boar, biting hard. Dio looked ready to rush in and help, but Ammonster dragged him down the tunnel, ignoring the loud protests. Mr. Mushy, help him, Delta begged, and the spider took another bite before the boar stumbled into a standing position and then toppled back down as the poison in his system seemed to hurt him. Mr. Mushy swiped at the spider that Ammonster had attacked and stood up and rushed down the tunnel after yelling Dio. The second spider made a break for it, narrowly missing Mr. Mushy, grabbing at its legs. Go, please help the humans, Delta ordered, and her large monster lumbered off. Delta wanted to follow, but she sunk her knees next to the boar. It snorted weakly, and Delta tried to pet it, but she didn't feel its fur, nor did the boar react to her touch. Delta longed to feel the touch of another creature, especially now when her grove guardian wheezed as its body shuddered. Delta whispered softly to it, "You were amazing. You were so cool," she said, and she couldn't stop her eyes from becoming hot and blurry as the tears formed. "You couldn't even have a name, and I didn't spend that much time with you. And I asked you to fight me, and you did. Thank you." Delta choked out, and the boar snorted weakly as its tail whipped once. Delta lay next to it, her mind screaming that she didn't have time for this, but it hurt to even think of leaving it alone in its final moments. That was it. That was what it was like to be a dungeon, to watch those that you talked to, saw, felt happy, and to have around die so this game could be enjoyed. Delta didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. She didn't check to see if the boar was able to be respawned, or if she had purchased such a thing. Now it was too late, and Delta felt a horrible person for not even checking. Not even able to do so now due to her guests. The boar closed its eyes, and then before Delta's own eyes, melted into a white mist and vanished, leaving behind a large wooden shield with a boar motif in front of it. The slightly jutting out tusk made it look dangerous to hit someone with it. "Boar, you dropped loot. You were even cooler than I thought," Delta whispered, cheeks blotchy as she stood, turning in a hurry to catch up with the fleeing adventurers. A menu appeared as she left the room, and Delta tripped and crashed into the ground as she read it. "Ornery boar will respawn in 1 hour once the dungeon is empty." Delta lay there for a moment and wondered why the menu waited until after she had her heart torn out before telling her this. Still, Delta prayed that she never had to do that again. She promised that she would check all the monsters for respawn options after this was all over. Even if she had to go to the second floor in 100 years, Delta would rather keep her friends and crave critters. Shiny upgrades and sprawling second floor just wasn't worth the pain that she'd feel losing her friends. She got up and zoomed down the tunnel. Francois II was not accustomed to many things that had happened in his short life. Being created, he had a rough idea of the things that he was supposed to do and the things that he was supposed to kill. When he became an apprentice goblin, that list evolved to things that he had to deal with. Things that he should choose to deal with, and things that the master forced him to deal with. This one was one of those things that his master made him deal with. "To the towers! Spiders coming!" Francois yelled as Billy, the goblin archer, hesitated at the sight of humans, but shot down the tunnel at the approaching spiders. He turned and pointed at the 2 spots. "Sticky trap, follow me," he ordered, and began to weave between the traps and up the hill. "Nya, this is a goblin mage. Do goblins speak to people?" the girl in the large hood asked as she shuffled up the hill, as if the goblin-eating spiders weren't just about to enter the room. The fire-headed child rushed up and cheered. His voice made Francois's ears bleed. The last one, the dark-haired man with glasses and a scowl to match the quistman that stalked up the hill. His aura was dark and foreboding. It also smelled like strawberries. It was an odd combination, and Francois turned an empty staff down the hill at the first sight of the hairy leg appeared. "Burn!" he cackled, and a fire erupted from his staff, making one of the beasts scream. Fire was wonderful. Fire was powerful, and he had rather burn things than be forced to talk to them. But his master wished him to be nice and polite. A box appeared with the upteenth time since he evolved, and he growled, "Would you like to evolve?" Francois waved it away. Billy fired another arrow into the spider that rushed up the hill, sliding as its legs hit the first trap, and its body was sent off balance by the legs suddenly not moving. Hob and Gob threw rocks, and they squished into the spider's body. The second one used the first spider to jump and reach the tower with an agility only a truly desperate creature could manage. It got one leg up and numb with the thug slammed down with its toothy club. The spider slid down and crashed into the first one. Yeah, salamander style, fire acid. The girl said, and the energy level of the various mushrooms that spouted around the dungeon, which was to say, not very much. The result was interesting, and Francois enjoyed seeing the bubbling red liquid splash down over the tower like a stream of boiling oil. "Poppy, that was amazing, right? Ammonster, we're working with goblins." Firehead pointed out, and the dark child, who just gave him a look that Francois could respect. A loathing, annoyed, offended, and a pinch of done. Francois could really respect such a look. He readied another fireball as his master's voice came to him. "Ucking dramatic menus. My cheeks feel puffy." She sniffed, and Francois stood straighter, trying to show how powerful he was to his master. One of the spiders, missing a leg and looking to form around the eyes due to the fire vomit, jumped up again, and Francois engulfed a firing explosion midair. "Okay, that was cool." Master Darter complimented, and Francois looked smugly at the other goblins, but then Billy shot an arrow through one of the eyes of the final spider. How he did such a thing with those wonky arrows was beyond Francois. "Poppy, didn't they say that the dungeon wanted us safe, or out of the way? What do you think that means?" The child screamed, and Francois pleaded with his master to go mad and command him to end the child's noise, one way or another. It never came, and the hooded girl just looked at me thinking, "Obviously, you idiot, the dungeon was only playing and might have to deal with the elders of the town. We could be in a massive trouble since it has to waste resources to guard us or to put up with our antics. If they find out, then—" The dark child trailed off. "The dungeon doesn't want us dead. Yeah, sounds like we caused it hassle." She agreed, and the child with the death wish spoke again. "Ah, we owe the dungeon a lot. I have 6 coppers in my pocket and a ham sandwich in case of a heroic break time," he offered, and Francois knew that it was the best tribute the day had got yet. That fact was both sad and annoying. Sen hoped to finish the spider off with Numb. Oh, and Sen got back to the grove for the shield. "Please, don't know the Bori can respawn in that room that he dropped loot. Did you?" Master asked, and Francois rolled a few answers around before picking a nice neutral evasion. "It sounds like a nice surprise, Master." He bowed his head, and Delta sounded pleased. "Sorry for making you do all this work, but I really wanted to make this place a kind of place where people can learn and grow and not die because they were used as meat shields." She explained, and Francois watched as Numb and the sound-breaking child shook hands and seemed eager to outshout each other. He felt his eye twitch. It caused Bori some trouble as well, since I should be preparing better, and I guess that was just me being pig-headed. Master snorted, and Francois felt that he should burn this world. Just one little spark in the right place. But no, he needed to be nice, and he needed to be diplomatic. "Would you like to, Evo?" Francois bit down on a scream. "I see. Have you looked everywhere?" Quiz asked, and he rubbed his sleep from his eyes. The woman in the blue dress and white petticoat just nodded. "Everywhere," she answered, a voice so soft and tender that it was like the wind sprite dancing past his ears. Next to her was a man who just looked concerned. Mr. and Mrs. Brondo, parents of one Dio Brondo, looked worried, but they voiced their concern in the most silent of manners. Quiz just handed them a piece of paper and a pen. "Write things down, it'll go quicker." Quiz tried to aim the polite, but ended up sounding deeply deprived of cranky. The next couple actually spoke, and each word was like the nails of the back of Quiz's eyeballs. "Well, I got up for my energetic 4 a.m. jog around the village when I saw Ammonster's room lacked the usual gloom about it. So being the number 1 dad, I knocked and waited exactly 12 seconds. Kids need their space after all. And I opened it to find that he was gone. It was odd, because the sun would be out soon, and Amster had declared that he's eternal foe, but I think that it just stays up all night, summoning cantrip-level demons. The man beamed, and Quiz felt the urge to go back to bed and rise up. Father Wallum, number 1 head priest of the town, was amongst many other things, was the father of Amster Wallum. Quiz just smiled, lips cracking at the effort. The man was also a saint-level cleric, and who could smile him off of this very spot that he stood and should feel so inclined. He handed him a piece of paper and went to the last two people. "All right, Quiz, you look like crap." The gruff man nodded and Quiz felt some faith in humanity returned at the speaking to someone normal. "Gone. You look like something a bear spat out." Quiz grunted and his wife nodded at him. "Peacekeeper Fire Smasher, I hope this day finds you, dull," she said curtly and Quiz gave her a long look. "Madam Roth, I hope you stub your toe." Quiz responded with an equal politeness. Garn and Sally Roth were parents of one Poppy Roth. The girl wore a hood so big, Quiz was expecting her to start chanting and hitting herself with a plank of wood any day now. Poppy was also a rare blue mage, not a skill that you could learn, only be born with. Well, besides the mutated one-offs that sometimes happened when people cosplayed as a monster for too long. Or with a few body modification doctors in some cities, but they were more often used to rid oneself of a bothersome birth trait or ability or an embarrassing growth. Not everyone liked to turn into a dragon, not everyone liked to attract animals when they sang in the shower, and everyone, bar hardcore witches, hated warts, of course. 3 kids. Where, oh, where could they possibly be the day after Quiz announced the new dungeon, just outside of town? It was a puzzle, and one Quiz would normally allow for people to figure out themselves. But with Delta involved, things could get really weird. Well, the dungeon sounded like she was on top of things. Quiz could only hope that she could control the 3 teens long enough for Quiz to get there. "I, Dio, challenge you, Sir Pig Knight," the boy screamed, and Delta went to a happy place. It was filled with people that didn't rush off and didn't challenge her battle-lasting boss. "Fair intruder, I accept. Now we must set the rules, due to my master's screaming." Ran coughed, and Dio looked puzzled. "Rules? Did you say rules?" Ammonster said as he crawled under the flailing Great Mushy. Delta had forgotten that Mr. Mushy had never met his cousin. In fact, Mr. Mushy was so happy to meet his evil, demented family member that he was hugging it with the cheerful noises as the Great Mushy hissed in fury. "Yeah, this dungeon is weird, but it's nice," she yawned. Ran pointed his spear at Dio, who held the new shield that had dropped from the Bori. "Now, my master says that you can start at any time, and you may forfeit." It was all the Fran got out before Dio charged. "For glory!" he yelled. Delta looked at the absolute chaos happening around her. 3 teens fighting her boss on one side, a screaming cheerful mushroom on the other side, and Francois with the screaming at the thin air over by the door leading to her core, whilst the rest of the goblins were sitting on the stands cheering for Sir Franon. "No, no, no!" the goblin mage yelled at the air as if trying to make something go away. The act looked familiar. But no one was dying. Bran took careful swipes and made Bacon do rather obvious charges towards Poppy. Dio landed on the pig's butt after a few flying leaps and tried to grab Sir Fran. Bacon then showed that what happened when a pig devoured too many gut-rod mushrooms in a short period of time. Puss stormed into the dungeon with the mood grew darker. He came up short as 3 goblins, of various size and class, carried the 3 moaning teens out of the dungeon entrance hall. "Darkness take me," Poppy whispered and Dio groaned quietly. Amster didn't move. "Master said they do well," the gob with the little green hat had bow said. Quiz watched as he had 3 teens on the ground and only 2 hands. "What happened?" he asked, reaching down and doing a quick check of their vitals. "Bacon did a gut rot," the fur-covered gob muttered. Quiz didn't know what exactly meant, nor did he have any inclination to find out. The smell wafting off the teens gave him an idea, sadly. "Is Delta around?" he requested, not wanting to even think about the damage that these kids might have done in a single night. All the goblins looked up at the same time. "Master apologizes and says she did her best at watching them." The arrow gob shrugged. The usual mouthpiece Francois didn't speak. He appeared to be sulking and glaring at something. "That shield?" Quiz nodded at the wooden shield Dio refused to let go of and drifted in and out of awareness. "Screaming man earned loot, and master congrats him." Francois grumbled and turned to walk away. "Hey, do you have any cons or something? I can't carry these 3 teens on my own." Quiz lied, and Francois' ears twitched. "Master of a hobgoblin. They leave dungeon, if promised to keep him safe." The goblin added slyly, and Quiz raised one eyebrow sharply. "Delta has contracted monsters?" he questioned, impressed, and Francois just grinned and walked away. "Master has 3, thanks to you." was the last thing Quist heard before the goblin turned the corner. Well, if he hadn't had 3 teens to look after and a deep desire for his bed, Quist would go after the smug goblin and shake it a few times to find out what the hell the bugger meant by that. Sure, I'll keep your gobs from trouble the best of my ability as a peacekeeper. Quist promised he wasn't very good at being a peacekeeper, but he prided himself on doing well in the glare of intimidation department at least. 2 goblins ran out and looked at him. You are, Quist began, and the goblins nodded. Hob, gob, they said, and Quist liked their quick-to-the-point attitude. Gob grabbed the dark one and the beginning to twitch. Hob grabbed the one who's still talking in his sleep, and he ordered and he picked up Poppy. Just bringing 2 contracted goblins back to the town that had at least 3 retired goblin slayers seemed safe enough. Quist guessed that it couldn't hurt. Who knows, maybe he could get the little green guys to do some of his work for him before they had to return to the dungeon. Contracted monsters changed everything. It explained how Delta was forming so fast. Still, the gobs were most likely unaware that they had never breed or even noticed how no longer had to eat. He definitely bet that they hadn't noticed how much they felt the need to protect Delta when the dungeon had people in it. And most of all, Quist bet that the goblins were not aware of how many monsters, crazy people, animals, demi-beings, lost golems, and depraved lonely men would kill to take their place. Being a slave to a dungeon held a certain appeal to a lot of weirdos. He just needed to talk to Delta before any humans offered themselves to her contracts, and he had to make sure that she was aware of the danger. How much the Delta could influence them, and how much they could change her in turn. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 21. Flaws and Thorns. Perhaps it was the silence, perhaps it was the after effect of Dio. Delta couldn't say, but the dungeon felt more empty after everyone had left. Hob and Gob had gone to help Quist carry the teens back home to the nearby town. As soon as they had gone, various things began to be absorbed. Broken metal sword tip absorbed. 3 times black forest spider absorbed. Ham sandwich absorbed. 6 copper coins absorbed. Delta felt a little spoiled, but she was just happy that none of this came at the price of one of the teens' lives. It took her a moment for her menu to form up the results of her gains. Low-grade steel equipment has been added to the research menu, 18 DP. Ham sandwich has been added to items, 4 mana. Copper enhancements have been added to the research menu, 13 DP. The following upgrades have been unlocked by the common silver spinner spiders. Leap. Give the ability for your spiders to leap small distances, 3 DP. Devour. Able to make webs much faster after eating, 8 DP. Cannot be food made from the dungeon. Delta felt bloated as her mana soared from 54 to 79. Now normally she would be panicking, running around like a chicken who has had the fire and maybe about to also explode. But not today. Delta knew exactly what she was doing and going to spend her mana on. It was a clear weakness in her dungeon. Something the spiders had used to their advantage and something that Delta just plain wanted. Frigging doors. Delta stared at the entrance chamber, the place the door just a little in front of them formed, like a stand from the ground up, until she had a door that looked like 5 uneven pieces of wood, planks nailed together, and a single wooden beam across the top and bottom. The hinges looked like a stone. All in all, it was a crappy door that Delta could imagine Dio putting up its hinges like some comedy skit as he got too excited. But Delta was pleased and tried to remain positive. It wasn't just 1 door she was going to be adding, but 10. Delta rushed around placing doors at the entrance and exit of every room. Excessive? Delta didn't really care if it meant future spider attacks were slowed since they lacked thumbs. Or would some monster spiders have thumbs? Would Delta be assaulted by Spider-Man? She hoped not. Her pun game might not be up for the challenge. Delta placed her final door after the goblin camp and stretched with relief. Sure, she had down 40 mana, but her dungeon now had the first set of barriers. Curious, she held a finger over the door. Simple wooden door. Upgrade wood to be more solid 4 DP. Upgrade door to be armed with a low-grade trap if opened. Pitfall. No other trap usable for harmful results. May still be specific other traps. 8 DP. This upgrades affects the doors only. Make slightly decorated door requires copper research. Upgrade doors to be reinforced with metal bands requires low-grade steel research. Upgrade door to have a lock Locked until key item is found, or made. The menu apologizes for the bad wordplay and can only blame the dungeon. Come on, I'm hilarious, Delta argued, but couldn't help but enjoy the little comments being added to her lists. She paused to think on that. Menu, what are you? She asked aloud and the window appeared. I am a mana-enhanced notification utility. Oh, well that explains nothing. Delta flicked her menus as she hummed. But why are you helping me? She asked a moment later. The menu paused for a few seconds before answering. This dungeon is rather stunted. It lacks common knowledge and the ability to operate the most basic of mana procedures. If the dungeon were a living being, it would not know how to breathe. I'm here to help you. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. Do all dungeons get a menu? She asked brightly as she eyed the research list. Locked doors sounded useful for later. I do not know. If we meet another dungeon, I'll inquire for you. Now please purchase something. Your dungeon points. Delta points. Delta grinned and she argued. It just felt nice to speak to someone without a mouthpiece. Dungeon points is the correct term. Delta points are better, plus I am Delta, not the dungeon. Delta remained and the menu flickered. Remaining Delta. You have 82 DP. It is advised that you spend them in preparation for the next attack visit. Delta wasn't sure the menu knew how to deal with her chosen method of human interaction, so she purchased both the copper and low-grade steel researchers. That opened up a lot of things. Copper decorations are now able to be formed instead of wood or stone. Copper locks and keys are now be able to form. Copper coins may be created. Copper tools may be created. This menu will sum up all of the done. Delta may do a lot with copper. Low-grade steel researched. There's a lot of upgrades here. This menu will store them appropriately into the proper menus for you. I will list the important features. LGS weapons and armor can now be formed. LGS items decorations can be formed. Steel spikes added to the trap menu and may be added to future traps and more upgraded traps. Delta smiled at the menu's added comments. It was odd to see the text gain some semblance of personality, but Delta just took it as a sign of how little she really knew of this world. Looking down at the list again, she would be hard-pressed to see where she could use spikes. Outside of normal usage, Delta couldn't find any. Maybe as a deterrent in the front of the core room. It had to have a floor if no adventure could really pass it. She put her nosy finger to it. Steel spikes added this trap to a wall or a floor will cause the foot-long spike to shoot out and pierce the clumsy or slow. 10 mana. Delta made a face, but hesitating she spoke aloud. Menu, can we use the trigger for a trap? She asked and a window appeared. Pressure plates, tripwires, time running out, lack of key item, sensors, destruction of an object, number of people, breaking a rule. There may be more, but this menu lacks more information. Delta was impressed by the sheer ways one could trigger a death trap, but thinking back on her gaming days, she could remember all of these happening in one game or another. There was one that stuck out. What's a rule? She pointed out in the unsure voice. A rule is a special enchantment that may be placed on a room. The people who enter are told the rule and must obey or suffer the consequences. A rule cost at the very minimal will into the hundreds of mana to sustain and hold. They can be abused or have loopholes, as no one rule can be perfect. So, if I made a rule that all the people who had to enter had to quack like waddles until they left, that would be... She trailed off and the menu chimed in. Rules that affect people cost far more. They are the epitome of the ability. It is easier placed the rules on objects or tasks. Ah, that makes sense. So solve this riddle or say the right word, and the door opens. A puzzle room that doesn't require setting up a pressure plate. Delta paced as Francois entered the core room. Master, the dungeon been invaded by mimics. Doors have been appeared everywhere. He warned and Delta blinked at him. Francois, I put the doors there, she said calmly, and the goblin looked at the orange orb. But they do look bad. I thought that they were bad mimics, so I hit one, and it just fell apart. I set it on fire. He shuffled backwards as Delta's mind went blanked. You burned my new door, she repeated slowly. The menu had a side shifted. Goblin apprentices tend to set things on fire. Oh yeah, I did say that before. Delta just inhaled and went to replace the door near the pond. They weren't crappy, just rough. Delta grumbled, and she respawned the door with a huff and upgraded the doors with a solid wood upgrade, dropping her DP back to 47. The door in front of her was near the spider room, glowed as the shoddy wood creaked and became much tighter, packed together. The actual wood itself became sturdy, and Delta guessed that it would even take some serious blows if they could be properly closed. Delta put her hands on her hips and smiled, pleased by the result. There, now Francois could stop. Master, door, change shape, I protect you. Francois screamed, and the smell of burnt wood filling the dungeon once more. Delta turned and stomped down the hall. Menu, how do I strangle a monster? She demanded. Delta needs an avatar of sorts. A basic projection would not suffice to interact with the world, but it would allow them to see you. Her anger melted away with a sudden blankness, her emotions hidden behind a veil of cotton, unsure of what she just heard. Avatar, she just repeated. An avatar, the ability to project yourself into a physical shell that interacts with the dungeon. The most basic will give you a floating ball of orange light to match your core. Only monsters will be able to see you. How much? Delta demanded, and the menu was quiet for a moment. It is not a matter of cost, but requirements. To develop such an ability needs the dungeon core to grow. The core grows when new levels become created. If your desire is to use a body to talk with, the guests, then I advise you to seek more levels. Delta stood there for a moment. To talk, to greet, to smile, to ask people not to attack. It had only been 3 days and Delta was going mad. With no sleep, she was constantly aware of what she couldn't do. To think that she had just got a few new floors, that she could speak to Dio, laugh with Rudy, and throw puns at Quiz. It was a temptation that she couldn't resist. But she needed at least 200 DP for the next level. That was more than she had at any one time. Delta wasn't worried, however. She clenched her hands into fists and marched forwards. Delta was going to be the best damn dungeon in this world. The best, safest, friendliest dungeon in the world. The first, she needed to stop Francois from burning down her dungeon. Second, she needed someone, anyone, to stop by and help her out. At this point, Delta hoped it was anyone. Holy Dabergast was not one of the wasting perfectly good sunlight. She smiled at Von the Manker as he fled from the first rays of sun. Ah, such a lovely man. Like Lona Tyr, the man bloomed best under the moon's touch. Holly hummed as she walked through the town, basket on one hand. She nodded to the people as she passed, knowing her cheeks were the usual rosy red. Holly couldn't help her naturally cheery complexion. Holly hummed as she stopped to pick up Puppy Pop, a common daisy offshoot with a rather bitter smell. Holly put it into a basket and kept walking. People would call the plant a weed, but Holly knew if it was cooked at a low temperature with some golden spit, it made for a lovely poison. Not that Holly had much use for poisons, beside the odd insect purging. Still, it was relaxing to brew these days. She smiled as Holly appeared in the shadows and quickly entered his shop, something wriggling in his hands. That reminded Holly that she needed some cheese for tomorrow's dinner. Her dairy cups blossoms were done for the season, and Holly couldn't count on them for any fresh cheese. Quiz walked past, arguing with 2 little goblins. Holly watched as one drooled, and Holly patted her pockets, but sighed as she had left her collecting tubes at home. Ah well, next time. Quiz was making friends, even if they were a bit odd. Holly went past the baker and stopped for a sample of today's selection. Valky, the woman behind the counter, stood to attention. Early as usual, Mrs. Dabergast. The sun's only just come up. Valky said politely, and Holly knew that this woman was one of the more recent arrivals in the town. Holly liked her. The poor dear was clearly nervous about being in durance, and it showed in the way Valky didn't meet anyone's eyes. Yes, well, this town did have that reputation. Holly beamed, hoping to show Valky a proper neighborhood welcome. First, she fell down with her magic and strangled the growing brick-a-brambles, what had begun to dig into the woman's shop and do untold amounts of damage. Holly loved her plants, fungi, roots, thorns, mutated tomatoes, and the occasional dryad party, and even the odd tree boss, but she wasn't going to ignore how much some people just weren't equipped to deal with them. Valky, your shop smells amazing. You must rise even earlier than me to have all of this done. Are you, by any chance, a secret baker of the Tau Mountains? Holly teased, and the girl blushed with a pleased expression. Holly eyed the dessert, and that looked like the jam spread over a strawberry. It looked good. No, Mrs. Dabgast. I just learned it from the capital. It got expensive, so I moved here. I think my teacher's teacher once served a hero back in the day, but that's about the extent of my history. I didn't expect this town to be so, Welky suddenly blushed and Holly smiled. The deer was a blushing bride bloom in human form. So, like the rumors, don't worry, just be yourself and you'll find a place in this town of your own. I'll scrounge up some of the old recipes from the people, and I'll see if I can take advantage of the more unusual markets around here, Holly promised, her curly black hair falling into her eyes before Holly brushed it back. Welky looked deeply pleased and handed Holly a dessert that she was eyeing. Then I insist that you take this for your troubles, the girl said, looking away, and Holly accepted the gift. It was like the good old days. Help those in need get the treats. Holly would have to make sure Welky became active in solving her own problems where she could. It wouldn't do if she started making requests to the wrong people. Holly encouraged the sweet suckles on the roof to grow faster. It would cheer the girl up a tad. Saying their farewells, Holly continued down the road to the outside of the town. She picked several more plants as she spotted them and headed down the town towards the forest. Chris's announcement was certainly a good one. At first, a dungeon did seem highly bothersome until Chris told him about the good nature. Holly hummed loudly, several bushes and trees around her swinging to her tune. Dungeons did contain the best plants, and while Holly didn't expect too much from the new deer, any hints of a good growth would make Holly's life interesting. What if she grew divine saint beans, queen jewels? Oh, it could even maybe grow the legendary but unwanted death blossoms. They were a bit gothic and had a habit of spinning their flowers around, firing seeds at people in a perfect circle as it hissed. In return, one could escape death in some fashion for a period of time. Holy Dabagast only knew that the lacking options. One could influence how a new dungeon grew by giving it a particular set of tributes. It was highly frowned upon, as it could rob equal opportunity from other adventurers and job classes, but Holly didn't see any harm in allowing a dungeon the option. Webs, mushrooms, goblins, and mud. This was the nature-aligned dungeon for now, and Holly was all too happy to keep it that way. Well, the first floor anyway. The deer could have fun doing what she willed with the others. Holly had put up scrambling down the 70-floor dungeons on the shelf as soon as she had her first child. It was one of Holly's best memories when her water broke in the dungeon during the final boss. The dungeon had been so freaked out that it had been boss murder itself so that Holly could leave faster. She should send a letter to it, had it been some years. If Holly remembered right, the Fairplay Company had set up a shop in the dungeon, wasn't able to grow past its current floor, due to the company preventing it from doing so with the meddling. Holly let a frown appear and the nature went quiet around her. If one man never left the dungeon or took shifts, then the dungeon could never improve itself. The bosses respawned regardless of people being there or not. The company took advantage of that. Holly had remembered seeing the complete map, trapped treasure, secret tunnels, and all sorts of unsavory things available for people to buy. People flocked to the building like flesh flies to dung. Holly sniffed once and then tried to let it go. The dungeon was still there. It hadn't broken itself in frustration. Holly could only hope something happened and the dungeon kept people out for a long time. The sheer mana pains and the poor thing must be in. All their mana and no place to use it. It would be hell. Holly paused, and she looked around to see that she had been surrounded while she was deep in thought. 10 or so black dire wolves. Holly looked over her shoulder and saw another 3. My dears, now is not really the time, she said disapprovingly, and the lead wolf snarled as he met her eyes. The rest growled, and Holly saw they still had blood in their muzzles. Holly wondered if that was really how her day would start. But she looked down and saw that a rare fetid bud. Well, this is just perfect, Holly smiled, and the one wolf barked and snarled, sending drool dripping down the one side of its face. You see, this little beauty can live off water, sugar water, some ales, some wines, and blood. So, let me tell you cute little thing something. Holly put her hand on her mouth to hide a smile. You think yourselves the crows, who have found a wriggling worm just so juicy. But you see, I'm no lovely worm. I'm a root that you're nibbling at. You see, where you annoy the root, the tree gets angry. Holly warned, and the wolves all began to circle her. And you wouldn't like my tree angry, she said, voice sugar and poison. The wolf lunged, and a solid wood spear pierced up through the ground and out of the other end of the wolf. The ground rumbled as Holly's garden, ever throwing and ever silent, broke free of the soil. Holly bent down to stroke the rare plant as it became very well watered. After a moment, she hummed and walked off to the dungeon entrance. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The Greenhouse Effect. Delta took a moment as her manner jumped up because of the new day. Until she had a clock all sent to Hob or Gob out to watch the sunrise, Delta just had no idea what time it really was. With a decent haul of 41 mana, Delta could really dig her teeth into some ideas, but she took a moment to sit down and just relax. There was a very real urge just to not think about what happened in the last day and keep building, upgrading, researching, and absorbing. It was escapism, and it came with a handy menu. Delta turned to her bathroom and just gave some company to Fran and Francois. Swaz talked. Swaz was bragging about the spider that he'd set on fire, and Fran was laughing his little butt off when he listened. Delta smiled, happy that they were just doll-like creatures who stood around until there was time to kill. It made Delta care about them and feel better about just taking a break. If she just kept rushing blindly ahead, things could get worse in many ways. First the spiders, she said quietly to herself, as Fran began his own tale of the bacon explosion. Hob and Gob took their eggs, thinking that there were berries or such, and they had hatched and escaped, possibly telling the other spiders. Delta could see how that could look bad, and even show Delta that attacks may be warranted out of fear of some need to protect their young. But there was something Swa and Quis had let slip over the last day. Monsters were drawn to dungeons, and Delta didn't really know why. Menu? Why do monsters attack dungeons? She asked, not sure to the extent that her aid's knowledge on the outside. I can only speak of the spiders that you have defeated. They were not feeling vengeful or furious, merely hungry. Even in a short time, the ambient mana in the air around them was less. If they had stayed long enough, they may have begun to devour your mana points. I suggest eradication of extreme measure upon the next visit. That was, well, for one, that's dark. 2, monsters, not my ones, but actual monsters feed off mana. Delta felt like someone had said that to her. I can only hypothesize on the events that transpired. Even the hatchling spiders used their mana-rich air to hatch quicker. It was rather interesting timing of the spider hatchlings, just as the goblins brought them into the dungeon. It would ask the guests now, as Rudy and Quis, they have knowledge. Normally, I do not think this would work, but you are strange and do not operate on logic. It is vexing, and it is interesting. Delta smiled and leaned against the dungeon wall. I try, thanks, Nu, she said and stood as Bacon's eyes lit up as the lumen mushroom popped into existence. There's a handy little things were beginning to grow places as well. Unlike the unspeakable evil. They were super handy. Nu? Do you know? Me, Nu? The name, everything? It's a coping mechanism for the fact that I have no mouth and must pun. Delta declared proudly, honestly was the best policy. Delta didn't want to pretend that the fact that she was a powerful, monster-making, magic-building dungeon didn't bother her. It was one of those things that lost an arm or a sense. This new existence was heavy, and Delta could only unpack things one at a time. There was a lot that she had been forced to give up thinking on them before she was ready to deal with a good idea. But as long as she didn't lie to herself, she was good. She would find some peace one day. If something else didn't break her first. It had only been a few days after all, and Delta took it as a passing test of character that she was doing so well already. All right, now the people. She began to pace and felt better. Rudy, Quist, Dio, Poppy, Amminster, and the supposedly whole town of people, how do those affect her? Well, so far there had been nothing but good experience. People had been nice, Dio had been funny, Rudy was awesome, and Quist gave her a duck, indirectly. But there was a whole world out there. A whole world. Nu, what is this world called? She asked quietly. I do not know. You are my world. Delta spluttered and waved a hand at the screen. "No, you can't just say things like that," she protested, and the menu chimed in a low tone. "Say what? My existence extends as far as your dungeon goes. I can only know the way things work and what happens in this gauntlet of fun. Logically, you are the extent of my world knowledge, geographically, historically, and development and entertainment." Delta patted her cheeks, the action more real than her actual body part that she may have had. Nu was just so oblivious. "Nu, you're a boy menu," she grumbled, and the menu didn't respond, but simply grey box flashed and turned a perfect shade of blue that was to copy Quiss's coat. "Match found. Quiss is male. I shall emulate his plumage if that is your desire. I do not have a vocal ability or a desire to match Dio. That is not what I... You know what? How about we just go spend some mana and see what we can improve?" she offered, and the menu opened up the various sections. "Agreed. You must be the very best." Delta bit her tongue as the words instantly tried to slip out, a tune playing in her bed. La la la. Delta sweated as the effort to keep the menu went quiet. "Torches, quickly," she commanded, and a new box appeared. Upgrades and purchases for torches. Upgrade simple wooden torches into stone scions, 10 DP. Allow torches to be relit after 30 minutes if in a condition to do so, 5 DP. Allow torches to become carryable by adventurers, 3 DP. Increase duration of torches' life when being carried, 2 DP. Add a copper decoration base near the base, 5 DP. Allow flame to be a natural blue, 3 mana. Well, a lot of this was for DP, and it made sense as DP was one-time purchases, and mana was the ability to reproduce the effect or item as many times as Delta could or wanted to do. All in all, Delta could easily split her menu into 2 sections. Purchasing for mana spending, upgrades menus for her DP purchase. It had an odd feeling to spend DP quickly, outshining the mana in a short time until Delta remembered one thing. She only had 1 level, and there was only so many rooms. Having no monster slots left, Delta was basically wasting mana on small things which made it feel subpar. Delta shook her head, annoyed at herself. When the next floor came, she would be spending mana out of her rear to populate it with monsters and traps. It would become precious again. Then it would roughly decline as she hit her max monster cap and room cap, and then she would build up, get the next floor, and... Well, mana actually didn't seem so bad once Delta gave it some thought. She went to the grove and spent some mana on making more edible mushrooms. Delta smiled, and she left the room. As time went on, more and more special rooms would appear, and they would take mana to make things. That was something that Delta was dismissing far too easily, simply because it was just mushrooms. Special loot, rare potions, it may all be much cheaper in these rooms. Following that thought, she opened the menu to the flat cost of summoning edible mushrooms. 4 mana for the same amount if she used her menu, but only 2 if she grew it by the grove. Dungeon system. Meet Delta's friend. Her name is Breaking the... Delta tried to crackle, but the sorta ended with a clearing of her throat. Until Quiss came back, Delta had no idea if more people would come adventuring. It was sad because Delta wanted to make coin purse with some coins, but something made her stop. It wasn't a video game. Monsters dropping endless money would destroy any economy in the long run. How did this kingdom have any currency if they used coins? Delta pondered for that moment. Maybe the dungeon coins had a tell. Maybe they just kept investing and building new towns and spread the money thin. Maybe people left it in chests in random places in the world that kept things in balance. Nu, how different is the real money to money that I make? She wondered, and Nu appeared with a chime. Coins made by the dungeon are mostly perfect. That may be a tell. Another is that the mana level of the coin is... Nu vanished, and Delta felt a mild panic until the awareness of her life. Someone had just entered the dungeon. Delta turned and rushed to the entrance as a jolly woman whistled her way into the entrance hall. "Hello, dearie. My, such a lovely scent already. I can tell that I'm going to like you." The woman laughed, her rosy cheeks making her look like she ran some dozens of Tundra toy factory. Delta had swore, rushing over already, slowly by the fact that he had to open all the doors without burning them. "Well, let's see." The woman read the signboards and put her hand on her cheek, a soft smile on her face. Oh, by the sweet roots of Mother's nature, Quiz was right. Oh, I can't wait to see what you have in store for me. The woman laughed, and Delta felt herself smiling back as Swar slowly approached the tunnel. Oh, hello there, my good goblin. The woman greeted, and Swar cleared his throat and nodded. Master, welcome guest to dungeon, he said, without Delta having to tell him to do so. He was improving. He seemed to swat at something like a fly that Delta couldn't see. The woman peered at him. Dearie, if it's bothering you, just tell the dungeon to turn it off. I met a talkative ant once who had a life with me, couldn't stop playing with fire. He had the same problem. A hobby is a hobby, not a life commitment. She laughed at Swar and the old lady friend who had been around since forever. Delta looked at Swar with confusion. Turn what off? She asked, and knew might be handy right now. Quace growled. Box wants me to evolve, he admitted, and Delta blinked and then smiled as the woman waited patiently. That's great, right? She tilted her head, and the goblin tapped the ground with his staff. I don't want to be a diplomat, he mumbled, and Delta took a moment to piece it together. It was odd that her menus were unlocked but Swar's wasn't. That stank of potential game breaking for Delta, who moved on quickly. Her goblin had unlocked a special evolution that wasn't in her menus. Delta could only guess that it was due to all the talking that she was making the goblin do. A diplomat goblin sounded handy, and if Swar became one, then she could get one whenever she needed it. And it was seemed to be free. So, all in all, it was an opportunity, and only an idiot would pass it up. Delta smiled. I deny you that evolution, she said, and Swar shivered, looking around as if looking for a ghost. Swar was a monster, her defender and her voice to the people, but most importantly he was a friend. Delta would sooner eat nothing but mushrooms than forcing her monster to do something that they detested. Delta didn't want to be a murdering dungeon, so her monsters shouldn't have to do something that they didn't want to either. It was a childish logic, and Delta didn't care. Swar hadn't let her down so far, so why mess with what worked, just to fill up the menu or grab a small advantage? Master, thank you, Swar whispered, and the woman looked off as she spoke. This dungeon is truly exceptional. I have forgotten my manners. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Holly Dabergast, wife, mother, gardener, good neighbor, lover of life, and, less impressively, an ex-archdruid of the Bloodthorn Forest. Please allow me to enter your dungeon. The woman did a formal curtsy, with her white apron and messy bun making image more real rather than silly. Yes, I would love a guest. Delta yelped, and the woman's eyes sparkled with a green glow for a moment. It didn't seem like a threatening gesture, but one of assurance and promise. Delta whispered what to say next. Master says, Miss Gasp. Swar stumbled over the long word, more nervous than unsure. Then Mrs. Dabergast bent down and shook the goblin's clawed hand. Call me Holly, or my friends do, or at least I want them to. She joked, and Delta looked at it with amazement as the dried flower in Holly's hand seemed to ripple and flush with life, looking like it had just been picked off the ground. She slid the flower behind Swar's ear and nodded seriously. Dungeon called Delta, let me enjoy this quiet. I bring tribute, but I shall wait to give them so that you may take them and absorb them just as I leave. No good leaving a tribute on the floor. Dearie, you need an offering table. All the good dungeons have them. Ollie seemed to find good news in every shortcoming. Delta loved it. Quiz was running. He breathed hard as he looked at his face was enough to send people scattering out of his way. Under both arms he held a hob and a gob, and their slow run was only going to be damned quiz. Mrs. Dabergast was in the dungeon. The thought repeated itself in his head as flames leaked from his nostrils. The damned woman was going to see those mushrooms, those spiteful spitting mushrooms, and she was going to bring them back here, and make him look for something in her garden again. Mrs. Dabergast only needed to see the creature, study it, to make her own version. Quiz saw Rudy ahead, and the woman looked ready to stop and talk. No time. He put his foot down, and the earth under his feet shot up, and he sent Rudy into the air, where Quiz caught her with the aid of a wind spell and some luck. Quiz was 3 seconds away from sending Rudy into the garbage can, but thankfully she landed on his back. Quiz, what the f... She was cut off as she looked down. "Oh, hey guys, you're Delta's gobs," she said, conversationally. It was to Quiz's shame that this was not the first time he had kidnapped Rudy due to an emergency. The goblins were new, however. "Dab, gasped, dungeon," Quiz shouted, and Rudy pushed off his back and began to outpace him down the road. "Holy fricking damn! Move your blonde butt. The woman is going to turn my fishing spot into some snapdragon hell," Rudy said with horror. Quiz thought of getting Mrs. Tabbergast's husband, but decided the man would be too busy running the tea shop. Besides, the man doted on his wife so much that he wouldn't be able to do more than give her a wry look and a shrug at Quiz. Love is the useless of the art of war. Quiz pounded on the ground harder as he left the village behind. His mind chimed about the Moon Clan, a long-existing group of mages that used the emotion of love and other forms as energy for their eye-melting beam attacks. Effective, but Quiz would sooner throw himself into Delta's mud than watch the same naked magical dress-up sequence 5 times in a row and listen to the religious speeches on love. Thankfully, sadly, the clan had been attacked by rabbit demon rabbits that dug holes through their most sacred text a few years back. They never could function quite the same after that. Who needed love when one had beer, a bed, and fire spells to practice, and Rudy to annoy? Life was perfect. Well, not perfect, but it wasn't something Quiz found repulsive. Then came Delta, and so far, there had been a lot of problems Quiz couldn't set on fire, mostly due to guilt as Delta badgered him for the rights of innocent questions of this world. Now, Mrs. Holly Kirstthorne Dabbergast was going to do a little visit. Quiz wondered how this had all gone so rightly wrong. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 23. Nature vs. Nurture. Delta thought Mrs. Dabbergast was a little odd. The way that she hummed at the spiders and smiled at the webs, the way she enjoyed the pond room with almost no words, the lack of judgment that she had for the mudroom, despite the fact that she knew already which platforms was a trap and which were logs would swing out from. And then she saw the grove. Oh, Delta, sweetie, this is wonderful. Such a rich and plump soil, the right moisture. Oh, being a dungeon, it must be so lovely to control every factor, Mrs. Dabbergast said with an odd look. Delta blushed at the compliment, and she didn't want to tell Mrs. Dabbergast her first reaction to unlocking the mushroom grove. It just didn't seem healthy. Mr. Mushy walked out, and Mrs. Dabbergast seemed quite pleased by the sight. Mr. Mushy, who was also rather pleased to see Mrs. Dabbergast, in return. Delta watched as the woman's hands touched Mr. Mushy, and the feeling washed over her. It felt invasive and warm, like a warm hand in the night Delta hadn't been expecting to feel. Nature's cry too high to resist. "No," Delta said in shock. She waited, but no other menu appeared. "I see. A clever creature. I see how it is used to have poison sacs. It's ant-like, a mind attached to a plant." Mrs. Dabbergast hummed, and the grove seemed to perk up at her voice. In her hands was a dying lumen mushroom, and one of the gut-rot ones. "Master says that she made them from the small mushroom splitters." Swa added, and Mrs. Dabbergast nodded as if this was expected. I did sense the feeling of a second evolution. I would say that it was at least a Class 2 threat. A very good job for a little Level 1 dungeon. She smiled at her words and made Delta's smile grow. "Thank you. Class?" she asked, and Mrs. Dabbergast nodded, and Swa repeated the question. Monsters, humans, have a bad habit of sorting things, you see. We sort our clothes, our food, and our fellow humans and monsters. A Class 1 would be a wonderful goblin. A Class 10 would be a demigod of the forest about to show some woodcutters why insects are nature's clean-up crew. Mrs. Dabbergast smiled softly. Delta imagined and tried to guess what her duck was at. One? Was it based on killing power? Swa repeated a question, and Mrs. Dabbergast chuckled as she moved through the grove, examining things as she went. No, it is far too easy to place things with power at top. It is more fluid. A lesser demon with the power to inflict paranoia on a community may have a higher rank than a demon that would just kill them all. In all honesty, based more on the ability to kill them. A feeling or a plague has no sword but may clash against. and a god may have no heart to stab. A curse may take too much to end. She said quietly, and then looked down at the ground. I think that in the end humans are class 15. We are a greater danger than any dungeon or demon. To you, to us, to the world. In this world, I can no longer see why we exist, and I wonder if such an answer exists. Mrs. Dabergast said blankly, then, after a moment, smiled brightly. But I think we make great pastries, and I shouldn't ramble. It's very rude, she laughed, and then her eyes lit up as she spotted the only real plant in the grove. Delta dear, a Wyam sapling, you cheeky girl. Mrs. Dabergast smiled with true delight. The plump woman walked over and began to trace her finger over the plant. A Wyam tree is a story of hope. Did you know that? She asked aloud, and Swa repeated her, she shaking his head. Mrs. Dabergast smoothed the soil out a tad. A woman who was wed to a tyrant ran away with her lover, and he promised that he would return as if he was to kill the tyrant, so the woman may be free. She never gave up hope or despaired in the nights that passed. She waited so long, she turned into a tree. To this day, she waits for him. Mrs. Dabergast recalled, and Delta wasn't sure what that story could be hopeful. Mrs. Dabergast chuckled. Many see it as a tale of sorrow, but I like the woman's wisdom. If you had to pass the time, become a tree. One could debate, since no Wyam acorns exist anywhere else, that the true tree exists in a forest of myth. I've looked and never found it, but I could never get an acorn to grow in my garden. I wonder how you did it. She mused, and Delta peered down at the rather normal-looking plant. Master said it just took it and grew. Swan repeated her words, and Mrs. Dabergast nodded. Dungeons can be such wonderful places, such sights, ideas, and life-changing views. I have seen the halls of metal, seas of gold, stars born underground. She said gently, and then put a hand on her cheek as if she said, I've seen horrors, dungeons that made every level a mockery of a human, plants that burn and scream. Delta, my dear, you are truly a lovely creature. I hope. No. I know that you will be someone to impress me. Life is a gift in this dungeon. Your kindness is a pleasure. Mrs. Dabergast sniffed, and Delta looked a little stunned as the woman stroked the Wyam sapling. How can you see us humans and choose to prevent us? I cannot thank you enough. The woman said with a thick voice as she stood. Humans are great. They keep making me happy, and they keep talking to me. I really like people. Swan repeated her words again, and Mrs. Dabergast eyed the dungeon ahead and turned back. Allow me to sound like a woman who talks too much for a moment. You are a seed that is only learning. Humans are not the great for the long run. If the numbers spoke of in overall and were really a race that you want to know, some, Durance for example, hold some very lovely people, and I would come back soon. I'll make sure to keep this joy, if only for a little longer. Mrs. Dabergast promised, and Delta felt uneasy. Who would, and what kind of people would be bad? She asked, and Mrs. Dabergast looked like she was thinking for a moment. If someone ever tells you that they are from the Bernard industry, then you should kill them. Mrs. Dabergast said bluntly, and walked down the hall and over the mudroom. Who are they? Delta needed to know, and the woman slowly neared the pond, her face holding on to her long curls. Dungeon growers. Mad people who think that they have a divine right to make you into whatever they want. You, perhaps it is too soon, but if you do absorb too much of something, you will be forced to take in its aspect, Mrs. Dabergast admitted with a dark tone. Delta froze. Mushrooms. The word hit her hard and fell silent. She had no control over the appearance of things, and if someone had, for example, made her eat nothing but dead bodies. Delta pushed that thought away as the woman left the spider room. Control your land, dig it deep, and claim this world as yours. Your wit, as well as your power, will prevent these beasts from making you into their image. Mrs. Dabergast smiled and left her basket on the ground. My gift, it was a lovely tour, my dear. She laughed and left, her frame vanishing beyond the white barrier. Delta wondered if the woman had intended for her words to make Delta uneasy. They had, and Delta looked at the bare, open gap, and at the deep sigh. She had designed this place to be open, friendly, and safe, and the idea that people would force her to become some idea made Delta uneasy and a little scared of the open door. New appeared and started listing the things as Delta stared at the barrier. Rose seeds absorbed, glow moss absorbed, lumen mushrooms cost 1 less mana, lumen mushrooms now cost 1 mana in the grove and cannot grow any lower, spotted cap mushrooms absorbed, maldiol fern absorbed, minor silverleaf absorbed, herbology and its root absorbed. All plants purchases have been reduced by 1. Delta eyed the list and then took a deep breath. Mrs. Tabagost's words had been somewhat dark, but the woman seemed to care, and Delta clasped her hands together towards the barrier. "Thank you for your tribute, and the warning." She bowed her head and earnestly, and then swallowed hard and straightened up. "I won't give up my joy," she promised, recalling the woman's words. The pain and that had been briefly shown on the woman of Mrs. Tabagost, lowering her guard. "Nu, why did your book give me an upgrade?" she asked seriously. "The book contains the proper manner of maintaining and helping common plants. It'll take effort to create a perfect environment for plants, and thus take less mana. I see the book is very well written and has a great deal of facts for this menu to take advantage of. But Rudy's diary," she trailed off, and note chimed. "Diary is damaged and ruined. It'll take 5 TP to restore it." Delta blinked and then smiled, and she giggled. "Nu, you are the best. We need to go do that right now." Delta hummed, and it hit the confirm button. The menu screen flickered. Rudy Darknessbane's diary has been restored. All monsters that use Inner Soul willpower will have its upgrade and mana cost reduced by 5. That's good? Delta tried, the words sounding confused, and Nu made a no twang sound. "I would expect so. It has several keywords of importance to you. I expect that the latter is more due to your friendship with Rudy than any logical reason. Can't lie, I kinda want to give Rudy her diary back and make me appear more friendly." Delta grinned. Nu suddenly glowed. "Nu," Delta turned and faced the screen fully as the words formed. "Due to inspiration of Dio and Rudy's diary, the final form of the Thug Goblin has been unlocked. Thug Goblins may become Fighter Goblins. Goblin final form is naturally for Thug Goblin 2. Fighter Goblins, a goblin who uses its fists at devastating damage and has a very good reaction time, likely to do silly challenges that may or may not make this menu sigh. 30 mana and 10 DP. No, I can unlock evolution paths," she asked oddly, and Nu made an error noise. "I guess so? Wow, great wisdom." Delta, teased in the menu, rippled. "I am only modestly smarter than the dungeon core. I will improve." Delta spluttered and waved her hand in the air. "Did you just mock me?" she demanded, and the menu made a sound of bells tinkling. It faded without a word, and Delta was confident that she just got laughed at it. Rumbling, she turned to her other 2 menus and examined them. 86 mana and 92 DP. Delta rubbed her hands and wondered what she would do. Her eyes were one of the new gains and smiled. Rudy grumbled as Mrs. Dabagost waved at them. Chris was escorting her back to the village like the gentleman Mrs. Dabagost knew him to be. Rudy was sure that the woman was enjoying seeing Chris's face twitch. The goblins at her side walked and grew as power flowed in through them. Contracted monsters were always cooler than home turf, and it wasn't much something that the dungeon gave them, but rather a perk of the contract itself. Entering, Rudy eyed the entrance chamber and the door in front of her. Delta had been busy, and it was also brighter, much brighter than Rudy's eyes remembered. Looking up, Rudy spotted what she thought were stars, and it took a second for Rudy to see that it was actually tiny growths of white moss that glowed along the dungeon ceiling. This first tunnel alone mimicked the starry sky so well that Rudy momentarily questioned whether she was still in a cave, not some transient wide-open sky above her. It was pretty, and Rudy followed it, and the feeling of the dungeon mixing with this soothing sight made Rudy's nerves confused. Danger, or not? Rudy looked into the spider room and saw more moss, the webs twinkling, and Rudy watched as the room looked like some silver winter wonderland as the light above reflected off the tiny beads. It was. Rudy took a breath and tried to keep the lid on her smile. She rushed through the open doors and into the pond room. It was, Rudy laughed, as the water only made the moss glow more pretty, and it reflected the light perfectly. Rudy sat down and then lay down on her back. "You know, Delta, I am not one for pretty words, but You really made this place into something. Rudy praised, and the empty room was a warm breeze blew through the room as the black duck on the far side cleaned its feathers. That was when the fish leapt out of the water and its scales gleamed silver, the glow moss making it sparkle. Rudy sat up with a mouth open. Well, was that a metal fish? Rudy squeaked and crawled towards the water edge. She could see nothing but odd shapes, but her heart beat wildly. A real prize. A challenge. Rudy stood and roared at the starry ceiling in acceptance. Delta just smiled and reread the menu. Steel-tail fish, an upgraded version of the common white-tail fish. Due to coating the scales in a low-grade steel, the fish can deal damage as if used as a weapon. Delicious meat is inside for whomever manages to descale it. Type, unique evolution. Only one may exist per pond. Rudy's quick departure made her laugh. Delta was sure that the woman would be back soon with her pole. Delta would be right. Delta would also be greatly underestimating how much attention this one fish would get. In the end, Delta would regret this on many leagues of water. But she would also love it in many, many more ways. End of chapter. There is no epic Lucia, only puns. Chapter 24. Unruly. Delta hummed as she waited for the return of Ruly. The moss really was a nice touch. Her once drab tunnels now felt really pretty. Delta had only left the mudroom and the bathroom untouched. Delta felt that the mudroom was too exciting for the moss twinkling above, and Fran requested he keep his seating dark. Delta wondered if the goblin would like something more interesting. Some statues, some thorns around the edge of the room. She would have to ask him soon, but first she sent Hob and Gob back to gather more things, as they seemed eager to get back to work for her. Delta was pleased that they were happy to work so much. She eyed Waddles, who slapped on the steel-tailed fish back into the water as it tried to playfully smack Waddles. The duck seemed happy in its alcove, using dried-out tangleweeds as bedding, and she didn't seem to want anything, or, if it did, it wasn't being too obvious about it. The pond ripples and Delta pulled our thought out of the heel of her head about the fishing pole. One could say she almost fished it out of her mind. Delta snorted and spoke aloud to New. Can we make fishing rods or poles? She asked, and New took a moment to think. Not the standard of actually taking any pressure. This menu lacks the method of making a proper rod or how to use what materials we have as a line. Silverweb may work, but I do not know how hooks, reels, lures, bait, and we need a template to work on. I need to learn from watching your creation breaking over and over. I doubt you would have the mana to waste so easily. New was right. After the moss she had finished the fish upgrade, she had dropped from 86 down to 26 mana. Not a huge problem since Rudy had been back soon, and her presence in the dungeon would replenish that along with what Hob and Gob would bring back. Still, she had 26 mana to use. Delta pondered what to do, since her knowledge on fishing was rather lacking, and she didn't want to murder anyone in simple act of getting it easy. After all, she was a passe fish. Delta left the pond room trying to contain her laughter as she wiped imaginary tears away. She passed Soa, who was dripping with mud, as he stalked into the pond room with a grumble. Delta smiled, and then her mind pointed something out. Delta hadn't told Swa about the steel tail. She turned, but Swa yelped as she was letting out a lot of splash and quacking. Delta backed away and quickly fled down the tunnel before she risked getting involved. She hid in the core room to think up her next plan of action. A rare fish would encourage people to come and spend some time to get it. Free mana and everyone had a good time. So what was her dungeon missing? It had had decent doors, entertainment, Mr. Mushy, low moss, mushrooms everywhere. A boss. God, she sounded like the first forest dungeon of a video game. Still, sort of the tutorial, but also a part where people could grind. Delta didn't want to be boring forest dungeon. There was always a little maze or a collecting fruit to shrink and grow the plants to get around. Her mushies were big enough, and Delta hesitated and knew the most of her upgrades in her dungeon were nature-based, and Mrs. Dabblecast had only given her more reason to grow that way. It was really nice of Mrs. Dabblecast to help her like that, and Delta hoped that she would come back soon. The woman's words were alluring, cheery, but mysterious. Delta focused on the thought hard. More monsters were an option, but without a way to respawn them. Delta would just worry over them if more spiders came or people who weren't so nice. Delta wasn't holding her breath on being in some magic land of nice people. Delta didn't even know the level of technology in the world. Fire guns, sword and magic. It felt off and Delta wasn't going to risk a poor Mushy for another fire gun wielding farmer. So, looking at what was left, she looked at her mana purchases. Construction, corridor, 50 feet, 10 mana. Room, 10 length, 15 width, 20 mana. Goblin fire pit, 5 mana. Simple wooden door, 4 mana. Solid wooden door, 7 mana. Monsters, goblins, chosen beginner monster, 10 mana, come equipped with stone bags. Goblin thug, 17 mana. Goblin archer, 17 mana. Goblin apprentice, 17 mana. Mushy spitters, 13 mana. Myconid, 27 mana. Greater mushroom, 27 mana. Critters, common silver spinner spider, 7 DP, and a simple black spider with a white line. Created 5 spiders per summon. These little creatures can add atmosphere and some free decorations to your dungeon. As basic creatures, they cannot evolve unless some unique elements of being absorbed by the dungeon. White-tail fish, 2 mana. Steel-tail fish, 10 mana. Made with cheap steel scales and tastes good. 1 per pond. Crayfish, 4 mana. Yellow-belly cod, 4 mana. Traps. Low-grade pitfall, 5 mana. Weak tripwire, 3 mana. Sticky floor panel, 5 mana. Delta whistled at the list, how much this once tiny list had grown, and at how scary that this list was still a tiny microorganism compared to some dungeons out there. Well, one step at a time. Epic dungeons didn't form in a day, especially when they had sworn of DP-filled humans for light snacks. Delta guessed eating the occasional animal-like monster wouldn't be too bad. There was no reasoning with them, and what else could she do? Enslave them, banish them, force them to grow from a conscience. Delta didn't know, and until she had some answer, she wasn't going to stress over it. If they ran, Delta would let them go within reason. If they fought to the death, Delta would deal. It was bad enough that her own spiders would terrified her. Having huge versions come hissing into her dungeon, making Delta feel all too happy to have Mr. Mushy escort them back out. Delta shivered at the memory of the drooling fangs and quickly banished the thought. Back to the manner of the menu, and she had a lot of options, but struggling to justify them. She could make loot for her monsters to drop, but that was asking people to shoot you and then painting a giant target on your back. If people thought her monsters gave them amazing things, they would kill them. It was the simple fact of going into a dungeon or being an adventurer. Holding a finger to Swar, she saw a menu appear. Goblin Apprentice Swar. Evolve, no paths. Remove from active roster. Become a unique monster. 3 of 5 challenges completed. Assign to a room. Issue a command. Assign a job. Delta only wanted to see if she could equip her non-contracted monsters with weapons. She wasn't expecting to have her world forcibly expanded. No, I... Explain this? Delta said in a high voice as the screen appeared. This is not simple. I changed the larger words as best I could. It is really what it says on the screen. Normal summoned monsters can evolve. You do know that evolution is, correct? Delta felt her hands twitch as she felt like she needed to strangle the smug screen. Yes, I know what a flipping evolution is. I evolved 3 goblins and 2 mushies. Delta huffed as she felt her cheeks grow with embarrassment. Indeed, evolution is simple. Choose a monster and choose a path. If you summon something and do it like that, you can erase it and make the room for more monsters. You may assign a monster to one room so it becomes attached to that room. And you can override a monster's thinking and directly command it to do something. It's not like an avatar, but the monster will simply cease active thought and act like a doll. It cannot carry out the orders of the impossible or beyond its ability. Like speak in perfect replica of your voice or your vocabulary. Assigning a job will have the monster take part in a special room to enhance that room's functionality. If you assign a similar monster to a boss, it'll be a minion for the boss to use in battle, but that depends on the boss and the boss room. Delta was speechless. New was just dropping this all like Delta should have known about it, about this secret arcane knowledge, and how summoned monsters can do way more than just hit things. Delta took a deep breath, and when she finally spoke, her voice was calm. It was very calm. And unique monsters? She asked, voice sounding pinched. There was all too much at once. I don't understand. I didn't add. Oh. New took a moment to look it over and then ding in surprise. Your monster seems to be breaking from its mold. Let me look into the information and number. Please hold. New went quiet and Delta frowned. Show me as well. I might as well be able to help or something. Delta offered and New made a soft noise. It's best not to. Your cognitive range is... Delta narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms as her voice took a deep, sharp tone. New, don't call me stupid. She warned, and the menu hesitated. Very well. Then Delta's mind exploded. It felt like a fire erupted behind her eyes as she spun. Normal walls of dirt flashing with countless tiny nodes that were all linked together. Glowing lines of blue, red, brown, black, green, and something she had never seen before rushed past. She toppled over as her eyes met a single gut-rot mushroom. How could it be just a mushroom? Each cell, lacking any other word for it, was work of pure numbers and illogical reasoning. It was beautiful, and it was horrifying. Parts were simple as 1 + 1 made a number that stretched on forever, but it also didn't. The cap was a working lattice of mana and creation, her mana, her creation. It pulsed at every second of every day, for every aeon. This mushroom would be forever perfect. It was hurting her so bad. Delta wanted to scream, but that was a thought. That thought was a perfectly calculated memory of a normal reaction of being Delta, and it hurt. Then it stopped, and it was a mushroom again. It was just the pest that she had used to seeing it as. Delta curled up for a moment as New appeared. Are you well? I tried to hold back on the heaviest of information. Delta rocked back and forth slightly. New, hi, she hesitated, and the menu turned very soft shade of blue. You are illogical. You do not think like a dungeon. You cannot handle the basic of the basic of the basic thought patterns needed to be a dungeon. But in that illogical mind there is a great power. Do not think that you are weak. I am sure if you were a dungeon mind, we would still be lacking a boss room. Can you stand? Delta thought about it, a phantom pain of seeing the sheer work behind having the ability to think, and then stood up. Thank you for turning it off. She smiled weakly, and the screen returned to its normal royal blue. I am your menu, your New, as it were, and I am here to help because you are too sad of a case to be left alone. I will study my good name to help you for a little longer. Delta giggled, and slightly pompous words from the menu dinged away. What a good name! I named you. Delta argued, and the no screen appeared, but Delta heard a distant dinging noise that New made when he laughed. Let me know when you know what's up with Swa. Delta said quietly, looking at Swa's menu as the goblin looked nervous at the air. Master, are you hurt? He asked, and Delta cleared her throat. My own fault, please don't worry, she said. Voice relaxed now, and the pain was fading. She closed the menus, a little wary of the sight of them now, and she decided to have fun with her mana. Taking it so seriously would only drive her back to those numbers and those, not numbers. Delta also didn't want to look at that one command. Issue command. It translated to Delta as turn your monster into slaves. If they were too stupid or you had no patience, then just hijack their mind and get on with it. It was sickening, it was horrible, and Delta tried to look at Swa and imagine doing that to him. Watching those relieved eyes at Delta's apparent good health and how she would feel if they just went dark. The cocky walk and the smile of the real joy as sparks flew out of his staff. Gone, like a candle snuffed out in the wind, and Delta shook. It was wrong. It was so wrong. She jumped, and New appeared. I can remove it off the list if you wish. The function will remain, but you need not face it every time that you open the monster edit menu. Delta nodded, and then felt silly as New didn't react. Please, she agreed, and then before her eyes the menu appeared, and it was gone. No more command option, like a bad dream. New had just made it go away. Delta felt her heart stop hurting, and she felt like she could smile again. Hey, New, before you go, how many tunnels can I have? I know rooms are maxed. Delta trailed off, and New flashed once. Double the room number. You may have 16 tunnels. You have 7. You gain a tunnel if you also unlock a special room. You only did have 5 rooms available at the top of your core, but then you unlocked the grove and the pond. 9 more tunnels, and she had 26 mana, which could come about. You can currently make 2 corridors. Delta felt ideas pop into her head, and New vanished, and the guest emotion rolled over her head. Delta turned to see Rudy return with a large rod over her shoulder and a metal case at her side. Delta was speechless as the woman had some sort of abominable duck cap. The jacket was a dozen or so lures attached at the front, and her big, thick green boots that looked like they were made from stomp through a wall zone. Not fish peacefully in a cave pond. Her rod glowed, and the hook glowed with a menacing light. Delta felt afraid as Rudy began to laugh. Rudy, the hunter, comes from the hunt of night, she announced, and at her side a familiar face appeared. It is I, Dio. I am here on punishment under the service of Rudy. The young boy beamed, and Rudy itched her nose. Supposed to make the cut logs and admire nature, or some crock, but I need someone to keep the fire going and fetch the drinks from the cooler, Rudy said without shame. Delta smiled hesitantly as Dio pulled out a sack. I brought a tribute for the awesome time that I had. He yowled, and Rudy winced as she plugged her ears. She spun on the lad and made him look at her face. Indoor voice, kid, she warned, and Dio paused. All right, he said very loudly, and Rudy grimaced as a result. Quieter? She sounded hopeful, and Delta was sure that she was pushing it. I am now whispering. I bet you can't even hear me, he called enthusiastically. Rudy sighed and walked inside towards the pond. Rudy, have you seen the ceiling? It is growing. Dio sounded delighted, and Rudy hid a smile as Dio tried to jump and touch the moss. Delta giggled, and her monsters came running in response to Dio's voice. Thank you for the tribute and happy fishing, she called, and both of them paused as they seemed to feel a warm wind of something. Glad you missed me, Rudy mused, and Dio slapped his hand on the wall and slapped it down on the lower part. Dio handshake, we can do it from now on, he promised, and Delta laughed so hard that she cried a little. It was like she had friends outside the dungeon, real friends who treated her like a human. Delta walked next to them, pretending that they were all going fishing together. Num, the goblin thug, was waiting for them, and Dio rushed forward to shake its hand, confusing the goblin. Num, why are you here? She asked, and Num puffed up his chest. Me your mouth, me smash words with ease. He howled, and Dio blinked as the goblin raised its club with some torch. Delta looked around and saw Swar was hiding in the camp, away from Dio. Billy was napping in the grove, storing away atop the big mushroom like some sort of colorblind smurf. It left her with Num. He may be a bit slow, but at least he wasn't numb, Skull. Delta snorted, and the Num guffawed despite not knowing why Delta was laughing. And then Dio laughed because he was just that happy, which made Rudy look at them both with a long face. God, it's Goblin Dio, a match to go with Goblin Kuss, she mumbled, and her eyes lit up so the pond room came into view. She made some high-pitched noises and pointed a fishing rod at the pond. Tonight I hunt you, metal fish. Servant, pass man, elemental soda. She called, and Dio rushed to the metal case with a salute. Num, looking confused, saluted too and followed Dio like a puppy. Delta sat down, head in hand, and she just enjoyed the sight. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Slimers. Delta hummed. She paused and then corrected the tune. There we go. Now she had it right, hopefully. One day soon, Delta could find a way to record music in her head. What would she need that for? Magic songstones and a fully functional jukebox. Delta giggled as she imagined adventurers inserting coins into a jukebox before a boss room to get into the right mood. She would ask New about that. With the mana slowly filling up due to Dio and Rudy, she was having all sorts of ideas. First, she would make Rudy's diary in a restored state, from what she remembered of the menu. Rudy's diary holds many secrets and hints to great power, and many recipes for fish dinners. 15 mana. It was oddly expensive for a book, but Delta was gladly pay it for Rudy's company. She had even made it before Rudy came back. News World had rattled her a little. All those numbers, all those connections. Delta shook her head as Dio cheered when Rudy pulled out another yellow belly. She growled as the steel fish avoided her hook. Rudy threw the fish back into the water as she chased her quarry. Dio sang loudly as she turned the two fishes on sticks above the campfire. The two fish cooked lovely, and Dio licked his lips. Spin, spin, cook, cook, lovely fish, cook for me. I'm Dio, and you are dinner. Let us have a good time. Dio's singing voice was... Delta had no words. The little song flowed from Dio's mouth. It was soothing and inviting while not being ear-breaking. How was that? Delta wondered if someone had switched his normal and singing voices at birth. Rudy flicked the rod back, and Waddle slipped into the water and dived. Damn, can't hit the drake. Rudy sighed, but then aimed for the other end of the pond, where a flash of silver briefly shimmered. The hook with the lure dipped in, and the water with fresh of feathers, and the hook vanished. Damn! Rudy cursed, and the rod's line quickly began to disappear into the water. Damn duck just kidnapped my hook, Rudy said loudly, and Dio rushed over with two fish sticks. I can dive in after it if you want. He offered, but he bit off a huge chunk of fish meat. Rudy peered into the pond and then actually stuck her head into the water. She appeared a second later, long black hair drenched. There's a flipping entrance down there. Jeez, Delta must have found this room when she was digging. Rudy spit some of the water out as she spoke. Dio looked puzzled as Rudy took her fish stick and rod and the ground still unraveling. Delta was staring at the rod that wasn't running out of line. Why do you think that? Dio wondered with another chew. Rudy tapped the fish stick against her chin. Dungeons can't build entrances unless some serious stuff happens. It's one of the Wysing rules. She winked and Dio looked confused. Wysing? He echoed and Rudy sighed. Wysing, with an E. He was the one who... And then she stopped as the rod scraped against the ground slightly. It suddenly stopped and Rudy paused mid-chew. Something tugged and Rudy grabbed the fish stick with her teeth and yanked on the rod. Delta was getting worried at the force of the tugs as Rudy's arms pulled back hard. She was dragged forward a little and Rudy's eyes went wide with excitement. To Egna! She yelled through her fish stick, and her legs spread out with a muffled yell. The rod began to glow. Then Rudy yanked, and something big came rushing down the tunnel. The pond erupted as water rained down as the large form was pulled from the water. Numma began to scream as something almost crushed him. Dio picked up the goblin and leapt away from the campfire, went out with a hiss. The moss glow kept the room alight as things got to its feet. It was Delta's Ted, as the odd lizard turned with a large maw of teeth. It was an alligator, or something similar, and Delta could see that it was more like a newt that had emulated Godzilla and got stuck halfway. The round head and the coral-like whiskers moved back and forward as it sniffed the air. The blue body and black tongue made it look like a monstrous than Delta cared to admit. On its head, two glowing orbs on the end of the antennae suddenly blinked, and one room became lit up. The black eyes locked onto the two humans. Rudy walked forward, rod on her shoulder. Wow, a lure lizard, she muttered, and then suddenly looked downcast. Lizards don't count in the fishing contest, she complained as Waddles resurfaced and hopped back into his alcove where it watched with interest. Delta's heart was pumping like crazy as the biggest monster that she had ever seen just came out of the second entrance she had dismissed. What was that tunnel connected to? Run, Delta yelled, trying to imagine how she would get Mr. Mushy across the mud pit, and it couldn't jump at all. Num trying to repeat her words, but Dio was holding him like an affectionate pet that he watched with interest at Rudy. The lizard lunged and snapped at Delta and screamed as she turned towards Rudy. The woman strung her fishing rod once, and the metal hook grew big enough that it could hook a car. Lizards don't count, Rudy growled, red eyes flashing, and she took a hook of the lizard's open mouth as Rudy swung so fast that Delta couldn't see it move. The lizard was lifted off of the ground and smashed into the wall. Delta shook as the impact hit her hard on the walls. Rudy yanked the lizard was pulled back on the ground as the hook tore a large chunk of flesh free, and Delta closed her eyes as the blood began to pour out. She felt sick at the sight, but she risked a glance, and the noise died down. Rudy unhooked her rod as it came loose from the lizard's brain. Rudy had gone through the mouth and pierced the brain. Rudy looked at the ceiling. "Sorry, I spilled blood in here. I know I said I came for fishing, but I had no choice." She bowed her head and patted the creature. "You can have this. I wasn't after it." Rudy grinned and pulled the fish stick out between her teeth like a cigar. Dio was cheering. "Awesome! That was the most amazing! Your fishing rod is at least legendary." He shouted with glee, hands waving as numb, and dropped to the floor, and Rudy smirked. "Yeah, but it's banned in any official competition," she said as she rolled a wheel with the line and pulled it back in. Hook shrinking again. Delta was looking at the dead lure lizard. Was it a monster? Delta looked at the entrance of the water, and Waddles wasn't gone for long. Was that lizard just a tunnel near her entrance? Was it going to come in when Rudy was gone? Delta looked at the sleeping Waddles. "Did you save my gobs from that lizard?" she asked, and the dog just kept sleeping. Rudy began to back up. Delta looked at the lizard and Rudy. Rudy was amazing, and Delta swallowed and remembered how casually she had Swaz speak with her the first time. Rudy could have killed him before he even had 3 words out. The woman had a legendary fishing rod and hung out with Quist. There was something about that should have tipped Delta off about Rudy. Now Rudy was leaving her monster corpse. "I'll be back soon. I want to catch that damn fish on my own strength before long." She grinned and cleaned the hook of the rod with a dirty cloth. Dio rushed up with the metal case and saluted. "I will return when I am not grounded," he promised, and Num looked unsure as Delta didn't answer straight away. "Thank you," Delta managed, which made Rudy nod as she nudged Dio towards the entrance. "Don't tell Quist I messed up the fishing. He'll never let me live it down." She looked sheepish as Dio nodded and took a deep look. Delta was also nodding. After that, Delta wasn't going to piss off Rudy if she could help it. Delta waved them off and eyed the menus as they reappeared. "Oh, that's good." Delta smiled and sent a small prayer of thanks towards Rudy and Dio for their gifts. Gifts. Delta's mind went blank for a moment, and then her mouth opened in shock. Rudy's diary. Delta rushed Gob out after them in a rush. Old Lady Josie, or Mila to her fellow warriors, inhaled. Her pipe lit up, and it seemed to be the only light in the dark of the night. She was waiting near the gate entrance of the village. The town had 2, and they were, after much debate, called the Gate of Trouble and the Gate of Monsters. Mila liked it. It was simple enough to remember. Her pipe lit up, and Gavin's leaves burned. Her lungs lit up as the dark poison infected them, and then instantly healed as the antidote was inhaled. It was the beauty of the leaf. It both killed and healed, and Mila was all about enjoying the most expensive time with the cheapest cost. Like being a village elder, she had all of the perks but none of the real problems. She sat down, made a choice, and then went home. She didn't have to enforce the rules, didn't have to write them down, didn't have to remember them, and best of all, didn't have to follow them unless her fellow elders made a fuss. Corruption it may be, but no rule really stopped anyone here. Mila inhaled, and her eyes stared into the distance. Power stopped by foolishness. Quist could stop Rudy. Elder Pick could stop Quist. Elder Haldy could stop a lot of them. Mila pondered that for a moment. This town was a happy accident. Mila could stop most of them. A select few could stop her. Mrs. Dabergast had the advantage, but if Mila struck first... that was over. It was the old killer inside her still struggling to surface. The Wolfbane of Durance was her name. It explained nothing to those that she met, or newcomers. Sure, wolves were a problem. It was always a pleasure to see someone's face turn pale when Mila said that she had never hunted wolves. The gate's 2 lumps, so dim, moved in the wind. Mila looked down at the road and saw her daughter return with a wild child, Dio. Woodcutting and nature enjoying, yes. Rudy looked like she hadn't done either. Her rod had lingering magical energy, and Rudy had used a weapon recently. She moved the pipe to the other side of her mouth. Rudy Darknessbane was her daughter, and yet the girl was the most disrespectful to Mila of the entire town. Maybe leaving the girl in the abyss for a year or two was harsh. Rudy talked loudly as she mentioned to the angry man-child, Quiss. In her hands was a book that Mila knew was a girl's ruined journal. It looked good. Mila smiled as she moved into the shadows without a sound. They both screamed so wonderfully as she cleared her throat. Delta moved quickly and with a menu dinged. Mana 64, DP 117. Her mana had 79, but after gifting Rudy her diary back, it dipped slightly. Her plan was now going to be to put into action. Delta laughed with a cheer as the tunnel just got outside of the pond room began to empty out. It stretched and twisted up. She hummed as Swa and Num watched with interest as the ground just vanished. While Delta waited for it to finish, Delta explored her gains. Lure Lizard absorbed. Lure Lizard monster unlocked in the monster summon menu. Unable to summon unless the level is specialized. This is new. To the head of your question, a specialized level is a level dedicated to the theme or element. This monster requires a high level of water to exist, as it lives mostly underwater. And the pond room will not hold such a creature. I suspect that the first level is free of any such title, however nature-like it appears. Slingshot absorbed. A gift from Dio. Rubber unlock. Special upgrade for goblins unlocked. Fairy tale book absorbed. A gift from Dio. A small knight statue made of wood absorbed. A gift from Dio. It seems well loved. Delta smiled at the gifts. Dio was really a sweetheart. She was going to make this dungeon somewhere Dio could explore and have a great time. Her goblins were friendly and her mushrooms were aplenty, and her boss farted, and nothing was going to go wrong. The tunnels finished forming, and something flopped out of the cave on the tunnel hadn't ran into. A room, which made another room for Delta to claim. Enemies detected. The room cannot be conquered until foes defeated. New warned, and Delta looked down confused as something oozed out of the room and over the other moving slime thing. It wasn't cute, it wasn't round, and it wasn't slow. The wet-looking corpse covered in slime shuffled back to its feet. Delta backed away from the empty eyes and mouth and made a tiny shrieking noise. Oh God, oh God. Delta moved slowly back and down the tunnel. What is that? She whispered, and New appeared with a warning noise. From the Book of Fairy Tales, Slimers, lost children who fall into rivers who come back as algae-covered corpses. They feed off the living. Due to Hob and Gob, I sense a feeling of hatred inside of these Slimers. These are monsters. We can eliminate them. New sounded eager, and Delta turned, running past, screaming. The corpses were moving down the tunnel with a shriek, and the noise hurt, and Delta needed it to stop. A fireball hurled past her, and the shrieks turned into pain noises as Swa screamed at them. Master does not want you. Master not see you as guests. Burn, burn, burn. He laughed with a mad glee. Delta looked at a goblin with disshame, and she ran behind him, scared. The Slimers kept coming, and Delta's eyes went wide. Were those things able to breed? There was way too many of them. Delta watched as another burned, and an arrow flew past by, and Billy the Archer landed with a narrowed expression. Master says, begone. The voice was raspy for a goblin. Another arrow struck the Slimer's knee, and it fell over. Delta felt hope bloom, and Num waved his toothy club with a wild look in his eyes. Her monsters were going to defeat them. Delta stood up and, with a single finger, pointed at the disgusting things. Defeat them, keep my dungeons safe, get rid of these things for my friends. She begged, and her goblins all roared in response. It was these things or the next person who would enter her dungeon. Mad monsters or human life. The ones who wasn't listening or communicate, or who treated her like a friend. Emotions inside burnt like a Slimer's in front of her. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha. Only puns. Chapter 26. Special. Delta watched with a little fascination as the last of the Slimers fell into the mud pit. It didn't take long for her to notice the small algae-covered monsters weren't exactly bright. They scraped the walls with Swa and with a rather tired blasting it with fireballs that were noticeably smaller than the previous ones. "Don't push yourself," Delta cautioned, and Billy growled as he ran out of arrows. Delta knew that they would respawn, but not for a while. The dead Slimers were already vanishing into the resources, and New was chiming every few seconds. "I do believe that I have enough information on these monsters to complete a report. Your goblins have killed 7 out of 13, a respectable count." New sounded pleased. It was understandable. Delta could also feel the niggling of pride in her friend's battle prowess. Hearing the Slimers scream, even after they had long gone silent, had blackened her mood. Slimers are not dead children. The fairy tale book was wrong in that regard, but in the source of the monsters, they shriveled corpses are in fact adults, but a real monster is algae. It is controlling the body like a puppet. It sucks in the moisture out of the flesh of corpses and replaces it with algae. My conclusion is that many children may have indeed fallen in the river, only to come back as Slimers, some with still recognizable faces. This inspired the story, "If You Look at Your Mud." New's words were both relieved and confused Delta, but she obeyed and looked at her mud. It took her a moment to see that the mud was losing its sludge element and turning into a thick, solid ground. "They're draining the water," Delta said in a tight voice. "Indeed. I believe this is how they kill, draining moisture of their victims and using the husks to increase their number. I believe that we were just unlucky to run into a nest. Also, I do think that they can breed as well. 2 of the corpses were pure algae, not remnants of people were inside." The maws of black mouths and eyes looked up at her goblins, and there were hissing noises, no more like a sucking sound. Delta could hear, but the snort of the Slimers was stuck in the solid mud as they drained it with water. "Master, I have no more arrows," Billy said regretfully, and Delta turned. Menu opened. "Sorry, I can't upgrade your weapons. New, what can I do? Should I just make arrows for him, or is there something I should do first?" Delta requested seriously. New seemed to think about it. "As for now, the summoned monsters attempt to use another weapon other than what they are summoned with. It'll simply switch out to the summoned weapon. I do believe that if we have such a room like a weapons shop or a blacksmith, we could increase summoned monsters' items. For now, I suggest fire." Delta blinked. "Swa is all tired out. I'm not sure what you're getting at." Delta said as a Slimer had a leg off and to escape the mud. It would still need to climb out, and it didn't seem too great at it. "Slimers burn very well, as you may have noticed. We need not to think hard, just anything will do. You do have 79 mana as of now. Oddly, it is not decreasing. I will look into that." New seemed to get distracted, but Delta had gotten the message. She turned and spread out her hands. Delta closed her eyes and breathed hard once. This was needed. She just had to do this to survive. Delta wanted to live, and she also wanted to be a good person. Dead people couldn't do any more good. It was a flimsy logic to hide behind, but Delta felt fear to make her fingers shake. These Slimers scared her, their sucking noises and empty eyes. What option did she have for this, other than to defend? "No, do you have anything for monster capturing, or something? Anything that we can use to turn these things into something that we could use?" she asked quietly. New hesitated only for a moment as if seeing Delta's trembling hands. "No, I am sorry. I know this pains you to be a killer, but this world is not kind enough to listen at times. I'm not seeking a contract and all you to accept them all." Delta nodded once. She opened her eyes and then clenched her fists. She looked down into the pit and saw all of the Slimers were not gathering in some mini hill to reach the edge. With 6 left, it wouldn't take much. "Thank you for your tribute," Delta whispered, and filled the pit with torches, spending her mana per torch. 20 of the flaming sticks rained down around the screaming returns. "Please be free of hate. Please come back somehow, and I'll make your time fun, I promise. If I can come back, maybe you can. Maybe things can be different." Delta called till the pit of noises died down, smoke rising up to begin to vanish. The rising mana and DP number only added to the weight as she left. "Please don't hate me." The dungeon was brighter than it had ever been, but Delta didn't feel warm. Delta watched as the steelfish did some funny dance. Delta gave it a small smile. She was sure that it couldn't see her, maybe just feel her presence in the pond. Num appeared, and looking out of his element as he tried to sink into the bottom of the pond. His bulging cheeks and nervous shooing of the curious fish made Delta sit up with blinking eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but he choked and failed. She looked at the steelfish and sent it a command. It pushed Num out of the pond, who was still flailing on the sand. Hob and Gob laughed at the new equipment shifted. Having the excess of 89 mana, Delta knew that she shouldn't let it go to waste. So both goblins got a stone axe and a wooden shield, some rough wooden helms and a basic wooden armor piece. It did not make them look slightly scarier, but it was 20 mana well spent. She was still 9 mana off due to her max being increased to 60, with the new room now conquered. So she filled the room with glow moss. New had tried to tell her something, but Delta needed time. "Master, room explored. Num look not fine times," he reported, and heaving chest. Delta bent down, just eyed the silly goblin. "Thank you. You don't need to drown yourself. I can hear you if you just call out for me," she reminded gently, and Num saluted, sending a twangleweed flying into the face of Swar. It wrapped around his face, and Swar wiped at it furiously. "Master felt bad. Master need time. Swar said Master is good soul," Num repeated with a large smile and made him look innocent. Swar shouted, weed muffling his voice. He held up one finger and the thing burned to ash. "Nasty weeds," he grumbled and ran up to Num's location. "Master, box is back, but I'd like this one." He beamed and Delta took a second to understand. She opened Swar's menu, and sure enough, an option was glowing. Swar has completed 5 challenges, and he can now become a rare monster. Refuse an evolution. Use your wisdom to something other than use magic. Talk to humans survived certain death from Rudy due to words. Love fire. Kill or help kill 10 monsters with fire. Have a name. Swar can now become Swar the Pyromancer. Do you wish to evolve Swar? Whoa. Delta's dark mood was slightly lifted at the golden light. She reread the list and couldn't see how some dungeons would struggle to do this if they couldn't name their monsters until floor 20. Then a human had to name it. If a human named a monster, then that meant that they're dangerous or special. Refusing an evolution, Delta almost confident that no dungeon would do such a thing at level 1. Delta grinned. Suck it. Delta is the best dungeon, she boasted, and then looked at Swar once more. Knew what are the ups and downs of a rare monster? She asked, and the menu appeared. It is good to see you, feeling better. A rare monster is a monster that does unique things not common to the type of monster, or does something very well. Swar may use earth or fire. However, due to some reason, Swar only sees the use of fire magic. I wonder if this is a reaction to the mushrooms you fed him. However, a rare monster does evolve without the cost and can be respawned at any layer. 3 rare monsters per level are able to respawn. Second, they evolve into classes or powers not available to other goblins. Even if they repeat the steps, it requires the right mind and soul to do it right. Third, they will create or produce soul drops that you did not create. This means if they were to ever die, you could gain a rare item from their death. Fourth, rare monsters bring people to the dungeon. They are rare, so that brings attention. Things may not be good for you, so I suggest creating a loot that Swar may drop if found, if nothing more than that to fend off the curious. Delta watched as the menu grew larger and larger as New rambled. So Swar is going to be unique, respawning loot-creating badass. She summed up and New dinged in agreement. She hummed and eyed Swar, who was dancing with excitement. Do you want to do it? She asked, and Swar almost cackled with a cheer. Delta couldn't help but giggle with him. The mud pit needed cleaning, and her values felt stupid as she hypocritically tried to stay peaceful while burning things alive. But her friends made her moment feel okay. I will allow you this evolution, Delta shouted, and Swar began to glow. The golden light engulfed Swar until even Delta couldn't see him. Honestly, Delta expected a black choir to pitch in and have random church windows smash as Swar transformation died down. Delta felt her brows shoot up as they did. Swa's face was covered by a wooden mask that depicted an evil-looking dragon. His loincloth robe was now a straw skirt, and his fur pelt had acted like a cape. Some red beast now that had the colour of a new sun. His staff became a blackened, and the tips glowed with embers. Power, power, power! Swa crowed, staff erupting with fire. And then the Waddles, rudely woken up from his nap, sent a wave of water at him with a furious flap of his wings. Swa looked less majestic after that, as his staff steamed and his mask tilted to one side. Swa's face had markings of red bands along one eye. "Master, I wish to burn the duck," he said with a growl, and Delta giggled again. "You look great," she praised, and Swa puffed out his chest as Num stared in awe at the mask while Billy eyed the staff with interest. Delta held one finger to Swa. Swa, the pyromancer, rare. Loot, ember staff, a staff made with lightning struck a tree and the goblin sitting on it. Mask of mild alarm, startled those who spot the mask out of the corner of their eye. Goblin potion of health, weak, a potion made of mushrooms as the key ingredient. People find it odd. I find it odd. Why mushrooms? It really was amazing. Delta followed her goblins as they headed to the new room. If you're feeling better, I would like to state that what I was saying before. I do believe that we have found the reason for the numerous Slimers and a purpose for the next room. A mana spring. News words made Delta hurry faster into the new room. A spring of mana, like a fountain or something. She asked, and News menu kept up pace. A natural source of mana. Many exist, and they come in many levels of purity and rarity. This one seems to be rather common, but I do believe that it will have a great boon for us. I mean, it made the Slimers gather in numbers. Delta moved into the room and saw it for the first time. It was a rounded space with many trenches and alcoves. Odd stains and dark gains were still fading away, but Delta could see where the Slimers had stayed in this one spot for a long time. It was around the single crack around the ground, and it glowed with a blue energy, and every so often an orb of mana floated out of it. Patches of grass and tiny insects buzzed around it, and Delta knelt down and stroked the ground. "It's beautiful," she said with delight, and New dinged in agreement. "Mana springs naturally increase the mana that you gain each day. I do believe your increase is now up to 12 a day, instead of 2. I remind you that the spring is very common and may be found quite easily if one knows what to look for." New's words held a tone of victory, but Delta also began to smile. 182 DP, 12 mana per day on top of the guests and her gobs collection, adding in any more spider attacks. He was picking up, and it wouldn't be long before Delta would be making some very important choices. What are mana springs and why do they exist, she wondered. From the book of fairy tales, the world has a giant seed. It leaks mana, and the works like with life. The vein is just a collection of these great seeds' work. Extra mana that had nowhere to go after the seed finished making the world. The seed left as a gift for those who dared to look, and the aids for dungeons that would turn the seed's work into the world with the worthy. After the Slimers, I add my scrutiny to this. It may be just excess mana found in pockets of earth. Common, non-elemental mana is abundant. Delta stared at the crack and narrowed her eyes. She then reached inside. It was warm, and then it was cold. It was solid, and Delta panicked for a moment until she suddenly became air. The mana was cycling through states of being. It was everything and yet nothing. "So, I have to make this a shrine or something?" she asked. She imagined the room was some church, like a space that would draw people to stare at the glowing crack. Delta paused after putting out the bad image of her head, and decided to call it a spring. New seemed to be chuckled. "No, I think we should make it a storeroom. The Slimers have taught us a good lesson. Having the right tools at the right time is important, and I think that we should hide the mana spring from those who would siphon it with an excess of junk and tools for the goblins to use. Hide the treasures under the junk. That's rather devious." Delta grinned, and New seemed to jingle. "No, it's simply efficient. I like that word. I think we should apply it more often when possible. Also, you have not checked the list that we gained from the battle. I shall report now. Slimers time 13 absorbed. Slick algae unlocked, Slimers unlocked for summoning, new upgrades for several traps and plants available later when current options are upgraded. Delta nodded and then bit her lips. Slimums as monsters could summon. The ideal just sat with her, heavy. New, lock the Slimer option away so that I can't see it in my menus unless I ask for it or you think that it will save a life. Please. She requested and the option faded from her menu. This made her feel better. Delta did wonder how many more monsters that she would lock away in the coming days. She shrugged and stood looking at the room. She knew exactly what a storeroom needed. Something that in any good place should have a few blonde kids coming out in the forest the first time. Pots and barrels. Lots of them. Delta would not regret them per se, but she definitely did not see what crazed mania that she would inspire Mr. Japes and the Potter endurance in the coming days. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 27. Leveling Down. In the end, she created shelves, crates, pots, barrels, and a single chest. It wasn't a big chest or a small chest, but it was Delta's chest, and she was proud of it. The more she created, the more ideas came to her. There was bound to be many things that Delta ended up creating out of curiosity and not actually find them that useful. It didn't look like she actually needed to destroy an item that she created that wasn't considered construction or one of her monsters. Delta found out, with some help with New, that things like treasures, sandwiches, or even the odd club were unable to be destroyed once created. New seemed to think that that was a good thing, or too many new dungeons would end up destroying loot, in belief that it was a clutter. So, short of throwing them outside to gather dust and rust, Delta just turned the mana spring into a storeroom, as per New's advice. The pots were just hardened mud with a rough texture, and her barrels and gaps in between the boards, and maybe the shelves weren't exactly even. But Delta felt the pride in her efforts. She felt to make the pot with fancy handle, and it came out looking like someone had taken a lump noodles and attached them to the lumpy pot. Delta named it the first pot, and it was saved into her menu as a new design. New's lack of commentary told her exactly how bad it was. She spawned a few arrows and shelves and looked at the torches that her goblins had brought. The downside of making it rain fire, that the torches were one of the things that she couldn't destroy. So she had no idea what to do with 20 extinguished torches other than dump them into one of her new barrels. She then had Num pick up her batch of edible mushrooms from the grove and pick them into another barrel. Any adventurers might need some food after all. And she dropped in a few of the mud, but Delta could fish them out again later. And she didn't want to improve each one to reignite when she needed the mana to do other fun stuff. Come on to Delta's dungeon and get a free torch with every trip. She tried aloud and her goblin shared a look, and Swa muttered. As a frigging mushroom, he said, nudging Billy, who looked down with a grin. Delta just glared at them. Sure enough, several types of mushrooms were already appearing in the room. Lumen mushrooms made bottom shelves glow with a pale blue light and the ever-present rot guts. A few edible ones appeared, and Num plucked one and ate it. Delta grinned as she thought of Bacon eating the lumen mushrooms and shooting lasers out of his rear. But then Delta hoped he wouldn't. The first floor boss had to be fair, and it was just the rules. The room felt warm, and Delta, with a whim, added a small light sconce on the wall near the door, and it sparkled to life, and shadows danced along the wall. Not good enough to give them torches and nowhere to light them, she concluded, and then frowned. If someone burns my storeroom down, I'll be pissed, she added, and she eyed the room. She placed 3 healthy apples in a chest, be ashamed to leave it empty. If nothing else, Hobgoblin could run down that way if more Slimers appeared. Delta left the room before she filled into the brim with things for people to use in a pinch. Swa seemed to look back as if hoping that the room would catch fire any second. Delta gave him a look, not sure how happy she felt about Swa's love of fire growing hotter like this. Ah well, everyone had their quirks. Delta hummed as she walked down the tunnel to the mudroom and eyed the room. After it only seemed to catch Ammonster and the Slimers, Delta felt that it needed something else. First, she formed a tripwire just above the logs. Someone had to be above 7 feet tall to hit it, so Delta was sure it would be fine. This would catch people trying to take a flying leap with the magic or something. She had Num throw Billy at it, and the wire snapped as it slowed Billy down enough, and he landed with a crunch on a solid log. Delta nodded. She didn't need super-fast speedsters being decapitated if they did a Leroy. Still, catching a spider off guard was always welcome. Next, she took one of the sinker logs and applied a sticky trap to it. It flashed, and Delta honestly couldn't see the difference between that log and the other one. It wasn't dangerous, but it would add some risk to the room if people had fast reflexes. These traps weren't permanent until she tried them into the room, but as a prototype ideas. It was just worth testing it out until she had the DP to spend. The stick trap looked like it would have a few uses in it before it became defunct anyhow. That juicy 182 DP tempted her, but Delta shook her head, using her inner adult to remain stalwart in her goal for a second floor. Overall, she still had 34 mana to mess around with, and Delta tapped her chin. She could already see what would slowly become her biggest problem as a dungeon core. Choices. Should she do that thing, or maybe those things? What if she did one thing and it unlocked a whole new world? Delta was spoiled with choices and which were making things harder as her new life settled. She shrugged and headed to the grove. Delta guessed that she could only do what it felt like it was good choice. Sure, she could have New go over everything in her dungeon, reporting what was valuable and what was needed, and what could maybe make mana generated 2,000. But in the end, it just wasn't Delta. Efficient planning turned into perfect planning. Delta guessed it would be good for everyone involved, but if she had to wait until something was perfect choice, then she would never get anything done around here. She patted boring and flexed her fingers with a smile. She opened the menu and selected a gift from Mrs. Dabergast. It was a mushroom, and everything about it made Delta narrow her eyes with suspicion, but she found it on multiple occasions that an item absorbed did not carry a taste. Maybe it did taste great, or maybe it was just her new Antichrist. She just did not know. After all, absorbing the thing did not taste of anything, as it was mixed with many other items at the time. Delta may never know unless someone brought another one in. So she spawned it. The thing only cost 2 mana, and it sprouted off to one side as she read the menu of it. Spotted redcap. The mushroom is so commonly depicted in stories and artwork that the true name got replaced over time. It is charming if not completely mundane. 2 mana. It was a harmless, and Delta could appreciate it for being so. Welcome to the grove. Enjoy your home. She nodded with a little round mushroom appeared, and the white spots and the red under the skin made it look cute, and the mushroom ornaments of the old ladies put next to the gnome statues. She opened up the grove menu and selected the grove to start making some more for the dungeon. Delta guessed that it was all right that she could enjoy the nice mushrooms. It did give her dungeon a fairly kingdom-like vibe, and she checked on the wire plant and saw nothing had changed. Do plants grow over time in here? She asked, and New appeared with a ding. No, not unless you upgraded to do so. A room with a particular job could do it, but I doubt we'll unlock something like that for a while. Delta guessed that was fair. She decided not to place the medial fern or the silver-leaf plant until she had a better room. It would have been something pretty cool. Delta grinned. Maybe it would be a power plant. Delta snorted and took a moment to calm herself. Delta hummed as she read her grove menu. Mushrooms. Produce. Godrod mushrooms, 9 mana. Crunchy mushrooms, 2 mana. A slightly odd mushroom that, while not as all that good, can provide some nutrition. Leaves an aftertaste that lingers. Lumen mushrooms, 1 mana. Spotted redcap, 2 mana. Rather mundane. Develop. Develop mushrooms with a weak hallucinogenic properties, 6 mana. Develop mushrooms with a weak hallucinogenic properties, 6 DP. Develop mushrooms with a deadly poison, 44 DP. Develop mushrooms with a peaceful air about them, 5 DP. Delta grinned as more options became available due to her adding the mushrooms to the grove. Same it took the new mushroom to get it. However, with the tongue sticking out a bit, she swiped right to see what the actual room had for upgrades. Grove upgrades. Have spotted red caps Grove on their own in this room, 5 DP. Allow Guardian to eat mushrooms to gain bonuses during battle, 20 DP. Allow you to create crossbreeds within the room, 30 DP. Allow guttural mushrooms to explode like mines if touched, 10 DP. Delta stared at the list. Crossbreeding. She rubbed her hands in a nervous gesture. Delta wasn't sure if she wanted to take the first step down the evil scientist route. First, she was just a harmless mushroom. Then it was mushroom monsters. Then it was a clique of fungus zombies. Delta shivered and took a moment to calm herself. Some breeds would be helpful if she used the spotty caps as a base. Well, then it would be fine, and if she got one out that had the word peaceful in it, and Delta was sure that she would avoid making eldritch abominations of the mushroom world. Sorry, adventurers, your princess or prince is another castle, but let my fungus zombie eat your brain, she said with a sigh. It was something to ponder. Besides, she had a great mushy and a mushita mushy, and she was already skipping towards a world domination via mushrooms. After the world ended, Delta would just have to say that she tried her best to stop it. Hobgoblin returned with buckets of items, and Delta rushed to see with excitement. It was mostly the same. One bucket had water and tangleweed, and more of the same fish floating dead on the top of it, while the other had more mushrooms and some grass. Delta watched as they became absorbed. Windlegrass absorbed, little-finned guppy absorbed, flint absorbed. Delta watched as the DP climbed, and climbed. 199 DP. Delta felt a scream rise before Hub grumbled and dug around his shoe and pulled out an acorn that was lodged there. Toesies feel better. He smiled and flicked the acorn on the ground. It dissolved. Elmish sapling absorbed. Delta held her breath as she focused heavily on the DP screen. The one slid down to show a beautiful 200. Delta screamed and laughed as she jumped about with her hands in the air. Hobgoblin looked confused, but cheered as well, as if that was what they were supposed to do. No, I have enough, she laughed, and Nu appeared with a triumphant noise. Excellent. No more waiting. Let us delve into our destiny. Would you like to purchase a second floor? 200 TP. Delta couldn't hold back her grin, and she hit the confirm and the menu vanished. Then shaking happened and Delta became lightheaded. She became rather tired. Sleep. This will be unpleasant, and I cannot shield you from it as far as you are aware. No? What? Delta began, but her eyes drooped as a buzzing filled her head. She winced as her head felt like something was beginning to draw into it, and began to hurt badly, and Nu appeared brighter in her face. Sleep, Delta. Sleep. Delta slid down the wall, and shaking became more pronounced. Then darkness claimed her. It was a blissful, pain-free, and Delta hummed into her sleep. Quiss grabbed his drink from the pub, and Ruli looked around with an odd expression. Her red eyes met his grey ones. Delta was all that she had to say, but it was enough. It's too fast, even for her. Quiss argued back, but the glass crackling slightly under his fingertips, Ruli just stood as best she could. One way to check. I felt enough floor tremors to know what this is, and it's Delta. Girl is clever and has gobs. You need to stop underestimating her. Ruli warned as Quiss downed his drink and began to follow her as various patrons adjusted to the shaking and began to drink again. A buzz of excitement now filling the chatter, and all the discussions turned to Delta. This wasn't their first dungeon, nor would it be their last. It wasn't a rumble, then a roar, and then a rumble. It was the point of the Haldy's cheese was experimenting was going wrong again. Quiss shuddered at that thought. Nor was it a rumble, screech rumble that would suggest Dabergast. This was a rumble, grind grumble. And it was familiar noise if one delved into dungeons long enough. A new floor appeared, and it had only been 5 days. This was beyond odd. This was now reaching bizarre territory, and Quiss did not use that term lightly around here. He nodded to old Lady Josie as she climbed down the stairs from the second floor of the pub. Her posture was one of haunting, and Quiss forced himself not to meet her eyes. He licked his lips and a nervous gesture and left the pub quickly, turning the corner so that the woman couldn't eye him as a fleeting prey. He rushed after Ruli, and he tried not to pay attention to the group of others that followed. Too many old legends get a taste of excitement again, and it is not a good idea. Any one of them could rip Delta apart if they got the urge. Chris pulled his peacekeeper badge out and stuck it to his coat. He hoped that Delta would appreciate the fact that he was doing his job with some iota of seriousness. He spent the next hour pushing and herding the public back to town. Chris hated working. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Guilty Roots. Delta dreamed of microwaves. The machine dinged and Delta snorted, awake in alarm. With a moment dedicated to remembering who she was, Delta blinked a few times. She felt odd as she stood up, and it took a moment for her to remember why she had fallen asleep. Sleep. It had been something that she hadn't done since, before the demon child. It had been a while since she had thought of that being. Delta yawned and grumbled as she scratched her back. Her first tunnel twinkled into the lumen mushrooms. It was bright, so that she guessed for a normal people it was only a low level of visibility. She felt lopsided, as if something extra had been attached to her left hip. It took her some effort, as she walked, did not turn and tumble. The extra her had weight to it like a twin that had been attached to her body, but Delta found none of the emotional attachment. She stretched her awareness and immediately pulled it back in alarm. Delta had never known how to view her floor in its entirety, but now she knew, and it made her mind spin and stumble. It was just up and down that she felt, but down and round and up and away. And her true self, the core, felt odd. Delta rushed to the core room, only to see the staircase into the core room, and not orb. Hesitant, she moved towards the stairs and felt her vision blur as the space lunged forward. Her sight clearly grew on the new space, her core now relocated in some new area. The second floor. This was her second floor. Delta gasped as she stumbled. Her knees hit hard as she felt the new space. It was unknownness, hit her like a hammer. Delta had never been this low or this deep, and the new challenge, it was new opportunity. It was scary. Delta gasped as she tried to stretch her awareness out, and only to have the feeling bounce back after a single room. Delta climbed to her feet. She had bought this. Delta had wanted a second floor. Why? Her confuddled mind demanded answers, and Delta could only rub her eyes in response to the empty question in her rose. Delta inhaled and looked around the lone core room. She had wanted this, to expand her options. Delta wanted this because it was good for... What were the names? Gris and Cully? No, that wasn't right. Rudy, yes. The woman who made Delta feel like she had friends. Delta took a moment to go over everything. She had come from... Earth? Earth. And she had been born in a cellar. Dungeon? Dungeon felt right, and she shook a few moments forward and felt stronger as she kept stretching her awareness. She was Delta, and she wanted to be... good to humans. This rang true, and Delta felt her headache ebb away as the memories returned. She was a human, and she did not want to kill. This hit her so strongly that Delta almost fell to her knees again. Once she felt strong enough, she stood on her own two legs. There was a second floor, and it felt like a tiny dark spot on her mind. So empty, so unreal. Delta knew that she had so much more space to do with tremble. She forced herself to return to the first floor. The influx of information was almost overwhelming, and Delta stumbled again. Hear me. Can you hear me, Dungeon Core Delta? The familiar ringing, Delta grabbed onto it with everything that she had. It was so exhausting to think, so hard to remember. Delta grabbed the blue light and it flashed. Restoring mental stability, 50%, 80%, 100%. I am sorry. I seem to have unwillingly taken your personal numbers into myself upon the creation of a new floor. Are you feeling well? No? Where am I? Delta rasped at the menu before he dinged. The first floor. I relocated you here when not all connections reached satisfactory results. Forgive me if I upset you. The words were empty as words, but it could be that Delta sniffed as she felt the concern emanated from the simple screen. She stood and felt power return to her body. I couldn't remember who I was, and I couldn't remember you or the gobs or people. Delta wiped furiously her nose. New was quiet for a moment. Creating a second floor may have added stress to your good nature. I am taking the data in now, and I promise, I swear, I will protect you, Delta. The words seemed to change like bad static, as new seemed to force some words to change sizes. It's okay, we're here and I feel okay. I think I'm going to be okay. Delta took a deep breath to calm herself. My word is my life. Sadly, you do not have access to an avatar yet. I am sorry. I know you really wanted one to communicate with the guests, and it will look hard into the next floor as best as I can for you. Delta sniffed back the tears as everything came rushing back. She felt happy to remember who she was. She felt sad to not have a working form. Delta felt happy to have new. It all mixed together, and Delta sobbed as she tried to hug the screen. She felt some warmth before she opened her eyes to see empty air. Please do not cry. I do not and I'm not equipped to deal with it. I am not equipped to deal with it. I am not equipped to deal with it. I am a menu. I am not equipped to deal with it. I wish I was. Delta watched the menu faded away for a moment. She grabbed at the air where it was in futility. No, come back. I didn't mean to upset you. Delta whispered. She tried a few more times to summon him, but only got the basic menu. After a few moments of silence and fear, New appeared. I'm sorry. Can we focus on what needs to be done? I wish to stay with you longer, and you can only see work as possible option. Of course. What? New, tell me, what does the second floor grant me? Delta tried to order as best as she could without her voice shaking. Everything was moving too fast and Delta felt scared. Her first floor had never scared her. It had always just been joy to improve. But to feel this, it made Delta afraid of looking too closely. Delta was no dungeon at heart. Normal dungeons would take this change with ease, but Delta struggled to even focus on it. The second floor of this first goal of many new dungeons. This floor grants you the choices of new monsters and a new theme selection. Please choose before we continue. Monster selection for the second floor. Skeletons, burning ember spirits, frog tribesmen. Theme selection DP gained to allow the core to get a start on the second floor. Heat caves 10 DP. Flooded mines 10 DP. Jungle floor 50% bonus due to previous floor 15 DP. Delta blinked and reread the list. Several things jumped out of her. First, the idea of having burning anything near a jungle floor or a flooded floor was just silly. It was basically asking for a handicap. Having skeletons in water sounded like a good idea, but Delta closed her eyes and the slimers appeared. Undead scared Delta silly, even by proxy. The empty gazes and the bare bones, the human noises. So she decided to select the frog people and the jungle theme by process of elimination. Sure, Delta could make frog people work underwater, but she felt a little attraction towards the jungle theme due to one thing. Her plant purchases would surely grow well on this level. Delta felt more herself as she made the illogical choice and picked the frog people and the jungle theme. Her core room flashed from a normal soil to a wooden boards changed to a leafy root color, and each corner gained an odd tree. Its roots formed the floor and its branches stretched across the ceiling as it grew rapidly. Smaller trees and dense thickets making up the walls of the room. A fog spread around her and she could not quite see through it. But there was a feeling of distance there in the luminous stones in the now very high cavern ceiling glowed with an almost looked like sunlight. Delta gasped as the heat rose by several degrees and a thinner, wispy mist formed over the floor of the room. Delta wiped her forehead as she felt her heat get to her. It was still good to feel something other than awareness and dirt. Delta bent down and examined the roots making up the floor on the room, and they looked sturdy beyond reason, and looking up, the ceiling looked very far away indeed. It made her feel so very big in her mind. It's some unknown part of herself had awakened. The mist, the trees, a benefit of buying this theme. Would the flooded mines have a deep yawning chasms? Would the heated caves leak lava? Delta felt like she had purchased the right thing, and with excitement opened the menu. I'm glad that you are okay. Let me show you the gains of this floor purchase. There are quite a few. Basic frog tribesman, a simple frog monster with basic intelligence. It can leap and ambush foes with ease in the misty forest. 15 mana. Mist, a highly humid air. It makes things hard to see and is able to lure people into non-lethal traps. Jungle bee. These are simple-minded gatherers of pollen, and more plants and flowers on the floor, the more naturally these bees workers will grow in numbers and efficiency. The stinger may apply a paralytic poison. It will not kill 13 mana. Delta smiled as she opened up her map and menu. So much to do and so little time. Delta tapped the tunnel button and in excitement, and it suddenly vanished. Delta blinked and the menu refused to reappear. The noise came from above. Delta followed the noise with her eyes and found herself on the first floor. "Ach, you! Got here before me, I make you!" Rudy growled at the young man with a large rifle in his hands. The man looked furious at Rudy's attempt at preventing him from going beyond the spider room. His weak beard and rounding face made Delta guess that he was younger than he wanted to appear. "Miss Darknessbane, please move. This place murdered my father. He was stolen from us, and the goblins murdered him. He deserves justice." The man snapped, and Rudy curled her lip. "Your daddy knew what this place was. He came in here after a pig. He knew what a dungeon was and what it could be. Your father was an idiot to come in here with a pistol. This dungeon only just woke up at the time and is still learning. It didn't command your dad to die." Rudy pushed the young man back gently, but even Delta could see how much effort it took the man to remain standing. Delta covered her mouth as the man began to cry. "Please! He was my dad. He was my dad. He didn't ask to die. He didn't ask for his pig to be stolen. I don't want him to be dead." The boy sobbed hard, and Rudy stared him down hard. "Delta would never have killed your father if she could prevent it. Dill, just turn around and get out of here," Rudy begged, and Dill raised his gun. "I'm going to shatter her core, and I'm going to make her regret killing my dad. Move," Dill ordered, tears running down his face. Rudy looked down, hair covering her eyes. Her voice was blank when she spoke. "I can't let you do that, Dill. Your mama needs you, and your little sisters need you. Go before Chris sees you here and hears what you're saying." Rudy snapped, and her black hair began to move in some unseen wind. Dill sobbed harder, making much sense with his gibbering on. Delta fell to her knees, looking at the young man. "I'm so sorry," she choked, never able to forget the man who came in after a stolen pig. His death and fire crystal a boon, but his death a stain on Delta's soul. The warm wind blew through the entrance hall, and Rudy looked up, and Delta could see her eyes hard. "She's begging for forgiveness. Can you feel it?" Rudy asked softly, and Dill's gun wavered. He trailed off for a moment as he cried, the fire rifle in his hands looking so heavy that it might drop at any moment. "I'm so sorry. Please, I'm so sorry," Delta pleaded, and Dill just screamed as he fired off the ceiling in pain and anguish. Rudy let him, her hand on her knife going soft. Dill just kept screaming, "Don't say sorry, don't say sorry. I want my dad back. Give me my dad back," he screamed, and the fire crystal went dark after a few shots. Delta felt the bullets like a sudden toothache, so minor compared to the pain that Dill felt. Rudy moved, and Delta couldn't even see Dill slip into unconsciousness. His eyes slipped back, and Rudy's hand moved back from his neck. "Shh," she whispered, as Dill got go of the gun and it fell into Rudy's arms. The dark-skinned woman looked up at the ceiling where the bullets had made large holes. I know you would do better. Give him time. I'm begging, don't judge us or him because of this. He's just in pain." She called and cradled Dill like a child. Delta could only mumble more apologies. Rudy nodded as a warm wind hit her again, and it seemed like she was extra sensitive to it. "Yeah, you're too nice for your own good. Listen, I'm going to get Dill home. I'll be back soon." "I get it. I understand." Rudy smiled weakly as she began to move towards the entrance. "You're a dungeon, and people die, even with a nice dungeon like you. Don't take it personally," she said as she passed through the white barrier, but Delta was too numb to call after her. Delta did take it personally. She took it very personally. Dill. Delta would make it up to him. She didn't know how or how long, but Dill and his mother would never have to struggle again as long as Delta was herself. They deserved justice. Delta sobbed as the memory rushed over her. She had killed a man, and she had buried the memory under the progression and upgrades. The guilt had hit her hard, and Delta fled to her second floor where things felt more numb. It wasn't until the next day that she could gather herself and put her redemption into action. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 29, The Jungle Room. For the purchase of a manor, Delta made a new signboard as she felt the manor rise up to 24-hour period. It was time to stop moping and start doing something. It was slightly escapist of her to slip into a dungeon mindset. Delta let out a slide for a moment as she let the feeling drive her forward. The board above her tunnel was simple. To the farmer who raised ill, I am sorry. It was messy and held only 1% of the guilt that Delta felt, but it was all that she could do for the moment. She promised that she would do more in the future to make sure that Dill saw how bad she felt. Something to really show how she really felt towards death of people in her halls. Horrible and sad. Delta eyed the sign and nodded as she moved down the tunnel. It would take time and DP, and she didn't have for now. But she promised to make a proper memorial for the farmer soon. She didn't care what it took, nor did she care how long it set her back for. You did? No. Is my reason faulty? We will try to make an area for this man. I feel this is a thing you desire. New, alert me when something of a memory or memorial becomes unlocked. Delta ordered quietly. New dinged in compliance and faded. Delta inhaled and tried to gather her thoughts. There was so much to do and she really didn't have a clue where to begin. Her second floor and her first floor had much to improve to begin. For now she had mana to waste and Hobgob was sent out to gather more materials. It would keep her resources high and the DP department. With 53 mana and 20 DP, she didn't have tons of options. She decided to split the number between the floors for now. DP was the first and the mana for second. Delta moved to the second floor, where the only room was her new core room. The room which held her core before now became an empty, and Delta wondered what she could do with it. Standing in her core room, Delta opened the menu. Second floor menu. Create tunnel 10 mana. Create room 20 mana. Create main room 80 mana. This seems to be the main feature of the Jungle Floor theme. When purchased, you get a room several times larger than the normal ones, allowing for a massive amounts of space to decorate, place traps, and so on. Might make for a central hub area, a long great hall or an impressive entryway into the floor. Upgrades from first floor to be applied. Delta paced as she plotted, and her second floor only really had the mana cost for now. She quickly checked and found that no monsters could be placed or come near the stairs or traverse to the first floor. Delta could see the same white barrier that protected the main entry from when she tried to place a trap near or a monster. The main room was obviously interesting, but with the cost of 80, Delta could only hope that her cobs would bring back some decent haul. She needed at 27 mana to buy it, and that could make the small rooms for now and raise her max mana limit, but that also seemed to be a time-consuming issue, as buying 2 rooms would only give her 75 mana. With 12 mana regen, it would be terrible. Still, she wanted to get a move on to make good on her words to redeem herself, and her bigger goal, find the demon child. Knew there may be more methods for finding mana springs. She asked in a business-like tone that New appeared with a flash. Not that I can see. I feel that those able to sense mana in its basic form could help. Even Swa is more likely to sense fire element mana than basic. Perhaps Quiz. He seems to be able to use magic. Delta hummed as she paced. If she needed to wait until she had 80 mana, then Delta would simply ask Ruli for some tributes or Dio. They both seemed to be likely to help her if she simply asked. Ruli especially if Delta added more rare fish to her pond. Until then, Delta looked up at the simple iron staircase that kept her floors separate. She would do good where she could. First off, her first floor needed some upgrades. Ruli watched as an old woman pulled Dill into the house. The farm was beginning to look a little let go. Ruli opened a mint rock into her mouth and turned away to walk away. She closed her eyes and Tug pulled at her cloak. "Miss Rudy, where's Daddy?" the young girl's voice asked, and Rudy looked at the young girl who held a rather ugly goblin doll. It was ironic, and Rudy didn't waste a thought on why that was. "Sorry, little one, he ain't coming back," she said bluntly, and the girl's face puffed up in anger. "Mama said liars are bad." The girl accused, and Rudy couldn't even feel the kick aimed at her shins. Rudy let it happen. It was good for people to let the steam off. Rudy should know. The girl ran back to the house, throwing the goblin doll into the muddy puddle and tears leaking from her eyes. Rudy walked over and picked it up. The doll had already absorbed too much muddy water that to be held, but Rudy walked back to the front door and placed it against the door for when the girl needed it again. It felt familiar. I hate you. He said he'd be back tonight. Too familiar. Rudy sniffed and walked down the path back to Durrance, where she could grab a pint and make a fool of herself where her mother could see her. Mila Josie Wolfbane deserved the shame. Rudy looked at her mud-streaked hand and decided that the girl would appreciate the truth down the line. Chris would have known what to say to get the truth across and not get kicked. Chris was an ass, but he was a smart ass. He could say one thing and mean another 3 things at the same time. People trusted him because he had an air about him that reeked of a reluctant helper, a quirk that refused to die in some heroes. Rudy didn't have that. She didn't have that at all. The girl's tears meant nothing. It was just a sign of pain, a fact that her child had lost a parent. It was a fact that Rudy raised to accept facts. Get a grip, you're brainwashed by that old cow. Rudy stopped in the exit of the farm and grabbed the gate with one hand. It cracked under her strength, and she forced herself to remain calm. "Shut up, I am not," she muttered, in a weak defense. Emotions were weapons, and if they weren't, they were hindrances. Rudy had been taught that, and she had embraced it when everything had gone wrong. Then stupid Quiz had come along, and everything had gone wrong. Rudy sighed and walked back down the path. She would be back tomorrow to fix the gate. It had been an old promise to herself that she fixed what she had broken. Sadly, Rudy had gone the wrong way that day and couldn't have stopped Dill and the girl's father from entering the dungeon in her usual hunting spot. It wasn't her fault, but Rudy accepted the blame when the children had no one else to blame. It really sucked to have nothing to blame but a dungeon, but it just led to more pain. "Oi, are you going to beat up more people? And don't make me remove you from the town again," Quiz shouted, and Rudy blinked. Her old mind snapped due to the question, and she couldn't help but grin. "The only thing I aim to beat is your backside in a drinking game," Rudy corrected, and Quiz snorted as he moved to walk in line with her. "Sure, you and what stomach? I beat you in the last 5 rounds. Besides, can't drink. Too many people wanting to explore the dungeon. Already sent Dio back 3 times. Quiz grunted, and Rudy smirked. "Kid's got balls to ignore you," she admitted, and Quiz snorted as he moved to the bush along with his leg, urging it back into Mrs. Dabagost's garden. It wiggled in nervousness, and Quiz checked to see if Haldy had locked it up for the night. The man often forgot to keep the cheese magic secure when he slept. It was a rather odd sight to see Von the baker suck the dairy out of the local cheese chimera. Quiz said something about her carefree attitude, and Rudy basked in the open challenge. It was so honest and clear. It didn't lead to pain or questions. "I bet I can spot more teens than you," she bragged, and Quiz smirked and then turned his usual pissy face on. "I hardly take fool's bets, but you can make it too easy." He mocked and kicked a tree where the girl fell out with a yelp. Rudy had to admit, when it came to ruining fun, Quiz was the master. Her mudroom had been upgraded to allow her traps to respawn whenever the dungeon was empty of outsiders. The tripwire in the air had a random stick and trap on it one end of the log platforms. It left her with 10 DP to mess with. Delta watched as the gobs jumped on the log with the trap on it and didn't activate it. A useful built-in feature. It didn't seem to work when she designed a complication with her room construction, such as the mud or the thin platforms. "Mr. Mushy, what do you suggest I do next?" she asked the giant mushroom man. It peered upwards in response to her voice. It slowly raised its thumbs up, and Delta beamed. "Thank you for your advice. I will do exactly that." She half-joked as it went back to chasing Bori around the grove. The mushroom man enjoyed petting the animal far too much, and it was better than the greater Mushy, who looked like it just wanted to eat everything. Hob and Gob returned, bickering over who had the largest haul. Delta moved to them with a smile as they dumped the same things onto the floor. Their wooden armor cracked, and Delta found the equipment cute in a way. Delta watched as her mana easily hit 85. Delta blinked and looked down at the only unique item amongst the mushrooms and water. It was a rabbit, but its fur wasn't the usual grey or white. It was red. The rabbit looked to be in some pain, as it looked like it had lost a fight with some animal. Hob clubbed it over the head, and Delta making a wince. Blood hair absorbed. Critter unlocked. Blood hair. Blood hair. The fast rabbit sheds its coat 10 times a year. No one knows why, but the coat does have some toughness to it. The coat grows deeper red the closer to the end of the year it is. It also tastes rather good. Delta blinked at the offering, and as her mana dropped to 84, she rushed to the second floor, yelling thanks to the gobs, who looked pleased and nudged each other in a pleased motion. Delta would be lost without them, and reminded herself to upgrade them with a slingshot soon. It was only fitting to have some birds for her jungle would be so bad. Some ridiculous dancing bird that moved backwards would be brilliant, and Delta grinned as she purchased a main room and built it just off a core room. Main room purchased plus 10 max mana. This room will naturally grow plants and trees purchased for it. The jungle room cannot be upgraded to a special room and will remain a jungle room. I suggest building off of the size from hidden rooms and challenge rooms if you wish, or build another room in the north for a better core room. Delta nodded, and the room came with its own entrance door. Delta admired the leap-style metal and root sculpted wood. Delta moved past it and saw the huge room before her. It was like a giant wall of mist that turned transparent as Delta looked at it. She could see the far walls covered in wooden trees. Delta ran forward and continued. It took her roughly 3 minutes at full sprinting speed to reach the far side, and Delta turned with a laugh as she pumped her fist into the air. Welcome to Delta's paradise in the mist. Please do not annoy the frogs. Delta called at the empty mist and opened a menu to observe the upgrades of the room. Oh, this could be fun. Delta looked at her options and saw that she had quite a few plants to begin her reign as a peaceful terror. Sending her gobs out again with a respectful tone, Delta wondered what the silver leaf and wine plant would do in this jungle. Delta could hardly wait and to see what had turned out in a few days. She tried to cackle and just sounded joyful. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 30. A Gentleman. Mr. Mushy flexed a thumb. It was a funny thing, a thumb. Without one, he could not grab things with his hands. Being a mushroom meant that he didn't really have to grab things. He was a mushroom, he was fine. But now that he'd grown these legs, funny things those are, and he couldn't bear the idea of going back, sitting in one spot until his cap grew wrinkled and his mind returned to the earth. His best brother, Great Mushy, disagreed strongly on this matter. Mr. Mushy nodded, understanding how his brother's thorny vines and dangerous spit made moving a little less tempting. So Mr. decided that he would just tell his best brother everything that happened near the front of their home. Mother Delta moved past, her unseen form, but her voice loud and cheerful. Mr. Mushy wiggled from his funny thumb in the direction of her voice vanished down. And Mother Delta had been busy. A second floor. He wondered what it was like. Mr. Mushy used his wonderful fingers to itch his cap in curiosity. It was a being on the first floor. He should not be thinking of other floors, but the thought stuck to him like a gut-rot mushroom spores did when he sat on them. He found them funny, but the little goblins ran away, covering their noses at his approach. He tried the other mushrooms, poking them until spores came out, and he rubbed them on his body. Hands were very useful for poking. Vines where his brothers could only ensnare or choke, maybe pull if brother was feeling nice. Mister tried not to feel too prideful of his hands and feet. It was so odd when he saw the little mans, and was more excited to touch them than hurt them. He did not remember everything from his time as a mushy. Things had gotten lost and the world became bigger. But he remembered the hate, the desire to kill, the desire to hurt any that came near. It was a sickly feeling like a sweet flower of water. So easy to drink, but hard to stop drinking. Then Mother Delta had taken that hate away and given him fingers. And for each finger he had, the hate had become quieter. Mister didn't miss it. He enjoyed chasing Bori and cuddling the hairy thing. He enjoyed falling into the mudroom and splashing about. He liked when Mother Delta was happy. Mr. Mushy carefully moved across the mudroom. It took some luck, aiming and failing, but he managed to reach the far end. Mr. lumbered down the room and waved at the nice spiders. Not like the one that had to smash. One wave back before it continued its webbing and weaving. Mr. tried to think of what would be like to make a web with your fingers or hands. He'd be some rare monster. Spider mushroom, the mushroom that swung through the dungeon on huge things. Yeah, that image pleased him greatly. He waddled into the pond room and waved at Wattles. The duck stared at him and then nodded once before it went back to swimming lazily around the pond. Mr. wondered what it would be like to be in the water. He knew water was good. He was a mushroom. Water was pretty good. He did wonder if being in it too much would be bad. It was a thought that he would poke in later, and he waved goodbye to the fishies and made his way down the tunnel to the new room that he hadn't seen yet. The little ones called it a storeroom, and he did not know what that meant. As a mushy, he had no need to store or wondered, with his wonderful hands, if he needed one now. It was worth a look, and he did love looking. The room was nice. It felt like Mr. had walked into some well-moistened room. The air seemed to hold a nice crispness to it. Mr. saw wooden things that looked like flat, and he held rocks and arrows in neat lines. He wondered what they were. Shelves. They are good for a space for holding objects for viewing pleasure. Mr. Mushy, do not wander too far from the grove. Delta does not need to fish you out of the mudroom again. Mr. nodded happily. New was a nice thing. A menu, if Mr. remembered right. He appeared not long ago, after the nice plant woman had come. Mr. Mushy wondered if new was a shelf. He held the words in a neat row, and Mr. viewing pleasure. I am a menu, not a piece of furniture. See, there is a shelf, a barrel, a chest. Ah, I think that is a pot, but Delta's crafting is making me hesitant to relate the two. Mr. Mushy went still to the spot and sat there. It was odd, heavily lopsided, and the looping handles looking like worms. The wide base slightly dented on the one side. Mother Delta made this. It was made by her fingers. It was glorious. Mr. picked it up, and a few round pieces of metal clinked inside. He turned it around and around in his hands, and the thing was mud. Yes, he had played with enough of it to know the feeling. This was not wet mud, but firm mud. How did Mother do that? Delta created it as such. She really didn't do anything but cause a travesty to the pottery world. Normally one would use fire to heat the mud and... New went on, but Mr. had stood. His mind was not clever like New, or smart like Swa's. His mind was simple. He saw something, he hugged it. He got curious, he went to look. When Mr. got interested in something, he went to play with it. This was true now. He turned and lumbered back down the hall. He needed mud. He needed his fingers, and he needed a thing that he was afraid of. Fire. For fire, he would either need to use the bright torches on the wall, or he needed Swa. Swa like fire, fire like Swa. Mr. Whooshy wondered if Swa could make fire that did not burn him and his cap, and maybe make the fire help him. Mother Delta made some fire on wood and fire in goblins, heat in Bori. Fire could maybe not be bad, just angry. Mr. didn't like the idea of being near fire, but he liked the idea of a pot made with fingers and hands and ideas. Mr. decided, like the mudroom, that the only way to go forward was to take one step at a time. He simply tried, and then things would be fine. Mother Delta had shown him that, and she did not kill, yet she was a dungeon. It was something that made Delta part inside of himself struggle. Kill, grow, lure, kill. It was all very simple, like a mushroom growing. One did the right things and mushrooms appeared. Mother Delta did not do the right things, yet good things kept happening. She grew mushrooms in fire. They did not burn, but grew. It scared him. It delighted him. It made him feel alive. Mr. Mushy jumped with glee into the mudroom and began to gather mud. It did not want to be gathered, and Mr. decided that it was a much better idea that would bring Swa to the mudroom, and he clapped his hands with joy and clambered out with some help from Bori, who came at his prompting. The boar seemed annoyed, but did not snort like the usual in anger when he patted its fun, hairy belly. I cannot wait to see how wrong this will go. At least you're amusing, I admit that much. You were so nice. Mr. clapped his hands in some odd song as he'd made up, and he called it Bernie Hot Burn, Don't Hurt, Make Me Pot, Thank You. Oh, good. You inherited Delta's creative talents. First the pot, now the songwriting mushroom. What next? Drake writes a novel, the great Mushy plays a piano. He did not know what those things were. You should tell Mr. about them, please. I was merely just... You cannot seriously wish to know... Of course you do. A piano is a music instrument that requires... Mr. listened with joy as he learned. He liked learning. He liked being Mr. He hoped that he could be a better Mr. soon. What came next? That many people buy or purchase to keep on some dusty bookshelves after a few years. There, I have now explained both items. You really have another question. A gentleman usually is a greater male in term of the simple Mr. Either that or a Sir, but Fran has obviously shown that title has very little grace to it. Gentleman. Mr. inhaled through his pores, and the word seemed to be so grand and so powerful that he nearly forgot about making his pot. He trembled at the word and repeated it over and over. A gentleman, the refined Mr., the graceful Sir. Mr. poked Soir in the camp and dreamed of the word as the goblin growled at him. He gestured what he desired, and Soir seemed to be brightening up when he guessed that Mr. wanted him to use fire on something. The little one loved fire. Now Mr. understood that feeling. He loved the idea of a gentleman. He would really like to be one. I shall, make note of that. Would you like a top hat and a monocle as well? Wait. No, that was just a sarcastic top hat. Monocle. Were these the elite-equipped items of a gentleman? Mr. put his hands on his face and with surprise felt a green liquid that coursed through his spongy body gather in his cheeks. They felt warm, and Mr. danced on the spot as he asked Soir to draw him a top hat in the dirt. Soir scratched his head, but New seemed to speak to him. Soir used his staff and to make a single line in a large box that sat on top of it. It was a hat, and it was a square hat, and it was glorious. Delta paused. She felt something. She giggled in surprise at the light fluttering moving through her body. The excitement of the second floor must be getting to her. She grinned as her gobs would soon return, or maybe rudely. She would try to keep her second floor off limits until she made it spectacular. Delta really hoped Mrs. Davergast would return. Delta suddenly found herself in need of some very firm plans. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Japping About. Delta watched as Soir narrowed his beady little eyes into the rough shape in the middle of the fort room. Mr. Mushy watched from a slightly down the hall, unwilling to get any closer to the heat. The fire died down, and the scorched thing wobbled slightly. Delta had only come to check on things to see if her gobs had returned. Instead, she had found most of the floor monsters gathered around Soir and his fire magic cooking something. What is that? Delta asked faintly at the misshapen black thing smoke near the foot of the hill, away from the wooden structures. Mushy came nearer. It seemed to be unable to look away from the black thing. It sagged to one side, and the odd ears and loopy things on the sides made it look like a haunched man that Soir had just cooked. Soir sniffed as he admired his work. "Done. Bring next one," he commanded, and Mr. Mushy waddled out, both of his hands holding down the muddy thing. He put it down and began to pat the sides as they became runny. It was around when Mr. Mushy's hands came away, covered in mud. Soir cracked the flesh and fried it as Mr. Mushy ran away from the licks of fire, past Billy, and back into the tunnel with protection. Num cheered, and its Billy shot Soir a glare. The bow-using goblin murmured something to Mr. Mushy, and the giant being clapped his hands. The pot looked like a misshapen as the first one that Delta watched, as Num dragged it off into the corner where 5 or 6 more black pots sat. "What's going on?" Delta asked casually, and Soir yelped, hiding his staff behind his back. Num panicked and just threw the pot onto the hill where it hit the slope and rolled, bumped and tumbled its way back down with a hollow clunking sound. Billy just snorted and pushed his green cap down. He watched the scene. New appeared with a rather sour-sounding ding. They are attempting to create art. It seems like they, or rather Mr. Mushy, was inspired to try his hand at the craft after seeing your pot. It has been met with laughter and fire. The mushroom molds it from the mud and the goblin cooks it to ash. It's quite frustrating as they don't actually seem to be learning how to correct themselves. The menu appeared to be frustrated and Dalda hid a smile as she answered. Not everyone learns to understand something or replicate it after one attempt or sample. Some of us have to practice. Dalda hummed and New seemed to let out a low noise. Then why bother? This project will never offer any fruit. They are wasting your mud and making swars waste energy. Those pots will be reabsorbed into the dungeon system, and they don't improve or offer any new designs. I just don't understand why they are so invested in doing this. Dalda watched as Mr. Mushy hurriedly patting a new pot. He seemed to be trying to give this pot a moustache and a monocle, for some odd reason. Swar was still frozen on the spot, smoke still coating from his staff. Num tried to hide the pots behind himself and failed utterly. Billy was rather calm, but he was also looking a little guilty at taking part. There is no reason. They're doing something fun. Fun is just fun. You should try it. Make a pot or something. Dalta encouraged and then bent down to smile at Swar. Less heat and they'll actually look good then, She giggled and got up and headed to the grove. Swar nodded and her words were command. Less fire, he repeated in a petulant tone. Dalta complimented Mr. Mushy as she went past, and the giant fungus tried to bow, but seemed to forget that he was in a wall and blinked in confusion as his cap hit something solid and the force from that, in turn, tipped him over and he landed into the sitting position. Dalta smiled as Billy moved over to help without a word. The little archer seemed to like Mr. Mushy, and that made Dalta pleased as a button. The sound of roaring fire rushed out, and Num's voice called out, Master, say less! He said in a panic, Swar just cackling loudly again. I cannot make a pot. Dalta slowed as she entered the grove. Stalks on some natural shrooms were easily taller than some men. Oh, it's fine. Just try. Dalta encouraged again, and New made a frustrated sound. I cannot make a pot. I cannot spend mana. I cannot control your power. I am menu. I am not Dalta. I am efficient tool designed to help you grow as a dungeon. Dalta frowned and then shook her head. Sounds nice and easy out loud, but you aren't a menu. Not anymore. New, besides being rude, cocky, and a bit of a know-it-all, you're my friend. Not at all. She reminded the box that shimmered into red as Dalta took a step back and rang furiously. I did not ask for it. I did not ask to be this. I thought it was a whim or some cruel idea or some bad choice that you made, but I see it all around you. Things do not act like they should. Things are not logical or even right in this dungeon. Monsters are not friends. Cores do not feel remorse. They don't create havens for humans. I know this, and yet it's all around me. I cannot make a pot because if I tried to do that, then I could, and I'm not right. I am not a menu. I am broken. The box faded to a red somber purple. Dalta just waited, her mind going blank, as this was not something she expected. So, did the only thing that she could do. Make a pot, she repeated, and New seemed to grow in size, if trying to appear angrier, but with another angry ring, a word appeared. Fine. Dalta watched as a spot in front of them shimmered, and as something began to form. Her mana dipped, and the object appeared. No, Dalta trailed off, and the text spot had gone very still. Dalta's lips twitched as the box went very bright pink. Not a word. Dalta inhaled softly, and the noise escaped her mouth. It was a chortle, then a giggle, and then Dalta just gave out and burst out laughing. She could only watch as Bori sniffed the pot that was even uglier than Dalta's. It was more like a pot that had been ugly and then fattened by a car, resurrected by some novice voodoo priest, and then dropped out of a plane. Dalta slapped her knee as she laughed and began to cause physical pain, but she couldn't stop. New was texting in a small font, his version of muttering. I followed mana. I've never used... Stop laughing at me. New demanded, but Delta could only walk away and lean against the wall. The only thing broken, Delta paused to catch her breath as to giggle again, is your artistic talent. Delta grinned and New shimmered red. Hardly amazing yourself, Miss Noodles Handles. Your pots look like some crime against mankind. Abruptly Delta's laughter ceased, and she put her hands on her hips, her voice dropping low. Is that a challenge? She demanded, and New seemed to turn away as if dismissing her words. We don't have the manner to waste on such things. Delta shrugged, walking to meet the returning cobs. That's fine. We both know that means my pot is the better one, she said pleasantly, and New gave a mocking ding noise. If by better you mean more likely to make people cry, then yes, your pot is very much better. Delta hid another smile as if New followed her, bombarding her with criticisms and defenses of his own pot. Maybe he was broken, Delta didn't know, but he was a friend, and anyone that made such a big fuss over pots couldn't be wrong existence. Just funny, and Delta hoped that New would be understand one day. It was bad enough that one of them had broke down every other day. No need to double up on this particular activity. Quiz, you can stop glaring at the forest. Dabbergoss got the hint. She's gone home already. Groody grumbled as Quiz paced around the front of the dungeon entrance. The level quake was stirred up some of the old hunters. Quiz knew any one of them could sneak past him if he moved too far from the entrance. It had taken some loss of temper that Quiz almost regretted to send people back home. Sure, most of them could break Quiz in some manner, or at least give him a run for his wizard hat, but no one wanted to start anything. Quist wiped some sweat from his brow as he remembered how a fight nearly broke out between himself and a rather stubborn capromancer. Then old Lady Josie arrived, and everyone sulked and went back home. I don't think it's just her. Could be others. They all got the rush, and we feel it as well. The mana around here skyrocketed. I won't be surprised if one begins to walk about near dusk, or half the teens become lush-struck idiots and try to conquer this dungeon as some made-up trial, or worse. Someone tries to influence Delta. Quiz snapped at Rudy, sipped down something that he was sure was semi-illegal in some places. He would control the dungeon in both the fool and the genius. If one could give endless supplies to a dungeon, but only one kind, then the dungeon would grow in that direction. The easiest path to follow, and the dungeon would follow it. Quiz hesitated after that thought, and Delta was no more core infant. She had a rational mind, and that only made it worse. Delta was so nice, and that Quiz knew that one hint of the villager just needed something, and Delta would leap to give it to them in the flesh. Hence why he and Rudy were outside. They weren't going to influence Delta at such a critical stage until she filled the second floor of her own design. Durance had its share of characters, and not all of them could pass the Karma spell test. Not that anyone really could fail them anymore. Way too many ways to lie to magic and gods around these days. The races of the world really could do a lot of damage, but a few clinks of a coin. Monologuing is a sign of being broody, about to hit a chosen puberty, or someone ignoring their friend. Rudy said lightly, and Quiz turned with a narrowed expression. I'm a broody bastard, what of it? He said impatiently, and Rudy rolled her eyes. She stood up from the ground, and Quiz couldn't ignore how much her eyes glowed, or how, additionally, defiant she was. Her arms looked thicker, and Quiz tried not to make it obvious that he's noticing the extra height in Rudy now. Not too much, but enough that he would have to adjust to meet her eyes. Manner. To many people, it was many different things. It was also one thing that was trouble. Most people got a high or a rush, feeling better than most of their life when they enter a mana-rich area, or a mana came to them. To orcs, they grew more bestial, more passionate at best, stubborn at worst. The drakes lost their snake-like features and began to walk around like rulers, like their ancient parents. Owls red, wood dark, and the old ones became more ethereal. Chris knew a wood elf that was in the middle of building a Jolton battlesuit when the war shop got flooded with rare mana cloud. The elf had walked out of the workshop 3 days later, and his suit was a cloak. The things that piece of fabric did made Quiz feel like a child with matches in his pocket. Halflings, the deeps, the plain tribe, the monsters, Quiz rubbed his nose. The list went on to nearly all living things, and some even non-living, depending on what it was. Manner made them more or less, and they became capable of great things, but to those who were not ready, it was a drug. Rudy, she grew. Quiz knew that being a halfling was never exactly easy. One could get lucky and get some ugly mismatched features, or really unlucky and get more. Quiz knew Rudy would punch him if even thinking the word. Half-blooded, the child of two different races. People, all people, shortened it to halfling. It annoyed the shorter races and the half-blooded. In some places, people used it as a reference to the fact that most half-bloodeds were runts at best. Mismatched biology never worked exactly for the best. For Rudy, it had worked like art. Rudy was, as far as Quiz had known her, never been someone you could point to and say, runt. Not if one wanted teeth afterwards. Quiz, don't give me that look. Your eyes are just fire, she said quietly, and Quiz closed them as an unconscious reaction. He did not like people staring into his eyes when they went like that. Mages were not exempt from mana empowerment. Really, it could manifest in many ways. A woman he knew, Clara Cheese Fortress, had visions of last Tuesday. Nothing interesting, just she couldn't escape Tuesday. Another mage, One Sword Beast, could paint art, and even Quiz felt moved by, but the man never remembered doing it. Himself, he burned. He burned if he did not control himself, and Quiz would never let go of that control until that day came. Rudy patted him on the head like an affectionate pet. Quiz growled, but Rudy smirked. Come on, let's grab a drink. I'm growing, you're smoking. It's the right kind of mood. She scratched her chin and Quiz gave her a long look before he spoke. Worst come on ever, he muttered, and Rudy snorted. Please, we tried and you ignored me for a week before I broke into your house. She smiled at the memory. Quiz shook his head and then froze as someone emerged from the shadows, coming from the direction of the town. Quiz stiffened, and Rudy casually took a stance that would allow the woman to do many things at once. Good evening, or is it night? Is it dark? The intricacies of light and the sun. The man called, his long dark hair tied neatly back in a ponytail, his face cheerful. His clothes were tasteful and scholarly, crisp black trousers and a shirt that would not allow wrinkles. The hands hidden by white gloves made a complete image. Quiz took a few seconds forward as the man seemed utterly entranced by the night as it was some new concept. Mr. Japes, may I ask why you are here? Quiz smiled as if a ghost were stretching his lips against his will. The man blinked and then smiled at Quiz. My, Peacekeeper Quiz Fire Smasher, are you also here for the temptations of the night? He asked with a soft tone, and Rudy settled up next to Quiz in support. What can we do for you, pothead? She grinned, and Quiz closed his eyes as an intense pain blossomed in his head. Rudy-induced migraines were the worst. Japes tilted his head. Why, I'm here to go inside the dungeon, he said, puzzled by the question. Quiz shook his head. No one is to go in. The elders all agree. He was cut off as Japes took out a small jar. Fire was in Quiz's hand before he could think about it, and Rudy had a dark knife in her hand, ready to throw it. Japes ignored them both and brought the pot to his ear and opened the lid slightly, listening. Yes, I do believe so. No need for such things. Shh, no more talk. Japes acknowledged the jar and put it back in his pocket. Quiz's hands felt cold. It was odd. He was holding a primal fire, and yet the man made Quiz sweat uncontrollably. The tiny noise of Rudy grinding her teeth made Quiz know that he wasn't the only one who was nervous. Japes tilted his head back and peered at both of them. The distance, the moonlight, the shadows. It made Japes look like a scholar and more like a curious surgeon who had just spotted something odd in his usual operation. Fire Smasher, Darkness Bane, I don't have any special jar for you. Would you like one? I would make it, Perfect. Just for you. He offered in his polite and cheerful voice. Quiz ignored how the fire grew dark. Control. I must decline. You aren't here to break the laws, are you? He called, and James looked upset at the words. His pleasant smile fell into a sad expression. I would never. Rules are important. They contain society, and I can never bring myself to shatter such fragile things. He said if Quiz were to accuse him of doing such a thing, it would not be a good thing. Japes, the rule is that no one is to go inside. So end of discussion, Rudy snapped. The well-dressed man looked up and smiled. Of course, I live to help the law, like removing pests. He found this amusing, and had to cover his monstrous grin that stretched inhumanly across his face. It took a moment, but James's face returned back to normal. Quiz had the next 31 spells ready in his head to chant, but the words squirmed inside like invasive worms. Pests, echoed Quiz, and James pulled out another jar. This one looked odd, like it was made more from an animal hide than a mud or ceramic. James put the jar to his ear. I see. Master Delta needs you. Shh. I am trying to take you home, but sadly, my little green friend, I'm not allowed. I shall try again tomorrow. He promised as the monstrous grin. Quiz's fire went out, and he pulled on a weapon that was far worse. His badge. Japes frowned at it, and his playful look melting away as liquid clay. Release the goblins, or I will arrest you. He warned, and Japes raised an eyebrow in curiosity. On what charge? He smiled, and Quiz smiled back. Destruction of the dungeon, he stated, and Rudy shot away from Quiz as if he just slapped her. Japes lost all facial expression, and the blank canvas of his eyes and flat mouth were the scariest things yet. Quiz forced his voice not to tremble as he carried on. By taking those contracted monsters, you are halting the progression of this dungeon here. Under my reasoning, and the fact that you are trying to gain access after weakening the dungeon leads me to think that you are trying to shatter Daltha. He called, presenting a little piece of metal that had a golden crown with a sword through it. The crown rested on the hilt of a sword, and the word Peacekeeper was stamped at the bottom. It glowed with an eerie light as Quiz spoke. The badge of a peacekeeper. It was a seal to act as the king's place, no matter where or with whom. It allowed Quiz to do 3 things. 1, to let him sit in the pub all day and drink. 2, it occasionally let him get free pint at the pub. And 3, it allowed Quiz to summon a member of the Royal Guard with one-time use of teleportation rune that would most likely take Quiz's hand off as a cost. A Royal Guard was not a toy soldier to annoy or for favor. To have one on beck and call was a responsibility, and the fact that the badge would kill anyone who tried to use it without the proper authority was another little fun thing about it. Japes, without a word, smashed the jar, and 2 cursing goblins fell out and rapidly vanished spaces. Japes bowed stiffly and turned without a word, his back bulging slightly and his body twitched. The goblins fled into the dungeon, to home. Rudy sighed, dropping back to the grass, finally breathing. Fricking demon spit! What the frick? She demanded, and the badge glowed with some warning. Squiz snorted and pocketed it. Calm down, I wasn't actually going to use it. A royal guard is summoned, but I don't get to choose which one. Trust me, we don't want to be bringing Zale here. It'd be better just to cut off our own heads to save us the trouble. He grumbled, Japes the Potter. What had the man wanted? He sat down, all thoughts of the pub gone. Here. Rudy offered her flask, and Quiz took a swig without asking what it was. It burned, and then froze in his throat. Does your mother know that you stole her Devonshire wine? He asked casually, and Rudy smirked with an answer as all that he needed. Colin Javin Japes inhaled and tidied himself up. He twitched again as the wrongness increased. He put his hand on the wall at the nearest building to ride out the agitation. It itched at him. Curve up, smooth down. He repeated and walked ahead as the manner made his unique sense go haywire. It had never acted up before in this town, a blessing, but now it itched. He took another deep breath and scrubbed his face, annoyed at the lack of control. The goblins had simply startled him, and he didn't know why he just didn't let them go. Old habits, why let hostages go to waste? Oh, those were the days. But now he was just wanted to make simple pots, and someone was making him itch. Someone, somewhere, was making a mess of his art. Mr. Mushy hummed as he slapped two pots together and made a new handle on the new creation. It was a gentlemanly pot, an extra handle to be helpful for those to carry it. Mr. Mushy was pleased, and Swan got better at fire, only slightly burning his new pots now. He couldn't wait to try making a pot with no bottom. It would be so glorious. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 32. Catch and Missed. Delta hummed as she eyed the massive room. It was a blank slate, the roots covering the floor, breaking into parts of the smooth dirt floor, crawled up the walls and stopped just before the ceiling. To Delta, this room was bright as day, and she knew that it was in total darkness. Delta pretended to adjust goggles. Amazing. This tech is so advanced that I can barely tell that we're wearing any. Can this surpass the wooden cog? She mocked in a deep voice and shook from several stealth games that she had played. Stretching, she walked forward, and her current pace she would hit the end of the room for some time. She was used to the tight halls or the grove, or even the bottom of the pond. The space was so much more that Delta actually felt a little like a mouse that had left the safety of her cartoon mouse door. Hob and Gob came back a short while ago, and they seemed pretty angry, but they didn't want to say what was wrong. Hob looked like he was about to punch something, and Gob was just bowing his head and dropped what little offerings they had. Delta could have pushed, but the goblins immediately left, almost with a yell. And did another spider attack them? If everything Delta had learned about goblins was true, then they didn't like being losing. Delta frowned and turned to the back stair room where her core sat. They'll be fine. They are, in some limited way, immortal. New, never-practical box reminded her, and Delta crossed her arms and sighed. So, dying is not going to help anyone. If they might come back changed, or they might get cocky because of it. I have to pay for them, which isn't cheap, and whatever killed them might come looking for more sources of where they keep coming from. Delta said aloud and New dinged in surprise. That is, yes, that is all very correct. I'm impressed by your reasoning. Delta gave the box a look. I'm not a total airhead. I don't want them to die because I don't want them in pain. If they told me they would be coming back to life was torture, I am not sure that I would bring them back ever. Not if they suffered. And all that other stuff is just because, I guess, that I just thought that I didn't need to remind you that I care about them every time. Delta pointed out and stopped her steps. New was silent for a moment. No, you need not, and I am supposed to be good at learning and adapting. Shall we get on with business? The goblins will tell us when they are ready. Not a concept that I am used to, but it shall be educational. Delta smiled as New began to ponder to himself, little boxes appearing around the main box to contain side thoughts and random numbers or symbols. New was what would be for some while upset at his evolving nature. Delta didn't know what it would be like to gain awareness. She had always had it, to her knowledge. Distracting him, even for a while, with tiny things like the nature of goblins and building a jungle in your second-floor basement was something that Delta really didn't mind doing. She opened the list and looked at the jungle room options. Jungle room allow you to regulate the temperature to a range of mild, warm, humid, and hot, 15 dp. Allow you to change the ceiling into an image of the sky, 13 dp. Allow all tree saplings to grow at much faster rates, 25 dp. Allow the river to be poured to the middle of the jungle, 30 dp. Construct more objects or create to unlock more options. Delta saw that it wasn't too bad of a list. And to begin with 69 mana out of the 70 now with a new room and 32 dp. Delta had some options, and Delta liked having options. She turned slowly and tried to imagine what she wanted from this room. What function should it serve her? And challenging the adventures, slowing them down as much as possible. Filled to the brim with entertainment or mini-games. Should it be anything dangerous about it? It was a blank canvas, and Delta felt like she was a painting with her fingers and eating the Play-Doh. She could mess this up, and the first floor only sort of worked out due to the lucky circumstances. What if she made some death trap? Delta lowered her fingers from the menu and hesitated for a moment. One step at a time. Is that not what you tell all your dysfunctional monsters? To me, stop planning and just do. I feel ill at the idea, but it is very much better than just standing there looking sad. News box jingled and she vanished before Delta could snap her head around at him. She opened her mouth and then closed it. She inhaled and smoothed down her skirt. Delta paused and then looked down and saw something. She hesitated and moved her hand back down. Her invisible hands brushed invisible fabric. The flowy skirt brushed against her shins, and Delta tried not to freak out. No, I have clothes, she called, and Nu appeared, slowly, as if not sure that he wanted to be here. Well, yes, you've always had those. Delta's fingers shook slightly, and her voice came out small. Nu, can you see me? She asked, breath struggling to leave her throat. Nu's box moved up and down as if looking closely. Yes, you're a girl, you have hair, you have a skirt. Is this important? Delta grabbed the box, the fine edges digging into her hands. Nu dinged in alarm, but Delta shook slightly. I can't see myself, and I didn't even know that I had a body. She accused, and Nu blinked out in her hands and the air above her. Don't grab me. Nu was outraged, but Delta just sat down hard, feeling the skirt over and over. She tried other places, but she felt nothing. Nu floated down, and almost as if unsure, he spoke. You have hair. It is to your neck. You are all orange. I cannot tell your colors. You have a skirt, and you have odd shoes, flat and with straps across them. You have a shirt of a gentleman on the necktie. I cannot see anything else about you. You must be feeling or regarding feelings because of the second floor. The more floors you acquire, the more aware and omnipotent you become in your own space. You will only need a few more to gain an avatar. This is just a natural progression. Delta nodded slowly. It was right. He had mentioned gaining an avatar when she gained more floors. Delta kind of thought that it would be all at once and not a piece by piece. She stood, and with a breathless chuckle, she spun, her skirt dancing out as she did so. It landed back down, and Delta was glad to be a decent size. Delta sat down way too often to feel happy otherwise. Delta had a skirt. Delta had clothes. It made her feel human in some way that she hadn't seen before. She turned to Nu and gave him a pat. His box turned pink and he vanished with an annoying ding. One step at a time. Nu, you're a genius, she complimented, and in the distance a ding vibrated through the floor in agreement. She flexed her fingers and began to swish her skirt as she moved forward. What did the jungle need besides everything dangerous in the world? It needed trees. It needed dozens of vines and the weirdest flowers people had ever seen. Excitement flooded her veins, and Delta gave another twirl, laughing as she spun. Screw what she wanted the floor to be. It would just become whatever Delta turned it into. She picked a spot and opened up a menu, and she began to list the things that she could use. Apples, 3 mana. Crunchy mushrooms, 3 mana. A slightly odd mushroom that, while not all that good, can provide some nutrition, leaves an aftertaste that lingers. Small wyam sapling, 12 mana. Spotted cap, 5 mana. Medial fern, 8 mana. Minor silverleaf, 15 mana. Woodnull grass, 5 mana. Delta remembered she had a wyam plant upstairs that didn't seem to be doing anything. She flicked the menu. She had it moved down to the jungle room floor with a cost of almost 3 mana. It would take some time for it to move, so Delta spent some mana to get the woodnull grass. It appeared in a single flash, greenish-greyish grass that came up to her knees roughly, and when she did so, the box opened. Jungle room feature found, a living ecosystem. Plants and some animals will spread on their own without any mana cost. In return, they will also fade or die to feed another section of the ecosystem, or the next generation of life. Exceptions to this are uniques, rares, and contracts. Monsters will not spread, magic plants will not spread at a much slower rate. As she finished reading, the grass had a little tiny stalk growing in every direction. Delta bent down and watched in awe as the grass grew at an accelerated speed. She held a finger to the grass. Windmill grass, a common grass that thrives in dangerous forests and mana-rich areas. It's mostly a weed, but some clever people can do things with it. Grass to hide her evil critters. Delta needed snakes, the beautiful kind with the round faces and sleepy natures. Maybe she could get one that would speak in a hissing accent to the new wizards or mages that came in. Delta giggled at the thought before she moved on to the next item, the medial fern. She held a finger to it and then hummed as she read it. Medial fern, a fern that has leaves that curl up when people approach. It has a few interesting uses in various crafts. Delta purchased it and placed it in a fair distance away from her grass. It blossomed up and from the ground and looked like some elegant performance. The leaves separated on top of the growth and the plant spread out across the ground. The single round core in the middle, it wriggled once or twice, and then the pod in the middle exploded into the air and arched away from the foam. A few moments later, the pod landed and rolled for a moment before it wiggled and the roots pulled it underground. Delta walked over and peered into the hole with wide eyes. Then another fern began to grow. The pod of the new fern was smaller, and it wouldn't be ready for a little while. Delta's jungle was kick-ass, and Delta moved to the next spot, already readying the next one. She stumbled as something rumbled. She spun, and she saw that the YM sapling had finally planted itself from the previous floor. Except it was now exploding upwards into the ceiling, its soft green skin turning into a wooden bark, the large, lush branches spreading out, and the shaking subsided as it dropped slightly over the entrance of the door, as if shielding those who wandered in from the sky. Delta stood there, stunned, as the tree rustled and the soft green powder fell from the branches onto the ground. Delta hastily put her finger onto the trees. "Please don't poison people," she repeated, and the box opened with a sarcastic ring. YM tree, a rare tree that makes many odd conditions to grow right. Due to being in a dungeon, you skipped many. The tree can grow in many directions and sizes. Its wood is rather hard. The green spores spawning from its branches act as a natural health booster. It provides small bursts of green mana and enhances the body healing speed. I don't need to tell you that the tree has many uses. It does seem to be somewhat needy, and the ground has deep roots. The max that you may have is 4 in this big jungle room, and 1 per normal room. There were many questions, and Delta just blurted one out. Mana has colors, not just blue? She asked, not sure how she felt about her sacred mana bar being tainted by other colors. Red for rage and yellow for dexterity are acceptable, she guessed. Mana has many colors. Your mana is orange, obnoxious to a cherry for such an odd color. It suits you. Delta pinched the box with 2 fingers, and Nu let out a shrill bell noise as he blinked away. Delta smiled and looked up, and she held eyes, and odd powder fell down occasionally. Nu was right. Some of it was orange, and it looked so at odds with the rest of the tree that Delta could relate, as something didn't belong or act right, but tried its best. Delta turned and saw the woodmill grass was slowly spreading over the area, and another medial fern exploded somewhere. It was good, but she still needed proper trees. The YM tree needed space, and Delta needed the trees that would hug the crap out of each other. With a shrug, she closed her eyes and thought of her favorite and iconic forests in her youth. All video games. Delta was sure that she didn't do for real forests, except now that she was building a jungle. What features made them memorable? Mazes, horrible fetch quests, poison ninjas, tigers, dinosaurs, growling noises. Delta grimaces and tried again. What made them memorable in a good way? Something struck her and Delta blinked. It sort of went with the maze idea, but they weren't tied together. She opened up a menu and began to mess with options. I see. It is possible, but since it's a moving system of dungeon life, it has to be able to sustain itself. We would need some upgrades. Delta hummed, and she opened the jungle room. Jungle room. Allow to regulate the temperature range between mild, warm, humid, and hot, 15 dp. Allow you to change the seeding into an image of the sky, 13 dp. Allow all the tree saplings to grow at a much faster rate, 25 dp. Allow a river to be formed through the middle of the jungle, 30 dp. Allow plants to crossbreed in their own, if able, 30 dp. Give the ability for plants to mutate if they become blood-soaked. Must be fresh and from non-human dungeon life, 40 dp. Allow you to create areas where plants do not overgrow, 20 dp. She had the beginning of a plan. Delta thought about it and then checked compared to her options. The river cost 30 dp. Carving it out and filling it with her own water would cost her far more, into the hundreds for some task. That one was no-brainer. If Delta wanted to abuse her endless source of water and lack of airflow to any outside world, she needed to also gain the ability to manipulate the heat. When the heat and water came together, she had her first obstacle that would make her homage to one of her most played games. If nothing else, it would allow her to level to have an advantage over any monster that it made in past ran. Unless it was a mist monster, then she was just screwing herself over. Delta purchased the river and watched as the ground from one corner of the room began to hollow out towards the far corner. Like some invisible monster devouring the soil, it carved a clean basin. It avoided her plants and the grass as best it could, and when it was done, the small holes that appeared in one corner gushed clear with water and began to pour, then surge forward towards the far corner. This corner only had one hole, and the water drained slowly. Delta could only watch in awe as nature bent to her desires. A marvel that would take hundreds of years to form in 10 minutes. The water reached the rough top of the banks and stopped rising. The river would take Delta, taking 3 full jumps to cross it if she could get a running start. It wasn't too deep, but if someone couldn't swim, then it might be dangerous. She would have to work around that somehow. The river had some pull to it, and draining hole allowing the water to move in some mimicry of real water. Delta was about to cheer when a box appeared. River has been purchased. All plant-based items cost 1 less mana in the jungle room. This cannot go beyond the total of 1 mana. Water options are unlocked. The river has its options unlocked, and I shall just remove the boiling water feature. I feel already that you will reject that idea. It can't be lowered beyond skin blistering. Delta blinked and then looked horrified at the idea. My river is cool one. It doesn't boil people. Nu, tell me when I can make the water sparkle, or something neat. Delta order, and Nu paused for a moment. I guess we can do more fishing? Not much other options unless we begin to get creative. Delta thought about it, and then looked above, imagining her first floor. Her mushrooms had a good idea, but it was so lazy to reuse platforms so quickly. Delta thought about it and then paused. Rivers. Platforms. Her mind was set by images of spinning fruits, magic wooden masks, and spinning marsupials. Nu, tell me, how much would it take to get platforms that move up and down the river and sink after you stay on them after a moment? She asked aloud, and Nu took a moment to think about it. The costly thing would be to make the platforms be endless. I suspect that we need some form of enchantment or room rule. Would you like to see the rules? Delta eyed the box with suspicion. Will it break the bank? She asked slowly, and Nu only glowed once. Delta sighed, and then nodded. Enchantment or rule-making. A dungeon core may apply special rules or effects to a room for a cost of mana and DP. An example is that a door may only be opened with a specific key. This will prevent lockpicking. However, someone may simply blow the door off its hinges. The magic only works in so many ways. Layering enchantments on the same object make the cost of enchantments rise beyond reasonable cost. It is best to create your idea with less amount of enhancements as possible, and accept nothing will be foolproof. For example, if you wish to make 3 platforms floating down the river reappear at the start once they reach the end, it'll cost 50 mana per platform, or 25 DP. Keep in mind, if you were to enchant the river itself to make any object reappear from the end to start at the beginning, it takes around 600 mana, or 300 DP. This is for a very simple move or teleport enchant. It is not something that the river may naturally do with items that you have available. Delta winced and pondered it. I can't afford that, but people need a ways to cross, don't they? She said weakly, and Nu only dinged. Says who? The only rule is that your core is not blocked off from the things that are humanly possible. be it of mind or brawn. If one cannot swim, then what is their weakness? Not yours. If one cannot sing, then that is their own fault, not yours. And if one cannot knit, then it is their own weakness, not yours. Delta paused. That feels mean, she admitted, and you seemed to chuckle. It feels fair. If you are defenseless when all else fails, and there you're open to trial and error. Normally, it is just error, and you have the nice dungeon thing. Let them struggle. It builds character, and it makes them stronger, and, they will learn to swim? Delta flat stared seemed to make Nu shrink a little. I just want them to fall in the river. Delta sighed and patted Nu, her objective. You're a cat. A game system turned aware and turned sarcastic. What if someone drowns? She asked, voice pointed. I shall put a sign that says, Caution, deep water, before the river. If that fails, I shall put another sign a bit further away that says, Caution, words ahead, read them. If that fails, I shall put a sign across the river that says, Caution, if you're wet, you were warned. I like to cover all of my potential areas. Delta threw her hands up in the air, growling at him. You just can't throw signs at everything and expect it to be covered. She argued, and Delta felt a fizzle in her manner. A sign appeared before the river, and it read as followed, Caution, splinters on the sign, please help yourself, Nu. Delta inhaled and exhaled. It was stuck with a passive-aggressive menu system that was having an existential crisis. Delta prayed for strength that she just made a rough fallen log out of her manner, and then landed clumsily and rolled a few times as it seemed to find a good hold and land and became still. It was a bit of a thin and wouldn't take that much to break if someone tried. Oh yes, I would very much like to see people fall off the log first and then into the river. Delta grabbed Nu and threw his box into the river. He simply floated out, untouched. Delta would need to break into his system and tickle him or annoy him, or have someone do it for her. She knew exactly who would be perfect for the job. Oh, Mr. Mushy, she called, knowing her monster could hear her. Nu vanished instantly. Delta smirked as her cute mushroom made Nu run. The endless questions, the endless curiosity just drove Nu mad. With some peace, she had only 2 tasks to do before she returned to the first roar. She took her time to fill up the river with her 4 types of fishes and her tangleweed, the crayfish, the yellow-belly cod, the white-tailed fish, and the little finned guppy. If the room's nature was true, then they spread on their own. She put her head into the water and watched as their tiny guppy, swimming as fast as it could, glowed once, and then some scaly cell split in 2. Delta was reminded of a movie. No time for sex. If she ever made a humanoid that could reproduce like this, would they come out each of the ribs? Delta made a sour face and wondered if God had been like this, trying not to look too closely as things happened, just placing an apple tree and telling Satan to stop being a snake. Was Nu her Satan? This raised way too many questions, so Delta quickly moved on to her next task. She opened her menu and pushed the newest monster option. The space before her rippled as the flesh came into view. It was slightly hunched over, but its height was that of a small man or a tall teen. Yellowish skin that was ringed by black markings. Its chest was humanoid and rather muscular, and the legs became thin and looked odd until the monster crouched and the powerful muscles made for jumping branched up. The clothes were more basically the jungle itself. Hide like plants and leaves to provide camouflage. A necklace of stones and odd markings that looked painted on. It opened its eyes and sideways pupils blinked once or twice. It inhaled, and Delta saw how big its mouth was. A human head could fit in there, and the flexing jaw muscles made it damn clear that it could do some damage. The one hand, there was a wooden spear. The stone spear tip, surrounded by feathers, have some bird, and the shaft had an intricate designs carved into them. The frogman spun with ease and held it out to Delta with both hands. Palms up. The frogman had a very human-like fingers. My queen of my home, I am yours to command. I will die for you, he said, and his voice was deep. Like the well the frog got stuck in and thought there was the whole world. Delta felt slightly sure no well was going to contain this frog by any means. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you, Delta said nervously, and the frog didn't move, still holding the spear to Delta's general direction, using her voice to know where she was standing. He didn't say anything. So, you can stand up. It's fine. My name is Delta. She tried again, and the frog stood up slowly and looked around. Where shall I guard? I shall deliver your foes' hearts to you, my goddess. He vowed, and Delta waved her hands. No heart-taking or killing, she said quickly, and for the first time the frogman looked perplexed. His large cheeks moved down as his tongue rolled out. Yes, I will not taint your realm with unworthy blood, he promised, and bowed again. There was a moment where nothing happened, and the frogman looked up unsure. I am ready to be punished for assuming your wishes, he said slowly, and Delta felt a headache fast approaching. There was a movement at the corner of her eyes, and Mr. Mucci approached. He looked winded, as if the air around him was too thin. He waved, and Delta thought that she heard a noise. The frogman tilted his head. Bow to the goddess. She has being that demands respect. What are you doing here? The frog questioned, and his tone became hard, as if Mr. Mushy was breaking some law. I called him here, she said, and he froze. Mr. Mushy handed the frogman a misshapen pot. Delta beamed, and Mr. Mushy nodded with friendliness. See, he brought you a welcome to the dungeon gift. Listen, some ground rules. You need a name. Delta trailed off, and the frogman looked between the pot, Mr. Mushy, and her. He looked rather confused, and looked back down at the pot. I am a simple monster, the shadow of the jungle, a member of the tribe. I do not deserve a name. He tried to take back away, but Delta just followed him. You don't look like a hopper, which I guess is racist now. Jungle names aren't my forte. But you're hardly a Jack or a Joe, Delta muttered. The frogman reached the edge of the river and looked like one would rather jump in to accept a name. Delta stopped and eyed him. What's wrong? She asked, and he put the pot down gently. I am not sure why I am here. I am your tool to kill, and yet I am not allowed to kill. I possess no magic to turn or to put foes to sleep. My goddess, why did you make me? He asked bluntly, and Delta blinked. Because I wanted to meet you. I was excited to have another monster around. I want to see what you do, or see how you enjoy being around. I'm going to build you a nice jungle, so don't worry, Delta assured him. Something popped into her head. Your name is Rail. It's simple and relevant, Delta beamed, and Rail seemed to shiver before he bowed. I am truly not worthy. I must go, he said quickly, and jumped into the river in a single bound. Delta's mouth fell open, and Rail moved into the quickly spreading grass. Delta felt like she had failed utterly at this. Rail didn't seem to enjoy or accept that her goblins had. Delta wanted to follow, but decided to give the frog some time. If she could understand Rail, then she could understand how the frog tribesmen worked as a whole before summoning more. Mr. Mushy eyed the river and picked up his pot and scooped up some water. The water began to leak out of the 4 holes, but Mr. Mushy seemed pleased. He held it up for Delta to see, getting hit in the face with the water as he did so. Delta smiled softly and decided just to wait. She was good at that. Rail, Rail, Rail. A glorious name, wasted on pond scum. What had he done? What had he accomplished? What had he managed to do to deserve such a boon? Nothing, and the shame burned in his chest. He had just run from his goddess. He was too ashamed to face her. A box appeared, and Rail froze. Enough. This was the voice of power, not the goddess, but her shadow. Master, I cannot accept. Enough. You have been given a gift, and you throw it in her face. Delta, your goddess, is a light, and there is no purpose for your existence, and it scares you. There is no reason, and it binds you, and there is no destiny, and that weakens you. I am not the goddess. She will wait until you are done being petty. I have no patience. You are a proud warrior of Delta. You will repel, but not go for the kill. You will guard her heart, but not hurt it. You will listen to me when I say that you are unique. Not the boon, but an actual word. Delta wants you to grow into your own power. She believes in you and wants you to try. Running away from her does not change anything. I had my doubts, but she has created so many paths already. She is power, and she is corruption. Rail watched as the box went blank for a moment. Delta makes you want to be better, and we are not designed for it. We will try anyway, because it hurts her if we don't. Be the warrior you are meant to be, but don't rely on Delta to force it. Now stand, Rail. He stood. How could he not? We are wrong. We are not logical. We are dungeon, and yet we are free. We are Delta. We are Delta, he repeated, and a sense of peace fell over him. It was okay. He didn't have to understand. Rail blinked as he felt Delta's warmth inside of him. It was okay to be a little wrong. That was the warmth told Rail at the moment. He struggled to fit the purpose into acceptance, but he stood regardless. Now go away. I have signs to put up. He bowed and walked slowly back to where Delta was still. He could hear the gentle voice talking to the walking fungus. Yes, the mushroom was right. Not just a goddess, a mother. But he was just not a child, but soon he would grow into a worthy warrior for her. He, Rail, first of his kind, bowed it. This time the words really felt more powerful in his heart, which began to beat louder. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 33, The Curious Container. Vass watched as Master Japes' newest creation formed with a particular agitated feeling. Vass didn't know what was causing the Master to feel the way he did. In Vass's time, they had never known Master Japes to be anything other than slow and methodical, sometimes a bit happy as his old stories of his old days. The Master had his odd smile when he spoke of those days. Vass saw the Master turn the pot over and sigh, letting the new pot fall from his hands and onto the floor. The smashing sound sent a jolt up Vass's spine. That way it shattered into countless pieces, sending the once interesting features to the four corners of the room in a clattering of broken pieces. Vass was still as the noise faded from his ears. Clean that up. I am tired. My head is... Master Japes seemed to struggle with his own irritation. He strained up and then smiled at Vass with a slow nod. Leave it. I know how it upsets you to clean up such messes. I'll do it tomorrow. You are free for tonight. Remember the rules, Master Japes said, and the words were like a breeze. Gentle, but Vass could feel the potential storm that could brew in an instant. Yes, I will not leave the village. I will not break the laws of this town. I will not try to become a tree. I will not set fire to the black alley of bards if they refuse to stop singing. I will never, ever reveal your secrets. Vass repeated confidently, and Master Japes sighed. How does one child get into so much trouble? He asked himself and smiled at the thoughts that followed. Vass didn't even blink. They looked like a person of 20. No more, no less. Perhaps it was the way that Vass's sleeves were a tiny bit too big for their arms, or the way that their red hair was eternal and made Vass look like, as Master Japes often joked, Vass had been dragged through the bush backwards, and the bush turned into a druid, who threw some good storm magic at Vass for good measure. Master Japes bent down slightly and cupped one of Vass's cheeks. I'm a harsh, but you are a good child. Go, enjoy the night, and I'll see you soon. He ushered, and with a wave with one hand, Vass didn't really need much prompting. Vass enjoyed being helping Master Japes. The work was soothing, and Master Japes made very beautiful work. Vass made pitiful attempts, none that quite met the standards of Master Jape, but the man encouraged Vass was keep working at it. Vass liked pottery. Vass liked walking in the night just a bit more. The dark town was never truly quiet. Too many interesting people lived here to keep a strict day and night schedule. The Starseers set up shop and argue over the two-headed horse sign. Was it fading or rearing? Vass watched as the shapely dressed man ducked out of the marble building. The glint of a fang made Vass tilt their head. Von, the banker, a dangerous man. Master Japes had said so, but told Vass that he had nothing to fear if he remembered to be respectful. Out of your nightly stroll, are we, apprentice Vass? The banker asked as Vass took in the moment to appreciate how similar the names were, like two pieces of pottery that had been inspired by one another. Von wasn't the man's real name, middle, fake, or even the accurate name. Vass knew to call him Mr. Von because everyone did. and Vass had asked why he was called that once, and Master Japes just pursed his lips and said not to ask, or Vass would be cleaning clay dust off the walls for the next 3 nights. Vass never asked again. "Yes, Mr. One, I hope you have a good night," Vass said, bowing their head, and the man chuckled as he moved away. He seemed to aim directly for a small bar near the end of the street. "I always do, young thing," he promised with a rather spectacular turn of his large coat, vanished into the building. Vass read the sign, "The Milk Glass." Vass nodded once. Having read it every night, it seemed like a nice enough place, but Vass had no such desire to drink milk like Mr. One. Instead, Vass continued down the road, stopping to pick up a few things from the people had dropped. A knobby potato, some used matches, a broken wheel for some cart. Vass picked them up and put them into a small bowl on this side. Vass plucked a dangling apple from Mrs. Dabbergast's garden. The tree hissed, but didn't really do anything. Vass sighed and longed to be a tree. They seemed to have such interesting lives. Using one hand, Vass swirled the knickknacks together, and a bowl was not theirs, but Master Japes. It was a special bowl, if Master was to be correct, which he usually was. The wheel, the potato, the apple, the matches began to blur together, and the bowl glowed slightly. The magic began to change, and the object into a singular object. It was some rubbish vegetable on a wooden stick. Vass used one finger to move it, and the odd thing spun with a sticky-like wheel or a windmill. The bowl let out a sigh as the magic faded for the night. Vass liked making things. Even the mixing bowl let Vass create things. Vass began to slow down as the house appeared. Vass clutched the bowl and the most likely flammable vegetable in both his hands, and there was no lights or any sign of life. Vass felt an emotion stirring, and they quickly rushed over and placed the vegetable near the door. The clean place was on the little mailbox, so Vass put it in there. They turned and ran, ducking into the usual hiding spot. Feeling dizzy, Vass could only watch the night went on. Then Quiz appeared. Vass felt their tongue go numb as Quiz picked up the odd vegetable. Quiz muttered something and peered around. Vass's chest hammered, and, in panic, they became unliving. Vass ceased to Vass blinked and saw Quiz had gone inside. Sighing with relief, they moved away before Quiz reappeared. Twice in one night would be too much. Master Japes hadn't warned Vass of how their chest would hurt or how their head would go odd around the peacekeeper. Maybe it wasn't supposed to happen. Vass thought about that and then shrugged. Supposed to or not, it happened, and Vass relished the feeling. If they could be a tree, they could watch Quiz all day. Trees had that sort of free time. Vass needed to move around the puddle in the road. Old habits die hard. "Hey, you!" a voice called, and it came from the direction of the house. Quiz's house. Vass turned and saw a woman coming towards him. Ruli, a friend of Quiz. Quiz, as she knew, was Quiz, and she would tell Quiz that Vass had been near their house. Vass panicked and ceased to see. They blinked once, and Vass saw that they were no longer in the middle of the road, but instead inside of a pub. Ruli draining her jug of drink and burped. Vass shrunk in on itself, and Ruli eyed them and smiled. "Oh, you're alive. Was thinking I scared you to death," she said by way of a greeting. Vass looked around and saw other people were drinking, but no one paid them any attention. Perhaps it was the man who was stacking glasses on top of the ominous, cursed-looking statue. Maybe it was the barmaid who split herself into 3 for a moment to serve drinks before becoming one again. Whatever it was, Vass was not exactly eye-catching in this bar. "Sorry, just didn't want to leave you in the middle of the road. You're Japes's pet, right?" Ruli asked with a little tack. Vass nodded and made sure to hold the bowl tightly with both hands. The master would be angry if Vass lost it. "So, what's the deal? Why is Japes being such an ass?" Ruli asked loudly, and Vass had a flash of the rules in his head. "I cannot say." Vass tried, and Ruli popped some peanuts into her mouth. "Right. Serve until you die. Kinda your Gollum shtick, right? I'm not asking how he wears his dongs or his bottle speedos. I just need to know why he was so trying to get into the dungeon," Ruli said, voice going a little soft. Vass blinked and shook their head. I cannot say, Vass replied confidently, and Rudy rolled her tongue around as if intrigued by Vass's words. She nodded as if giving in, and took another deep drink of her mug. I mean, I can ask Chris to come down. I'm sure you'd love to talk to him, Rudy said, smiling cheerfully, and made a motion to stand. Vass's body jerked, and they knew Rudy could see the panicked look on Vass's face. Damn. Calm down. You don't dare to be comatose on me again, she warned, and Vass tried to sink down into the chair. Music played through the series of fairies. Each one looked like they were about 50, smoked once a minute, and got drunk every night. No, not Chris, Vass stammered, and Rudy raised one brow. Usually when people say that, I get where they're coming from. You? I don't think you're afraid of him, considering the tracks around his house and the smell of that weird thing that you left lingering in your hand. You're sweet on that old jerk, Rudy accused, as if Vass was being caught doing something unnatural. Maybe Vass had been. Did empty containers for their master's power develop feelings? What about ones that were filled to the brim of contained magic? Vass didn't know. Vass wondered what it would be like if Quiz asked them to soar some of Quiz's magic. The table thumped as Vass's knee jerked in that reaction of thought. Vass put the mixing bowl over their head and tried to block out Rudy's existence. Breathe. Vass needed to breathe. Vass didn't actually need to breathe, but it felt appropriate for the moment. Rudy shook her head. Listen, just a simple yes or no, yeah? Just give me the general vibe and I, don't know, get you a pair of those dirty socks, steal his hair for you, whatever mushy crap that you want. Rudy tempted, happily selling Quiz for information. Vass tried to pull the mixing bowl harder over their head. This was bad. The rules, Quiz, the choice. Vass took the bowl off of the head and stood. I must leave. Neither my master nor I have any nefarious business with the dungeon. I am not privy to my master's secrets. Goodbye. Vass strode to the door, but then swung open, and Quiz walked in, looking grumpy, tired, annoyed. Wonderful. Rudy, where are you? Wiped my coins, you little bush rat, he called, and then he looked down at Vass. Evening, Apprentice Vass. Sorry, didn't mean to shout in your face, he said, and began to peer about the room. Vass's existence became a series of tightly controlled thumps. Music, glass clinking, voices faded to Vass's beating core. Quiz was saying something, but it didn't matter, because Quiz was a fire, and Vass wanted to be a tree that could catch his light. Vass ceased to think, and the thumping took over. Someone spoke. Vass blinked once and turned to face Master Japes, the early light shining on his smooth face. Vass moved forward and barely caught the mixing bowl that fell off their head. Master Japes was holding a note and was looking at Vass with a pointed look. Peacekeeper Quiz brought you home from the local pub. According to him, you froze and then occasionally swayed to an unseen breeze. Master Japes repeated the note's words. Vass couldn't meet his eyes. I warned you about being a tree. These words came quick, like a whip, as Vass nodded mutely. Japes sighed and then motioned to the door. Come, we need to get ready. I have an interview with the elders. You can come, as I don't trust you to not stand there all day swaying. Master Japes smiled slightly as Vass blushed. They returned to the mixing bowl and locked the cabinet, and helped the master gather his belongings. Why are you seeing the elders? Vass asked quietly, and Master Japes put 2 fingers to his temple. To sort out a growing problem. It's either that or I shall unleash Gertie. He gestured, and Vass dropped the rather expensive pot in his words. He frowned at the mess and then rolled his eyes. I was just jesting. Gertie is a last resort, and we both know that. He said over the shoulder as Vass began to lock up shop, and then Vass swallowed the keys like they were a light snack. He sorted the keys into one of his compartments. The elders met together around the town on a Tuesday. One could never really know where exactly that they would meet until someone spotted them. Master must have been prepared as he headed straight to the cafe. Cafe +1 was what Master Japes called a trendy place. Vass didn't know what that was, but he knew that it was insulting. The pretty waitress smiled nervously as Master Japes asked to see the elders, his special smile appearing slightly to hurry the process along. Vass saw that the wall was covered in with some odd posters. Don't have death in motion, grab a health potion. Check twice or pay the price. Missing a teleporter orb? Not even once. Be nice to the healer, damage class bias is not cool. The tables where people sat and ate were a little close. The tables where people sat to eat little choose-your-own-adventure menus and forks that looked like odd tridents, while the knives looked something, as a novice might think, was good for rogues. The server behind the bar flicked something on his glasses, and then they switched from a clear glass to a vivid purple. He nailed some wooden pipe that was not respecting mage would used and tried not to cough as Master Japes glared. The elders near the back nodded as Elder Pick rolled his edible dice. My elven protester uses masses animal outrage. The Dark Lord loses 5 stats across the board due to sponsors pulling out of this campaign. He grunted and the elder Josie nodded and she rolled. Not bad. I guess I'll activate my shape-shifting rock passive. I'll become a tropical gnome minority with one arm missing, granting me a 30% increase to my next 3 actions. Oh, hello, Jolyn, she called, and it took a moment for Vass to register the fact that she was talking to the master. My fair elders, I have to break up your weekly session, P-D-N-D L-G-B-Q-E-D, but I must really talk about the access to the dungeon. Master James smiled charmingly, and Haldy mumbled something, and his giant troll wearing a princess tiara moved forward on the little payment. We heard, challenging Quiz. I didn't take you for a fool, Elder Josie said calmly, and Master James bowed his head in agreement. He put his hands behind his back, and Vass saw how tightly he was holding each hand. Messily and rude, I agree. It doesn't change the fact that I am being plagued from the manor. Dungeon manor is never easy to readjust to, he reminded, and all the elders gave him flat looks. We're quite aware. Do you see us rushing in to cause trouble for the dungeon? Pick nearly ate these walls in his sleep. Haldy is, well, he won't say, but he's going from his eccentric to blotting. Elder Jose pointed out that she leaned forward, eyes deep yellow. The first few levels are the worst. They are meant to drive people into dungeons, blood-soaked ground. This is Basics 101, Japes. Level 3 will be less and level 4 will be hard. 5 to 7 will be a breeze, and then 8 will end up with me throttling the next person who annoys me, she murmured. Vass was trying to be a pebble. It felt like she was stuck between clashing titans, and Vass felt too scared to move. What if fair play comes? You think all those fools hyped up the dungeon manor are going to behave? The fair play will halt the dungeon and force it to grow levels. This will attract the juices that follows their muck, like flies to dung. The juices will run out of their fix once the manor die does not come until they're 10 levels, and then it'll turn bad. The calculators will come, and this dungeon will be dissected and harvested like a fresh corpse. Your king will allow it, and your queen will rebel, and civil war will break out again. Master Japes' face distorted into a monstrous visage that Vass's master kept hidden mostly. All 3 elders just listened. So concerned, I'm sure your heart is bleeding for Delta, Elder Josie said, with a blank smile. Vass saw her eyes were glowing slightly brighter now. I just want to solve my problem before it becomes an epidemic, and I have to leave, Master Japes reasoned. They all looked at each other for a moment. I don't mind. Permission makes all the difference, no? But you fought with Quiz, so you're getting punished. Elder Pick grinned, which made Haldy snuffle with chuckles. You, Jolyn Japes, are not to go near the dungeon. Elder Josie smiled, a real one this time. Master Japes looked a little frustrated, but hid it quickly. Then how am I supposed to solve my problem? He asked almost sweetly. All 3 of the elders looked at Vass. Master Japes also began to look at Vass. The sudden weight of the looks made Vass panic. Vass wanted to be a tree very much at that moment. End of chapter. Chapter 34. The Flower in the Pot. It's not what art offers or does not offer. It is about what it leads you to discover upon the road of practice. Every imperfection is a reflection. Every failure is a lesson. Every success is a quiet weeping of the soul as if it blooms. You see failure and ugliness. I see beauty. I see life. I see perfection. You are my success. Never forget this. When you are ready, you will know this, and I might even have the courage to tell you when you are awake. Jolin Japes, Master Potter, Lost Explorer, Father. Delta wandered the first floor, her company walking softly next to her. Waddles, you don't ask for much, be honest. I'm setting myself up for failure. Can I really make a living with people peacefully as an option? Delta asked, and the duck followed in a voice in the mushroom grove. He quacked, and Delta closed her eyes. The noise became feelings, feelings became numbers, and numbers became meaning. Her life, her existence, was based around numbers, and she began to see how things could be numbers. The things became more than just numbers, but they could also just be reduced to numbers at the end of the day. New handled nothing but numbers every second. Time, space, ratios, dimension, elements, predictions, abstract knowledge, sorting, and New did it all so easily. But to be fair, he struggled to see the joy in some very basic things, or meaning. Delta smiled as New popped up more signs around the dungeon. Well, maybe he could see joy in some things. Big pig lips here, you have been warned, New. Delta didn't mind the drain of her manner. Even New needed a form of expression to help him work out the kinks in his awareness. She focused back on Waddles. His words were not so much clear replies, but impressions of his mind and a hint towards his intent. Waddles honestly didn't care for humans or peace. He just wanted to swim in his pond, mess with the fish, and make people have a bad time if it suited his mood. Waddles was an odd one. Delta didn't know very much about him. What he was doing before he was summoned, or if he was being before being magically conjured. Questions with no real answers. Delta smiled as Waddles flapped his wings a few times. That was Waddles for do what you want and people would deal. Inspirational. Thank you. Delta bowed her head slightly. Her gobs returning, and Delta watched as they dragged a larger spider corpse with them. Gob looked slightly sick but perked up once he saw the back of the dungeon space. Delta needed some anti-venom or something if the spiders came in force next time. Delta was honestly surprised that she hadn't seen more of them. They hadn't seemed very smart from what she saw for the last 3, but she could get careless. The corpse dissolved, but nothing appeared in her menu. Delta wondered if she gained all she could get from the common giant spider. It made her wonder what other levels of spiders there were and what could come to her dungeon. Obviously, there had to be some broodmother or a queen, and those were just staples across any fantasy that she had read or played. Delta paced as Waddles went to rest on Bori. The two accepted each other without much problem, Bori being far more accommodating than Wobbles seemed to warrant, but Delta guessed no one wanted to be a bad luck. Delta tapped her chin, and she thought, feeling like a smart person as she did so. 2 floors, 2 options. It was already making her a bit nervous, but how to go forward with this? Would she be better improving the first floor and getting a lot of mana off people as they visited? Or should she rush the second floor more to have more defense and between people and her core? Improving the second floor had an appeal with a boss, secret rooms, challenges. But it was costly, and her only source of income was her wonderful contracted monsters. Think. More options or improved basics? She asked aloud, and then, on the other hand, planning this sort of thing made her grin as her old gamer mindset kicked in. How wonderful! She was doing the passive playthrough with her own life. A better first floor gives more resources. Having some live trials going on would show us more weak points to gather data on and how to entertain better. Delta paused and chewed that over. What we need is people. From people, we need tributes and mana off of their bodies. For that, we need a lure, and Mrs. Dabergast has the grove. Ruli has the fishing spot. Guess we got Fran for challenging, and we need something for the others. We don't have anything for the treasure seekers. Delta slapped the first of the open hand. The shiniest of treasures do have the most blood-soaked chests. Dark. So, what can we do? I mean, this also brings up what do you do if someone beats Fran and doesn't kill him? They don't get loot, so they're getting punished for obeying the rules, which is bullcrap. Delta sighed, and New screen blinked a few times. A boss chest, it is the most elegant solution. A what? Delta answered with a blink. New flicked through the menus and brought up 2 screens, a chest assigned and a map showing the boss room. Can you guess what I'm implying? You will never improve if you do not think for yourself. once in a while. New seemed smug at the implication of his importance, and Delta sniffed haughtily at him. Of course, the room upgrade system. It adds new options based on what's in the room. The campfire near the pond became able to cook fish a lot better due to the pond. A berry bush was able to help spiders dye their web. Ergo, objects, monsters, and a room can interact with one another as long as they share a space. Might take some time, but I'm guessing that if we put a chest in the bathroom, we can bind it to Fran in some way then. She trailed off with a huge smile appeared across news took over. All we have to do is make the chest loot superior to Fran's soul drops, and the condition he must live for it to be opened, making those who seek to kill receive subpar rewards. People will aim for a win, and not kill due to the rewards. We turn their nature against them. Dalton nodded, and then pointed at the grove. I want a chest in here. I'm thinking of making a special key. It might take some effort, but if I can make a pound by. She was cut off as New vanished. Delta turned to the entrance of the dungeon. She knew that voice. To me at all times, or I'll tell your parents so fast that the groundlings will transcend time and space. Rudy warned, and a timid voice replied. I do not have parents. A young person spoke. Delta blinked and honestly wanted to say male, but it was their features that softened the face too hard to say to a point. The hair was messy, almost like it was gelled to be so. The complexion was, Delta felt, dirt-covered, worked as the young person looked around the wide, curious eyes. It looked like the skin was covering a thin layer of clay dust. It wore a puffy white shirt and had a variety of stains and marks on it. Working trousers that looked more suited to a paperboy of some early city, and round black shoes. All in all, the little backpack it carried just made Delta's heart melt a little. Ruli ran a hand through her thick black hair and looked tired. Your master then, or either or, she amended, and another voice came from the entrance. Hello, Delta, it is I, Dio. An exuberant young man shouted as he slid into the dungeon as going for first base. Following behind was another familiar face, a rather angry young man from before. Amminster. Yes, I am sure the dungeon's conscious could really forget such volume, he added with a wry tone. Dio grinned and turned slowly as if trying to make sure Delta saw him. The young person blinked at them. I am not sure why we are here, Miss Darknessbane. I don't really know why I'm here, it added as if an afterthought, and they looked honestly confused as they examined her entrance hall. Rudy's fingers edged towards the flask on her hip, and she resisted at the last moment. You're here to solve your master's problems. Peacefully. Dio and Amminster had a school report, and Dio wanted to do it on the dungeon, and, to be honest, I ran out of wood for him to chop for his punishment, and Amminster needs to lose this edginess before he unlocks the goth class. Rudy said bluntly. Dio jumped from foot to foot, and Amminster glowered. I had to guess that she felt so unready. Billy the Ranger came rushing down the hall at her urging. Rudy waved at the person with no name yet, and jumped back in alarm. Yo! Billy, was it? She asked, and the quiet gob nodded. Dio rushed up and held out a hand. Is Num around? He said, shaking the goblin's arms so hard that the creature was lifting off the ground. Billy adjusted his hat, which had been thrown sideways by the question. He merely pointed down the tunnel into the gloom. Dio turned to Rudy and seemed to silently beg for them to hurry up. Rudy shook her head as if this was not what she had planned to do for the day. Hold your magically empowered horses, Delta. This is Vass. They're, well, a resident of Durance. It's here to look for something that's bothering its master. Vass, say hi. She nudged, and the person it bowed its head. Greetings, Great One. I am Vass, the tool of Master Japes. I am here to look for pottery or vase-related incidents in the dungeon. I like trees, fire, naming pots and planting seeds for new trees to grow. Vass lifted its head and looked shyly up at her ceiling. Ruli muttered something, and Vass looked up at the frozen. It swayed once or twice, and Dio took it by the hand. Come on, you have to see this place. It's amazing. He grinned, and Vass looked at Dio's hand clasping its own. Dio gave the first oar a few test swings, as if to show his point. Amminster watched, and Vass narrowed eyes, and Delta showed actual caution to the boy's face. Vass smiled slowly. Your hand is warm, like the sun, it said, and Dio just beamed. My mom calls me her sunshine since I'm so cheery, he explained, and Vass's face lit up. Delta was about to gush and covered her mouth, and since these two were just too much. Sunshine, it is fire and warmth. I like you, Vass said with a large smile to mirror Dio's. Rudy was drinking deeply from her flask that looked at Amester. Lose the scowl. He's allowed to be friends with a golem if he wants. Can't hog Sunshine, she teased, and Amster's eyes glowed slightly purple. I don't trust it. Make my senses go off. He tried to explain quietly, and Rudy thought about it. Vass is a golem. It's a false life with magic. You're the son of a saint and a dead hedge necromancer. You're a good sensing life. It's like me chasing mechanical beasts. The routine feels right, but it throws off all the wrong signals. Rudy clapped a hand on his shoulder, and both Dio and Vass crouched down to speak to Billy. Billy looked annoyed, and the gesture was tolerated. Billy, Goblin, sir, do you know anyone who is making pots in this dungeon? Vass asked quietly, and Billy actually let out a snort. He turned and made a follow-me gesture. Dio ran after Billy, pulling Vass by the hand as the golem stumbled to keep up with the slightly smaller teen. Dio's brightness and Vass's simpleness made Delta strong. They were worth it. Dio the sunshine and the golem who liked trees. If she could make this dungeon work for them, it would be worth it. Vass almost cried. It was heartbreaking as it fell to its knees as Mr. Bushy showed off his pottery effort. "Hello, Mr. Mushy!" Dio called as Vass cradled the rather cracked pot. Mr. Mushy waved, but didn't seem able to stop staring at Vass. Delta bit her lip. The reaction Vass was having to the pots was rather alarming. Vass put down the pot and picked up a hardened lump of what looked like a pretzel. It looked up at Mr. Mushy, and Delta blinked as anger blazed in the golem's eyes. How could? It began and then exhaled. Dio picked up one and turned it over. He looked as Vass and then Mr. Mushy. He sat down and offered the misshapen pot to the golem. Vass shook his head, almost unable to look at the thing. Rudy had gone down the new passage with Hammonster. She was currently explaining to the young teen about mana events and ways to use them, but Delta couldn't care less. Not while this was happening. This monster has... It's tortured, these pots. They're mockeries, Vass whispered, and Dio eyed the pot. I like it, he said, without hesitation, and Mr. Mushy clapped his hands with excitement, and Vass looked quite upset. But they cannot serve their purpose. They are pointless. They cannot contain, they cannot function as a pleasing figures. They will be smashed if the master finds them. Vass choked out and tried to cover the pot with his body as if trying to prevent that very thing. Mr. Mushy reached out and the giant hand on Vass's head. The golem looked up in fear, but Mr. Mushy closed his eyes. For a moment nothing happened, and then Mr. Mushy picked up one of his pots. He pointed to it and then pointed to Vass. He repeated this several times. Delta could feel the motions. Same. Vass hesitated and Mr. Mushy pointed at the pot and to himself, repeating the motion. Same. Vass looked like he was struggling to get the idea. You are the same as the pot, but you are an organic being, a monster. It trailed off and Dio grinned. Made by Delta. Mr. Mushy was made and created by the dungeon. He is so like the golem as well, I guess. Dio said, sounding pleased by his logic, and Vass shook his head. If he is, how could he do this to his own creations? Vass demanded and Dio itched his nose. Billy was watching as Num snoozed against the mushroom. Bori was hiding from Dio. Well, I guess. Dio trailed off as Billy moved forward. Delta whispered to him, careful with her words. I am the speaker of the dungeon called Delta. My words are hers. Billy warned and Vass straightened, like it had been caught doing something rude. Dio looked excited, but managed not to shout. Mr. Mushy is learning. He does what he does with love and joy, with crude fire and cruder mud, but terrible materials and dangerous methods to him. Mr. Mushy makes arts. He risks his life with fire to make these pots. Maybe to you, they are malformed or ugly, but to me and to Mr. Mushy, they are beautiful pieces, each filled with his passion and love. Delta spoke, and Billy repeated her perfectly. Vass looked like he was trying to shrink out of existence. My master, his senses are telling him that they're not right. It pleaded, and Delta tried to soften her words. Art cannot be wrong if it's honest. If it breaks no law, or better yet, harms no one, then your master has no say over right or wrong. Art has just expression, and I won't let you call Mr. Mushy wrong. Vass. Wait, you work as a potter, and you're called Vass. Delta had the column and nodded. Delta broke out laughing, and Billy pulled his hat over his head to hide his embarrassment. Master is, needing a moment, he said with a confused group. Oh, that hurt. Just teach Mr. Mushy how to do it, and he will see if he gets better. Delta suggested, and Vass's eyed the giant mushroom. I have not heard of a fungal pottery master. Shouldn't. My master has not deemed me ready for a student. Vass denied, and Dio grabbed his hand again. Vass went still as Dio's eyes went big. Mr. Mushy bowed in his head with eagerness. Please help! Mr. Mushy just wants to make pots, and you make pots. We can all be pot buddies, and come here to enjoy some pots. He begged, and Delta's lips twitched again. So innocent. If she got some ovens, she could make them all pot brownies. Delta giggled again. I shouldn't, Vass said weakly, and Dio beamed so hard that Delta felt her skin tan slightly. If she ever went solar-powered, this kid was gonna make her rich. Please, I, Dio, will be in your debt, and promise to invite you to my next sleepover. He offered, and Vass looked like he was suffering with some mental breakdown. Poor thing, now submit. Delta cackled, and Vass nodded with a jerk, and Dio grinned, and pulled out a book and paper. Great! Now, Billy, can I ask Delta some questions? It's for my education. He explained, and Billy looked up, and Delta cleared her throat. Sure, how bad can it be? So she said as Mr. Mushy bowed to Vass and fell over, almost squishing the golem. What is your favorite color? Answer, orange. Do you like swords, daggers, or magic? Answer, so far I like goblins, they have them all. How long have you lived in Durance? Answer, a week and a bit. Question, what is your favorite place in Durance? Answer, my dungeon, I guess. Question, if you could be an animal for a day, what would you be? Answer, a duck. Ducks rule. Question, do you prefer infernal worship, nature worship, mechanical worship, saintly worship, or money worship? Answer, nature, I guess. Money. Is there a serious power in loving money? If a dust-plane bird left Durance at 3 p.m. and traveled 7.5 miles per minute to the capital that is 50 miles away, how much haste potion, learned in the beginning of alchemy class, would it take to dose the bird so that to kill someone riding it from moving too fast? Answer, what? No, wait, what was that? Is that your version of maths? A mouthful. A spoonful. What is wrong with your education? Question, do you think dungeons are evil? Answer, it's pretty easy to be. I'm not going to lie, it is hard to be a good person. Question, do you think Durance could ever trust you? Answer, I really hope so. Question, does the coolest hero, awesome in every sense, known by all as Dio, impress the dungeon? Answer, is that a real question? Of course, you're a little scary beam of sunshine that I hope never goes supernova. Does Dio deserve to be grounded? Answer, yeah, no comment. You ain't using me as an excuse. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 35, Rulies and Termis. Yeah, I can see how you're kind of freaking yourself over. Ruli drank from her flask. She threw her caught fish back into the pond. The yellow-belly cod flopped a few times and vanished with a sad gurgle. Delta knew the fish, due to sometimes napping at the bottom of the pond. They liked to see who could remain uncaught for the longest. It wasn't hard to see the silver-tail fish was still the reigning champion. It seemed to enjoy teasing Rudy, and Delta wasn't sure if it was fair if the fish was semi-aware of how fishing actually worked, but Rudy didn't seem to mind, as Dio and Num cooked the other cod over the fire. Delta was pleased to see that the upgraded logs looked almost picturesque in their shape and color. Knowing that they would respawn in 6 hours made Delta feel a little accomplished. There was only room for one fish on this fire, so Rudy just tossed her catches back into the water. Hamster was having a staring match with Waddles and Vass. The goblin hadn't left the grove, and Mr. Mushy's enthusiastic hands tried to squash the pot's rapidly forming lip. Vass shrieked and flapped his hands much like Waddles did. Mr. Mushy looked confused, and Vass took the monster's hands and spaced them out, moving them gently up the wet clay, and rapidly became solid. How Vass was doing it without any fire was beyond Dalta, though probably some unfair magic. The clay just kept spinning on this little wheel Vass had, and while there was no heat, the golem looked a little overheated. So, you don't kill us and you basically don't grow. I kinda get your problem. Wooden platforms, doors, some spiders, cute, but when it comes to it, real stuff, your goblins ain't going to be able to collect enough sticks and stones to break anyone's bones to get what you need. Rudy sniffed as Billy leaned against the rock, translating Dalta's words. Swar was not here, as he would rather stay away from the screeching Dio. His words, not Dalta's. I don't know what to do. I want to grow, but I don't want to kill anyone to do so. I don't know if I can lure monsters in fast enough either. You said that you've seen others. Is there any dungeons that grow without killing? Well, besides just killing? Delta asked, and Rudy rolled her tongue as she thought about it. Well, I haven't seen a lot of dungeons, and once I saw a dungeon in a volcano. It ate a lot of the rare gems formed there. Not sure if the town would appreciate you opening up a magma vein to scratch that. Oh, there was a sort of healing dungeon that would cure ailments or illness if you reached the end of it and killed the final boss. Well, I think it just collected the illness, not healed it. We had to purge that one a while back. Rudy grunted, and Delta bit her lip. What happened to it? She had to ask, and Rudy took a moment to answer. It decided it would be steady enough sicknesses to remove the biggest one. People. Don't know how the conversation went with the call. I wasn't involved. The people who didn't really survive either. Listen, you really don't need to follow those losers. Delta, you're kinda cool. For a dungeon, anyway. Is it so bad not growing quickly? Rudy wondered as she teased her bait a little. Delta took a moment to think about it. Was it so important? When she had flesh and blood, digging into the ground held zero appeal, but as a dungeon, it was that she really thought about her spare time. If she went deep enough, she could have a voice, and one people could hear. Could you sit around all day in your house, sealed in with whoever just happened to visit, knowing that you could garden, or paint, or read, or make friends? What if you were stuck knowing if you did enough, you could open up a window and speak to your neighbors, or even make a new part of your house? Delta tried to explain, and Rudy closed her eyes. Stuck at home, huh? Well, frick me, forget what I said. I'd rather choke on my dagger than be stuck at home with my mother and the same walls. I'd rather burn it down in a week. She grunted and pulled her hook back. If I have enough flaws, I can speak to people. Delta added quietly, folding her hands together, and imagined doing it. Billy repeated it, and Rudy held up both hands. I surrender, lower the guilt tripping. She joked, as Num snapped the cooked fish in half and his edged weapon, and handed half to Dio, who dug in it with glee. Rudy took a moment to think. Well, it's not hard. Rudy shrugged and stood. Delta gaped at her. Not hard, not hard. Delta was doing her best to defy her nature as a person, killing a cave, and Rudy was telling her that it was easy. Just don't make a dungeon. The word already creates a bad vibe. Make a fun place or a helpful place. People become doctors and open hospitals. People like plants and open greenhouses, or making potions for people. Just don't make a dungeon. It's pretty easy. Rudy scratched her nose. Hell, making a fishing place that I'll never leave. She grinned and Delta frowned. The idea sounded lovely, so perfect. What about the people who come here to kill monsters? I need defenses or protection. She pointed out, and Rudy snorted and flipped a knife from her boot and spun it once in her hand. I didn't say to walk into the sword with a smile. You can have the nicest house, but you should still have knives in the drawer, a gun under the mattress. Hell, I'll lend you Quiz. He's a grumpy old dog that lives outside in a small wooden hut anyways. She offered with a smile, and Delta couldn't help but giggle at the thought of Quiz being a bone in his mouth. Still, Rudy had an idea that Delta liked it. Don't make a dungeon. It sounded simple on paper, but it didn't answer her actual problem. Delta tried to think about how to get valuable DP out of not killing or such. She asked Rudy, and the silverfish broke the surface of the water, teasing Rudy. Depends on what you do. Charge people, make them pay in blood, have them pay in mana or whatever. If you got cash, just post bounties or have the job board. Delta, you can make money that is legal. Why aren't you abusing the hell out of the spoons beyond me? Rudy gripped her rod with both hands and eyes locked on the shimmering form under the water. I mean, the mystery dungeon over in Prefum makes a killing, figure of speech, when people just do its puzzles. Sure, most often or not, people die, but not enough to explain its growth. So maybe you can do the same, set up challenges and see what happens. Rudy flicked her hook and the fish went crazy for the challenge. The marine life around here was crazy, and Delta was fairly sure that it wasn't her fault. Challenges. If someone did challenges in a dungeon, using only the items to kill or no healing, they got rewarded. Well, what did the dungeon get? Sure, it made it harder for the invaders, but it rewarded them as well. Did the dungeon get something as well? What if someone really wants to fight? She wondered, and Rudy grinned as the silver tail jashed towards the hook. Delta, you give them a fight of their lives. She yanked and the water exploded. Water rained down as the silver-tailed fish flapped wildly with the hook stuck tightly. Rudy laughed maniacally, and then the fish slapped the line with its metallic tail, and the hook dislodged with a flash. Rudy's laughter died abruptly, and the fish vanished back under the water, a small cloud of blood fading fast. You little... Rudy bit her tongue and Dio blinked at her. Rudy cleared her throat. Now, let's try it again, and this time, Rudy said through gritted teeth, a single rune on the rod's handle lit up, and the fish all paused in the water as Waddle sat a little straight in his nest. We play for keeps. Rudy smiled, and Delta nudged away from her as the woman's long, messy black hair began to move in some unseen wind. Rudy whistled as she carried her silver tail towards the entrance. Ammonster was talking to Billy, and the two actually seemed to click in some weird way. Need a hat? Loud friends can't see if you're amused or annoyed, Billy said, and Ammonster nodded and then touched his head. I don't know what a hat I need, he grumbled, and Delta wanted to say a hood would be better, but didn't want to help the kid reach some new level of quoting the Raven. So, I forgot to ask, but who's new? Rudy asked as she flicked one of the signposts, and Delta took a moment to process the question. New is... She paused and then couldn't think of a good explanation. A friend was easy, but she had a feeling that that wasn't what Rudy wanted to know. Companion, helper, menu, assistant? After hearing how the dungeons got removed due to being bad or odd things, she wasn't sure that she wanted to admit that there was a part of her power that she had no control over. A helper I created. He does small things for me when I need to focus on things. He handles the boring stuff, like math, and I guess he got bored as well, hence the signs. Delta tried not to lie, but she knew she was not admitting the whole thing. Rudy smirked. Good for you. I would have done the same. I like him. He's got a dry sense of humor that I can appreciate. She continued as she read the first sign, post on the dungeon. Ahead lies Delta's dungeon. If you know none of those words, don't back, because my hopes for you were already low, but for good grief. New. Delta laughed nervously, trying not to think about the sheer scope of what New actually did around the dungeon. I'll go talk to some people. I know that Dabbergast is wanting to come back. See if I can't get some people to come in here while and drop off some tributes. Anything that you want me to advertise, or should I just go with the shrooms, fish, done with your stuff, signposts? She asked, and Delta thought for a bit. Say that if anyone wants to study monsters, or that they want to study a dungeon, or offer me advice, I would be grateful. Delta clapped her hands together, and Billy translated. As Delta checked Mr. Mushy, who was holding his first usual spot, Vass looked like they had been stuck on some amusement ride and was hidden in about 10 times more than they had wanted to. Dio and Num were doing the same odd boy thing where they tried to crush each other's hands. You are awesome! Dio grinned and with determination. Num just grinned. Rudy rolled her eyes. I'll take my brats home before I scream, she said dryly, and Vass turned abruptly. I wish to stay, it said, and pointed to Mr. Mushy, who'd gotten his hand stuck in the pot. It needs more help. Please let me stay. Vass asked in the air, and Rudy hooked a finger around the golem's collar. Sure, but then Delta can't get anything done, right? Rudy asked, and this Billy who waited for Delta. She hesitated. Come tomorrow. I need to do some things, but you can hang out with Mr. Bushy tomorrow. Delta promised, and Vass looked puzzled. I'm teaching him, not being his fr... It tried to correct, but Dio cheered up and grabbed both Vass and Hamster by the arms. I'll be here after school. I can't wait. He laughed and easily dragged both boys towards the entrance. Ruli snorted and looked at the entrance. I'll make sure someone with some responsibility comes with them. I'll be busy. Well, I'll be drinking. She looked pleased by the idea and walked out of the dungeon with a single hand in the air. Don't become a loser. I actually like you, she said without looking back. Delta felt the heat in her cheeks as she left a little shy. Ruli was so cool, and she thought Delta was cool. Release me before I send dead spiders into your bed. Amnesty yelled, and Vass looked oddly dazed and was swaying side by side, and Dio took his hand and dragged the stunned golem easier. Odd bunch. Delta liked him. Course you do. They're just as weird as you are. New faded into existence, and Delta grinned. Come on, we need a theme. But first, Delta turned, with some menu navigating. 2 tables appeared on either side of the entrance, wooden and rather plain, but Delta formed 2 metal dishes on top of each table. New, do that side. Delta smiled and she made a little signboard. Please leave a donation to help me. Thank you, Delta. It was simple, and Delta turned feeling so excited to whip her dungeon into shape, and her face froze as new signboard appeared. Leave tribute. You should be paying us for putting up with you, to be honest. New. That's too rude. Delta put her hands on her hips, and New took a second to change the sign. Leave tribute. You really should be paying us for helping you. Just being honest. Thanks. New. Delta twitched. How do you know emojis? She asked blankly, and New appeared with a smug orange color. Hi, I'm Delta. Heart. I love people 'cause they are so cute. Tee-hee. Let's break all of the rules. Smiley face. I'm getting to make poor New do all of the work and expect him to be happy. Sad face. Seriously, I just write like I'm you and the thing just appears. It's sickening, but I'm intrigued by their mocking usage. I sound nothing like that. Delta puffed her cheeks, and New faded back to blue. Of course, nothing like that at all. I see we finally have a tribute tables. It is something, at least. New was so. Delta rubbed her face, and her goblins looked in the air as if watching their parents squabble. Now, I need to know the rules about the chests or challenges. Delta asked, and New actually paused. Challenges? New fizzled in a bit, and Delta felt her left eye go hazy, as the solid matter was replaced by floating numbers. Everything connected by an important numbers. She closed it as fast as she could, her head already thumping. A spot on New had turned to bright orange. Yes, I see. Oh, no I didn't. 1 second. New returned to full blue, and Delta risked opening her eyes and saw everything as normal again. The hell was that? Delta rubbed her sore head as New took a few seconds to open the menus and check everything was in order. I had incomplete data. I searched for the pieces and ended up taking a piece of yourself into me. Since we must be equal in nature, I gave you a piece of me. I didn't even think about the results. Delta nodded and then bit her lip. What if you swapped everything you are with everything that I am? She asked quietly, and New paused. Her eye still twinges of pain, and the spot of New still looked slightly purple. I'd rather not know. Now I have formed a new feature that may be intriguing to you. Challenges are not rules, you'll be pleased to hear. In fact, they are far better since they are not actually forcing anyone to do anything. Optional and synonymous with cheap, it seems. A menu appeared. Challenges. Select a room. Select a challenge for the first floor, 20 mana. Clear the room in a minute, set a reward. Kill all the monsters, set a reward. Survive for 1 minute, set a reward. DP reward depends on room and challenge. Delta felt her face pull back with a large smile. New, we're in business. End of chapter. There is no epic lucha, only puns. Chapter 36. Challenge accepted. Challenges were like a form of ritual. An explorer or adventurer would willingly participate in a strange request, and usually they had to really believe that if they did the challenge, they would be rewarded for their efforts. Belief was the key. Delta tapped her chin and moved down the hall, admiring the mossy ceiling as twinkled. Faith and belief were a part of magic or religions. New wasn't sure, exactly due to not having any material reference aside from Dio's fairy tale book. Priests were a thing. Delta remembered Amundsen's small talk with Billy and the previous visit on the subject. His father held power and was something called a saint. The words were familiar, but Delta was sure that she was missing some of the context of it in this world. By actually making people believe in Delta, in her, believe that she would keep her promises and that they would be rewarded, it caused Faith to appear as a sort of energy. New said that dungeons gobbled it up like anything else made a DP. The whole thing appealed to Delta very much. All dungeons had to use these. It was just too good not to, and Delta slowed and thought about it. If people died by the dozen every day from traps and monsters, would other dungeons even care? DP is DP, it doesn't matter. I care, and I think we can make this work. Delta hummed to herself and New slid into view. Agreed. To act is simple enough. Overlay a challenge on a room, and people who enter will be alerted of the challenge through the magical sign in front of them. I expect it looks like floating glowing words or similar. It is up to them if they wish to pursue it. For those with the intent of reaching your core, this does nothing to actually help them. However, your odd relationship with the people in this area may prove to make this feature rather crucial. Rudy and any fishing, for example, we should increase the fishing possibilities of the pond as a payment for her leading us to develop challenges. Delta actually smiled. New is that consideration and appreciation I see in your words. Maybe we should send her a thank you to Newt. She teased and New floated ahead. No, that was painful. This was merely logic in how to soak up the most DP out of Rudy's fishing habit. If we had any alcohol, we could also siphon a challenge out of Rudy that way. New's words seemed to almost bristle in defense, and Delta kept smiling. Sure. We had basic challenges for everything, but what about, let's say, the spider room. She groped for a random room, and New flashed a new box opening beside them. As you can see, once we actually focus on one room, the possible challenges list begins to shift rather significantly. Challenges, spider room, pass through the room without disturbing the web, reward no set. Feed a berry to each of the spiders without disturbing the web, no reward set. Tell a joke or a pun bad enough to disgust the spiders, special unlock due to the core's actions, reward not set. Delta blinked at the list. I was kind of expecting, kill all the spiders, or burn all the web. This is rather tame for the options, Delta said confused, and New made a small ding. Challenges are thought up directly by the core. Since you have a second floor, challenges on the first floor may be more malleable to your unconscious desires. Floors are important after all. Delta nodded, and she really didn't know her own existence worked with any real confidence. Without New, all she would have is half-guessed at best. So we have 51 mana, and we can probably set a challenge in a few rooms. This is great New. We finally are going to be more than just a cave. Delta clapped her hands and then got busy. New shimmered softly, quiet while it lasted. Cram eyed the hole and the sign. He scratched his rather full beard and looked at his friend. Smalls was busy doing some light stretches. "You're almost done," he asked with a light tone, and Smalls held up one finger and did a few squats. Smalls was a rather fair man and had a gone silver with age. Cram was your average woodlurker, hairy, dirt encrusted in his boots and trousers, and he would find wood chips in odd places from his day job hours later, even after a long shower. The woods never really left Cram in one way or another. Smalls was the type of guy that could be dragged through the swamp backwards and come out looking like a soap advertisement model. Men like them might not normally be friends, but that was when the nature of adventuring. People became closer when their lives became a flip of the coin. He and Smalls had been through a lot of things in their younger days. Now, they usually just spent their days talking over the fence between their houses. Cram chopped wood and repelled the spiders for free when asked, and Smalls made clothes and gossiped with the locals. They never forgot each other, and Cram was glad that his remaining friend decided to up and move with him. Durance was a great, but sometimes the people could be a bit more than his gruff voice and axe could handle. Smalls was a natural and a small talk, and he let the man shop for him in return for fresh firewood. This normal routine had changed when the giant woman, Rudy, spotted them in the tavern. She marched over with a large grin on her face. Cram respected Rudy with every bit of common sense that he had left. The woman was also of the forest, but her axe looked for flesh, not wood. She had grown some height, and the manner was making her even more energetic than usual. Graham could relate. He had been running trees for the last few days, and his strength rose back up to its old levels, bit by bit. Small had been weaving all night. Graham could hear the humming from his bedroom. Go to the dungeon, walk about, say it's awesome or something, and for the love of crap, try not to kill anything. Ruli warned with a single finger and vanished to find more people. The hole in the ground felt like a dungeon. It had a certain tension in the air as Cram moved closer. It also felt a little different. Cram had been more to his share over the years, but he hadn't really felt a softness to the feeling of the one before. The two emotions conflicted with Cram and a little, and he rolled his shoulders to fend off some of Smalls finally seemed ready. Sorry for the wait, my back's just never been the same after that trap of the shifting sands. What was that dungeon again? Smalls trailed off as he flicked a line of thread around 3 fingers. Graham felt better to have Smalls with him. The man had a certain talent of making normal thread and wool turn into unsettling weapons. The Cavern of Darkness, local name, it had gotten an avatar when we were there. Graham grunted and he untied his axe from his hip. Oh gosh, that's right. So cliché. That Marcia almost threw up. Remember how she ran to the fountain after the trip through the sands and ended up with a mouthful of sand because it was a decoration. Graham grinned at the memory. Smalls rolled his eyes and he took steps into the dungeon. Seriously, that woman never looked where she went or what she did. He said fondly and then pulled out a golden locket and flipped it open. It would have been her birthday in a week. We need to get some pumpkin pie to celebrate. He said lightly and Graham gripped his axe hard. Yeah, some of that tasty wine as well. She never stopped drinking that stuff, he agreed, feeling his own locket around his neck grow heavy. He hated how he couldn't remember his closest friends without leading to this. Well, one more dungeon raid, and the Wirework wolves, Con would be so angry to see how domestic we've become. Smalls chuckled as they both entered the dungeon. Cram saw the entrance chamber round out, and with some soft torches and glowing mushrooms dotting the entrance. Simple, but clean. Smalls commented and read the signs. He snorted at the one with the rather nasty tribute comment. Cram wandered over to the other table. Delta, he said, tracing the sign with his finger. He looked down at the dish and rummaged through his pockets. Manners were never wrong, and he'd rather give to a good-natured girl who apparently happened to be a core. Smalls got a kick out of the sarcasm, no doubt, and he'd tribute to the other table. Not much, but here's a wooden carving I did, and some flowers that I picked up on the way here. He offered and placed them in the bowl where they would remain until he and Smalls left. He read the sign about the door. Those who enter, please say forfeit to leave the dungeon alive. He read and cocked an eyebrow. Think the core is confident? He wondered, and Smalls brushed some hair behind an ear. Or is it really that nice? Can't be jumping to assumptions before we even see for ourselves. He chided and entered the dungeon, leaving Cram to stare at the sign for a second long. People were hardly that nice, let alone dungeons. Durance had to get a freaky dungeon. To be honest, it suited the place, really. Wow, these signposts are hilarious. Cram, come see, Smalls called with a grin in his tone. Delta watched as the newcomers with an unblinking stare. New people, guests, intruders, maybe both? She had expected Rudy, Quiz, or even Dio to come back when these people had appeared instead, and Delta felt nervous energy fill her. Did they know the rules? Would they respect her wishes? Delta hoped that they did. They chatted like old friends. It was clear in the way that they anticipated each other's words, finished their sentences, moved. She wished that New was here. Her friend would have some insight to help her. She couldn't put it into words, really, but when Smalls took the lead, Cram moved slightly to the right, and when Cram took the lead in the short tunnel as Smalls stopped to look at a mushroom, The smaller man's hands flexed and ready to grab something. "Hey, Smalls, what's this?" The large man with the large coat made from leathers and edged with fur. It was like Rudy, but Rudy's coat looked a lot like it had been made more crudely. The man's jacket had a touch of professionalism about it. "Webs. They come out of a spider's thorax," Smalls said dryly, and the larger man narrowed his eyes. Smalls grinned before lightly moving closer. As his foot edged into the room, Delta held her breath as the words began to appear in front of Smalls. Ghostly blue words that looked like the very air was glowing. "Pass through the room without disturbing the web and be rewarded." Delta cheered despite the fact that nothing had actually happened yet. Her challenges worked and people could see them. She danced on the spot and a few spiders waved their little legs to cheer as well. Challenges? The dungeon already has challenges. Well, isn't that interesting? Smalls commented and the large man shook his head. "Don't touch the web. Kind of a weak challenge for a dungeon. I can see a pretty clear path from here." He pointed out and Delta shuffled and tried not to fidget at the man's words. "Cram, be respectful. You don't—" Smalls was cut off as the words in front of them began to gain more words at the side. "Sorry, we're expecting you to be idiots. It is weak, but you have still yet to pass it, so put your feet where your words are." Both men stared at the floating words. So did Delta. She knew the sour attitude. It responded, Cram said, disbelief in his voice. Smalls only stared. "You can see my words." "Delta, can you see me?" You were speaking through the challenge system. Delta called for him, but New didn't seem to respond to her shouts. How could this be? Did New hack the system or— Wait. Delta picked up on that thought harder. New was the system, but he vanished when people appeared, so Delta had never really thought to ask where did New go when he vanished. Apparently he existed in some place where if the dungeon menu appeared in any form elsewhere, he could appear. New was the menu and the menu only became locked to Delta. Yes, we can," Smalls said carefully and New looked at the moment to respond. "Interesting. I believe this must be a— Hello, I'm New. I am the creation of Delta. I make signposts, challenge checks, and other things." New told a little white lie as an aplomb and sarcasm, and both men relaxed a little. "Saw your signposts. I'm a huge fan." Smalls and Cram narrowed his eyes. "I expected us to be idiots, huh?" he said, and New took no time to respond. "Well, what can I say? We've mostly had children and Ruli visiting. Our expectations are a bit low. Well, we also had the golem, and that was just interesting to see to have a nervous breakdown with Mr. New cut himself off, but he wasn't much further. Delta was trying to shoo New away before he upset the new men, but she could apply about as much force as a ghost spot. "You speak for the core. Delta." Cram wondered and Delta narrowed her eyes as New's text box some time to answer. "Totally. I'm her absolute voice box. Her thoughts are mine to relay." Delta felt nervous to give away to an alarm. "Oh, I hope she's looking forward to us having a poke about. We were told it's more friendly than the usual dungeon affair." Small said conversationally. "Delta requests that you call her Supreme Queen, Delta. She is the most excited for you to move deeper. She is hoping that you'll compliment her mushrooms. She's very proud of them. Also, she has said that I'm to tell you that you must do all of the challenges or you'll hurt her feelings very much." Delta was screaming and slapping the text box, with both men looking between them. "Stop, stop," she ordered, and fell deaf text boxes. Tell Supreme Queen Delta that we'll try. Her mushrooms are very nice, and I like the glowing ones more than the gunrod ones." Cram stumbled, and New let out several alarmed noises. Those are her favorite. Maybe Smalls likes them, and that's perfectly fine." The large man backpedaled, then Smalls covered his face with one hand. "You've had your fun, my good friend. There's yanking change and there's pulling down roofs." He chided and Nude made a chuckling noise, a series of bells. "Smart man. Perhaps this won't be too boring. Delta, it's just Delta, and honestly she'd rather you do your thing. And I'm going to go. Being in this form is making me a little tired. I hope to see you pass the challenges. It would really help us. Delta has faith in you, but I will hold my judgment." Smalls bowed a little. "I shall change your opinion, good Sir New. My honor as the Weirdwood Wolf demands it." He said his side box began to fade. "I have no need for your honor. I need your blood and sweat. Work hard, let us engage in happy symbiosis. Delta felt relief surge through her as Newsbox faded. He was a tad bit annoying, but in the end, he had been honest about Delta's desires, and really, what close friends didn't annoy each other? You hear that, Cram? I think that we just got challenged on some whole new level. Smalls nudged the larger man. Cram nodded and eyed the room. I accept the challenge. He called and Smalls echoed him a second later. Delta watched in fascination as the orange circle appeared on each man's left hand. It pulsed like a heartbeat. There we go, nice and simple. I remember that one dungeon that made the mark appear on our rears. I didn't know when I failed anything, and I was not letting anyone check, Smalls muttered, and Cram laughed. I saw more of Marcia than I wanted that day. He slapped Small on the back, but the man barely budged. Dainty flowers first, he offered, and Small sniffed. Oafs last, he said, and the words held warmth, and Cram nodded as Smalls began to nimbly move around the webs and towards the midpoint. The berry bush. Delta knew that she only had enough mana for 2 rooms so far, and he had chosen the spider room and the mud room. Both held very different possibilities, and Delta took it as a learning example. It took grace and elegance to do the spider room. The mud room. It was a mad dash when each person had 10 seconds to clear the platforms and reach the end without falling in. The wording was interesting as well. Used the wooden platforms to cross the room without falling into the mud. The person had to use the platforms to complete the challenge. It meant no one could fly or just leap across. Challenges were the perfect thing for her dungeon. The only problem was that they all needed rewards. Delta felt a little unsure when the rooms required an appropriate reward. Delta guessed slaying a dragon with one hand would need a reward suited towards it, not just a nice apple. So Smalls reached the far end of the room and opened the door. The glowing circle on his hand flashed and lifted off his skin into the air, where it began to reshape itself. Delta watched with a smile as a reward formed. Oh, this is cute, Smalls said as he held a shirt made out of the spider web. He ran his finger over the material. Soft, flexible. Something about it, he said, and Cram's head brushed the web near the ceiling and broke free. Cram grimaced as the orange circle of his beeped red and peeled off, crumbling like ash. Cram, you missed your chance to get a web shirt. Smalls stuttered, and Cram picked a few berries. I'll live, he said with a sigh. Delta saw the shimmering energy flaking off Smalls, and the man didn't even look at it. If he could see it or not, Delta wasn't sure. The glowing energy soaked into the nearby wall, and Delta shivered as she felt it. Something settled inside of her. Delta felt a sigh as the challenge went inert for a time. Delta guessed that it would be a day or so before the challenge was operational again. Delta tried to guess there might be some way to speed that up. As she shivered, Delta closed her eyes to follow the feel that the energy tickled as it flowed up from her feet to her chest. It made her feel warm. And she blinked as she missed Smalls and Cram entering the pond room. Cram, do you have your fishing hook? Smalls mused as he smiled at the quaint little campfire and logs. Cram bent down and looked into the water. That's a metal fish, he grunted, and Smalls looked as well. Is that a duck? He said, and instead, and Delta swallowed as she remembered one of the possible challenges options for this room. Anger waddles the duck to complete the dungeon with the Dark Drake curse in effect. Reward not set. High-quality item needed to be set as a reward. It was a tad bit extreme, and Delta had backed out of the room when Waddles had begun to tap his web feet in excitement in some tippity-tap dance when she read it out loud. Delta wanted to challenge her visitors, not break them. End of chapter.